The execution ground at the Kaishiku market in the capital of Li Kingdom was crowded with commoners. Despite the scorching heat, they shouted loudly, "Hurry up and execute them. We want to see their end." A few days ago, the emperor discovered that the Han family had committed treason and colluded with the enemy, with irrefutable evidence. The Han family was sentenced to execution of the entire clan. Although the punishment should not extend to in-laws, the Yun and Luo families having close ties with the Han family also fell into disaster. Usually executions were carried out in autumn, but for the Han family's treason, the emperor ordered immediate execution. No one came to see them off, and the commoners looked at them with hatred in their eyes. The Han family had always been regarded as heroes by the common people, so no one expected them to commit such a heinous act. When the Luo and Yun families were dragged to the execution platform, they shouted, "Your Majesty, spare us. We are innocent." The execution overseer, hearing their shouts, directly ordered their mouths to be gagged so they could not make a sound. So noisy. A woman who had fainted on the execution post frowned and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the scene before her, she was completely bewildered. "Am I not dead? Where is this place?" She felt a dizzy spell, and a memory not her own flooded into her mind. The original owner was also named Luo, wanting the wife of Han, Maching, the eldest son of the Jinbei king. On the eve of a military campaign, the Jinbei king had two sons, and the eldest was to go to the front lines with him. To ensure their eldest son had an heir, the Jinbei princess arranged a marriage for him a month before his departure, hoping to leave a bloodline for his branch. The Luo family had a marriage contract with the Han family originally intended for her cousin Luo Wanxiu. To avoid marrying Han, Maching, Luo Wanxiu threw tantrums, cried, threatened suicide, and used every trick. Old Master Luo valued loyalty and gratitude. Without the late Jinbei king's life-saving grace, the Luo family would not exist today. He discussed with Luo Wanning and had her married off instead. Luo Wanning also did not want to marry, but her parents had died in an accident, leaving her a lonely child. Her grandfather saw her as alone and helpless, and her two uncles avoided her like a plague, only wanting to push her away. Fortunately, her eldest uncle had a good relationship with her father. She was adopted into her uncle's household, becoming his nominal daughter. Her uncle treated her well, regarding her as his own daughter, providing her with the same food and clothing as his own eldest daughter. This showed that the uncle had a close relationship with Luo Wanning's father. The original owner did not want her grandfather to be troubled, so she agreed to marry into the Han family. On the wedding night, she and Han Maching were drugged with incense prepared by the Han matriarch, and she became pregnant. The original owner was also remarkable. She became pregnant with 3 children at once, 2 boys and a girl. The couple had been separated for 6 years, and the 3 children had never seen their father. The original owner had also forgotten his face, as their time together was short. 10 days ago, the Jinbei prince's mansion was surrounded by soldiers accused of treason and colluding with the enemy, causing the loss of 2 cities. The Jinbei king Han Zhao and Han Maching were missing, their fate unknown. The emperor was furious and ordered the entire family to be executed. The original owner, knowing she would be beheaded, died of fright. Meanwhile, Luo Wanning lived in the 23rd century apocalypse, where a zombie virus spread and many awakened superpowers. She was relatively lucky, having awakened superpowers, and survived the apocalypse, joining the infrastructure unit. While escorting a group of uninfected civilians to a safe base, they were ambushed by zombies. One part of the squad escorted the civilians to the base, while she had to maintain the portal of anywhere, so she stayed behind with 9 other comrades to hold off the enemy. They thought they could return safely as before. When she was about to send the last teammate through the portal, her most trusted comrade stabbed her in the chest. She looked at her in disbelief, asking why. She only heard, "Luo Wanning, you are too brilliant. Only when you die can Jing Hung have a chance to rise. So go and die." Luo Wanning was pushed into the zombie horde. She was isolated, attacked by a swarm of zombies, unable to break through, bitten, and inevitably infected. She did not return to the safe base and was finally devoured by the zombie king. After waking up, she found herself here. She accepted the fact of transmigration, but then encountered decapitation again. It felt like she was about to die a second time. Having been granted a second life, she did not want to die like in her previous life. At noon, the execution overseer dropped the wooden plaque with the word "execute" and ordered chop. The executioner prepared to swing. Seeing the broad blade, several people fainted. The consort of the Jinbei, King Han Yunshi, shouted, "Heaven is unjust. The Han family has been loyal to the Li Kingdom for generations, yet this is our end." She cried, "I am not reconciled. My husband and son are innocent. If we die, it will snow in summer and a fierce wind will rage." As soon as the words left her mouth, the hot weather suddenly turned overcast with dark clouds and a sudden gale. The commoners saw this omen. Could it be that the Han family is really innocent? How is that possible? This is just a normal weather change. Better to believe it than not. Maybe they were really framed. Just then a troop of horsemen approached, and before they arrived, they shouted, "Stay the execution." The execution overseer saw the newcomer and immediately ordered, "Postpone the execution." The onlookers made way for the troop to pass. The one who arrived was the eunuch and Gong, a close attendant of the emperor. The execution overseer looked at him with a respectful gaze, a flattering smile on his face, and bowed obsequiously. And Gong brought out the imperial edict of bright yellow. Seeing the edict, the execution overseer knelt to receive it. As he knelt, the gathered commoners also knelt down. And Gong cleared his throat and read the contents of the edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the Han family's crimes originally warranted execution. But the emperor, remembering the Han family's generations of military service and countless merits, commuted the death sentence. However, though the death penalty was waived, the punishment remained. The Han family, and all those associated with them, the household servants, are to be sold, while the main members of the Han Yun and Luo families are to be exiled 3,000 li to the northern border, departing at the 5th watch tomorrow. Thus it is decreed. After reading the edict, he looked at Han Yunshi, consort of the Jinbei. King, accept the edict. From death sentence to exile, though it did not directly kill them, it was almost as good as sending them to their deaths. But Han Yunshi still accepted the edict. The execution overseer, following the edict's instructions, had the Han family taken back to the government office. The commoners who had gathered as the prisoners were led away continued to throw rotten vegetables and eggs at them, venting their dissatisfaction. They kept shouting hurtful words. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Wanning was calculating something in her mind, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. They were brought back to the government prison, and in the evening they were given a decent meal. On the road to exile, it was uncertain whether they would survive the journey to the northern border. Han Yunshi, afraid of being hungry at night, secretly hid a steamed bun in her sleeve. The night deepened silent and still. Luo Wanning summoned silver needles from her dimensional space and unlocked her chains. With no one guarding the prison at this hour, she knocked everyone unconscious to avoid detection. After finishing, she opened a portal of anywhere, her first destination being the treasury of the Li Kingdom Palace. The treasury was heavily guarded outside, but Luo Wanning entered directly through the portal of anywhere, so the guards outside did not notice. Inside was pitch black, but through a small spirit fox, she could see clearly. Inside were countless gold and silver treasures. Luo Wanning used her telekinesis to transport all the treasures into her dimensional space. Soon everything visible in the treasury was gone. She did not want to leave anything for the damned emperor. Thus, while everyone was still lost in dreams, she silently emptied the palace treasury, leaving no trace. After all these treasures were collected, they were converted into gold coins. There were 8 million taels of gold and over 60 million taels of silver. This indicated that the Li Kingdom was a relatively prosperous nation, with even the imperial palace's treasury holding so much wealth. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver, which converted to over 14 million gold coins. Adding the value from other items exchanged for gold coins, her total haul amounted to over 150 million gold coins. What a massive windfall. From then on, she could live in luxury and indulge in the finest food and drink. Speaking of food, Luo Wanning's stomach began to rumble. Since food was paramount, she headed to the imperial kitchen. After satisfying her hunger, she stored all the visible ingredients in her spatial dimension, where they would remain fresh no matter how long they were kept. She transferred all the pots, bowls, and cooking utensils into her spatial dimension, taking everything useful. The stove, however, was too large to move, so she left it behind. Having swept the place clean, the vast imperial kitchen appeared eerily empty, with echoes reverberating through the halls. Unlike the Treasury, the Imperial Kitchen was a place where patrols passed through around the third watch and preparations for the royal family's meals began by the fourth watch. Luo Wanning, with her keen hearing, detected approaching footsteps and concealed herself using her invisibility technique. However, this body was frail, limiting her ability to maintain the spell for more than 30 minutes. She needed to strengthen her physique and hoped to regain the capabilities she had possessed before the apocalypse. When the kitchen staff arrived to open the doors, they were stunned by the empty space before them, rubbing their eyes as if refusing to believe what they saw, thinking they were hallucinating. Once he confirmed it was real, he collapsed onto the ground and shouted, "Someone, help! The Imperial Kitchen has been robbed." His cry shattered the silence of the night. Seeing a group heading toward the Imperial Kitchen, Luo Wanning decided not to stay any longer. She also thought of the grain warehouses, but knew time was limited. She would return when she could make another move, determined to make that dog emperor suffer. Returning through her dimensional door to the county prison, she retracted her silver needles and reattached the chains to her body, pretending nothing had happened. Back at the palace, upon learning of the kitchen robbery, the supervisor reported the incident to the throne. When Emperor Han Shao discovered the theft, he feared the treasury might be similarly compromised and personally inspected it. Finding the vault completely emptied, his body trembled with rage. Whoever did this was utterly wicked to have emptied the treasury. Having experienced greater turmoil, he quickly composed himself and devised a plan to replace the stolen wealth. He summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards tasked with guarding the vault. Upon seeing the emperor's furious demeanor, Commander Chen knew he was in serious trouble. Without asking questions, the emperor immediately decreed, "The Imperial Guard commander has failed in his duties of guarding the treasury. Tomorrow at noon he shall be beheaded and his family's property confiscated." Terrified out of his wits, Commander Chen trembled and begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare my life. I am innocent. I guarded the treasury last night, but detected no suspicious activity. Please give me time to catch the thief." Considering that Commander Chen had faithfully served for years without incident, the emperor showed some leniency. "I will give you 7 days. If you fail to find the culprit, your entire Chen family will not survive." "Yes, Your Majesty." The theft from the Imperial Vault was a matter of face and dignity. The emperor issued an order to seal the news and prevent any leaks. As dawn approached, the prisoners were roused from their sleep. Those who refused to rise were whipped awake. Once everyone was up, they were loaded onto prison carts under the officer's supervision. Though they had eaten the previous night, none had breakfast that morning. The escort officers fed them plain steamed buns as they traveled, since there was no time for proper meals. The exiled prisoners watched the officers' large buns with swallowing mouths, growing hungrier by the moment. Han Shilling tugged at Han Yunshi's sleeve and said, "Grandmother, I'm so hungry." Her words drew everyone's attention. They were all hungry too. Han Yunshi produced buns she had secretly hidden in her sleeve the night before and gave them to the 3 children. "Share these with your 2 brothers. Don't let others see." Luo Wanning couldn't bear to see the children go hungry. She also took out several steamed buns she had stolen from the Imperial Kitchen the night before and distributed them to the children and Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was reluctant to eat and continued stuffing the buns into her sleeve. Seeing this, Luo Wanning said, "Mother, please eat. Don't ruin your health." Knowing Luo Wanning would be upset if she refused, Han Yunshi split her portion in half and gave 1 piece to Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning noticed the larger portion given to her matched perfectly with the original owner's memories, confirming genuine affection. Perhaps it was because Han Yunshi felt guilty toward the original owner, which drove her tender care. When they departed, the citizens of the capital rose early to watch them leave. Soon after leaving the capital, the scorching sun blazed overhead, baking the earth relentlessly. The prisoners in the carts grew parched, and some even fainted from the heat. The lead escort officer remained unfazed. These were exiled convicts. The officer's duty was merely to deliver them to their destinations regardless of their survival. For these convicts, dying on the journey would be preferable to enduring further suffering. They were headed to remote regions where, though they could currently ride in prison carts, the road ahead would surely become far more arduous. Though still near the capital, the official roads were in disrepair. The prison carts jolted violently over the uneven terrain. Accustomed to comfortable lives, this was their first experience riding such rough carts. The constant shaking made them extremely uncomfortable. The three children clung tightly to Luo Wanning. They were still young, and with a 2-month journey ahead, no one knew if they could endure it. By evening, they reached the first relay station. The officers ordered the prisoners out of the carts and stationed them outside the relay station. Some officers entered to eat, while others remained guard outside. Having gone a full day without food, the officers prepared a pot of porridge for the convicts, knowing they couldn't afford to let anyone starve before reaching their destination. Though called porridge, it was mostly water with few grains of rice. Desperate to fill their empty stomachs, everyone scrambled to be the first to receive food, hoping to get larger portions. Compared to the apocalypse, this was far better. In those final days, every meal was a struggle for survival against bloodshed and danger. To the exiled convicts, they feared the officers but regarded everyone else, regardless of former status, as insignificant. The three children wanted to grab food quickly but were too young to compete with the adults. They were pushed aside and could only watch helplessly. However, some tougher individuals managed to secure food. Han Moyu, for instance, brought back the most provisions, sharing them with Han Yunshi and then giving portions to the children. He offered a bun to Luo Wanning, saying, "Sister-in-law, please eat." Han Moyu was only 18, and throughout the exile he had barely eaten his fill. As the only adult male in the Han family, his strength was crucial for protecting his sister-in-law and nephews along the journey. Luo Wanning declined. "I'm not hungry." "You eat. You haven't eaten all day. How can you not be hungry?" Han Moyu grew anxious. His father and brothers were missing, and as the pillar of the Han family, now he needed to protect his sister-in-law and nephews until the truth came to light. Luo Wanning genuinely couldn't eat. Seeing Han Moyu's insistence, she stopped refusing. Holding the hard bun clearly left for 1 or 2 days, she detected a sour, spoiled smell and couldn't bring herself to swallow it. Worried the children might fall ill, she secretly discarded the bun into her spatial dimension for disposal. Seeing everyone had finished eating, Constable Lee announced, "Stay here peacefully tonight. Tomorrow you'll have no prison carts to ride. To reach your destination sooner, start early." To prevent escape attempts, they kept the prisoners chained. Knowing they would trek on foot the next day, everyone rested early to conserve strength for the ordeal ahead. Not being executed was already the greatest fortune. As long as they lived, there remained hope. The next day, they rose at the 5th watch, just as they had the day before. Other than eating something at night, they had nothing in the morning. They trudged on empty stomachs for 2 hours. The three children were so weak from hunger that the daughter could barely walk, and Han Moyu had to carry her on his back. The 2 boys were also exhausted, but having grown up in a military household, they had been trained from a young age and could still endure. Thus, on the road to the northern frontier, they might just manage to hold on. As the official had said, they arrived at a small town. Since it was not far from the capital, the town was still quite bustling. They were taken to the town's government office to rest. Li Buddha said to them, "We'll stay in the town for 1 hour. One person from your family may go out to procure what you need." When the entire family was sentenced to execution, they had all been thrown into prison. They had had no chance to hide anything on their persons. They were utterly penniless. Luo Wanning stood up. "I want to go." Han Yunshi grabbed her arm. "Ningning, you have no silver. How can you buy food?" Luo Wanning patted Han Yunshi's hand. "I have a way." Yun Jiangshi, who was sitting nearby, heard Luo Wanning say she had a plan. She sneered, "She's just a woman. What other way could she have but to trade her body for silver? The girls of our Yun family would never sacrifice their chastity for a meal." Yun Jiangshi's words were rather harsh. Luo Wanning's principle was to strike first rather than waste words. Just as she was about to slap Yun Jiangshi, her aunt Luo Chunshi stood up, rolled up her sleeves, walked up to Yun Jiangshi, and retorted, "You can't spit ivory from a dog's mouth. My girl is perfectly fine. My Ningning may be a bit soft, and she won't bother with you, but you cannot slander my girl like this." After venting, Luo Chunshi comforted Luo Wanning, "Ningning, don't take her words to heart. If you can't talk back to her, your aunt is here to protect you." Luo Wanning could feel that her aunt's affection was genuine. The Han family had implicated the Luo family, yet they did not blame the Hans. That was rare. But Luo Wanning's 2 uncles and their wives were different. They simply watched the drama unfold without any thought of defending the Luo family's honor. Han Yunshi also stood on Luo Wanning's side and said to Yun Jiangshi, "I call you aunt only out of respect for my uncle. But if you insult my daughter-in-law like this, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Yun Jiangshi, unable to argue back, looked at her husband. Husband, your niece is siding with outsiders. She's joining forces with strangers to bully me, your wife. The Yun family had been ruined, and Han Yunshi's uncle was already irritated. Hearing his wife's complaint, his temper flared. Jiangshi, you have the nerve to complain. If you weren't so harsh with your words, they wouldn't have said anything to you. Luo Wanning thought that this great uncle was not entirely blind, but he had married a troublesome woman. Yun Jiangshi, having been scolded by her husband, stopped causing trouble. Still, she muttered sarcastically, I'll see what she can bring back. Luo Wanning retorted bluntly, even if I do, I won't give you any. Han Yunshi saw that Luo Wanning was unusually calm, so she must have a plan. Luo Wanning followed the official out. She was wearing iron chains, and as she walked down the street, she drew many stares. Faintly, she overheard people gossiping about her. She's so young and pretty. What crime did she commit? Maybe she used her charm to upset someone important and got herself into trouble. It was only from their remarks that Luo Wanning realized she hadn't yet seen what the original owner looked like. From their words, the original owner was not bad-looking, and she was quite satisfied. Some people thought Luo Wanning with chains on her was a venomous woman who had done terrible things and deserved her fate. Eggs were too expensive to waste on her, but they still threw rotten vegetable leaves. Luo Wanning wouldn't tolerate everything. When no one was looking, she used a silver needle to seal their acupoints, teaching them a lesson. Everyone who had thrown things at Luo Wanning was hit. Onlookers said, don't throw things at her, or your hands will hurt. As soon as those words were spoken, some scoffed, and tried anyway, only to howl in pain, just like the others. Anyone who thought of throwing more quickly withdrew their hands, finding it too eerie. All of this was Luo Wanning's doing. To leave no evidence, she used her mind to retrieve the silver needles. Luo Wanning walked to a pawn shop and stopped. She said to the official beside her, Sir, I wish to pawn something. Luo Wanning was now in prison clothes, and everything on her had been confiscated. What could she possibly have to pawn? Out of curiosity, the official agreed to accompany her inside. The pawn shop owner, seeing an official, interfered. He had done something wrong and grew nervous. The owner came out with a fawning smile. Sir, what business brings you here? The official kept a stern face, looking fierce, and said coldly, I'm here to pawn something. Hearing this, the owner breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was about pawning. Luo Wanning opened her hand, revealing a jade ring. This jade ring was something Luo Wanning had exchanged. She wouldn't be brazen enough to take items from the Imperial Treasury. The official asked, where did you get this ring? He could tell it wasn't something a rough man like him could afford, but he needed to verify its origin. The owner, hearing the question, feared the ring was stolen and hesitated to accept it. Luo Wanning had already prepared an explanation. I found it on the road to this town. To dispel his suspicion, she added, remember when I fell earlier? I actually fell because I was picking up this ring. The official recalled that she had indeed stumbled during the escort, so he no longer doubted the ring's origin. He thought her luck was incredible, finding a jade ring just by walking. The Li Kingdom's laws regarding lost property were still incomplete. If no one claimed the item, it belonged to the finder. Seeing that the official wasn't making a fuss, the owner examined the jade ring in Luo Wanning's hand. After a moment, the owner said to Luo Wanning, Miss, this jade ring is of excellent quality, fine Hitian jade. I can offer 300 taels of silver. Luo Wanning thought 300 taels was too little. She had spent 60 gold coins to exchange it, which was equivalent to 600 taels. She asked, is that for a dead pawn or a living pawn? The owner, seeing her situation, knew she wouldn't be able to redeem it. Dead pawn. Luo Wanning said, I come from a wealthy family. This ring is made of fine Hutian jade with exquisite craftsmanship. At market price, this ring could sell for about 1,200 taels. Giving me only 300 is quite a loss. The owner relented, 600 no more. I'll do a dead pawn. Give me 700. The owner waited, and finally said, fine 700. Luo Wanning asked him to exchange 50 taels for small silver and the rest in banknotes. While the official wasn't watching, she tucked the banknotes into her space. The entire pawning process was observed by the official. After leaving, she reluctantly handed the official a 100-tael banknote. For the officer to buy some wine. Please keep this secret. The official, pleased with her tact, happily stashed the banknote in his pocket. Easy enough. Luo Wanning felt the sting of loss, but to avoid trouble, she paid up. After pawning the ring, Luo Wanning embarked on a shopping spree. In one breath, she bought all the steamed buns from the vendor. The white flour buns were relatively expensive, costing 5 coppers each. She bought some buns, but that was far from enough for her. Now that she was being watched by the constable, she couldn't stash them into her space, so she refrained from buying too many. After purchasing the buns, she also bought some dried meat. Although the taste was not as good as what she could exchange, it was better than nothing. She also bought blankets for her family. The weather was hot now, but at night, she still wanted to cover the children's bellies to keep them from catching a chill and falling ill. The constable also bought quite a bit of food. Naturally, what he bought was better than what Luo Wanning had gotten. He figured that Luo Wanning was trying to save money. The road ahead was long, and having a little silver on hand was not a bad thing. What surprised the constable even more was that despite Luo Wanning's delicate appearance, she was surprisingly strong. She carried a pile of things on her own, which was not something a pampered young lady would normally do. As time passed, Han Yunshi, who was waiting for Luo Wanning at the government office, grew worried. Yun Jiangshi saw that Luo Wanning had been gone for so long. She made a sarcastic remark, "Been gone this long. She's probably serving the official who took her out right now. Why else would she still not be back at this hour?" Many believed her words, though they said nothing. Luo Chunshi and Han Yunshi steadfastly defended Luo Wanning, insisting she would never do such a thing. The 3 children, just over 5 years old, understood that Yun Jiangshi was speaking ill of their mother. They united in solidarity. "Our mother is not that kind of person." Yun Jiangshi scoffed at Luo Wanning's 3 little brats defending her. "You're too young to know anything. When you grow up and learn that your mother slept with another man for rations, you'll be ashamed of her." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Luo Wanning entered the government office carrying her purchases. The 3 children saw her return and wanted to run to her, but their feet were chained, preventing them from moving. Luo Wanning noticed the grim expressions on her mother-in-law and aunt-in-law. She could guess that Yun Jiangshi had said something. Still, some people noticed the many things Luo Wanning had brought back. Yun Jiangshi noticed too. She continued her reckless tongue. "Oh my, you've come back with a good haul. Looks like you worked hard. Otherwise you wouldn't have gotten so many. Ouch. Things." Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Wanning raised her hand and slapped Yun Jiangshi across the face. "If you can't speak properly, no one will mistake you for a mute." Her words were so caustic. The uncle could tolerate it, but the aunt could not. She had long wanted to slap her. The moment the slap landed, silence fell around them. Han Yunshi and Luo Chunshi were also stunned. Luo Wanning, who had always appeared meek and submissive in the eyes of others, had actually struck someone. Although hitting an elder was seen as disrespectful and ill-bred, this was what Yun Jiangshi had brought upon herself. They felt that Luo Wanning had done well. At least she had stood up for herself. After being hit, Yun Jiangshi covered her slapped right cheek and looked tearfully at her husband. Han Yunshi's uncle Yunda felt that a younger generation hitting an elder was indeed improper. Luo Wanning apologized to your aunt-in-law at once. Luo Wanning's eldest uncle Luo Wenhao said, "I think my Ningning did nothing wrong. It was your wife who asked for it. If Ningning hadn't acted, I would have wanted to beat her myself." Li Buta saw them about to come to blows and stepped in to stop them. "What's all this arguing for? Your people have bought food. Eat up quickly so we can get moving." They stopped arguing. Han Qiling stared at the large bundle in Luo Wanning's hands. "Mother, what's in this bundle?" Luo Wanning took out the buns from the bundle. Everyone's eyes fixed on the buns. Big steamed buns. They hadn't eaten any in so long that saliva nearly dripped from their mouths. Seeing that Luo Wanning's bundle was not small, there must have been quite a few inside. Han Qiling took the bun Luo Wanning handed her. She wanted to bite into it, but remembering that her grandmother was still there, she handed the bun to Han Yunshi. "Grandmother, you eat first." Luo Wanning watched her daughter being so thoughtful and well-behaved, seeing how harmonious their family was. Han Yunshi patted Han Qiling's little head. "I'm not hungry. You eat first." Luo Wanning gave Han Moyu 2 buns. He was only 18 and had been eating too little lately, making him look noticeably thin. The servants in the mansion had long been sold off and were not exiled with them. There were only 6 people in the Han family. This was mainly because the men of the Han family had been fighting wars for years, so the family was naturally sparse. Luo Wanning had given birth to 3 children for the Han family in one go, which had brought some liveliness. The Luo family had more members, including the eldest uncle and 2 younger uncles. The grandfather believed that only with a large family could a household prosper. Thus the Luo family had 24 people. The eldest uncle's family was smaller with 6 people like the Han family, and 5 of them were exiled. The Yun family had more with 30 people. Fortunately, Luo Wanning had bought enough buns to give 1 to each person. As for the Yun relatives, Luo Wanning left the distribution to Han Yunshi. But remembering what Yun Jiangshi had said about her, she declared, "Mother, the rest of the Yun family can eat, but I won't give any to Aunt." Yun Jiangshi heard her. Yun Jiangshi stubbornly retorted, "Even if I starve to death, I won't eat the food you earned with your body. I'm afraid it'll upset my stomach." She also ordered her own children. "None of you are allowed to eat either." Yun Jiangshi's children were afraid of her. They wanted to eat, but dared not disobey her. Luo Wanning shot back, "Who said my food was bought with my body? I found a jade ring on the road, pawned it at the shop, and used the silver to buy this food." Yun Jiangshi didn't believe her. How much silver could 1 ring fetch? Luo Wanning knew she wouldn't believe it, so she took out the contract the pawnbroker had written for her. It was clearly written Luo Wanning had permanently pawned 1 jade ring. But she had been clever and asked the pawnbroker to write 50 taels of silver on it. The constable, having received the 100 taels of silver Luo Wanning had given him, naturally would not expose her lie. But Yun Jiangshi was unconvinced. That official must have taken a fancy to your looks and colluded with the pawnshop to get that contract. Her words made others find them plausible. The constable who had taken Luo Wanning out heard Yun Jiangshi slandering her by implying an illicit relationship with him. He couldn't stand it any longer. "I cherish my wife the most. What you're saying is an insult to me. I witnessed the young lady from the Han family pawning the item. Don't sling mud without evidence. Money makes the world go round." Having received the bribe, the constable began to speak up for her. With the constable's testimony, Yun Jiangshi dared not continue. If she said more, she might get another lash. Luo Wanning had originally said that the rest of the Yun family could share the buns, but not Yun Jiangshi. After all, they were Han Yunshi's natal family, and had been implicated because of the Han family. It was only right to give them some. Han Yunshi protected her daughter-in-law. She was clear-headed and did not give buns to Yun Jiangshi's family for speaking ill of her daughter-in-law. Yunda was still her uncle, so she gave him 1 bun. But Yunda, thinking of his own dignity, refused the bun Han Yunshi offered. Except for Yun Jiangshi's family, everyone else ate buns. The buns Luo Wanning had bought were not small. They knew that Luo Wanning could give them buns once, but not every time. 50 taels of silver. She would have to bribe the guards along the way, so it wouldn't be enough. After receiving the buns, the heads of each family gathered them together and distributed them. They mainly wanted to save some for later, lest they run out of food. The 3 children watched them. Han Chiye said, "Mother, should we also save some? Otherwise we might go hungry later." Luo Wanning pinched her eldest son's thin little face. "Eat as much as you want. With your mother here, you won't go hungry." Han Yunshi took Luo Wanning's hand and asked quietly, "The jade ring you pawned. It was worth more than 50 taels, wasn't it?" Luo Wanning was taken aback. From the moment she posed this question to herself, she knew that Han Yunshi was a person who paid great attention to detail. The concepts of space and supernatural abilities were beyond the imagination of ancient people. If discovered, she would surely be regarded as a demon. She had to conceal it and not let her find out. Without hiding anything from Han Yunshi, she nodded and whispered into her ear, revealing the secret. "This jade ring fetched 700 taels of silver, and I gave 100 taels to the constables. You are the head of the family. Oh, I should entrust this silver to you for safekeeping and let you distribute it." Han Yunshi refused without a second thought. "This is the jade ring you found. The money should be kept by you." Luo Wanning was almost certain that her mother-in-law was a reasonable person. Because Yun Jiangshi had offended Luo Wanning, her family could only watch as others ate steamed buns. Yun Jiangshi's daughter Yun Jilan couldn't help complaining, "I'm so hungry. It's all mother's fault, otherwise we could have had white flour buns too." Yun Jiangshi regretted her actions deeply, but the words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back. She turned her face away, convincing herself that if she didn't see it, she wouldn't feel hungry. An hour passed swiftly. The constables had rested enough, and Captain Lee ordered, "Get up, everyone. We need to set off." Hearing the command, everyone rose from the ground. A constable counted the prisoners and reported to Captain Lee, "Boss, everyone is here." After confirming the count, they departed from the government office and headed to the next destination. Han Moyu knew how hard-won this food was. He clutched the bundle tightly to his chest, fearing that if he let his guard down, someone might secretly steal its contents. Seeing Han Moyu hold the food so tightly, Yun Jiangshi abandoned her intentions. But their family of 13 couldn't go without eating either. The Han family, accused of treason, was pelted with rotten vegetable leaves and stale eggs wherever they passed. It was scorching hot, and few people were on the streets, all hiding indoors from the heat. Those who spotted them from upstairs still threw things at them. Luo Wanning and Han Yunshi shielded the 3 children to prevent them from being hit. They traveled northward. The constables wore hats to shield themselves from the blazing sun, while the exiled prisoners had no cover, exposed to the scorching heat, drenched in sweat. When the constables grew thirsty, they had water to drink. Among the prisoners, only Luo Wanning's group had water, the rest had to endure. That day, Luo Wanning had bought 6 water skins, giving 2 to the Luo family. She also gave 2 to the Yun family solely out of consideration for Han Yunshi. It was only after bribing some officials that she managed to exchange mineral water from her space and fill the water skins. She couldn't keep refilling the water skins indefinitely, as it would easily be discovered. In such sweltering weather, they had walked a considerable distance, and the small water skins were soon running low. Even the adults could barely endure, let alone the children. A constable approached Captain Lee and said, "Boss, it's still 3 hours to the next relay station. How about we take a rest first?" Captain Lee, seeing them drenched in sweat, ordered, "Rest for a quarter of an hour, then continue. We must reach the station before dark." Following the command, the constables led the prisoners to a nearby grove and told them to rest where they stood. Though it was still hot in the shade, it was far better than before. It was late summer, and the drought had withered the surrounding vegetation. Some of it could even be used as firewood. The plants beneath the trees fared better, absorbing the moisture stored by the trees and growing well. No one dared to defy the constable's orders. They stayed put obediently. Suddenly, a constable collapsed, drawing the attention of the others. Then 2 more constables fell. Among the exiled prisoners, 5 also collapsed, and several others showed symptoms of vomiting. The Han family had water to drink, so they were fine. Of the 5 who collapsed, 3 were from the Yun family, and 2 were from the Luo family. The Yun family's victims were all younger members, mainly due to lack of physical conditioning. The Luo family's victims were the son of Luo Wanning's 4th uncle and the grandson of her 3rd uncle. Luo Wanning's sister-in-law, Luo Linshi, seeing her child unconscious, cradled him and cried, "Xiao Bao, wake up. Don't frighten your mother." Her cries were heart-wrenching. She wanted to seek help from the constables, but after days of exile, she knew how indifferent they were. They paid no heed to such people. Seeing her child in this state, she blamed the Han family. If Sister Ningning hadn't married into the Han family, our Luo family wouldn't be in this mess. Han Yunshi heard these words, bit her lip, and felt a pang of bitterness. Her hands clenched tightly. Luo Wanning noticed everything and said to her, "Mother, don't take sister-in-law's words to heart. She's just too worried about the child," and spoke out of anxiety. Han Yunshi nodded, not wanting Luo Wanning to worry. Still, she sighed. "In the end, it's our Han family that has dragged them down." Luo Wanning said nothing more. Too many people were now suffering from discomfort. A constable by Captain Lee's side asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Captain Lee was not a doctor, and they were far from the relay station in the middle of nowhere. He didn't know if the unconscious constables could hold on until they reached the station. Just as Captain Lee was at a loss, Luo Wanning stood up and said to him, "I can save them." At these words, Han Yunshi, standing beside her, was startled. She had been Luo Wanning's mother-in-law for 6 years and knew whether she had medical skills. Luo Wanning understood that the road of exile was perilous, and it would be advantageous to build good relations with the constables. She had considered escaping, but abandoned the idea. Han Yunshi would never run. When the Han family was imprisoned, she had said she firmly believed that the Prince of Jinbei and her worthless husband were still alive, and that one day they would clear the Han family's name. No matter how hard it got, she would persevere and wait for them in the northern frontier to take them home. As convicts, even if they escaped successfully, they would have to live in hiding, or it was better to go to the northern frontier. The living conditions in the northern frontier were harsh. With her space and abilities, she could support them. Captain Li asked. You really can save them? Yes, Luo Wanning replied without hesitation. Seeing her confidence, Captain Li was about to let her treat the fallen brothers. Yun Jiangshi, still resentful after being slapped by Luo Wanning earlier, sneered. Officer Luo has been married into the Han family for 6 years. We relatives all know she has no medical knowledge. Captain Li, who had intended to let Luo Wanning treat his men, hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Luo wanting to convince him that she could cure heatstroke, walked over to Luo Linshi and asked her to hand over the child. Luo Linshi, distrusting Luo Wanning, refused to give her the child. Helpless Luo Wanning asked the others, "Is there anyone here willing to let me treat them?" Everyone fell silent, mainly because they believed Yun Jiangshi's words and thought she had no way to cure them. Luo Wanning's eldest uncle hadn't fainted, but his condition was not good. Luo Chunshi watched her husband suffer so much and knew that if this continued, the situation would be dire. She had raised Luo Wanning since childhood and understood her character well. Wanning would never speak without confidence. Just when everyone doubted that Luo Wanning could save anyone, Luo Chunshi stepped forward and said, "Ningning, I believe in you. Go ahead and take a look at your uncle." Luo Wanning felt a warmth in her heart, seeing that her aunt believed in her. Yun Jiangshi chuckled. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Luo Wanning shot Yun Jiangshi a glare. Yun Jiangshi, meeting her gaze, felt a flicker of fear. Luo Chunshi glared at Yun Jiangshi and said, "This is a matter of the Luo family. It's not your place to meddle. I couldn't care less. If you kill him, it's none of my business." Luo Chunshi had no time to argue with Yun Jiangshi. Yun Jiangshi also stopped talking, wanting to see what that little wench of the Luo family could really do. Luo Wanning was about to treat her uncle, and everyone else's attention was focused on her. They were curious whether she could really cure Luo Wenhao. Luo Wanning looked at Han Moyu and said, "Brother-in-law, give me the water pouch, and also fetch a cloth from the bundle." Hearing her instructions, Han Moyu took out the items. Yun Jiangshi saw the steamed buns in the bundle and swallowed her saliva. She planned to steal one while everyone's attention was on Luo Wenhao. It was a good plan, but Han Moyu was vigilant, knowing the importance of food. He handed the bundle to Han Yunshi and asked her to keep an eye on it. Yun Jiangshi knew her plan had failed again. Luo Wanning wet the cloth. "Aunt, please unbutton uncle's clothes and wipe him down to cool him off." Upon hearing that clothes would be removed, the women averted their eyes. Luo Chunshi followed Luo Wanning's instructions and wiped him with water. Luo Wanning asked Constable Li for some water. Constable Li didn't know what she wanted the water for, but he gave it to her anyway. Luo Wanning found the chains on her hands cumbersome. "Constable Li, could you remove these chains? I promise I won't run away." With so many constables around, Constable Li wasn't worried she would escape, so he unlocked the chains. As soon as the chains were removed, he saw her run to a tree and pluck some leaves of a patchouli plant. Patchouli can relieve heatstroke, but in this situation, patchouli alone wouldn't be enough. She crushed the leaves and in front of everyone dripped the juice into the water pouch. This was just for show. While they were not paying attention, she replaced the water in the pouch with her own water, which contained Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid and a few drops of spiritual spring water. Patchouli can relieve heat, and the spiritual spring can restore strength. The dosage was also carefully measured. Yun Jiangshi thought Luo Wanning was just showing off and couldn't really cure them. After being wiped down, Luo Wenhao's condition improved somewhat. Luo Wanning gave him a small cup of the medicinal liquid. Though the smell of Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid was unpleasant, it was very effective against heatstroke. After drinking the medicine, Luo Wenhao said, "I feel much better." Yun Jiangshi hadn't expected Luo Wanning to actually relieve him, but she stubbornly said, "Maybe she just got lucky." Upon hearing that her uncle was better, Luo Linshi hurriedly brought her child to Luo Wanning. "Sister Ning, please save little Bao." Luo Wanning didn't want to see such a young child suffer either. "Put the child down." Luo Linshi followed her instructions and laid the child down. Luo Wanning pressed several acupoints on the child. After a little while, the unconscious child opened his eyes. Luo Linshi was overjoyed to see him awake. Luo Wanning fed the child the medicine according to the dosage and said, "He'll be fine in a moment." Constable Li saw that she had revived the unconscious little Bao and believed she truly had a method. He said to her, "Come over and take a look at my brothers." Hearing Constable Li call her, Luo Wanning quickly walked over. Han Yunshi watched her retreating figure and felt that she had changed a lot, now carrying the bearing of a matriarch. She thought that these upheavals must have brought about the change. As for her medical skills, she would ask about them privately after everything was settled. Luo Wanning distributed the medicinal water to the other constables who were feeling unwell. Then, using the same method she had used to revive Little Bao, she woke up the unconscious constables. After drinking the patchouli water, they all felt much better. Luo Wanning returned to the exiled group. Han Yunshi voiced the doubt in her heart. Ningning, when did you learn medicine? Luo Wanning knew she would ask, and had already prepared an explanation. I've always liked reading at home, and in my spare time I read some medical books. I saw that their symptoms matched those described in the books. I had never practiced medicine, so I just wanted to try. I never expected that my try would succeed. Han Yunshi heard her explanation, and said, You're too bold. I thought that if I could alleviate the officials' condition, they might look after our Han family on the road to Beijing. Han Yunshi said nothing more. Han Moyu was a bit slow to catch on, but he finally understood. He couldn't help but praise, Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Luo Wanning smiled. Originally the water they had brought was limited, and after Luo Wanning's actions it was all gone. Constable Li knew that under these circumstances reaching the next relay station was impossible. He instructed his men, 2 of you go ahead and scout for water. There were only 35 constables in total, and 8 of them had suffered heat stroke. Constable Li didn't dare send too many people away, or else they wouldn't be able to guard the prisoners. Originally planned for a quarter-hour rest, they ended up resting for over an hour, and the heat had also subsided. The ones suffering from heat stroke began to recover. The 2 constables who had been sent out returned and reported to Constable Li. Chief, we found a river not far away. Let's stay there tonight. Constable Li asked the constables who had been affected, Can you continue walking? They replied in unison, yes. With that reply, they packed up and set off for the water source the constables had mentioned. It wasn't far, but with so many people it took them nearly an hour to get there. There was a small stream. Due to the weather, the water level had dropped considerably, but there was still water to use. The river water at this time was unpolluted, so the thirsty constables simply cupped it and drank. Luo Wanning didn't drink this water, but she still filled the water containers with Han Moyu, then secretly replaced the water with water from her space, adding some spiritual spring water to strengthen their constitutions. The constables also began to set up pots to prepare the evening meal. The constables cooked food, but the exiled prisoners couldn't cook anything. Constable Li couldn't let the prisoners starve to death. After they had eaten their fill, they would cook something separate for the prisoners, but the food wouldn't be good. The Han family had food, so they didn't wait for the constables' cooking. The others still had the steamed buns that Luo Wanning had given them, so they shared those to stave off hunger. Yun Jiangshi nudged Yunda beside her and said, Husband, you are Yun Miao's uncle. Ask her if she can spare some food for us. Yunda recalled the words Yun Jiangshi had said earlier. I can't bring myself to ask. It's all your fault that we can't get any food. Yun Jiangshi had no way out because she had completely offended Luo Wanning today. Their great-grandson, Yun Yongxi, trotted over to Han Yunshi's side. Yun Jiangshi noticed her great-grandson standing by for a while without getting any food. She said to Yunda, Your niece is truly ruthless, not even giving Yongxi a bite to eat. Yunda ignored Yun Jiangshi completely. Han Yunshi watched her young nephew, gazing longingly at the food which Luo Wanning had obtained. She asked, Ningning, can you share some with Yongxi? Luo Wanning wouldn't scrimp over a child, so she agreed. After receiving the steamed bun, Yun Yongxi didn't eat it immediately, but glanced at his mother in the distance. The bun was quite large, and he wanted to share it with his mother. Luo Wanning could read his thoughts, but if the child took it over, Yun Jiangshi would surely snatch it away. The day before, when the mother-in-law had offered her water, Luo Wanning had already seen what kind of person Yun Jiangshi was. Not only was she sharp-tongued, but she was also selfish. Luo Wanning told Yun Yongxi, Finish eating here before you go over. Yun Yongxi understood that if he didn't eat it there, he would have to offer it to his great-grandmother anyway. He was very hungry, so he picked up the bun and devoured it. From the speed at which he ate, one could tell how hungry he was. Han Yunshi, seeing him eat like this, said, Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Yun Yongxi seemed not to hear Han Yunshi's words and focused entirely on eating. In no time he finished the large bun. Yun Jiangshi watched from a distance as Yun Yongxi ate the bun, feeling that she had spoiled him in vain. He showed no sense of propriety, not even offering to share some with his great-grandmother. After finishing, Yun Yongxi showed no intention of returning, but instead fixed his gaze on the bun in Han Chiye's hand. He hadn't eaten anything from the previous day until now, and one bun was far from satisfying his hunger. He wanted another. Han Yunshi glanced at Luo Wanning again. Unable to bear seeing such a young child suffer, she gave him another bun. This time, he ate more slowly, tearing it apart with his hands. In truth, he tucked the torn pieces into his sleeve, planning to save them for his mother Yun Qinshi. Luo Wanning noticed, but chose not to expose him. After finishing the second bun, Yun Yongxi returned to his mother's side, where he heard Yun Jiangshi cursing loudly. "How could you be so thoughtless? You were eating a big bun and saved some to offer me." She had pushed shamelessness to its extreme. Hearing his great-grandmother speak to him this way, Yun Yongxi dared not respond. They were all afraid of her. He shrank into Yun Qinshi's embrace like a frightened quail. Yun Qinshi watched her son trembling in her arms and felt heartache, yet she did not retort. In her understanding, the grandmother was an elder, and speaking back would be disrespectful. Yun Jiangshi also relied on her age to assert authority. This was a Yun family matter and outsiders would not meddle. Just as she finished her tirade, the guards finished preparing the porridge and came to address the exiled prisoners, saying, "Line up and collect your porridge." Yun Jiangshi and her family rushed over, hoping to get porridge early. Others had eaten buns to stave off hunger and weren't as eager as they were. The Han family did not go to line up for food. Luo Wanning noticed a sour odor coming from the children. They had not bathed since their exile. There was a river nearby, and Luo Wanning planned to let the three children bathe. She got up and walked over to Constable Li, asking, "Officer, I'd like the three children to bathe. Could you loosen the iron chains on their wrists?" In the past, Constable Li would never have agreed. But Luo Wanning was different. She had saved his fellow officers. "Considering that you saved my brothers, I'll grant your request." As he spoke, he unlocked the iron chains from Luo Wanning and the three children's wrists. Thinking back to when Constable Li mentioned her treating his men for heatstroke, Luo Wanning had an idea. To save lives, she had spent 10 gold coins exchanging for Huoxiang Zhengqi water, in considerable expense. Last time, when she had raided the palace storerooms and imperial kitchen, she hadn't taken medicines from the Imperial Medical Bureau. A sly smile crossed her face. At the next relay station, she would find another opportunity to return to the palace and clear out the medicinal supplies. She certainly wouldn't let that dog emperor benefit. When the children learned they could bathe, they jumped for joy. Since their confiscation and exile, they had not bathed, and their discomfort was excruciating. Luo Wanning asked Han Moyu to take the three children to wash. Han Yunshi also wanted to clean up, but with so many people around, she could only endure it. After bathing, the children felt refreshed. Upon their return, Han Yunshi said, "Although our Han family has been confiscated, your studies cannot be delayed. Come study with me." Had it not been for Han Yunshi's reminder, the three children would have forgotten about studying altogether. Without books, Han Yunshi would recite a line, and they would follow along. Hearing the Han siblings study together, Yun Jiangshi remarked, "We've been exiled. Why are you still studying?" Her words caused the children to pause. Luo Wanning said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Reading is always useful, no matter the circumstances. If you can't take the examinations and achieve official rank, all your studying is wasted effort." The Dog Emperor had exiled the Han family and also issued a decree forbidding members of the Zhenbei Prince's mansion, the Luo family, and the Yun family from entering official service. In their view, studying was solely for the imperial examinations and official career. Unable to take the exams, they saw no point in reading. Luo Wanning looked at the three children and said, "Studying isn't necessarily about gaining honors and titles. It teaches you to read and write, to understand the principles of being a good person." Hearing Luo Wanning's words, the children continued studying with Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi smiled with satisfaction. Luo Wanning glanced at Yun Jiangshi, her eyes growing cold as frost. She spoke sharply, "It seems I wasn't hard enough on you today. You haven't learned your lesson." Yun Jiangshi instinctively covered the cheek Luo Wanning had struck, which still ached. She couldn't fathom where the young woman had found such strength to hit her so painfully. Yun Jiangshi finally kept quiet this time, mainly out of fear that Luo Wanning might strike her again on a whim. Seeing Yun Jiangshi had settled down, Luo Wanning paid her no further mind. Yun Jiangshi cursed Luo Wanning countless times in her heart, but never voiced it. Previously they had arrived at relay stations on schedule. This was the first time the children had spent the night outdoors. The children were only 5 years old this year, and rather timid. The daughter was frightened and threw herself into Luo Wanning's arms before sleeping. The sons also wanted to do the same as their sister, but they restrained themselves. Grandmother had said they were little men and father could sleep alone at their age. Their grandfather and father were formidable generals, and they must not bring shame upon the Han family. Han Moyu told Luo Wanning and the others to rest while he kept watch through the night. Luo Wanning was naturally a night owl and couldn't sleep so early. Moyu, you rest. I'll keep watch. At first Han Moyu refused, but after a brief stalemate he relented. Sister-in-law, call me if anything happens. I know. Han Moyu had worked hard all day and his sleep quality was excellent. He fell asleep within moments. Like Luo Wanning, the concubine of Yun Jiangshi's grandson also kept watch. She had recently become a noble concubine in the Yun household and expected endless luxury. Who could have predicted they would face confiscation and exile? When assigning night watches, the Yun family members, considering her lowly status, had chosen her for the task. She had resisted before only to be roundly scolded. The more she thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. Luo Wanning glanced up at the sky. The moon shone brightly, scattered with countless stars. Such a starry sky could never have been seen in her past life, for zombies had overrun every corner of the earth, and even the moon had turned blood red, casting an oppressive gloom over everything. She felt fortunate to have been reborn into this world, granted the chance to witness such a breathtaking celestial display. High in the night sky hung the moon, its light bathing the silent darkness below. While the guards on watch remained alert through the still night, Luo Wanning and a handful of other night watchers stayed awake as well, while everyone else had already drifted into slumber. 10 guards were assigned to the night watch. As midnight approached, they distributed their rations and took turns eating. Su Xiaolan, the concubine of Yun Jiangshi's grandson, rose from her place and made her way toward where the guards were gathered. She had only recently elevated to the position of honored concubine, believing that boundless wealth and privilege awaited her. But who could have foreseen the confiscation of property and exile that would shatter those dreams? When organizing the night watch, the Yun family members considered themselves of low status and preferred to rest, so they assigned her to keep watch instead. Upon hearing she was to stand watch, she clung to her husband Yun Yushan and pouted petulantly. Husband, can you bear to make me stay awake all night? They say a woman who knows how to coax has the best fortune, but her attempts at coquetry fell completely flat. The Yun family may have fallen on hard times, but Yun Jiangshi still held authority over the household. None of the younger generation dared to defy her wishes. Thus Su Xiaolan was forced into the night watch against her will. The guard noticed Su Xiaolan approaching, and his expression darkened with displeasure. Why are you coming here instead of resting where you were told? Su Xiaolan pressed her legs together tightly, her face contorted in discomfort. She spoke in a soft, delicate voice to the man standing before her. Honorable officer, I urgently need to relieve myself. Captain Li had instructed them that any prisoner wishing to use the latrine must first ask permission from the guards and receive approval before proceeding. The night watch sergeant instructed his men to keep an eye on the other prisoners while he personally escorted Su Xiaolan to the latrine. He led her to a small grove of trees off to the side, and no sooner had they entered than her soft frame pressed against him. She reasoned that surviving humbly was better than facing death, and for the sake of food a small sacrifice seemed reasonable enough. The sergeant immediately grasped her unspoken plea, a grin spreading across his face as he replied, "As you wish. Once this is done, I'll reward you with some provisions." After some time had passed, they emerged from the grove. Luo Wanning noticed a faint blush on Su Xiaolan's cheeks. Though she had remained unmarried in her past life, she was old enough to understand what had transpired between them. The other guards and night watchers alike understood the arrangement without saying a word. The sergeant handed Su Xiaolan some food, and she returned to where the Yun family was gathered. Su Xiaolan regarded the steamed buns and dried meat she had traded her body for, insufficient in quantity, yet far better than going hungry. As she was halfway through her meal, Yun Jiangshi awoke from hunger and saw her eating, her anger flaring instantly. "You filthy little slut, daring to hoard food behind our backs." Su Xiaolan wasn't intimidated by Yun Jiangshi. These were her own hard-earned provisions, and she refused to be belittled by such accusations. The two women immediately came to blows. Yun Jiangshi, with her aged frame, stood no chance against the younger Su Xiaolan, and she began screaming at the top of her lungs, "This little bitch has rebelled. She dares to lay hands on an elder." Their shrieking roused those nearby from their sleep. Most were drowsy and half awake, while others, fully stirred from their slumber, cursed loudly. "What's all this racket in the middle of the night? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get proper rest?" Han Yunshi and Han Moyu and the others also woke from their sleep. The three children, however, slept soundly, undisturbed by the commotion. Seeing that the entire household had awakened, Yun Jiangshi turned to Yun Yushan and said, "Yushan, you must control your concubine. Not only does she show no respect for her elders, but she's also hoarding food." Yun Yushan looked down at the half-eaten steamed bun lying on the ground. "Where did you get that bun?" he demanded. Upon hearing the accusation, Su Xiaolan fell silent. Yun Jiangshi snorted contemptuously. Luo Wanning would never give her a bun. Looking at her state, she clearly did something shameful to obtain this food. "It's a disgrace to our family. How could such a woman corrupt our name?" Yun Yushan immediately grasped the implication behind Yun Jiangshi's words. What price Su Xiaolan had paid for these provisions. His forehead veins throbbed with barely contained rage. Yun Jiangshi fanned the flames further. "A woman like her is a stain on our Yun family's honor." Su Xiaolan had no defense. She knew she was wrong, and she had truly betrayed Yun Yushan's trust. Yun Yushan's chest tightened with fury. The thought of his woman lying with another man was an unbearable indignity. He fixed his gaze on Su Xiaolan. "I took you as my concubine before, but now you are no longer my concubine. You were purchased by me, and from henceforth you will serve us as a maid, not as my concubine. Kneel here and remain on your knees until dawn breaks." Under any circumstances, as long as her husband's family did not release her, she was bound to obey their commands. This was the fundamental distinction between a principal wife and a concubine. No matter how favored a concubine might be, she could never match the status of a principal wife. For Su Xiaolan, the confiscation of the Yun family's property meant she was now indistinguishable from a common servant girl. Those nearby, upon hearing Yun Jiangshi's words, immediately understood what had transpired between them. This was their private family matter, and the outsiders could only watch the spectacle unfold. The conflict having ceased, there was nothing left to see. Han Moyu, however, looked utterly bewildered as he turned to Luo Wanning and asked sister-in-law what exactly happened here. Luo Wanning observed Han Moyu's innocent expression and found it somewhat endearing. Han Yunshi interjected, "You don't need to know. It's hardly something worthy of discussion in polite company." Han Moyu scratched the back of his head and simply replied, "Oh." Just then it was time for the night watch relief change. Captain Li issued his command, "Now that the entertainment has concluded, get some rest. We'll resume our journey at the 5th watch tomorrow morning." With that, everyone settled back down for sleep after the watch changed hands. Yun Jiangshi considered retrieving the half-eaten bun from the ground, but hesitated. She feared Luo Wanning might spot her and turn it into another source of ridicule. After all, she had publicly declared the day before that she would never consume food obtained through such means. Han Moyu had slept for 2.5 hours when his turn came to stand watch, allowing Luo Wanning to finally rest. At the 5th watch, the guards distributed their meager rations among the exiled prisoners, thin porridge with barely a handful of rice grains. Their destination for the day was the next relay station, where they could purchase additional provisions. Luo Wanning instructed Han Moyu to set aside enough food for their own household, then divided the remainder among the Luo and Yun family members. Yun Jiangshi and her kin could only watch as others consumed dried meat, their mouths watering with envy. Watching without being able to eat was agonizing. There was no helping it. Yun Jiangshi was the one responsible for their plight, yet it was the younger generation who had to bear the consequences. They pressed onward. The morning heat was far more tolerable than the midday sun, making the journey less punishing. Yesterday they had 3 hours walk remaining before reaching the relay station, and they had covered another hour's distance since then. By the time they arrived at the relay station, noon had already passed. Upon reaching each new station, they were required to stay overnight before departing again, the next departure scheduled for the 5th watch tomorrow morning. Captain Li informed the exiled prisoners that he would send someone to make purchases shortly. If you have anything you need, you may give silver to the guards, and they will procure it on your behalf. While the others had no spare silver, Luo Wanning provided coins to the guards, requesting they purchase a cooking pot and additional provisions. Should they need to camp outdoors again, having a pot would prove quite practical. Since Luo Wanning had rescued one of the guards the day before, the officers treated her with considerably more courtesy. They anticipated needing her assistance for the remainder of the journey. After giving his instructions, Captain Li directed the guards to escort the prisoners to their holding area while he attended to his own matters. They were taken to the stable. Before even entering, they were hit by a stench of excrement. When there were no prisoners, horses were kept there. Only when prisoners arrived would the horses be let out. The previous environment had been poor, but nothing like this. These people, pampered and indulged, could not bear the stench inside. They did not want to go in, but the officers forced them inside. Luo Wanning and her family were at the back. They heard those ahead say, "This is disgusting. Horse manure everywhere. How are we supposed to rest? It stinks to high heaven. Officer, can't you find us another place?" The place was filled with complaints showing just how appalling the conditions were. The officers paid no heed, barking impatiently, "All of you shut up. You're prisoners now. Wherever you're sent, you stay put and behave." Those from the Yun and Luo families who had not yet entered began to blame the Han family again, asking why on earth they had to rebel. Han Yunshur had heard too much of this. The only bitterness remained in her heart. Now Luo Wanning was a daughter-in-law of the Han family, so naturally she had to defend them. She looked at the gossiping crowd and said, "What right do you have to blame the Han family? Before the Han family was raided, you curried favor with them and reaped plenty of benefits. Now that the Han family has fallen, you can no longer gain from them and are caught in the fallout, so you start bad-mouthing them. If you thought the Han family was so bad, why did you cling to them in the first place?" Her words left everyone present speechless. They understood the principle: when one rises, all rise; when one falls, all fall. After saying her piece regardless of what others thought, Luo Wanning felt relieved to have voiced her grievances. Luo Wanning did not want to stay in the stable. She had pawned her jade ring and still had some silver. She took out 10 taels and handed them to the officer. Seeing the silver, the officer understood. "Bring your people," he said. Having paid, she did not have to crowd into the stable with the others. Luo Wanning brought the Han family and also took her eldest uncle's family of 5. As for the Yun family, Han Yunshur's parents were old and had died of illness. Her branch had no male heirs, so apart from these relatives, there was no one else in the Yun family. The silver was Luo Wanning's, so she could decide. Her eldest uncle and aunt had never spoken ill of the Han family since the disaster struck. They had also raised the original owner, and Luo Wanning would not abandon them. The remaining Luo family members saw that Luo Wanning only took the eldest uncle's family and were displeased. "Luo Wanning, you're going too far. We are your uncles too. How can you only take the eldest brother's family and leave us out?" The speaker was the original owner's uncle, her father's younger brother, the third uncle. The fourth uncle also expressed his dissatisfaction. Yun Jiangshi, never one to miss a chance to stir trouble, added fuel to the fire. "Isn't it obvious? She only takes her eldest uncle's family. She clearly doesn't want to acknowledge you as relatives." She wanted to see the Luo family turn against each other, so she said these words to provoke them. Before the Yun family fell, Yunda always listened to Yun Jiangshi, and now he did not stop her either. Hearing Yun Jiangshi's words, Luo Wanning's 2 uncles also came to believe that. Luo Wenhao thought that if his family went to a better place with Luo Wanning, these 2 younger brothers would never associate with the eldest branch again. "Ning girl, we won't go with you." Luo Wanning knew that her eldest uncle made this decision for the sake of harmony among the brothers. But her 2 uncles were ungrateful. "Elder brother, you don't have to be so hypocritical," the 3rd uncle said, and the 4th echoed the same. Luo Wenhao heard his 2 younger brothers speak like that, completely disregarding him. It is said that the eldest brother is like a father. Since the death of Luo Wanning's grandfather, the brothers had grown apart. "How can you say such hurtful things? You truly chill my heart." He said his words heartfelt, yet they misunderstood him. Being scolded by their eldest brother, they remained unrepentant. Now in their current state, they all felt that Yun Jiangshi was right. Luo Wanning was a jinx. Seeing her eldest uncle so angry, Luo Wanning spoke up. "I took the eldest uncle's family because they raised me. When my parents died, I was only 6. Grandfather, thinking I was still young, an orphan, summoned you 2 uncles. When you heard you had to raise me, you refused faster than anyone. Both of you made excuses, unwilling to take me in. Only the eldest uncle, when none of you had raised me. Our family was poor, then living in hardship. Whenever I went to your homes, you hid all the good food and called me a worthless girl. Later, because grandfather was an old friend of the former Prince of Jinbei, he often helped our Luo family, and we finally gained a foothold in the capital. I gave you food only out of respect for the eldest uncle. Otherwise, I would have given you nothing. Now that you say such hurtful things to him, from now on I will not give you any food. You'll have to fend for yourselves. She let out all that she had wanted to say. The faces of Luo Wanning's 2 uncles turned ugly, but they could not refute her words, for everything she said was true. Luo Wenhao changed his mind, and his family of 5 followed Luo Wanning away. The 2 remaining branches of the Luo family could only watch them leave. The wife of the 3rd uncle, Luo Jianshi, asked her husband Luo Wenqi, "Husband, that wretched girl Luo Wanning isn't really going to abandon our 3rd and 4th branches, is she?" Luo Wenqi's face darkened. "I don't care." Yun Jianshi felt somewhat relieved. Now not only her family would be without Luo Wanning's help, but also some of the Luo family. The officer, having received Luo Wanning's silver, brought them to a place better than the stable. It had windows and doors and dry straw spread on the ground. Luo Wenhao was angered by his 2 younger brothers and remained silent. Luo Chunshi knew his heart was heavy and did not disturb him. He would open up once he pondered through it. They had walked for half a day and were exhausted. Han Yunshi laid out beds of straw for the 3 children, and they lay down to rest. Restoring their spirits would give them the strength to face the coming difficulties. Luo Wanning planned to raid the Imperial Medical Academy again tonight, but doing nothing during the day made time crawl. In the afternoon, she taught the children to read along with Han Yunshi. Luo Wanning's cousin's daughter also joined in. It was always good to learn more. In the evening, the pot and ingredients she had bought arrived, and Han Yunshi took care of the preparations. After nightfall, Head Constable Li took a head count and left a few men to guard the prisoners. As before, Luo Wanning sealed their sleep points with silver needles, then opened the door of Anywhere and headed to the Imperial Medical Academy in the palace. Xiaohu possessed a map of the Imperial Palace, allowing Luo Wanning to accurately locate the Imperial Hospital where medicinal herbs were stored. Upon entering, she immediately cast an invisibility spell to conceal herself. The Imperial Hospital was well stocked with a wide variety of herbs, including many precious medicinal materials. Luo Wanning collected them all into her spatial dimension, which automatically identified and categorized the herbs. Soon she finished looting all the medicinal herbs from the palace and did not linger. Having just emptied the Imperial storeroom, only 2 days had passed. She wondered if anything new had been stored inside. So she hurried back to the storeroom. After the previous theft, the Imperial guards had doubled their presence, surrounding the area in multiple layers of protection to prevent any further incidents. However, despite the heavy guard outside, no one watched over the interior, fearing the soldiers might be tempted by the gold and silver within. Within 2 days, the treasury had filled with additional silver. A portion came from the palace concubines who offered their dowries to curry the emperor's favor. Another portion was confiscated from a corrupt official by Han Xiao. The originally depleted treasury now held less silver than before due to Han Xiao's actions, but it would at least ease their financial hardships until tax collections replenished the palace vaults next year. Luo Wanning once again gathered everything from the storeroom into her spatial dimension. Though she collected less than last time, it still exchanged for 50 million gold coins. After plundering the storeroom, she headed to the Imperial kitchen. Since Luo Wanning had stripped it bare, 3 night guards had been assigned. Unfazed, Luo Wanning continued using her spiritual sense to empty the kitchen of its ingredients. This time, out of kindness, she left the cooking vessels behind. The ingredients vanished into thin air, and the 3 on-duty eunuchs thought they were dreaming. How could things simply disappear? Something occurred to them, and they were terrified. One eunuch shrieked, "A ghost!" The other 2, trembling with fear, fainted on the spot. Luo Wanning did not stay. Last time she visited the palace, she had only emptied the storeroom without doing anything else. This time she felt she would have wasted her visit if she didn't do something more. An idea struck her. She planned to prank the damn emperor. Having him confiscate the Han family's property, now he would taste his own humiliation. Luo Wanning stepped through the dimensional portal into the Emperor's study. Candles flickered around the room as the Emperor continued reviewing memorials at his desk, remarkably diligent. Luo Wanning rendered both him and the guarding eunuch unconscious with her spiritual sense, then took a brush and painted a turtle and mustache on his face. Finding this insufficient, another clever idea formed. Once everything was in place, Luo Wanning returned to the relay station. With 2 watches remaining before the 5th watch, she rested contentedly after her busy night and soon drifted into sleep. At the 5th watch, the officers woke everyone. The prisoners locked in the horse stable could not sleep. The mosquitoes buzzed incessantly. Even breathing was unbearable with the stench of horse manure. Luo Wanning and her companions fared better, having slept peacefully the night before. Yet her 2 uncles bore cold expressions, still upset about yesterday's events. Luo Wenhao noticed their gazes held no brotherly respect, only something deeper, an underlying resentment, as though harboring an old grudge. He understood clearly that the bond between them was broken. Though it pained him, after much contemplation the previous day, he had accepted the reality. Officer Li was in a good mood and prepared breakfast for the exiled prisoners, plain rice porridge and day-old steamed buns. It was meager but better than going hungry. They ate only the porridge, saving the steamed buns for later when hunger grew sharp. By the time they departed the relay station, it was nearly Chen hour. Meanwhile, the palace erupted in chaos once more. When Han Shao awoke, the attending eunuch who witnessed Luo Wanning's handiwork nearly collapsed in terror. Who dared defile the emperor's face? Upon seeing his attendant's panic, Han Shao asked, "Is there something on my face?" The eunuch nodded, timidly stammering, "Your Majesty, someone has painted a turtle on your face along with the characters, for turtle." His voice dwindled as he feared the emperor's wrath might claim his life. Han Zhao's expression darkened. Seeing the man tremble, he realized the eunuch knew nothing of the matter. Before he could even wipe the drawings from his face, a messenger announced, "Your Majesty, Chief Eunuch and of the Imperial Kitchen and Imperial Physician Song from the Medical Department request an audience." After cleaning his face, Han Shao summoned them. Upon seeing him, the chief eunuch from the kitchen fell to his knees in alarm, reporting, "Your Majesty, disaster strikes. The Imperial Kitchen has been plundered yet again." The night watchman claimed the provisions had vanished into thin air, and upon recovering reported the kitchen was haunted. Han Shao sensed trouble and turned to the head physician, asking if the medical department had also been stripped bare. The physician confirmed the herbs were completely gone, leaving nothing behind. The medicine cabinets remained undisturbed, yet the supplies had vanished. A dread settled over Han Shao as he rushed to the imperial vaults, only to find the gold and silver delivered those past 2 days had disappeared once more. Commander Chun of the Imperial Guards was summoned again to learn the vault had been emptied. With the previous incident unresolved, another theft had occurred, making him question whether he had offended the heavens. Believing himself doomed, Commander Chun confessed to Han Shao, "Your Majesty, a demon must be responsible. If the vault had been so secure, how could it be robbed?" Han Shao ordered his attendants to summon the state preceptor Li Hong. Upon arriving, Li Hong learned of the strange occurrences throughout the palace. He combined his recent celestial observations with the thefts at the imperial vaults and concluded that the Li dynasty would soon change hands. Rather than revealing this heavenly mandate, he advised the emperor, "Your Majesty, relocate the silver reserves to a different site and cease using the term vault." Han Shao followed the preceptor's counsel and relocated the treasury elsewhere. Hardly had the minister departed when another report arrived. "Your Majesty, your undergarments have been hung at the palace gate." The emperor nearly fainted from rage. Had Luo Wanning known the civil and military officials were on leave today, she would have made the humiliation even greater. Since the undergarments were intimate attire, he decreed the matter remain secret. Yet the news had already spread through the palace. Everyone in the inner quarters knew the emperor's underpants had been displayed at the palace entrance. Han Shao could only swallow his disgrace, desperate to unearth the culprit wherever they hid. After a prolonged spell of high temperatures, the weather today was not as stifling as before. The scorching sun was obscured by dark clouds, and the air grew considerably cooler. For exiled convicts, such weather was a comfort, sparing them some of their suffering. Along the way, Luo Wanning spotted numerous wild shepherd's purses and dandelions. Before the apocalypse, wild vegetables had been sought-after delicacies on dining tables. In the past, such greens were fed to pigs, but as living conditions improved, people came to prefer their taste. Due to severe ecological degradation, wild vegetables were pitifully scarce, and the ones they managed to eat were varieties that had been improved through cultivation. Luo Wanning naturally did not miss the opportunity to gather wild vegetables, picking them along the road. She could plant things in her spatial dimension, but after her rebirth, all the supplies she had previously hoarded had been cleared away and the space reverted to its original state, requiring expansion before it could be used. Expanding the space once required 100 million gold coins with a total of 10 levels. The gold coins she had obtained by emptying the Imperial Palace storerooms were enough for only one expansion, and the next would require 1 billion. She had not used those gold coins to expand the space's land, but instead to upgrade the exchange system and storage space. The higher the level of item exchange, the more items available for redemption. She even complained to Little Fox, "When I upgraded the space before, it never cost this much gold. Why does it start at 100 million now?" Little Fox explained in an official tone the previous space had not yet been optimized. After your rebirth, Master, the space has begun reorganization and optimization, so the required gold naturally increased. Moreover, after upgrading, the space possesses features you had not experienced before. These words piqued Luo Wanning's curiosity, and she wondered what the space would become at level 10. She had only the gold from yesterday's trip to the Imperial Palace remaining. This was far from enough for space upgrades, so she saved it for exchanging supplies. Once the palace storeroom was replenished, she would empty it again. For now, she could raid local government vaults. These were the people's taxes, and some corrupt officials exploited them, so taking it all was not without merit. Better to enrich anyone than the damn emperor. Constable Lee saw her picking wild vegetables and did not stop her as long as she did not delay the procession. The gold she obtained from ransacking the storeroom was now limited to what she had taken from the Imperial Palace yesterday. This was far from sufficient for upgrading the space, so she reserved it for exchanging supplies. Once the palace vaults were replenished, she would raid the Imperial Palace again. For now, she could raid local government stores. These were the people's taxes, and some local officials exploited them, so emptying them was hardly a loss. Better to enrich anyone than the wretched emperor. Constable Lee observed her gathering wild vegetables, but made no attempt to stop her so long as she did not hinder the group's progress. Han Yunshur asked her, "Ning, why are you picking these weeds?" Luo Wanning knew that her mother-in-law had never suffered hardship in her life, and naturally could not identify these wild vegetables. She explained, "These are wild vegetables, all edible." She showed her the dandelion in her hand. "This is dandelion. It can be used as medicine or food. It has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, purifying the liver, and improving eyesight, and promoting diuresis." The dandelions at this time of year had already bloomed, and their texture was not as tender as in spring, but that did not diminish their value. "Since I saw them here, I wanted to gather some and boil them into tea. We are still heading to the northern frontier. Fortunately, I happened to find a jade ring before and exchanged it for silver, but we cannot live off our reserves indefinitely. We must find ways to earn money." They were sentenced to exile, but the laws of Lee Kingdom did not prohibit convicts from earning money during transportation. Upon hearing this, Han Yunshur said, "I will help you pick them so we can gather more." Luo Wanning did not ask for her help. Their conversation was overheard by Yun Jiangshi, who realized that the dandelions Luo Wanning was gathering could be sold for profit. She ordered Su Xiaolan, "Follow Luo Shi and pick whatever she picks." Su Xiaolan had no intention of obeying Yun Jiangshi. Yin Yushan saw her standing idle and said impatiently, "Stop dawdling here. If grandmother tells you to go, go immediately." Su Xiaolan saw Yun Yushan's angry face and feared he would lay hands on her, so she dejectedly went to pick dandelions. Indeed, men were no good. When they cherished you, you were their heart's delight. When they did not, you were as worthless as weeds cast aside, without a second thought. Luo Wanning picked for a while, and then stopped. Yun Jiangshi told Su Xiaolan to continue picking. This was money, and hoped to improve their situation through dandelions, but she simply would not move. Deep down, she still considered herself the lofty matriarch, and picking such things seemed beneath her dignity. Not only Yun Jiangshi was unwilling to pick, but none of her family members would lift a finger. Su Xiaolan was seething with anger, but the Yun family had numbers on their side. Any minor dissatisfaction on her part would earn her a brutal beating. After walking for over an hour, the sky underwent a dramatic change. The weather grew noticeably darker, a clear omen of approaching heavy rain. Constable Li observed the sky and ordered, "Put on your rain capes. Heavy rain is imminent." The guards stopped to don their straw rain capes, while the convicts lacking any rain gear would have no choice but to be drenched. Luo Wanning had anticipated the possibility of rain during the journey and had purchased some cloth during her supply shopping. When the guards were not paying attention, she swapped the original cloth for waterproof material similar to what she had bought. On the surface, it appeared to be ordinary cloth, but it had 3 layers with a waterproof material on the inside. She told Han Moyu, "Take out the 2 pieces of cloth from the bundle." Han Moyu did not know what she intended to do, but nevertheless took out the cloth from the bundle. It had not yet rained, but noticing that the guards carried swords, she offered 1 tael of silver and borrowed a small dagger. The small dagger held little lethal power, and the guard had no idea what she intended to use it for. Seeing her offer silver, the guard lent her the dagger, but kept a close watch on her. Luo Wanning cut the waterproof cloth open with the dagger. Luo Chunshur saw her doing this, and exclaimed, "Cutting good cloth like this is such a waste." Luo Wanning understood her aunt's distress over the waterproof cloth and reassured her, "It's fine. We will buy new cloth at the next town." Luo Chunshur said no more. Luo Wanning divided the waterproof cloth into 11 portions and had everyone drape them over their shoulders, which would be far better than getting soaked and falling ill. The guards, having donned their rain capes, ordered the convicts to continue marching. Before long, the sky grew increasingly dark, as black as if night had fallen. Fierce winds rose, whipping up sand from the ground and making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The wind was too fierce, and with the sky growing dark, they could no longer proceed. Constable Li gave the order, "Rest where you are." Everyone halted. In an instant, countless flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by thunderous booms. The 3 children, frightened by the lightning, huddled into their elders' arms. A torrential downpour followed. Luo Wanning, draped in the waterproof cloth, could feel the raindrops stinging her skin. Fortunately, the waterproof coverings protected them, and aside from their wet shoes, their bodies remained dry. Those without any protection had their faces stung by the beating rain. Fortunately, the storm passed quickly. The dim sky brightened, and the rain lightened. Seeing the rain ease, Constable Li ordered, "We continue." Hearing the command, they quickly rose from the ground and resumed their journey. Yun Jiangshi glanced at the dandelions Su Xiaolan had gathered and said to her, "You will continue picking later." At that moment, she could almost see money waving at her. Su Xiaolan clenched her fists, furious but daring not to speak. Yun Jiangshi, observing Su Xiaolan's silence, cursed under her breath, "Do not think I do not know what you are thinking. As long as you remain a member of the Yun family, you will endure it." The actions of Madame Yun were seen as excessively cruel by outsiders, but this was a matter internal to their Yun family, and no one was willing to interfere. Su Xiaolan continued to pick dandelions. Luo Wanning did not pick dandelions in the afternoon, as they did not earn money. She picked them only because of the recent intense heat. She intended to use the dandelions to brew tea, which could clear away heat and detoxify the body. This was far better than drinking plain water. Seeing that Luo Wanning had stopped picking, Madame Yun had no intention of letting Su Xiaolan rest. She urged her to gather more, refusing to let slip this opportunity to make money. Before long, the guards drove Su Xiaolan back to the group. Dissatisfied, Madame Yun glanced at the guard who had sent her back and asked Luo Wanning was also picking, "Why didn't you stop her?" "Do you have a complaint?" the guard retorted coldly. No. Terrified, Madame Yun kept quiet. Su Xiaolan watched her being scolded with a sense of secret satisfaction. By evening, they arrived at the next relay station. This station was better than the previous one. Their confinement area was not a stable, but contained built-in bed frames. The men and women were separated. However, they had all been drenched by the rain, with no dry prison clothes to change into, making them extremely uncomfortable. They possessed only a single set of prison garb, offering no possibility of replacement. The men could remove their garments to air dry, but it would be improper for the women to do the same. When Luo Wanning cut the waterproof cloth, Luo Chunshur had initially felt some reluctance. Now she recognized that Luo Wanning's approach had been wise. They had stayed dry and did not suffer. Since they needed to rise early the next day and the children were not gathered together, the reading lessons were postponed. Luo Wanning felt tired from her efforts as well. She spread out the dandelions and hog peanut to dry naturally. Her sleep was always light, so she woke when she heard movement in the middle of the night and saw Su Xiaolan slip outside. She returned half an hour later with food in hand and had exchanged her damp clothes for dry ones. Though still wearing prison garb, it was far better than the soaked garments she had worn before. Madame Yun, advanced in years and restless from poor sleep, awakened early. She noticed the food in Su Xiaolan's hands and observed that those around them remained at rest. Earlier she had declared publicly, "Rather than starve to death, I would not eat food obtained through such means." Since their exile, Madame Yun had eaten nothing more than thin congee, with barely any rice, steamed buns left for a day or two, and hard, unpalatable cornbread. At her age, her digestion was poor, causing her stomach to ache intermittently. Even with a physician present, she had no money for medical treatment. Thinking that everyone was asleep, she reasoned that eating a little privately would not matter and no one would see, so she could preserve her dignity. "Give me your food," Madame Yun said without hesitation. Su Xiaolan remembered Madame Yun's earlier words. "No, this food comes from an impure source. I cannot give it to you." She had obtained it through great effort and had no intention of feeding the old hag. Seeing Su Xiaolan refuse, Madame Yun threatened, "If you do not give it to me, you will suffer for it later." Fearing she would be beaten, Su Xiaolan handed over the food. Upon receiving it, Madame Yun prepared to eat. Luo Wanning rose, startling Madame Yun. Fearing that Luo Wanning would discover she had secretly eaten food Su Xiaolan had traded for, she quickly hid the steamed bun behind her back. She told herself that Luo Wanning must have just woken and would not know what had transpired. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and although Luo Wanning could not clearly read her expression, she could guess her thoughts. Luo Wanning smiled faintly. "Did you not say you would not eat food obtained through such means?" Her voice was measured, and Madame Yun heard every word clearly. Madame Yun wished the earth would swallow her whole. The bun in her hand was an awkward burden. She did not know whether to eat it or not. Facing her predicament, Madame Yun shamelessly retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. What proof do you have that this food was obtained through such means?" Although she knew perfectly well the source of the food, she persisted in denying it. By arguing so forcefully, she nearly convinced herself. There in front of Luo Wanning, she began to eat the steamed bun. The food they had been forced to eat during this time had been so unpalatable that the soft bun seemed like a delicacy fit for kings. Luo Wanning found Madame Yun utterly shameless and chose to ignore her. Others nearby were aware of the truth, but pretended not to know, treating the whole affair as entertainment. Madame Yun ate too quickly and choked, nearly suffocating. Su Xiaolan had traded 3 steamed buns, yet Madame Yun had not finished them all. However, she did not leave any for Su Xiaolan, clutching the remainder to herself. Witnessing this, Su Xiaolan burned with anger, but dared not resist. She thought of the guard she had served that evening, who had promised that if she pleased him, he would find a way to help her escape. She did not know whether she could trust his words, yet they gave her hope. As dawn approached, heavy rain began to fall once more outside. Magistrate Li had no desire to transport prisoners through such a downpour, so he sent word that they would depart after the rain ceased. For the prisoners, this was a chance to rest properly. Many of the women had been drenched by yesterday's rain and had worn wet clothes through the night, leaving many feeling drowsy and listless. Her daughter Han Qiling had developed a high fever. Cold seeps in from the feet. As the youngest of the triplets, she had been frail and prone to illness since birth. Grandmother Han Yunshi was deeply worried seeing her granddaughter in such a state. Knowing her daughter was ill, Luo Wanning immediately touched her forehead to check her temperature. Little Fox reported Han Qiling's condition to Luo Wanning. Han Qiling, 5 years and 2 months old, current temperature 38.5 degrees Celsius in a high fever state. Immediate cooling is required. Luo Wanning informed Han Yunshi of her daughter's condition, then redeemed a bottle of fever-reducing suspension drops. She did not give her daughter medicine directly, but instead softened steamed buns in the rice broth provided by the guards for her to eat. Gripped by fever, little Han Qiling clutched Luo Wanning's clothes with her small hand. "Mother, I feel so terrible. Am I going to die?" Luo Wanning knew her daughter was frightened and constantly reassured her mother is here. Nothing will happen to you. Qiling's words also struck fear into those suffering from fever. After their family had been stripped of its property, they had wished for death to end their suffering. But now faced with actual mortality, they felt that a difficult life was better than death. Once they safely reached the northern frontier, they could live like ordinary people. Previously, Luo Wanning had treated the guards, and they believed she had the means to save them. Someone stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Young Mistress Han, have mercy on us and save our lives. Members of the Luo family also had fevers, but tensions between their household heads and the senior Luo uncle had become irreconcilable. They could not bring themselves to ask, and simply endured. Those who begged Luo Wanning for help were from the Yun family, and they harbored no grievance against her. Seeing them kneel and recognizing she had no dispute with them, Luo Wanning agreed. After Luo Wanning agreed, she began to examine them. They all had fevers caused by catching cold after getting caught in the rain the day before. As long as the fever broke, they would recover. Luo Wanning had no intention of giving them the antipyretic solution, mainly fearing that Han Yunshi would discover something amiss. She could not go out now and could only ask the guards watching them for help. Luo Wanning was lucky. The officer guarding them that day was the one who had fainted from heat stroke earlier, surnamed Yi. Officer Yi, mindful of the life-saving favor she had done for him, treated her with considerable courtesy. Mistress Lu, wait a moment. Let me ask my superior. Officer Yi went to find Captain Li, leaving another guard behind. After consulting Captain Li, Officer Yi led Luo Wanning toward the kitchen. She brought along the dandelions she had been air-drying. In the 23rd century, new energy sources were used exclusively, with no firewood available for cooking. Even traditional Chinese medicine practitioners no longer relied on firewood for decocting herbal remedies. Luo Wanning had grown up in a family of physicians, and unlike others, her family insisted on preparing medicines using firewood. Many of her colleagues ridiculed the Lu family as relics of the past, questioning why they refused to embrace the convenient new energy methods. Yet Luo Wanning's parents always upheld the ancestral tradition, persisting in the slow fire approach of simmering herbs over wood flames. This method better preserved the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Those who called the Lu family foolish did so because the cost of their approach was high and in their eyes not worth the effort. Thanks to having learned how to build and tend a wood fire in her past life, she knew exactly what to do. She boiled the dandelion water, poured it into water bladders, and took them over to distribute. She also asked Officer Yi to deliver a bladder of dandelion water to Han Mou so he could share it with the elder uncle and the children. It had no adverse side effects. Luo Wanning handed out the dandelion water to those who had sought her help and instructed them. This dandelion preparation can reduce fever. Later, use a damp cloth to wipe your bodies. Once your temperature drops, you will be fine. They followed her instructions. After more than an hour had passed, their condition improved, and their heads felt less heavy and drowsy. Han Qiling's fever had completely subsided, though she lacked energy. Yun Jiangshi knew that dandelion could reduce heat, so she had gathered extra along the way, planning to sell them once they reached the town. The rain outside had stopped, but dark clouds still choked the sky, hinting at more rain to come. Such weather made travel inconvenient, and Captain Li, considering everyone's safety, decided to wait until conditions stabilized before departing. This was a fortunate circumstance for the patients, as it aided their recovery. They received food only twice a day, morning and nothing at noon. All the buns Su Xiaolan had exchanged belonged to Yun Jiangshi. Yun Jiangshi was extremely selfish and would not share them with her own family. She claimed there was not enough even for herself, let alone extras to distribute. She did not dare eat openly, but turned her back to eat in secret. Nevertheless, her daughter-in-law Yun Yishi discovered her. With an angry expression, she accused, "Mother, how can you be so selfish? In the past, whenever we had anything good to eat, we saved it all for you. Now you have gone too far. You won't even share food with us." From her tone, one could hear her resentment and sorrow. Yun Jiangshi grew irritated at her daughter-in-law speaking to her in such a manner. "Is this how you address your own mother-in-law? The food I kept is mine to give as I please. If I do not wish to give you any, do not entertain false hopes." She spoke with assurance, convinced she had done nothing wrong. Yun Yishi, seeing her mother-in-law refuse to yield, chose not to continue the argument. She knew Yun Jiangshi's temper well. She could twist black into white with ease. Even her unreasonable stance eventually gave way to calculated politeness. Yun Jiangshi noticed her daughter-in-law had relented and took it as a sign of wisdom. She also considered that once they reached the northern frontier, she and her husband would depend on their son and daughter-in-law for support, so she must not push too far. She glanced toward Su Xiaolan, who sat a short distance away. "Come here for a moment." While Yun Yishur had confronted Yun Jiangshi, Su Xiaolan had secretly hoped for a bigger scene. One word from Yun Jiangshi extinguished Yun Yishur's fire entirely. There was no drama to be made. Not knowing what Yun Jiangshi wanted from her, Su Xiaolan nevertheless approached reluctantly. Yun Jiangshi said, "Go and fetch some more buns later." Su Xiaolan replied flatly in 3, "I can't." Yun Jiangshi coiled the iron chain on her wrist and struck Su Xiaolan across the face. "Then figure it out. If you cannot bring food, you will suffer the consequences." Su Xiaolan was struck on the forehead, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Fearing Yun Jiangshi would have the Yun family members torment her, she rose and walked toward the guards. She whispered to the officers and was then led away. The other women watched Su Xiaolan being taken off and looked down on her. From childhood, they had been taught that a woman's chastity was paramount. To them, Su Xiaolan was no different from a courtesan. They would rather starve to death than lose their purity. Yun Jiangshi was aware of their contempt, but did not care. As long as she could survive, no method was too base. Yun Jiangshi had asked Su Xiaolan to bring a larger quantity of buns. However, she could only obtain 3 at a time. Though she had considered requesting more from the officers, she understood her predicament. They gave only as much as they felt like giving. Su Xiaolan was gone for an hour and returned with 7 buns, having eaten 2 herself. Knowing Yun Jiangshi would not share with her, she secretly hid 2 buns aside. Yun Jiangshi saw only 5 buns and gave Su Xiaolan a sour look, muttering complaints. "Truly useless. You were gone so long and only brought 5 buns." Su Xiaolan was also a woman who could endure silently. She did not retort, but returned to her place and lay down. Having served 3 men at once, all she wanted now was a good sleep. Yun Jiangshi distributed 2 buns, 1 to the eldest daughter-in-law and 1 to her own daughter. Her daughter Yun Jun resembled her mother, possessing a sharp and cruel nature. She kept 1 bun for herself and told the eldest and second daughters-in-law to share the remaining 1. Neither Yun Yishur nor the second daughter-in-law Yun Linshi dared criticize Yun Jun in front of their mother-in-law. The younger sister-in-law was the mother's treasured child from late in life. If she complained, it was the elder and second branches that would suffer. Yun Qinshi, the daughter-in-law of Yun Yishur, harbored no expectations as they divided the buns. However, unlike Yun Jiangshi, Yun Yishur shared half of her allocated bun with her own daughter-in-law. This unexpectedly generous gesture filled Yun Qinshi with both surprise and gratitude. While Lu Wanning went to prepare the dandelion water, she also cooked rice and vegetables. She purchased food boxes from the station kitchen to make transporting meals easier. When they gathered to eat together, the others could only watch and swallow their saliva. Han Yunshi, feeling their gazes upon her, grew uneasy, eating as though their indulgence were somehow improper. Lu Wanning perceived her thoughts, but understood they had little food to share. This situation could not continue indefinitely, so she resolved to find a way for them to earn money and improve their circumstances. After the meal, Luo Wanning addressed Han Yunshi and Luo Qinshi, saying, "Mother and I have something to discuss with you." She led them to a corner, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then shared her thoughts with Han Yunshi and the others. "Those who were exiled with us are also implicated by our Han family. Just now they were all looking at us. I think since we must travel together all the way to the northern frontier, we need to ensure their survival. So I have an idea to help them earn some money and improve their current situation. The reason I want to help them earn money is also for our own safety. It's only the beginning. Once they are starving enough, they will harbor evil intentions. I am not afraid, but the children are young. If these people unite against our family, they will surely target the children." They found Luo Wanning's reasoning sound and supported her. Luo Wanning wanted to help them earn money, but the prerequisite was that they were willing to trust her. As for the Yun family, Luo Wanning had Han Yunshi speak to them. On the Luo family side, the eldest branch had a serious rift with them, and they had not yet severed ties. If they didn't inform them, there would be more trouble later. Yun Jiangshi noticed Luo Wanning and the others discussing something and wanted to go over and listen. Luo Wanning saw Yun Jiangshi looking their way and stopped the conversation. Yun Jiangshi heard nothing and was curious about what they had said. Even if she tried to probe, they would not tell her. The rain fell all day. When night came, Yun Jiangshi again sent Su Xiaolan to get food. This time Su Xiaolan went out and did not return by daybreak. Seeing that Su Xiaolan had not come back at this hour, Yun Jiangshi assumed she had been serving the officials all night. She should be able to bring back plenty of food, perhaps even some meat. Yun Jiangshi was not at all concerned about Su Xiaolan's fate. The weather cleared up today, and they had to continue their journey. Everyone was gathered together, and the officials began to count heads. Han Xie and Han Shifeng saw Han Qiling looking sickly, and asked Mother what's wrong with little sister. Luo Wanning told them about Han Qiling's condition. Your sister is fine now. She'll recover after a couple of days of rest. The brothers were relieved. After the officials finished counting, Yun Jiangshi realized she hadn't seen Su Xiaolan. She asked the official who had taken Su Xiaolan out the previous night, "Sir, my grandson's concubine Su Xiaolan went out last night and hasn't been seen yet." The official answered she went out to relieve herself last night, accidentally tripped, hit her forehead, and died on the spot. Yun Jiangshi was somewhat incredulous, but since Su Xiaolan was not there, disbelief was futile. Without Su Xiaolan, she didn't know when she would ever get to eat fragrant steamed buns again. What the official said was true. He hadn't expected Su Xiaolan to be so unlucky. Last night, she simply slipped and fell forward. Normally a fall would be nothing serious. But the spot where she fell happened to have a sharp stone which pierced directly into her forehead, killing her instantly. Her body was now buried in a mass grave. This morning their food was not porridge, but a coarse rice cornbread. After the distribution, they were ordered to continue marching. After a day of rest, Han Qiling's spirits were much improved, though she was still prone to drowsiness. To let her daughter sleep a little longer, Luo Wanning carried her on her back, walking with the extra weight. After carrying Han Qiling for a stretch, Luo Wanning was drenched in sweat, her hair soaked. Seeing this, Han Qiling whispered in Luo Wanning's ear, "Mother, put me down. That way you won't be so tired." Luo Wanning knew her daughter was worried about her. She did not put her daughter down. "Mother is not tired. You go back to sleep." Around noon, they rested on the official road for an hour and a half. Nearby was a pine forest. After 2 days of rain, there should be plenty of pine mushrooms. During the rest, Luo Wanning told Captain Li that she wanted to go to the pine forest to relieve herself. He loosened the iron chains on her hands. When Luo Wanning entered the pine forest, officials still followed her. Fearing that Luo Wanning might be bullied by the officials inside, Han Yunshi had Han Moyu accompany her. Seeing Han Yunshi send Han Moyu with Luo Wanning, Yun Jiangshi said, "Yu Miao, are you afraid your daughter-in-law will be improper with the officials, so you sent your youngest son to follow?" Han Yunshi believed Luo Wanning would never betray her son. She had Han Moyu accompany her mainly because she feared the officials might take advantage of her beautiful daughter-in-law with improper intentions. A woman with no strength to truss a chicken could not handle the officials. With Han Moyu by her side, he could protect her. Hearing Yun Jiangshi's words, Luo Wanning kicked her. Her kick was forceful, sending Yun Jiangshi sprawling to the ground. "Ouch!" Yun Jiangshi cried out in pain. "Luo Wanning, you have no respect for your elders." Luo Wanning snorted coldly. "I only respect those worthy of my respect. As for you, you are not deserving of my respect." Yun Jiangshi's 2 daughters-in-law watched from the side, feeling immensely satisfied. Luo Wanning had done what they wanted to do, but dared not. Yun Jiangshi, somewhat presuming on her age, said, "Yu Miao, I am your aunt after all. Your daughter-in-law treated me like this. Shouldn't you teach her a lesson? Otherwise she will soon bully you too." Han Yunshi had always been gentle and virtuous, but she was also fiercely protective of her own. "There's no need for you to worry, Aunt. Our Ningning is fine. If she hadn't kicked you, I would have scolded you. People with dirty minds have dirty thoughts. You deserve every bit of Ningning's kick." Yun Jiangshi was no match for Han Yunshi in words, so she turned to Yunda. "Your niece is bullying me. Aren't you going to help me?" Yunda continued to turn a blind eye. He sensed that Luo Wanning was a formidable person. With her own man not defending her, Yun Jiangshi was furious. Unable to outtalk Han Yunshi, she began to berate Yunda. Yunda was known for his good temper, but being scolded by Yun Jiangshi, he too grew angry and slapped her. "I don't argue with you, but don't think I'll always protect you. Seeing Yunda like this, Yin Jiangshi was stunned. When she came to her senses, she continued to cry and curse. Yunda, you heartless wretch. The rest of her words were not pleasant. Thinking of her violent behavior in front of the children, Luo Wanning said to her 3 children, if you can resolve a matter through reasoning, there is no need to use force. If you encounter someone who is unreasonable, there is no point in reasoning with them. Just resolve it with force. The 3 children understood only vaguely, but they felt their mother was not wrong. You are still young. When you grow up, you will understand the meaning of my words. The 3 children nodded. After disciplining Yin Jiangshi, Luo Wanning entered the pine forest with Han Moyu and 2 officials. Once inside the pine forest, Luo Wanning pushed aside the fallen pine needles to look for pine mushrooms. After 2 days of rain, pine mushrooms thrived in damp places, so there should be some now. Seeing her parting the pine needles, Han Moyu asked sister-in-law, what are you looking for? Luo Wanning searched with focused determination, unaware of Han Moyu's question. After a thorough search, she discovered a remarkable quantity of pine mushrooms. She glanced at Han Moyu. Help me gather these mushrooms. Han Moyu examined the mushrooms, his brow furrowing. Sister-in-law, are you certain these are edible? He had never encountered such mushrooms before and could not determine whether they were poisonous. There are many edible species of mushrooms, some poisonous and others safe. Those unfamiliar with them can easily consume toxic varieties by mistake. This area had an abundance of pine mushrooms, so Luo Wanning asked Han Moyu to help her gather them. The 2 officials who had entered with them shouldn't be kept waiting too long. Luo Wanning gave them a small amount of silver and asked them to wait in the pine forest for a moment. Once the officials received the money, their attitude toward them improved considerably. Han Moyu picked mushrooms according to the appearance of the pine mushrooms Luo Wanning had described. Fortunately, Luo Wanning found a cluster of termite mushrooms, which tasted even better than the pine mushrooms. Termite mushrooms are difficult to find, so discovering them indicates good fortune. She not only found them, but also a large patch. She gathered all the termite mushrooms and wrapped them in waterproof cloth. Luo Wanning and her companions spent nearly half an hour in the pine forest. Han Yunshi and Luo Chenxi became extremely anxious when Luo Wanning did not return after such a long time. Yin Jiangshi also noticed that Luo Wanning had entered the pine forest for quite some time. She remarked sarcastically, your daughter-in-law has not returned for so long, she must be doing something illicit. Han Yunshi had never liked this aunt, her sharp-tongued cruelty was evident. She was also quite snobbish. Since the Han family was well off, she fawned over Han Yunshi constantly. But when poor relatives came visiting, she looked down on them and dismissively sent them away. This scene happened to be witnessed by Han Yunshi, who said nothing because she was her aunt. This was not the first time she had spoken ill of her daughter-in-law in this manner. Even a timid rabbit will bite when cornered. Han Yunshi could no longer bear it and agreed with Luo Wanning that some people required more than just verbal retaliation. For unreasonable people, action is preferable to mere words. Just as she raised her hand, Luo Wanning and Han Moyu emerged from the pine forest. Mother-in-law Ningning is back, Luo Chenxi called out. Han Yunshi lowered her hand and looked toward where Luo Wanning was standing. Han Moyu stood beside Luo Wanning. After they approached, Han Yunshi asked, why did it take you so long to come out? We found mushrooms in the pine forest. My sister-in-law said these were edible, so we gathered them, Han Moyu explained. Han Yunshi understood why they had been delayed and was no longer as worried. Yin Jiangshi also noticed the bundle Han Moyu was carrying. Han Moyu opened the bundle, revealing both termite mushrooms and pine mushrooms inside. Han Yunshi asked, Ningning, why did you gather so many mushrooms? Of course, to eat. When Han Yunshi learned that Luo Wanning intended to consume the pine mushrooms, she warned, you should throw these mushrooms away. I heard someone ate them and died from poisoning. No one dares to eat them. Luo Wanning observed the exaggerated expression on Han Yunshi's face and smiled. Mushrooms are divided into poisonous and non-poisonous varieties. Generally speaking, those with bright colors tend to be highly toxic. Some ugly-looking ones are also poisonous, but these I found are all safe. I'll cook them for you to taste later, and you'll see these mushrooms are truly a rare delicacy. The 2 officials who had accompanied Luo Wanning earlier took the termite mushrooms she had given them to cook. Once the termite mushrooms were cooked, they dared not eat them. They presented the cooked mushrooms to Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning understood their hesitation. They feared the mushrooms might be poisonous. These were boiled in plain water with only salt and oil, added nothing else. Han Yunshi saw that the bowl contained the mushrooms Luo Wanning had gathered. She snatched the bowl from Luo Wanning's hands. Ningning, you are still young. I leave 3 children and Moyu in your care. Luo Wanning watched Han Yunshi's resolute expression, finding it both amusing and touching. This mother-in-law was worth respecting. Han Yunshi drank the termite mushroom soup in one gulp. The soup tasted incredibly fresh and delicious. They waited to see how Han Yunshi would fare before eating themselves. After finishing the soup, Han Yunshi called Luo Wanning and Han Moyu to her side. Believing her time was short, she arranged her affairs. Moyu, if anything happens to me, listen to your sister-in-law. After your father and brother clear the Han family's name, burn some incense for me and let me know. Hearing this, Han Moyu quickly replied, your sister-in-law said these are edible, so you will be fine. I only fear the unexpected. If nothing happens, that would be best. This mother-in-law was rather eccentric. Luo Wanning's claim about helping everyone earn silver was not empty talk. While gathering mushrooms, she had conceived a way to make money. She asked her mother-in-law and elder brother-in-law to inform their respective families. Han Yunshi held a grudge against Yun Jiangshi, so she did not share this news with her family. Recalling what the 3rd and 4th branches had said that day, Luo Chenxi was reluctant to tell them, yet she still informed her sister-in-law. Luo Chenxi's 2 sisters-in-law heard about Luo Wanning's plan to help everyone earn money and told their husbands. Luo Wanning's 2 uncles recalled how she had slighted them that day. They refused and told their wives, we have completely fallen out with the eldest branch now. We will not accept their charity. Seeing their refusal, Luo Chenxi said nothing. The Yun family, having heard Han Yunshi's words, believed Luo Wanning was capable. After discussing among themselves, the 3 households decided to give it a try. If they could truly earn silver, it would improve their situation. When Luo Wanning learned of the Luo family's refusal, it was exactly as she had anticipated. She had Luo Chenxi inform them, partly to prevent any trouble should they fail to receive payment. Luo Wanning asked Han Yunshi to summon the Yun family members. The current head of the Yun family's 2nd branch asked Luo Wanning, cousin's daughter-in-law, how do you plan to help us earn money? Understanding their curiosity, Luo Wanning explained her method. This is rest time. Soon you will follow me into the pine forest to gather mushrooms. For half an hour's work, I will pay you 1 tael of silver. Those who collect more mushrooms will receive an additional 1 tael as a reward. In the past, they would have scorned such a small amount, but circumstances had changed. 1 tael of silver could purchase quite a lot now. They knew Luo Wanning had silver on hand. Although she had spent considerable amounts these past days, they felt somewhat assured. The head of the Yun family's 3rd branch said, you must give us the silver first. Luo Wanning hesitated not at all and handed over 1 tael of silver coins to them. The Yun family members now believed she genuinely wanted them to gather mushrooms. The Luo family members and Yun Jiangshi observed Luo Wanning giving them silver. Yun Jiangshi looked at Luo Wanning and asked, why do you give them silver, but not our family? Han Yunshi answered Yun Jiangshi's question on behalf of Luo Wanning. My daughter-in-law gave them silver to hire them to help pick mushrooms. The Yun family also said that Luo Wanning gave them silver to help pick mushrooms. Luo Wanning's younger aunt Luo Lixi, upon hearing this, asked, Ning girl, our family also wants to help pick mushrooms. Can you take us? They were penniless, and 1 tael of silver was a huge sum for them. Luo Wanning refused bluntly no. Luo Lixi's face flushed with embarrassment. We're all family, and you won't help. Elder Ann already told you about this, but you didn't know how to cherish the opportunity. Luo Chunshi said, Ningning is right. You were the ones who refused just now. When Luo Wanning had her inform them, Luo Chunshi had been stifling a bellyful of anger. Now her anger had eased considerably. The Luo family did not cause a scene, because if they did, they would be in the wrong. But they were still unhappy. 1 tael of silver had just slipped away. Yun Jiangshi was in a similar situation. Han Yunshi had told the others about this matter, but deliberately left out their family, treating them completely as outsiders. Everyone in their branch knew it was because of Yun Jiangshi. After Luo Wanning confirmed the number of people, she discussed with Li Butu about entering the pine forest to find mushrooms. She also gave Li Butu 10 taels of silver. Li Butu confirmed the number of people going in to pick mushrooms and assigned 5 constables to watch them. After they entered Luo Wanning's, two aunts began complaining about their husbands. Luo Wenxi and Luo Wenli were also extremely annoyed, thinking that she had ill intentions, which was why they didn't agree. After they entered the pine forest, Luo Wanning gave mushrooms to the 7 people who came with her. Pick mushrooms according to the ones in your hands. After half an hour, hand over what you've picked. The family with the most will receive an extra tael of silver as a reward. The pine forest was not small. They dispersed, and the constables watched their every move. Luo Wanning and Han Moyu also continued searching for mushrooms. Han Moyu saw that Luo Wanning had spent so much silver just to pick mushrooms. Sister-in-law, these mushrooms are all wild. We could pick them ourselves. Why did you spend so much silver to have them pick them? Luo Wanning knew he was distressed by the money she spent. I have a great use for these mushrooms, and the silver I earn will be no less than what I've spent. Han Moyu was skeptical, but he knew his sister-in-law had changed unlike before. He did not suspect that the original owner had passed away, rather he thought she must have undergone this upheaval and thus become like this. Stronger, more confident, and not wallowing in self-pity when facing difficulties. Half an hour passed quickly. They came out of the pine forest, and Luo Wanning had them hand over the pine mushrooms they had picked. They had picked quite a lot of pine mushrooms. The third branch of the Yun family picked the most, so they earned an extra tael of silver. Since the rules were clearly stated at the start, they had no objections. They received the silver, their hearts filled with joy. With this silver they could buy food. They began discussing how to use this 1 tael of silver. There was still half an hour before departure. Luo Wanning began sorting through the pine mushrooms they had picked. This was to check if there were any poisonous mushrooms that looked like pine mushrooms mixed in. Han Moyu wanted to help. Luo Wanning said to him, I can do it myself. Xiaohu could tell with a light sweep, saving time. After Luo Wanning picked out the poisonous mushrooms, she wrapped the edible ones with the waterproof cloth she had prepared earlier. The rest time ended, and they continued on their journey. It was about 2 hours to the next county. At their current speed, they could arrive by evening. Han Moyu asked Luo Wanning's sister-in-law, can these mushrooms last overnight? If not, dried mushrooms would quickly rot. Luo Wanning had a way to store them. Spiritual spring water could keep them fresh, so she wasn't worried about the mushrooms losing their freshness. In the afternoon, there were many things to carry, and the children were sensible enough to help with the mushrooms. Han Xiling didn't want Luo Wanning to carry her anymore, and insisted on walking on her own. Luo Wanning agreed to let her walk on her own, but still reminded her, don't force yourself if you're tired. Han Xiling nodded obediently. The 3 branches of the Yun family had earned silver from Luo Wanning, so they were in high spirits, and their steps were much lighter. After dark, they arrived at the county government office. This time they were locked in the county jail. Li Butus said, we will stay in the county for 2 days. Tomorrow we will go to purchase supplies. As before, if anyone wants to go out to buy things, let me know, and I'll take you out tomorrow. After the Yun family obtained 1 tael of silver, they assigned 1 person to go out tomorrow. The Han family would have Luo Wanning and Han Moyu go out together. The main reason was that there were too many mushrooms collected yesterday, and he couldn't carry them alone. Yun Zhangshi also went out planning to sell the dandelions that Su Xiaolan had gathered. The next day, the constables escorting them came to the prison and brought out those who were going out to purchase supplies today. A total of 6 people. As soon as they left the county office, they split up. This time the constable following Luo Wanning was the same one from last time, and the other constable was also someone she had saved before when he suffered heat stroke. To her, both were acquaintances. She discussed with the 2 constables, officers, I'd like to go to the largest restaurant in the county to sell these mushrooms. But there's one thing I want to discuss with you. The constable who had previously accepted silver said, speak. In a moment, I need to go to the restaurant to negotiate a business deal. It's not appropriate to wear these prison clothes. In a moment, you and I will change clothes. Then remove the chains from me and you accompany me to negotiate the deal. My family are all in prison, we won't run away. After the deal is settled, I'll give you 50 taels of silver. What do you think? The 2 constables thought for a while, and for the sake of the silver said, we can agree, but I must follow you the whole time. Luo Wanning said nothing more as long as she didn't have to negotiate in such a state. After discussing with the 2 constables, Luo Wanning and Han Moyu went to buy clothes and fabric. Han Yunshi had instructed her to buy some needles, thread, and fabric planning to make some embroidery to sell. Luo Wanning saw that Han Yunshi wanted to earn money. She wouldn't stop her and thought it was good. After buying the necessary items, they changed clothes. Han Moyu had grown up in a wealthy family, and after changing into these new clothes, his noble bearing was unmistakably evident. The two constables following them looked like their bodyguards. Luo Wanning asked some locals and learned which was the largest restaurant in the county. Regarding Jude Liu in Luo Wanning's memory, it was a rather famous restaurant in the Li Kingdom. It had developed from a small eatery to its current scale, which was remarkable. Luo Wanning decided to go to Jude Liu. The larger the restaurant, the more they could afford to pay. They went together to Jude Liu. Han Moyu was a bit worried. Sister-in-law, will such a big restaurant accept our mushrooms? Hearing Han Moyu's question, Luo Wanning replied calmly, if they don't accept, we'll just go to another restaurant. They arrived at Jude Tower. As the grandest restaurant in Li Kingdom, its architecture was indeed second to none in Qinghe County, a true landmark of the area. It was not yet the peak dining hours, and the establishment was relatively quiet. The four of them entered with the two officials following behind like their attendants. Their clothing was decent, not the garb of the impoverished. The attendant approached with a bright smile and seated them at a prime table. Guests, here is our menu. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. Luo Wanning glanced at the menu and noted how elegantly the dishes were named. She did not order, but instead said to the attendant, I would to speak with your manager about a business matter. Upon hearing she wished to discuss business with the manager, the attendant suspected it might be a significant deal. Guests, please wait. I shall fetch the manager at once. The manager of Jude Tower, hearing someone wished to discuss business with him, was quite curious about what proposal they might have. He accompanied the attendant over. The manager of Jude Tower was a mature, middle-aged man whose demeanor spoke of seasoned experience. As a businessman, he greeted every guest with a smile. He surveyed the group courteously and asked, pray, what manner of business would you like to discuss? Luo Wanning replied to the manager, I wish to ask whether you purchase mushrooms. Han Moyu placed the pine mushrooms wrapped in waterproof cloth onto the table. The manager knew that common mushrooms were edible, but this particular pine mushroom was something he had never seen before. Madam, this type of mushroom is also new to me. You must understand that mushrooms, if not properly identified, can easily cause poisoning. Luo Wanning grasped the implication of his words. He clearly looked down upon these mushrooms, making further discussion pointless. She smiled and said, thank you for coming, manager. We shall not trouble you further. Luo Wanning instructed Han Moyu to pack away the mushrooms, and they left Jude Tower without lingering. Seeing that the manager of Jude Tower refused to buy the mushrooms they had gathered, Han Moyu despaired that the money they had spent would never be recovered. Luo Wanning observed the expression on Han Moyu's face. A child indeed, his joy and sorrow all written across his countenance. Fear not, I can sell these mushrooms. Luo Wanning crossed over to the restaurant opposite Jude Tower, an establishment of equal standing. She had learned of it during her earlier inquiries. With Jude Tower refusing their wares, Luo Wanning placed her hopes on this rival establishment. Upon entering, they found the attendant here formed a stark contrast to the one at Jude Tower. He appeared ill-disposed. Assuming they were customers coming to eat at Jude Tower's famous 8-treasure duck, he remarked coldly, Guest, if you seek our 8-treasure duck, we do not serve it here. You must go across the street. Luo Wanning understood from the waiter's attitude that this restaurant's patrons had likely been siphoned away by Jude Tower. We will dine at your establishment. Upon hearing this, the waiter promptly ushered them to a seat and handed them the menu, a complete transformation from his earlier demeanor. This was mainly because Jude Tower had opened directly opposite them, and he had likely assumed they were customers from the competing establishment. Jude Tower had been operating in Qinghe County for half a year, and business at their Fu Lai restaurant had plummeted. Whether they could continue operating remained uncertain. Luo Wanning reviewed the menu and noted that prices here were somewhat lower than across the street. By all logic, business should have been better than their rivals. Such dismal trade must stem from issues with the food. Naturally, she refrained from voicing this opinion at their establishment and waited for the dishes to arrive before summoning their manager. She ordered their signature dishes. The kitchen was unhurried and the food arrived swiftly. Luo Wanning sampled her selections and found the taste acceptable. However, having never tasted the food from the opposite establishment, she could not make a direct comparison. Still, compared to other dishes she had enjoyed, these required improvement. She said to the attendant, I wish to see your manager. I have a business proposal for him. The waiter immediately replied, our owner is here. I shall fetch him at once. The owner of Fu Lai restaurant was quite young, appearing roughly Lu Wanning's age. His father had passed away a year ago, and he had taken over the establishment since. Hearing from the waiter that someone wished to discuss business, and with the restaurant currently devoid of customers, he saw no harm in speaking with her. He introduced himself proactively to Lu Wanning. Madam, I am surnamed Lin Namonkong. I wonder what manner of business Madam wishes to discuss with me. Lu Wanning introduced herself to Lin Onkong and disclosed her purpose. Lord Lin, I possess several ancestral recipes. Due to certain changes in my family's circumstances, I wish to sell these secret formulas to you. The waiter, a straightforward fellow, feared the young owner might be deceived. Before Lin Onkong, he bluntly remarked, Master, her family has suffered misfortune. Their so-called ancestral secrets may not be worth much. Hearing the waiter question her ancestral recipes, Lu Wanning replied, the changes in my family have nothing to do with these formulas. If Lord Lin trusts me, the dishes I provide will become the signature of your establishment, truly unique. Her words piqued Lin Onkong's interest. Their restaurant's business was indeed wretched. He had visited the rival Juda Tower across the street to taste their dishes and had attempted to improve his own menu, yet still felt their food fell short. He did not know whether she could truly transform their situation, but he decided to give it a try. Lu Wanning noticed he was wavering. However, the restaurant's waiter found her claims unbelievable. Master, I believe she exaggerates greatly. It would be wiser not to trust her. Han Moyu harbored a particular distaste for this waiter. Lin Onkong disregarded the waiter's words and turned to Lu Wanning. You may use everything in our kitchen. I hope you will prepare dishes that satisfy me. Agreed. Lu Wanning and her companions followed Lin Onkong toward the kitchen. With little business, the kitchen staff had finished preparing ingredients and had nothing else to do. Seeing the owner approach, they all rose from their places. The owner rarely visited the kitchen, and suddenly an ominous feeling arose among them. Could he be about to announce that the restaurant could no longer sustain itself and dismiss them with their wages? Lin Onkong did not summon them, but instead led Lu Wanning into the kitchen. Lu Wanning said, Lord Lin, this is my ancestral recipe. I trouble you to ask the kitchen staff to step aside. Once I have prepared the dishes, my brother-in-law will present them for your tasting. If satisfactory, we shall discuss the sale of the formulas. Lin Onkong nodded, understanding the importance of a recipe. They waited outside the kitchen. The two officials and Han Moyu remained in the kitchen with Lu Wanning. Observing her confident demeanor, Lin Onkong inexplicably felt she truly could change the restaurant's fortunes. While Lu Wanning was in the kitchen, Lin Onkong summoned the head chef and the other kitchen staff. The head chef and 6 other cooks gathered before Lin Onkong. Lin Onkong told them, later taste the dishes Madame Lu prepares and share your thoughts with me. Upon hearing this, they responded in unison, very well, master. Thankfully, it was not news that Fu Lai restaurant was closing its doors forever. The ingredients in the kitchen were all pre-prepared, saving Luo Wanning considerable trouble. The assortment of ingredients and seasonings was quite comprehensive. To save time, Luo Wanning prepared the necessary side dishes herself, setting up 3 pots, each cooking a different dish. Han Moyu was utterly astonished. Although he knew his sister-in-law enjoyed cooking, he never imagined she could manage 3 pots at once. If Han Yunshi had been present, she would surely have suspected Luo Wanning. Within 1.5 shurchen, she had prepared 16 dishes. Several of them were dishes she had ordered before, but she had made modifications based on the original versions, effectively helping him refine the restaurant's menu. As each dish was prepared, they tasted it. By the time Luo Wanning emerged from the kitchen, all the dishes she had made were completely consumed. Initially, Lin Onkong had some doubts, but now Luo Wanning had convinced him. The head chef and the 6 cooks all remarked that her cooking had a uniquely exquisite flavor. Even their restaurant's signature dishes tasted distinctly different when prepared by her. Take the mapo tofu, for example. Its taste was entirely different from what their restaurant's chefs produced. The head chef asked Luo Wanning, young lady, how did you make this mapo tofu? The meat I make is never crispy, it's rather tough to chew. Yours, however, is entirely crisp and tender. Luo Wanning replied, this is my secret recipe, so I'm afraid I cannot disclose it. The head chef understood the rules of their trade. Curious as he was, he wouldn't pry if the other party was unwilling to share. Lin Onkong said, Let's sit down and discuss this in detail. Luo Wanning nodded. As they began their business talk, Luo Wanning glanced at the two constables. The two constables agreed to let her speak with Lin Onkong alone, but Han Moyu was not allowed inside. Lin Onkong, eager to acquire her recipes, cut straight to the chase. Miss Luo, I want your recipes. Name your price. Luo Wanning said, the 6 dishes I just made were improvements on your existing menu. I can give you those recipes later. The remaining 10 dishes are my specialty. However, each recipe uses different ingredients and procedures, so I'll charge a higher price for them. She laid out her conditions to Lin Onkong. Only if he agreed to her terms would she disclose the specific prices. Lin Onkong replied, all those conditions are fine. Tell me the price for each dish. Luo Wanning didn't stand on ceremony. She wrote the prices for the 10 dishes on paper. When Lin Onkong saw the prices, the lowest was 50 taels and the highest was 300 taels. Each recipe corresponded to the name of the dish. Lin Onkong calculated that the 10 recipes totaled 1,800 taels, averaging 180 taels per recipe. The dishes she made tasted far more distinctive than those at Jude Lu. Since their restaurant had not introduced new recipes for half a year, and they wanted to keep the business running, they had to take a risk. I can agree to that, but these recipes can only be sold to me. You can cook them for your family, but not for sale. I understand all that. I'll write the recipes, and you draft the contract according to our agreement. They began writing what each needed. In her previous life, Luo Wanning had used a brush to write, so drafting the recipes was not too difficult for her. She wrote each recipe in great detail, including the steps, heat intensity, and timing. Any cook could understand them. Lin Onkong was not a cook, but even he could see that Luo Wanning's recipes were far more detailed than the other recipes he had purchased. Luo Wanning also examined the contract Lin Onkong had written, and finding no issues, she said, let's sign. Han Mayu had been waiting outside for quite a while, uncertain of how things were progressing. Luo Wanning also sold the pine mushrooms she had picked to Lin Onkong, but since they were a seasonal ingredient, she gave him an additional menu as a bonus, noting that shiitake mushrooms could be used as a substitute when pine mushrooms were unavailable. Lin Onkong felt he had made a good deal. He paid 1,800 taels for the recipes and an additional 30 taels for the pine mushrooms. With the business concluded, Lin Onkong wanted to keep Luo Wanning for a chat, but she couldn't keep the constables waiting too long, so she declined. As Lin Onkong saw them off, he said to Luo Wanning, if you come up with new recipes in the future, I hope you'll come to me. Luo Wanning replied politely, of course. She knew clearly that this was merely a one-time transaction. Whether she would ever return to Qinghe County was uncertain. After they left Falau restaurant, Han Moyu asked her sister-in-law, how much did you sell those mushrooms for? Luo Wanning said 30 taels. Han Moyu calculated her expenses. She had given Li Butu and the others 60 taels and spent another 4 taels, so not only did she not make a profit, but she had lost money. Luo Wanning knew what he was thinking and said, I also sold the recipes for a good sum. I won't say exactly how much, but it's a sure profit. Han Moyu was relieved. As agreed, Luo Wanning gave the constables the silver she had promised, after which they continued their shopping. They didn't buy much, only the essentials. The main reason was that carrying too many things on the journey would be exhausting. When they returned, they were locked up again. Han Yunshi was delighted to see that everything she had requested had been purchased. This way she could also contribute to the family. The two Luo families and Yun Jiangshi's group had nothing. Seeing others return with purchases, they seethed with hatred toward Luo Wanning. Han Yunshi asked how Luo Wanning had managed to sell the mushrooms. Han Moyu had accompanied her throughout and recounted the process to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi didn't suspect anything because at home Luo Wanning had always enjoyed cooking and her food tasted good. It didn't surprise her that she could sell them. She didn't ask how much Luo Wanning had earned from selling the recipes. That was her own income. Shortly after they returned, Li Butu brought 2 men and locked them in the same cell. This meant they would be exiled together with them. The 2 men looked fierce and menacing, as if not to be trifled with. When they entered, everyone else kept their distance. Li Butu announced to everyone, we'll set out tomorrow morning. After giving his instructions, he didn't stay any longer. That evening they ate the same as before. The 2 Luo families and Yun Jiangshi's group had no choice. The rest of them had bought food and could enjoy a decent meal. The 2 newcomers had nothing and didn't want to eat the food provided by the county office. They watched the others eating steamed buns and swallowed hard. Noticing their stares, the others clutched their food protectively. Luo Wanning met their eyes and handed them 2 buns, saying, "Here, eat." Her gesture stunned them for a moment, but they took the buns she offered and devoured them ravenously. After Luo Wanning returned to her spot, Han Moyu asked, "Sister-in-law, why did you give them buns? They look fierce like bad people." "You can't judge people by appearance alone. Those who look fierce aren't necessarily bad." "That makes sense." Luo Wanning's aunt-in-law wondered if, since she gave the steamed buns to 2 strangers, she might also give some to them. However, they were overthinking. Luo Wanning didn't even spare them a glance. This infuriated the Luo family. Luo Chunshir felt they deserved the anger. The Luo family was furious, but they wouldn't voice it in front of so many people. Because of the previous incident, their relationship with Luo Wanning had soured, and any quarrel would only bring shame upon themselves. Having been slapped and kicked by Luo Wanning, Yun Jiangshi knew she was not to be trifled with. She dared not speak up, as before, fearing she would be beaten. The man who had eaten 2 steamed buns from Luo Wanning approached them. Han Moyu thought they were coming to snatch food, assuming they hadn't had enough. Not only he, but also the 3 children and Han Yunshi feared they might harm them. As the only adult male in the family, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting his loved ones. He said to Luo Wanning and the others, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Luo Wanning looked at Han Moyu's back and thought, this little brat is quite responsible. They did not come to snatch food, but to thank Luo Wanning. "Thank you, young lady, for the food. If you need any help from us brothers on the road, just ask." Luo Wanning replied with a smile, "All right." She could see they were straightforward people. Unless necessary, she wouldn't trouble them. Hearing this, the Han family breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Wanning learned their names. Both men were tall and sturdy, clearly trained in martial arts, which was why everyone feared them. One was called Hu Zhong, the other Hui. They were brothers. They had been officials guarding the Treasury in Qinghe County, having discovered the county magistrate embezzling the silver used to build embankments 2 years ago. Because of the embezzlement, the embankments burst during a flood, and their families perished in the disaster. Upon learning the truth, they reported the magistrate to higher authorities, hoping he would be punished. They were too naive, thinking the higher-ups would deal with the magistrate. Officials shielded each other, and the superior was also involved in the matter. To eliminate them, the magistrate framed them for stealing from the treasury. The crime did not warrant the death penalty, so the magistrate sentenced them to exile in the northern frontier. Luo Wanning did not verify the truth of the matter, but judging by their demeanor, they did not seem to be lying. The Han family, being royal relatives and loyal for generations, had also been framed by the Dog Emperor. Wasn't he afraid that the Han family would seize his son's throne in his absence, so he sought to eliminate them? To establish his benevolent image, he chose to exile the Han family. Exile was only second to the death penalty, but it was hardly better. Yet by doing so, he signaled to the people that he was a benevolent ruler. Even though his own cousin had conspired with the enemy, he did not take the lives of his family members, merely exiling them. Luo Wanning despised such corrupt officials. The silver they embezzled would never benefit the people. She decided to empty both their ill-gotten wealth and the treasury, letting the Dog Emperor punish them. Once she had this idea, she acted on it. After all, she was a woman of action. After everyone fell asleep, Luo Wanning, as before, induced them into a deep slumber. Having done this, Luo Wanning left the prison through a portal. With the little fox guiding her, she soon found the location of the treasury. After sweeping the treasury clean of silver, she went to the county magistrate's house and found his hidden stash. Fearing theft, he had concealed it well. But with the little fox around, no hiding place could escape its search. After emptying the treasury of Qinghe County, she also went to the residence of another corrupt official mentioned by the Hu brothers. Luo Wanning's haul was considerable. The combined embezzled silver and treasury funds amounted to 25 million gold coins, no small sum. The next day, at the 5th watch, they set off again for the next relay station. They departed early when the streets were still empty. It was good not to be surrounded and pelted with things. They continued as before, walking for 2 hours straight and resting for an hour at noon. Luo Wanning sold pine mushrooms. The area was surrounded by pine forests. It had rained for several days, and the person who had gathered mushrooms with her the day before yesterday asked if she would still buy mushrooms. Knowing they wanted to earn money, Luo Wanning replied, Let me go in and check for pine mushrooms first. If there are any, I'll let you continue helping gather them. After giving this answer, she and Han Moyu went into the pine forest to check. A day or two after the heavy rain, there were still pine mushrooms in the forest, and even more than before. Luo Wanning came out and said, "You can continue helping gather the mushrooms at the same price as before." The Hu brothers asked and learned that Luo Wanning was hiring people to pick mushrooms. Hu Zhong asked, "Miss Luo, can we join in picking too?" Of course. The Luo family saw Luo Wanning hiring the Yun family members and the two newcomers to pick mushrooms. Seeing that Luo Wanning had hired two outsiders to pick mushrooms and didn't call on the third and fourth branches of the Luo family, Luo Jiangshi from the third branch couldn't stand it. "Luo Wanning, it was our fault last time, but you've gone too far this time. Conflicts between relatives are normal, they blow over. We can overlook your refusal to let us pick mushrooms last time. Now that you're short-handed, you'd rather hire outsiders than your own relatives. How ungrateful." Luo Wanning ignored Luo Jiangshi's words. Luo Jiangshi, angered by her disregard, fumed silently. But just because Luo Wanning didn't speak didn't mean no one would. Yun family's eldest branch, Han Moyu's cousin-in-law, was outspoken. Having been helped by Luo Wanning, she retorted, "You're ridiculous. Wanning already gave you a chance, and you threw it away. Now you have the nerve to say such shameless things. In all my years, I've never seen anyone so brazen." Her words drew agreement from others. Luo Jiangshi, unable to argue, dropped the matter. Luo, when she thought his wife was meddling, and scolded her. "We don't need to beg, Luo Wanning. Isn't it just earning money? We'll figure something out ourselves." Luo Jiangshi lowered her head, not daring to meet Luo Wenqi's eyes, and asked softly, "Husband, have you thought of a way to earn money?" Luo Wenqi didn't know how to answer her question. He had ideas, but they required capital. They had been stripped clean and had no means to act. "This is men's business. Don't ask so many questions." Luo Jiangshi didn't press further. Luo Wenqi felt troubled and had a private talk with Luo Wenli. Luo Wenli said, "How about we copy Luo Wanning? Whatever she sells, we sell. We could also go in and pick mushrooms. What do you think?" Luo Wenqi shook his head. "I think it's better not. Yun Jiangshi sold dandelion greens and didn't earn a cent. If we sell mushrooms, can we even sell them?" Luo Wenli thought he had a point, so they decided to look for other opportunities. The two brothers conferred but could find no means to improve their circumstances, so they let the matter drop. Luo Wenli's eldest son, Luo Mingyu, had gone into the pine forest to relieve himself. When he emerged, a rabbit was clutched in his hand, and a broad smile of delight spread across his face, revealing his excellent spirits. He made his way over to where Luo Wenli sat, his tone bubbling with cheerfulness. "Father, Mother, I've brought back something wonderful." Hearing their son's voice, Luo Wenli and his wife turned their heads toward him. They spotted the rabbit in their son's grip. In times past, they would have considered a mere rabbit nothing worth noting, but now everything had changed. This rabbit could be their ticket out of hardship. Wild rabbit meat fetched a high price. Any single rabbit was worth at least one tael of silver. Furthermore, this creature was no lightweight. It weighed no less than 4 jin. Luo Li wore an expression of pure delight. "How did you come by this rabbit?" Luo Mingyu recounted the whole incident. "I was attending to my business when this rabbit darted out and collided straight into a tree. I simply picked it up and brought it home. The rabbit hadn't died, it was merely stunned. For their family, this was an absolute blessing. They could keep the rabbit, carry it to the county town, and exchange it for silver, lifting their entire household out of their present desperation." Luo Wenqi, observing that the Luo Wenli family had stumbled upon a rabbit, turned to his own son and said, "Let us go into the forest as well. Perhaps we too might catch a rabbit." His son Luo Mingfan accompanied him into the pine forest, hoping to find fortune there too. Lacking silver to bribe the officials, however, they could not linger long within the woods. When they emerged, they had gained nothing. Luo Wanning, on the other hand, had gathered quite an abundance of pine mushrooms. After settling her accounts with them, she divided a portion and gave it to the constables as well. Having tasted them once before, the constables felt no hesitation in eating the mushrooms again. It must be said these fungi were truly delicious. Once their rest was over, they continued on their journey toward the northern frontier. The quantity of pine mushrooms they had collected this time was considerable, and Hu Zhong and his brothers volunteered to help carry them. Luo Wanning, feeling no need to stand on ceremony, readily accepted their assistance. It was only now that Han Moyu truly understood. They appeared fierce on the outside, but their hearts were not so bad after all. One should never judge a book by its cover. Ever since finding the rabbit, Luo Mingyu had been clutching it tightly, terrified that even a moment's distraction might cause it to vanish. Han Qiling cast occasional glances at the rabbit nestled in Luo Mingyu's arms. Noticing this, Luo Wanning asked, "Little Ling, do you wish for that rabbit?" Han Qiling nodded eagerly. "I think the rabbit looks rather plump. It would make a fine roast." Luo Wanning smiled. She had briefly assumed the child simply wanted to keep the rabbit as a pet, never guessing she was merely a little foodie at heart. Besides, they had been surviving on steamed buns and dried meat for days. Changing their diet for once sounded rather appealing. "When we reach the next county town, Mother will buy a few rabbits for us to roast and enjoy." Although they had a rabbit right there, Luo Wanning had no intention of purchasing it from Luo Mingyu. "Really?" Han Qiling's dark, glossy eyes shimmered with anticipation, her radiant smile lighting up her face. News of the theft at the Qinghe County Treasury and the embezzlement scandal reached Han Xiao immediately. He issued his orders without delay: "Send someone to Qinghe County. I expect to know whether these allegations are true within 10 days. This was all Luo Wanning's doing. If the Dog Emperor learned of the treasury theft too late, the Qinghe County magistrate and his superiors would undoubtedly find ways to cover up the affair. But with Han Xiao already aware and the incriminating evidence already submitted, there would be no covering this up. These pieces of evidence had not been provided by Hu Zhong and his brothers. They had been uncovered when Luo Wanning ransacked the county magistrate's residence. Every embezzled sum from the disaster relief funds was meticulously recorded within each figure laid bare, without exception. The magistrate had been afraid of a superior investigation into corruption, so he had kept the ledger as leverage to drag others down with him. Instead, it became his own undoing. It proved true what they say: one should fear incompetent allies far more than formidable opponents. Clearly, this county magistrate was the very definition of a terrible ally. The punishment they would receive would undoubtedly be severe. But Hu Zhong and his brothers had been wrongfully accused, and as ordinary folk, without influence, there was little chance of having their sentences overturned. Such was the cruel reality of legal loopholes through which countless unjust cases went unredressed. Meanwhile, the rabbit Luo Mingyu had caught had revived briefly, only to begin fading once more as evening approached. It had been merely a deathbed revival, nothing more. Luo Mingyu watched the rabbit lying half dead beside him, and with 5 days' journey still remaining to the next county town, there seemed no way forward. Once the rabbit perished, there was only one option left: to eat it. Apart from the constables, the only people who might purchase their rabbit were Luo Wanning and her party. Luo Mingyu had considered selling the rabbit to Luo Wanning, but remembering the friction between their families over the past few days, he decided against it. Luo Li, unwilling to let the silver slip away, grabbed the rabbit and marched over to where Luo Wanning rested. Upon seeing Luo Li approach, Luo Chen's brow furrowed involuntarily. Tension between the two sisters-in-law had always existed. Though they restrained themselves from open conflict out of respect for their husbands, their mutual disdain was undeniable. Luo Li wanted to offload the rabbit and turned to Luo Wanning with a flattering smile. "Ning child, your cousin caught this rabbit today. We are completely penniless and haven't dared to eat it. Look, this rabbit is quite plump and weighs at least 3 jin. You have silver on hand. I'd like to exchange this wild rabbit for some cash. Would that be acceptable?" Luo Wanning did want the rabbit, just not under these circumstances. Moreover, a single rabbit would hardly suffice for so many mouths. She gave her answer without hesitation: "No, thank you." Luo Li refused to accept defeat. "Think about it. Your children haven't had proper meat these past days. They've grown thin. You've earned quite a sum yourself. Can you really not spare a single rabbit to brighten their meals?" Her words rankled Luo Wanning deeply, as though she were being painted as a miserly mother unwilling to feed her children. Han Xie spoke up in his soft, childlike voice. "Mother would never be so stingy. She promised us today that once we reach the county town, she'll buy rabbits for us to roast." Luo Li pressed on. "She may simply be deceiving you. She won't even accept the wild rabbit I'm offering. Why would she spend silver to buy you one?" Children were easily swayed by what adults said. Luo Li intended to provoke the 3 youngsters into making a scene, reasoning that Luo Wanning would have no choice but to buy her rabbit if the children caused enough trouble. Alas, she had vastly overestimated herself. Such petty manipulations were useless against Luo Wanning. Han Yunshi addressed the children firmly. Do not listen to what strangers say. Your mother would never break her word. If she promises to buy you rabbits, she will. All three children chimed in unison. We don't believe a word she says. A faint smile played upon Luo Wanning's lips. All this time spent caring for them had not been in vain. Realizing she had lost all hope, Luo Li grew resentful. Luo Wanning, you are merciless. We've come to this state all because of you. We've even offered goods to trade for silver, and you refuse. Luo Wanning responded coldly, whether or not I purchase anything is my own affair. As for claiming I caused your plight, why didn't you sever ties with me the moment I got married? Luo Li was left speechless, utterly rebuffed. She trudged back to her family rabbit in hand, defeated. By the time they returned, the wild rabbit had expired. The Luo family had no means to preserve the rabbit, so they roasted it instead. Even without any seasoning, the roasted rabbit released an appetizing aroma. They set aside the rabbit legs and brought them to Magistrate Li, hoping that he might treat them more leniently in light of this gift. After they gave a rabbit leg to Captain Li, they divided the remaining rabbit meat among themselves. With so many family members, a single rabbit was small, and each person received only a little meat. Luo Wenshi's family, in any case, could not get a piece. Having gone without meat for a long time, they were reluctant to eat it, quickly tearing off small bits to savor. They were afraid of finishing the meat in one big bite. Admittedly, the meat was delicious. The rabbit that was supposed to be sold for money had not been sold, leaving their family disheartened. Luo Wenli said, It's still several days' journey to the next county town. Perhaps we can hunt something bigger than this rabbit. They thought Luo Wenli was right. They also decided to rely on hunting to earn some silver, making their lives a bit easier. Not only their family thought so, but Luo Wenshi's family felt the same way. Since Luo Wenli's family ate the meat without sharing any with Luo Wenshi, a rift began to form in their relationship. It could only be said that selfish people get along only until interests are involved. Once interests became entangled, conflicts easily arose. That night they camped outside, and Luo Wanning kept watch as before. She spread the mushrooms she had picked during the day on a waterproof cloth to air dry. It was impossible to dry them into preserved mushrooms this way. Luo Wanning dried these mushrooms inside her space, using an illusion to make everyone think the mushrooms were still outside while in fact, she had already moved them. Tonight the starry sky was invisible, and the oppressive darkness weighed on everyone's mood. Master, it will rain in a little while. Please prepare for the rain. Upon hearing Little Fox's warning, Luo Wanning woke up her family. The children, who had been sleeping soundly, rubbed their eyes after being roused. Han Moyu, seeing that dawn had not yet broken, thought Luo Wanning was tired. Sister-in-law, you rest. Let me take the watch. Luo Wanning said, Everyone put on the cloth we used to shield from rain last time. Han Moyu looked up at the sky. Sister-in-law, are you sure it will rain? It will rain within an hour. Han Yunshi put on the waterproof cloth first, and said to Han Moyu, Listen to your sister-in-law. The Han family and Luo Wenhao's family all put on waterproof cloths, as Luo Wanning instructed. Hu Zhong and his brothers were not prepared, so Luo Wanning gave them a piece of cloth to shield from the rain. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Luo Wanning went to find Captain Li to inform him. Captain Li was on watch that night, and saw her approach. What is it? It will rain in a quarter of an hour. I just wanted to tell you to prepare for the rain. With these words, Luo Wanning left. Whether he believed it or not was his affair. Captain Li frowned, unsure if she was telling the truth. Seeing that Luo Wanning's family had already prepared for the rain, he ordered everyone get up. Prepare for the rain. The sleeping officers got up and put on straw rain capes as Captain Li ordered. Other people on watch, seeing the officers put on their capes, also woke up their families. They didn't know what was happening and thought they were about to depart early. Yun Jiangshi, seeing that the Han family and Luo Wenhao's family had all put on waterproof cloths, figured it was about to rain. However, they had no rain gear. Yun Jiangshi told her two daughters-in-law to fetch branches so they could use them to shield from the rain. The two daughters-in-law harbored grievances against Yun Jiangshi, but they were still part of the Yun family. Unless Yun Jiangshi was no longer around, they could not make decisions on their own, and went to fetch branches to shield from the rain. Before the heavy rain arrived, a strong wind blew, bringing a hint of chill. Last time Han Qiling had caught a chill because her feet got wet. Her health had not fully recovered, so she could not be allowed to get chilled again. Luo Wanning hadn't exchanged for waterproof shoes, but she used waterproof cloth to make 3 pairs of shoes for the 3 children and also prepared a pair for Han Yunshi. She was afraid that if their weak bodies were affected, it would be troublesome. Thunder rumbled across the sky with lightning, and rain poured down in torrents. This rain was similar to the previous storm. Previously, many people had been unprepared for the heavy rain. The 3 families who had helped Luo Wanning collect mushrooms earlier bought umbrellas for 1 tael of silver. The men didn't mind getting wet for a while, but they prioritized the women and children in the family. Thanks to Captain Li's timely arrangements, the officers were not drenched by the rain. Captain Li gave Luo Wanning a meaningful glance, as if she could predict the future. Yun Jiangshi held branches above her head. Though they still leaked, it was not as bad as before, otherwise her old bones could not have withstood it. Her 2 daughters-in-law were so busy preparing branches for the rest of the family that they forgot to prepare for themselves. Fortunately, their husbands held them close, shielding them from part of the rain. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking toward them. The lightning was fierce and impossible to avoid. No one knew who would be struck. When luck is against you, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. This bolt of lightning struck directly toward Yun Jiangshi and hit her. When Yun Jiangshi was struck, her granddaughter-in-law stood right beside her. Seeing the scene, she stood frozen in shock. Coming to her senses, she cried out, "Oh no, grandmother has been struck by lightning." The Yun family members gathered around. Dawn had not yet broken, and they could not see Yun Jiangshi's condition. Yun Jiangshi's hair stood on end and her face was blackened. One could only describe her situation with the word tragic. Some people are struck by lightning and die instantly, but there are also those who are lucky and survive. The bolt just now looked quite large. Whether Yun Jiangshi would survive remained uncertain. Yunda felt for her breath and found she was still breathing, so it seemed she was still alive. Seeing this, Captain Li shouted to the crowd, "Let's evacuate this place quickly." No one lingered. Yunda, seeing that they were all leaving, said to Yun Yushan, "Hurry, carry your grandmother on your back." When Yun Yushan heard his grandfather tell him to carry his grandmother, he was reluctant inside. His wife Yun Qinshi said, "Grandmother was suddenly struck by lightning. She must have done something to incur heaven's punishment. If heaven sees my husband carrying grandmother, what if heaven strikes him?" Yin Yesher thought her daughter-in-law was right. "Father-in-law, my daughter-in-law is right. Yushan is the only son of our branch. If he is struck by lightning, our family's pillar will be gone." Although the second branch had sons, they were not from the eldest branch. Hearing his eldest daughter-in-law's words, Yunda scolded angrily, "You still believe in such things at a time like this? You unfilial children, if you don't carry your mother, you'll be struck by lightning yourselves." Hearing Yunda's words, they lowered their heads. Though Yun Jiangshi was sometimes unreasonable, she was still their mother. And since Yun Yushan was Yun Jiangshi's most beloved grandson, he still chose to carry her and follow the main group away. After they drew close, everyone else kept their distance. Yun Jiangshi had been struck by lightning. Likely heaven's punishment for her wicked deeds, for it could no longer bear to witness her crimes. They could sense the shift in everyone's attitude. But there was no time to dwell on such matters. The lightning continued to strike, and their foremost concern was to evade these deadly bolts. They left the previous location as lightning continued to hammer down relentlessly. After walking for some time, they escaped the thunderstorm zone, yet the rain showed no sign of ceasing. The next relay station was still some distance away. Through the heavy downpour, they pressed onward. Once they reached the station, their troubles would ease. The rain had turned the road into treacherous mud water, and earth mingling into a difficult passage. Han Qiling slipped and fell. The little girl was delicate, and the fall left her crying with red-rimmed eyes. Luo Wanning handed what she was carrying to Han Moyu and crouched down. "Mother will carry you." Han Qiling looked at her soiled clothes and shook her head. "Don't let mother carry me. It will soil your clothes." Luo Wanning smiled and pinched her little cheek. "Clothes can be washed, but you fell, and your knee must be in pain." "It hurts a lot," Han Qiling replied grievously. "Then get on quickly." Han Qiling no longer insisted and allowed Luo Wanning to carry her. On her mother's back, Han Qiling felt particularly secure. At that moment, she thought of the father she had never met. What would it feel like if he carried her? Her grandmother had said that her grandfather and father must still be alive, and she hoped they would return soon so the family could reunite. Luo Wanning, of course, had no idea about her thoughts. Her husband's whereabouts remained unknown. All she could do was make the most of the present and worry about the future when the time came. Before she knew it, the rain had lightened and dawn had broken. The dark clouds in the sky had not dispersed, suggesting more rain was imminent. They were still within the territory of Qinghe County, and this must be their rainy season. Otherwise, it would not have rained continuously for days. Whenever it rained, Luo Wanning felt restless, perhaps because during the apocalypse the weather had been so unpredictable and rain had been the most relentless companion. The sound of rain mingled with the howls of zombies outside had made it impossible to find peace. Now there were no zombies, but Luo Wanning still detested rainy days. Closing her eyes, she dreamed of zombies surrounding her everywhere. The decade-long apocalypse had in truth been man-made. The corpse poison had mutated beyond control, and humanity had ultimately destroyed itself. Constable Li did not permit them to stop, so they could only press forward. The Yun family members occasionally cast glances at Yun Jiangshi's condition. Her two daughters-in-law, having suffered under her oppression for so long, harbored a vicious thought that she should simply perish and cease to be a burden to the family. Such thoughts remained unspoken for fear of scandal. Constable Li spotted the relay station ahead. "Hurry up, all of you. We are nearly there." Everyone quickened their pace. They only wished to reach the station swiftly so they could rest properly. The people at the relay station saw Constable Li approaching and opened the gate to let them in. Constable Li needed to hand over to the station master and instructed others to escort them to the holding cell. The space was small with no separation between men and women, so they were confined together. Having fallen, her daughter needed new clothes. Luo Wanning took out the garments she had prepared for her. Han Moyu and the two children held up cloth to provide privacy, while Han Shilling changed. Luo Wanning noticed her knee was scraped and treated the wound. It would heal quickly. Having traveled through the night, they were all exhausted and continued resting. After Yun Jiangshi was laid down, her two daughters-in-law tended to her. Luo Wanning was the only person here skilled in medicine. Yunda and his sons were discussing whether to seek her help. The eldest son, Yun Jingming, said, "Mother has already offended Luo Wanning. If we go begging her to save her now, it will surely be refused." When Luo Wanning had disciplined Yun Jiangshi before, she had shown not an ounce of mercy. She had spared Yun Jiangshi's life primarily because she did not wish for the children to regard their mother as a merciless demon. The second son, Yun Jingheng, agreed with his elder brother. "Father, let us care for mother ourselves. Perhaps she will pull through." Yun decided. He decided it would be humiliating to approach Luo Wanning and left everything to fate. With the father still present, the two daughters-in-law attended to Han Yunshi with utmost devotion. Without cloth strips, no one else from the Yun family would offer aid to Yun Jiangshi. They understood Luo Wanning's temperament all too well. When the Luo family had offended her, she would rather spend her silver on strangers than help them. If they assisted Yun Jiangshi, they feared Luo Wanning's anger. Seeing them stand by indifferently, Yun cursed, "Can you still call yourselves my own flesh and blood?" The other three households of the Yun family replied, "We are barely surviving ourselves. We cannot help you." Yunda, fully aware of the situation, said no more. They tore strips from their clothes and used rainwater to wipe Yun Jiangshi's face. Her face was cleaned, but she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. There was nothing more they could do, so they could only observe Yun Jiangshi's condition. Constable Li came over to inform them that the rain would continue for several more days, and they would need to remain at the relay station. Han Yunshi felt this was fortunate. She could use these days to embroider properly, and once they reached the next county, have Luo Wanning sell her finished pieces. In the afternoon, with nothing to occupy her, Luo Wanning watched Han Yunshi embroider. Han Yunshi possessed remarkable talent in this art, her double-sided embroidery being truly unparalleled. Once a single one of her embroidered pieces had fetched a staggering price of 200,000 taels of silver. During the confiscation of her family's property, all her embroidery had been seized. Han Shilling watched her grandmother embroider with genuine interest. "Grandmother, I would also like to learn embroidery. Could you teach me?" Hearing her granddaughter's request, Han Yunshi replied, "Learning embroidery is a laborious pursuit. Are you certain?" "I am certain. I think what you embroider is so beautiful." In ancient times it was most fitting for girls to learn needlework. Seeing her granddaughter's earnest desire, Han Yunshi agreed. After we reach the northern frontier safely, I shall teach you slowly. But do not cry when it grows difficult. I want, Han Qiling said with a serious expression. Han Xie remarked, whenever my younger sister attempts something, she gives up after a short while. I doubt she will ever master embroidery. Han Shifeng concurred. She once wanted to learn dancing but abandoned it after just 2 days, finding it too difficult. I share your skepticism. Feeling belittled by her 2 older brothers, Han Qiling retorted defiantly, do not look down on me. This time I will study with utmost seriousness. Luo Wanning stroked her daughter's head. I too believe little Linger will learn diligently. Once you have mastered it, why not embroider a handkerchief for mother? Yes, I will. Han Qiling's face lit up with a brilliant smile upon seeing her mother on her side. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly revealing her joy. Yun Jiangshi remained unconscious for a full day and night. During that time she suffered from a persistent high fever. The 2 people tending to her, seeing her in such a state, thought she would not survive much longer. Perhaps it was some unfulfilled obsession in her heart that made her stubbornly endure the high fever, and her condition gradually stabilized. She woke up at noon the next day. After waking up, aside from being weak and bearing burn marks on her body, she appeared quite well. The hopes of her 2 daughters-in-law were thus dashed. It truly was, as the saying goes, the good die young, while the wicked live long. They approached Yun Jiangshi intending to inquire about her condition. However, as soon as they drew near, Yun Jiangshi shuffled backward, her eyes filled with fear. After retreating some distance and finding no way to escape, she timidly asked, Who are you? This question stunned Yunda and the others. Don't you recognize me? Yunda asked. Yun Jiangshi showed a frightened expression, instantly becoming stutter. No. I don't know you. Who are you? Why have you tied me up? Her appearance was as if she truly did not know them. Mother, I am Jingming. Don't you remember me? Yun Jiangshi was angered. You're talking nonsense. I'm only 16, not yet married. How could I possibly have a child as old as you? The person before her looked to be over 30, about the same age as her father. Yun Jingming pulled Yun Jingheng aside. I feel that mother's condition is not right. It seems she doesn't remember us. Yunda stepped forward and called her Yaya. Yun Jiangshi looked at the white-haired old man before her calling her by her maiden name. She frowned. You old man, is my maiden name something you can just call it? She was chained with iron shackles, mistakenly believing they intended to sell her for money. Looking at Yunda, she pleaded bitterly, my family is the Jiang family of the capital. We are very wealthy. Please don't sell me to be someone's wife or send me to the Willow Lane. The people of the Yun family confirmed that Yun Jiangshi's mind had been damaged by lightning and her memories had stopped at the time before she was married. The onlookers watched her like this. She still thinks she's an unmarried girl. At your age you could be a great-grandmother. Besides your husband, who would want you? Ha ha ha, she didn't die, but her mind is ruined. She doesn't even recognize her own husband and children. These remarks were laced with a certain sarcasm. The Yun family felt bitter hearing these words. Yun Jiangshi, upon hearing them, glanced at her own hands. She was old. Her hands were no longer as fair and tender as in her youth, but instead covered with wrinkles and age spots. She was 60 years old, considered a venerable elder in this era. She thought she was seeing things, and overwhelmed by the shock, fainted again. The Yun family, seeing her faint, reached out to check her breathing. Knowing she was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Wanning also hadn't expected Yun Jiangshi to be so tenacious. It merely caused her memory to revert to the age of 16. Unable to accept her aged appearance, that was why she reacted this way. When Yun Jiangshi woke up again, she had fully recovered. The previous episode was only temporary. Seeing that she was fine, Yunda was relieved, but her 2 daughters-in-law were not so pleased. As long as she was still around, they would have to continue following her orders. The rain continued for 3 days straight. After the heavy rain, it turned into light drizzle, showing no sign of stopping. Fortunately, Luo Wanning had prepared enough food, so she didn't need to risk taking food from the space to avoid arousing Han Yunshi's suspicion. For the 3 days Luo Wanning stayed at the relay station, she did nothing but sleep and eat. This kind of life made her feel completely out of sorts. She would rather be outside. Just as she was about to rest, Xiao Hu warned, a flash flood will arrive in 1 hour. Please prepare to evacuate, master. Upon hearing this, Luo Waning's drowsiness vanished completely. Xiao Hu's warnings were never wrong. A flash flood would soon erupt. She said to Han Yunshi, "Mother, when I went out just now I observed something and have a bad premonition that a flash flood is coming." "Are you overthinking? I'll go talk to Captain Li about this. You MOU, and Uncle, pack your things quickly. Wait for me to come back." She slipped some silver to the guard watching them and said, "Take me to see Captain Li. I have something very important to tell him." With money everything was easy. She was quickly taken to see Captain Li. Luo Waning going to see Captain Li would not give rise to any unfavorable rumors about her. Previously, Yin Jianshi had accused Luo Waning of selling herself for food, a claim that was proven false. So when she went to see Captain Li, no one would think she was doing that sort of thing. It must be something truly important. Han Yunshi also followed her instructions and packed up their belongings. While packing, Han Yunshi informed the Yun family, telling them to pack as well, because they would likely be leaving soon. Upon hearing this, they were skeptical. It was still raining outside, it was impossible to leave. Seeing that they didn't move, Han Yunshi ignored them and instead inventoried her own family's belongings to check for any omissions. Han Moyu and the children also helped. When Captain Li heard that Luo Waning wanted to see him, he dressed and went to meet her. "Lady Luo, what business do you have with me?" Luo Waning got straight to the point. "A flash flood will occur tonight. I hope Captain Li will lead everyone to evacuate the relay station now, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Hearing that there would be a flash flood tonight, Captain Li did not mock Luo Waning. He was dubious about it, just like before when she had said it would rain in a quarter of an hour, and then it did rain. Luo Waning also knew that he would not believe her, but for everyone's safety she explained, "I judged it from the celestial signs. It has been raining for days, and Qinghe County suffers from floods every year. Hu Zhong and Hu Hui, who were exiled with us to the northern frontier, are from Qinghe County. They said that every rainy season the levees often burst due to shoddy construction. Now it has been raining for 3 days, and the rainfall is heavy. Water flows downhill. Our location is relatively low. Once the floodwaters are released, we will not escape death." Captain Li listened to Luo Waning's reasoning, which sounded plausible. He asked, "You say the floodwaters will be released. How long before they reach here?" "Less than an hour. That's why I suggest you take everyone from the relay station and leave this place." Captain Li was silent for a moment, then said to Luo Waning, "Wait here for me." Luo Waning knew he was going to discuss this with the person in charge of the relay station. While Captain Li was looking for the relay station's person in charge, Luo Waning asked Xiao Hu to help her find a suitable shelter to survive this crisis. Xiao Hu was very familiar with the terrain here and told Luo Waning, "Go east for 5 li. The terrain there is higher and can avoid the disaster." Luo Waning calculated the time. It was still sufficient. When Captain Li told the relay station's person in charge about this, the man thought he was joking. "I've been stationed here for over a decade and have never encountered such a thing. Don't worry, this place is very safe." Captain Li, seeing how confident he was, thought perhaps he himself was just worried because Luo Waning had accurately predicted the rain. Upon his return, Li Butu said, "I asked the people at the relay station. They've been here for over a decade and assured me there's nothing to worry about." Luo Waning knew that Li Butu had placed his trust in the person in charge there. She forced herself to calm down. "Li Butu, I trust my own judgment. Let's make a bet. I wager there will be a flash flood tonight. You take us away from here. If I lose, I will give you 100 taels of silver as compensation." 100 taels to secure his agreement to take them away. He would likely agree. After all, it was a sure-win deal. At the mention of 100 taels, Li Butu's heart stirred. With that sum, he could accomplish many things. Li Butu did not answer Luo Waning directly. Luo Waning was gambling. "I'll trust you this once." Luo Waning knew she had won the bet. Li Butu summoned his men and ordered them to bring the prisoners. Seeing the party set off in the dead of night, the relay station staff did not stop them. It was their own choice. The prisoners, though bewildered by the sudden night departure, had no right to question Li Butu and could only follow his orders. "Boss, everyone's here." Li Butu nodded. "We set off immediately." Luo Waning walked beside him, instructing him to head east for 5 li. The other constables were baffled. "Boss, why are we heading east?" Li Butu could not tell them. It was for 100 taels of silver. "Don't ask so many questions. Just do as you're told." The rebuked constable fell silent. After walking for about 3/4 of an hour, the relay station staff caught up. Li Buta noticed their haste. Why are you here? The person in charge said, we received word from above. A flash flood is heading toward the relay station. No time to explain. Head east to higher ground and hope to survive. With that, the relay station chief spurred his horse forward. Li Buta glanced at Luo Wanning and took a deep breath. She had actually guessed correctly. What had she based her judgment on? Now was not the time to ask. He ordered, everyone move faster. Don't fall behind or face the consequences. If it's not essential, leave it behind. Don't let it delay your escape. Hearing the words delay escape, everyone discarded whatever they could spare. Han Yunshi approached Luo Wanning. We have so many belongings. Should we throw them away? These were the Han family's accumulated possessions. To abandon them seemed a pity. So Han Yunshi asked Luo Wanning for her opinion. The other prisoners who had nothing secretly hoped the Han family would discard some items so they could scavenge. Luo Wanning said, no need to discard. Give me the bundles and take the 3 children ahead. Hu Zhong and Hui, having no luggage, voluntarily helped carry the load. With their help, all the baggage was brought along. The others were somewhat disappointed, having hoped to find something to pick up. They pressed on, desperate to escape the danger zone before the flood arrived. A distance of 5 li would take about 2/4 of an hour. They jogged all the way and reached the destination when there were still about 2/4 of an hour before the flood descended. Luo Wanning confirmed the location and said to Li Buta, no need to go further. Rest here. Earlier, Li Buta had doubted Luo Wanning, and now he believed her. He ordered everyone to stay. He voiced his confusion. How did you know there would be a flash flood? Luo Wanning smiled. Intuition. My intuition is very accurate. Intuition was something intangible. Li Buta did not doubt her answer. Luo Wanning had Han Moyu set up a small cloth shelter for her family and her uncle's family to rest inside. The others had no shelter and had to stand outside. After nearly 2/4 of an hour, they saw the trees in the distance being swallowed by water. The water was murky, carrying mud and wooden debris. Everywhere it passed, it became a vast expanse of flood. They knew because they were surrounded by water. Had they stayed at the relay station, they would certainly have perished. Li Buta publicly thanked Luo Wanning. Thanks to Lady Luo's warning, we would have died here otherwise. He said this for the constables to hear, telling them that without Luo Wanning's reminder, they would not have escaped death. The relay station staff had only received the news 2/4 of an hour later and caught up on horseback. They had no horses and could not abandon the prisoners. Had they not set off early, they could not have evacuated everyone and would have been caught in the flood. Luo Wanning said, all thanks to Li Buta for trusting me. Li Buta felt a little embarrassed. He decided not to take the 100 taels. Lady Luo, although I cannot release you from now on during your journey to the northern border, if you need any help, we will do our utmost. That was exactly what Luo Wanning had been waiting for. They spent the night on the hillside. After the heavy rain, the weather cleared. The sky, once covered in dark clouds, turned azure. But the water at the foot of the hill had not receded, so they had to stay. No one knew when the flood would recede, and food was precious. Li Buta rationed the food. To prevent the prisoners from starving, he left some for those who had not received any. This was not a problem for Luo Wanning and her group, as they had prepared ample provisions. What they needed to guard against was the others who, when hungry enough, might try to steal food. Luo Wanning discussed with Hu Zhong and Hui. She would give them food, and in return they would help if anyone tried to rob them. Having experienced this incident, the Hu brothers felt indebted to Luo Wanning and agreed without hesitation. The flood came swiftly and receded just as fast. They waited 2 days. The floodwaters disappeared, leaving a muddy ground. But they still could not leave. There was too much mud, and one could easily sink into it. They waited another 2 days in place. Luo Wanning took out the pine mushrooms she had gathered earlier to help them through this crisis. Han Moyu felt a pang of regret at seeing so many mushrooms given away. Sister-in-law, why are you giving away all this silver? Luo Wanning did not mind. Han Yunshi said, your sister-in-law did the right thing. Wealth is external. If we lose it, we can earn it back. Then she said to Luo Wanning, Ningning, that silver is gone for good. When my embroidery sells, you can have the money. Luo Wanning felt her mother-in-law was too considerate. Mother, it's not a large amount. When you sell your embroidery, keep the money. It's your hard work. It wouldn't be right for me to take it. There's nothing wrong with it. You take the silver. Since Maching isn't here, you are the mistress of the Han family. Thank you, mother, for your affirmation. Han Yinshur sighed, feeling that the Han family had burdened her. They stayed on the hillside for 5 days. The little fox told Luo, wanting the passable route, head southwest. Constable Li, upon hearing that Luo wanting knew a path out, instructed them to prepare for departure. Previously, he had little faith in Luo wanting, but since she had saved their lives, he chose to trust her this time. They followed the direction she indicated and successfully made their way out of the small hill. In ancient times, transportation was inconvenient and villages were not scattered everywhere. Walking southwest, they spotted a village at dusk. Constable Li was accustomed to leading people northward along familiar routes, but the southwestern region was unfamiliar territory. This village was also his first visit. This was not an official highway, so officials would not typically bring prisoners through here unless under extraordinary circumstances. Villagers returning from the fields noticed Constable Li and his men in official attire and gathered around to watch. Unaware of the true situation, the villagers assumed someone in the village had broken the law and that the officials had come to arrest them. They immediately reported this to the village headman. Upon hearing of the officials' arrival, the headman hurried outside to assess the situation. He immediately recognized Constable Li as the leader of the exiled convoy. The headman stepped forward and greeted Constable Li, inquiring, "What official business brings you here?" "We are escorting prisoners to the northern frontier," Constable Li explained. "A mountain flood forced us to alter our route." The headman did not press further questions. Fortunately, they were not here to arrest anyone from the village. Had they been, the reputation of Lianhua village would have been tarnished. As long as no violations occurred, the county would reward them with a ceremonial pig at year's end. Should their standing be ruined, they would forfeit their share of the New Year's pork. For the sake of this reward, every villager remained diligent and careful, refraining from any misdeeds. This was also the reason why crimes were rare in Linya County. Constable Li asked the headman, "Is this territory of Qinghe County?" The headman answered honestly, "We are in Lianhua Village, Linya County." Upon hearing they were in Linya County, Constable Li consulted his map and realized this place lay 2 counties away from Jiangzhou County, their original destination. From here to the northern frontier would require a detour, delaying their arrival by 10 to 15 days beyond the original schedule. Yet there was no alternative. They had been forced by the flash flood. Once they reached the northern frontier, they could explain the circumstances then. For the night, they would rest here, and Constable Li requested lodging from the villagers. The villagers led them to a household where the residents had gone out to work, leaving only an elderly couple behind. Upon learning that officials sought shelter, the old man warmly welcomed them. The headman also intended to have the villagers host them properly, gathering the best provisions from their homes. Yet one must remain cautious when traveling abroad. Constable Li declined the villagers' hospitality and instead paid silver to purchase ingredients from them. When Constable Li offered payment, the villagers refused, insisting it was their duty. Seeing their determination, he thanked them and instructed the officers to prepare dinner. After being trapped by the flood for so many days, their meals had finally improved. In good spirits, Constable Li also enhanced the convicts' rations. Luo Wanning's family fared better than the other exiles, receiving half a chicken. When they saw the Han family's portion, none dared to complain. That evening, Constable Li visited the headman's home to ask about the route to the county seat, mainly because they were unfamiliar with the area. The headman replied, "Tomorrow is the 10-day county market. I will have my son guide you." After agreeing on the time with the headman, Constable Li returned. At dawn the next day, they were awakened. Constable Li had his men count heads, and they waited at the village entrance. Today they were heading to the county market. Many villagers had gathered at the entrance, all bound for the market. However, the rough roads of Lianhua village prevented ox carts from passing through. To ride an ox cart, they would need to reach the next village. Some, unwilling to pay the fare, chose to walk to the county town. The headman's son arrived to lead Constable Li. The ox cart moved ahead with the exile party following behind. Lianhua village was a 2-hour journey from Linya County, and they expected to arrive by mid-morning. This way they could sell their goods earlier. Luo Wanning had previously promised the children she would buy them rabbits, and she mentioned this to them before departing. Han Xiling was overjoyed at the prospect of getting a rabbit, pleased that her mother had kept her word. Watching the child's elated expression, Luo Wanning's lips curved into a faint smile. She envied their carefree youth free from troubles. Knowing the discomfort of iron shackles, Constable Lee granted Luo Wanning a special privilege. The three children were exempt from wearing chains. This was indeed favoritism toward their family. Prolonged confinement in shackles would harm young children. It was late summer, and dawn came earlier. When Constable Lee and his party appeared, onlookers could not resist throwing rotten vegetables at them. In their eyes, anyone in prison garb was beyond redemption. They had grown accustomed to this along the journey. Rotten vegetables were tolerable, but stones were dangerous. One member of their party had already been struck on the head. Without medicine, he could only endure the pain. Again, malicious individuals threw stones at them. When Luo Wanning saw someone hurling stones, she caught one midair and threw it back, striking the thrower directly. Her movements were fluid and precise. The struck individual, unwilling to accept defeat, threw another stone. Luo Wanning countered again, letting him reap what he sowed. One instance might be coincidence, but 3 consecutive hits proved skill. The man dared not throw at Luo Wanning again and changed his target. Madame Yunjiang was less fortunate. Her advanced age slowed her reflexes, and she could not dodge the stones, sustaining several bumps. Han Moyu, trained in martial arts, witnessed Luo Wanning catch the stone barehanded. He was deeply impressed. "Sister-in-law, your accuracy with stones is remarkable. When did you practice?" Fearing Han Yunshi might suspect her, Luo Wanning responded carefully. "I used to play pitchpot, which is why I am accurate." This was not a lie. The original owner had indeed practiced pitchpot during banquets with Han Yunshi. She had consistently excelled at the game, winning prizes on multiple occasions. Even the Empress had praised her. "As befits the wife of young General Han, your pitchpot skills are exceptional." Hearing this explanation, Han Moyu suddenly understood. "I forgot. You are the foremost pitchpot player." Luo Wanning smiled. "Do not tease me. It is merely practice making perfect." Upon reaching the county town, those who had thrown things ceased their hostility. The yamen had not yet opened, but many people waited outside its gates. They had all come to conduct business at the yamen. Constable Lee and his party joined them in waiting for the doors to open. They had barely arrived when the county office doors opened. Magistrate Lee sought out the guard who had opened the gate and asked him to notify the county magistrate. Upon seeing so many prisoners in Lee's custody, the guard dared not delay. Soon Song, the county magistrate of Linya County, ordered the prisoners to be taken to the jail. Magistrate Lee went to meet with him to obtain the travel documents. While processing the paperwork, Magistrate Song also notified the next county to make preparations. In the county town, as before, Magistrate Lee allowed them time to go out and shop. The 3 families under Yun's care had silver in hand, and it was the head of each household who made the purchases before distributing goods to their family members. Luo Wanning and Han Moyu went together. Han Shilling also wanted to go out. "Mother, may I come with you?" Luo Wanning looked at her daughter's eager expression and declined. "I'm going to attend to important matters, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along. You stay here with your brothers. I'll bring you candied hawthorn when I return." Han Chiye did not favor sweets. He said to Luo Wanning, "Mother, I don't want candied hawthorn. I want a book." Han Shifeng also chimed in, "Mother, I don't want candied hawthorn either. I want a long flute." Through their requests, Luo Wanning gained a clearer understanding of each child's personality. The eldest was more composed, giving one the impression of a miniature adult. The second son was the opposite, lively and cheerful. The daughter resembled the second son, both sharing a vivacious nature. Han Yunshi had remarked that among Luo Wanning's 3 children, the eldest took most after his late father Han Moching. Luo Wanning had few impressions of Han Moching. The children were all handsome, so her late husband could not have been lacking in that regard. After promising them, Luo Wanning went out with Han Moyu. All the wild mushrooms they had previously gathered had been eaten up, so, instead of selling mushrooms, they took the embroidered pieces Han Yunshi had crafted to sell at an embroidery shop, planning to purchase embroidery floss and finer fabrics in return. When Luo Wanning and Han Moyu went out, they had changed into regular clothes, and the messengers also wore their daily attire while shopping. Today was market day, and the streets were bustling with activity. Vendors were set up everywhere. Luo Wanning spotted someone weaving bamboo baskets worn on the back, and she purchased 3 of them for greater convenience. After buying the baskets, Luo Wanning worried she might forget what the children had asked for, purchase those items beforehand. Once she had gathered what was needed, she went to buy rabbits. Rabbits were cumbersome to carry in large numbers, so she bought 3 enough for a single meal. The rabbit vendor did not offer processing services, so she would have to prepare them herself. Luo Wanting noticed the pork vendor. In this era, oil and salt were scarce and fatty meat commanded half again the price of lean meat. Fatty pork sold at 30 cash per gene, while lean pork was 15 cash per gene. Pork belly went for 20 cash per gene. She purchased 5 gene of pork belly and 2 pork trotters priced the same as the belly. The total came to 430 cash. In those times, pork offal and bones were largely disregarded. The primary reason was that offal was too difficult to clean, and without proper preparation methods, it tasted dreadful. The vendor kept the offal to feed his own dogs. Luo Wanting, however, had a particular fondness for these parts, especially pork large intestine. She found pork intestine delicious, and thinking of sour braised intestine couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She asked the vendor, "How much for these pork bones and offal?" The vendor, having sold so much meat to Luo Wanting, said, "It's hardly worth anything. If you want it, I'll give it to you for free." "Thank you, sir." Luo Wanting placed the offal into her basket. Concerned the offal might stain her clothes, the vendor provided her with oil paper to wrap it securely, preventing any leakage. Han Mayu, seeing Luo Wanting purchase offal, pinched his nose and said, "Sister-in-law, how can you buy such a foul-smelling thing? Can it even be eaten?" "Absolutely. And once you try it, you'll want more." Han Mayu could barely tolerate the smell and found the very thought of eating it unimaginable. Luo Wanting observed his disgusted expression, but said nothing. Not wanting her to carry the odor, he volunteered to bear the basket of offal himself. Luo Wanting then visited a spice shop and purchased various seasonings. Only after gathering everything they needed did they proceed to sell the embroidery pieces. Luo Wanting inquired about the local embroidery shops and found one in Linya County. She presented Han Yunshi's embroidered works to the shop owner. Upon seeing the embroidery, the shop owner exclaimed, "The craftsmanship is extraordinary. If only the fabric were better, the price would be considerably higher." Luo Wanting asked about the price of the embroidery pieces. The shop owner replied, "If these pieces had been made with finer fabric, I would offer 35 taels of silver. Alas, given the material used, I can only give you 10 taels." Luo Wanting knew little about embroidery. Before leaving home, Han Yunshi had told her, "Ningning, if you cannot get at least 15 taels, do not sell them." She told the shop owner, "I will not sell for less than 15 taels." The shop owner feigned reluctance upon hearing the price, as though 15 taels was an unreasonable demand when she had already offered 10. "Madam, 15 taels is too high. Let us both meet halfway. How about 12 taels?" Luo Wanting perceived the shop owner's reluctance. If she sold these pieces for 15 taels, the shop owner would profit handsomely. She made her decision. "It seems we cannot reach an agreement. Before I left, my mother-in-law explicitly told me not to sell these for less than 15 taels." Luo Wanting prepared to gather Han Yunshi's 3 embroidered pieces. The shop owner, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, said, "The quality of these pieces is quite fine. I will take all 3 at 15 taels each." Luo Wanting smiled. With the transaction complete, the shop owner said, "If you have similar embroidery in the future, you may sell them to me." "We shall see." She had no intention of staying long, so she gave no definite answer. Luo Wanting knew nothing about fabrics, so she asked the shop owner which types of cloth were more valuable. The shop owner explained to Luo Wanting. She then purchased materials for making handkerchiefs and scented pouches at the same shop. After settling these matters, she and Han Moyu visited a bookstore in Linya County. The journey ahead was long, so Luo Wanting bought several storybooks to pass the time. She also purchased writing brushes, ink paper, and an inkstone, spending 20 taels in one go. She finally understood the hardships of pursuing education in ancient times. Not every family could afford it. For a farming household to produce a scholar, the entire family would need to pour all their resources into it. The term noble son from humble origins did not refer to peasant children, but to those from families that had fallen from prosperity. Han Moyu noticed Luo Wanting spending so much silver and felt it might not have been the best timing. But as the head of the household, she made the decisions, and he had no right to interfere. They returned to the county jail, their baskets overflowing with purchases. The 3 children ran over as soon as they arrived to inspect their goods. The others could only look on enviously. None of them possessed the means to do the same. Han Yunshir said she would give Luo wanting the money from selling the embroideries, then examined the embroidery threads and fabric she had bought. Having worked with such materials, often she could tell their quality at a glance. This time the goods were several times better than before. Ningning, why did you buy such expensive fabric and threads? Luo Wanning knew she was worried about the silver. I asked the owner of the embroidery shop. Mother, your embroidery is exquisite, but the materials were poor, so the price offered was low. Last time I didn't realize the embroidery was so valuable. The cheap fabric and threads I bought couldn't fetch a good price. You spend so much time embroidering, yet poor materials mean low returns. It's a waste of your effort. So I decided to buy good silk and fabric so you can create pieces that sell for a fair price. Han Yunshir saw the logic in Luo Wanning's words and said no more. Though the pig offal was wrapped in oil paper, a foul odor still lingered. Luo Chunshir caught the stench and opened the oil paper to see what was inside. Ning girl, what did you buy? It smells dreadful. It's pig offal. Luo Chunshir wrinkled her nose in distaste. Nobody eats that stuff. Yun Jiangshir overheard and couldn't help but remark. You still have plenty of silver, yet you buy such things. Truly money to burn. Luo Wanning ignored Yun Jiangshir entirely and said to Luo Chunshir, the butcher threw it in for free. People don't eat it because they can't get rid of the smell. When I was at the Jinbei Prince's mansion, I had plenty of free time, so I put some thought into cooking. I tried it once, and with enough seasoning it can become a delicious dish. Luo Chunshir remained skeptical. It was nearly noon time for the midday meal. Luo Wanning spoke to the officer. After the flash flood, Captain Li was obliging to her requests, so he allowed an officer to escort her to the county yaman's kitchen. Their meals were cooked in large pots, and Luo Wanning used her own pot. The kitchen staff pinched their noses when they saw her bring out the pig offal. They were appalled that she would cook such a thing. Fearing she would stink up the kitchen, the head cook told her to set up a makeshift stove with bricks in the courtyard and stay out of the kitchen. On someone else's turf, Luo Wanning had no choice but to comply. As long as she had a place to prepare food, she was satisfied. Some were curious how she would cook the offal. Luo Wanning washed the pig intestines with flour right in front of them. Seeing her waste flour like that pained them. White flour was expensive and she used a small bowlful, an utter waste. Luo Wanning paid no mind to their thoughts, as she just wanted to clean the intestines thoroughly and make vinegar braised chitlins. For the pig liver, small intestines, and lean meat, she would make a 3-delicacy soup. As for the pig lungs, cleaning them was troublesome, so she decided to save them for later. She had her storage space, so she kept them fresh there ready to cook whenever she wanted. Just preparing these dishes took her nearly 2 hours. Those who had earlier scorned the offal now found the aroma irresistible and wanted a taste. The head cook stepped forward. Young lady, your pig offal smells wonderful. May I have a taste? Luo Wanning was generous. She ladled him a bowl of 3-delicacy soup and gave him some vinegar braised chitlins, then returned to the detention area with the officer. The officer also found the dishes fragrant, but knowing they were made from pig offal, he couldn't bring himself to try, so he didn't ask. Back in the cell, the inmates smelled the food and swallowed hard. The 3 children gathered around. Mother, what did you make? It smells so good. Han Qiling said, licking her lips. Luo Wanning first served the 3 elders a bowl of 3-delicacy soup along with a steamed bun and some chitlins. Food was limited, so this was the best she could do. She also gave 2 portions to Hu Zhong and his brothers. During their days on the hillside, they had grown familiar with Luo Wanning's family. They didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the food. Luo Chunshir hesitated, staring at the soup in her hands. It smelled wonderful, but she was uncertain. Luo Wenhao, not picky, took a sip of the 3-delicacy soup. After one sip, he said to Luo Chunshir, Madam, this soup is delicious. Luo Wanning had added some pepper for flavor. Don't fool me, Luo Chunshir said doubtfully. She remembered that Luo Wenhao used to claim things he disliked were delicious only to trick her into eating something too sour, too salty, or downright inedible. After that, she never dared to trust his praise of food. I'm telling the truth. If you don't want it, I'll drink it. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. If it's not good, I'll never believe you again. Luo Wanning listened to their banter, a testament to their deep affection. She felt a pang of envy. A couple married young, growing old together, a companion through life's joys and trials. Luo Chunshir finished her soup, her eyes brightening, and drank it all in one go. See, I didn't lie to you. Luo Chencher nodded. The three children ate happily. After finishing her bowl, Han Qiling asked, Mother, I want more. Han Yinshi said to her, Don't overindulge. The soup is gone, so eat something else. Han Qiling nodded obediently. Seeing his sister still craved more soup, Han Qifeng said, Lingling, I don't like soup. I'll give you mine, and you give me half your bun. Okay. Han Qiling handed half her bun to her second brother and received half a bowl of soup in return. Han Yinshi watched them swap food without comment. Yun Jiangshi, seeing them enjoy their meal so much, said sourly, I don't see what's so good about pig offal. Why are they eating it with such relish? Yet even as she spoke, she secretly wanted to taste the three delicacy soup. After they finished, Han Qiling said to Luo Wanning, Mother, will you make three delicacy soup again next time? Luo Wanning pinched her daughter's cheek. We'll see. I still have pig lungs. I'll make you pig lung soup tomorrow evening. It's also delicious. Han Qiling asked, Why not tonight? Didn't you want to eat rabbit meat? I'll make it for you tonight. All right. I can't wait. Luo Wanning couldn't help laughing. Children were so innocent. Then someone from the Yun family's second branch came to ask how to handle pig offal. Luo Wanning understood her intention and told her the method for cleaning and cooking it. The woman listened without doubt and decided to buy pig offal herself next time. Luo Wanning had set a precedent, others came to ask as well. So she simply raised her voice and shared the method with everyone. That evening, Luo Wanning promised to prepare rabbit meat for the children. She also borrowed the kitchen of the county yamen. Since the three delicacy soup and vinegar-glazed intestines she had made earlier tasted exceptional, the head cook specifically sought out her recipe. When he saw Luo Wanning preparing the rabbit, he stood by and watched her work. Luo Wanning had no qualms about it. Without the seasonings she had specially prepared, he simply could not replicate the dish's distinctive flavor. Previously in the capital, Han Qiling had eaten rabbit meat on numerous occasions, yet she felt that the rabbit her mother made tasted profoundly different from anything she had savored before. The three children devoured nearly 2 whole rabbits in one sitting. Meanwhile, those who could not partake in the rabbit meat could only watch and swallow their saliva. The two branches of the Luo family regretted their actions yet again. They should never have fallen out with the eldest son, who otherwise they too could have enjoyed the rabbit meat. They had previously considered currying favor with Luo Wanning, but she never regarded them as kin whatsoever. Although Hu Zhong and Hu Yi were outsiders, the two brothers had indeed been of considerable assistance to the Han family throughout this journey and had even helped carry their belongings. Luo Wanning had told them that as long as they lent their help, she would never let them go hungry. The food they were able to eat was simply the just reward for their labor. They spent the night in Linya County. The following day they set forth for the next county, Qinlin County. Upon reaching Qinlin County, they would need to pass through Qinzhou County, then proceed to Jiangzhou County, continuing along their original planned route. The magistrate of Linya County cautioned Captain Li, I have heard that bandits have been prowling in Qinlin County of late. Please exercise caution when traveling the official road. Thank you for the warning, County Magistrate Song. We shall be mindful. The official road connecting Linya County and Qinlin County had been renovated 2 years prior, making it considerably easier to traverse than before and suitable for prisoner carriages. Captain Li, unwilling to press on foot, borrowed both a prisoner carriage and horses from Linya County, thereby accelerating their progress. Magistrate Song entrusted all the prisoner carriages in the county office to Captain Li, instructing that someone would later be sent to retrieve them from Qinlin County. Upon hearing they would be afforded the luxury of a prisoner carriage this time, they could hardly contain their joy. With a prisoner carriage they could spare themselves much walking. For some time, now trudging along each day had left their waists and backs aching, and numerous blisters had formed on their feet. Even when they burst, they had to grit their teeth and keep walking. The prisoner carriages were segregated by gender. Previously, Luo Wanning and Han Yinshi had been placed in separate carriages, but this time they were assigned together. Since Yun Jiangshi had already been struck by lightning once Captain Li arranged for her to stay with her family, the others breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Yun Jiangshi would not be housed with them. If she had remained with them, who could have predicted what might have transpired? Just as Yun Jiangshi was boarding the prisoner carriage, the floor beneath them suddenly gave way. The wooden board had been compromised, and Yun Jiangshi fell halfway to the ground, becoming trapped. Oh, it hurt so badly. Her two daughters-in-law immediately rushed over to pull her free. Witnessing this, Luo Wanning thought to herself how terribly unfortunate Yun Jiangshi was. First struck by lightning, and now this misfortune. The moment Yun Jiangshi was hauled to her feet, the prisoner carriage collapsed entirely, and everyone aboard tumbled to the ground. The occupants of the other prisoner carriages gasped in dismay. They took quite a nasty fall. Fortunately, we were not in the same carriage as Yun Jiangshi, or we would be the ones lying there bruised and battered. Yun Jiangshi is simply cursed with misfortune. Perhaps when they switch carriages later, the same calamity will strike again. Captain Li dispatched someone to inspect the condition of the prisoner carriage and discovered that the hemp ropes binding it had worn through from excessive use. It was simply Yun Jiangshi's terrible luck to have encountered such a disaster. He provided them with a replacement prisoner carriage. When they managed to rise, their waists were too stiff from the fall to straighten properly. Yun Jiangshi fared the worst. She had stepped on nothing, sustaining a gash on her foot that continued to bleed. Without any medicine on hand, there was nothing to do but let the blood flow. Yun Jiangshi noticed with splinters still embedded in her foot, and the slightest touch drew piercing cries of pain. Regardless of how much she wailed, Captain Li paid her no mind. Once the new prisoner carriage was prepared, he urged them forward. Stop dawdling. Board the carriage at once. We are departing. They boarded the carriage in order. Once Yun Jiangshi was helped inside, she dared not move in the least. Her two daughters-in-law, seeing this, could only manage to extract the wood splinters from her wound, utterly at a loss for what else they could do. After ensuring everyone was seated, Captain Li gave the order to depart. This marked the second time Luo Wanning had traveled in a prisoner carriage, yet she remained unaccustomed to it. The bumpy terrain made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Noticing her distress, Han Yunshi offered her the bundle of cloth, saying, "Use this as a cushion, it will be far more comfortable." Luo Wanning declined. "No need. You keep it. I shall prepare something once we reach the next county." Seeing Luo Wanning refuse, Han Yunshi said nothing further. Taking advantage of Han Yunshi's inattention, Luo Wanning exchanged for a cushion from her spatial storage. She possessed the ability of invisibility, so as long as her hand touched the cushion, she could render it invisible. However, at present, she could only maintain the invisibility for 30 minutes, and it could be used only once per day. 30 minutes would suffice. It was enough to grant her some measure of comfort. With the cushion in place, she felt considerably better. They continued as before, resting after every 2 hours of travel. At noon, Luo Wanning had no intention of preparing a meal, so they subsisted on steamed buns. During the rest period, Han Yunshi cut a piece of the fabric Luo Wanning had purchased and began sewing. Sewing a cushion did not require much time. Rather than sealing it completely, she placed the finer fabric inside the pouch she had stitched together. Once finished, she brought the cushion to Luo Wanning and said, "This will make the prisoner carriage ride more bearable for you later." Luo Wanning stared at the cushion Han Yunshi offered her, momentarily stunned. "Thank you, mother. There is no need for thanks. When you speak thus, it makes me feel as though you are keeping your distance from me. Please do not say such things in the future." "Very well, mother." In Han Yunshi's care, Luo Wanning genuinely felt the warmth of a mother's love. Such close bonds between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were rare. She recalled the moment she and Han Maching came to pay respects with tea, when Han Yunshi had taken her hand and said, "Ningning, you have suffered greatly by marrying into our Han family. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will cherish you as my own daughter." At first, the original owner had dismissed these words as mere courtesy. Her close friends, after their own marriages, frequently complained to her about their mothers-in-law, listing one grievance after another. Should any mistake be made at home, they were punished according to the household rules. Thus, she never took the matter seriously. Yet within the memories of these 6 years, Han Yunshi had never spoken a harsh word to her, and had often shown her solicitude and warmth. Even when she committed an error, Han Yunshi never rebuked her, but instead said gently, "No one is perfect. Since you have recognized your mistake, simply resolve not to repeat it." When she shared this with her close friends, they were consumed by envy. They told her, "A mother-in-law like hers is truly a celestial being. If my mother-in-law were but 1/3 as kind as yours, I would be perfectly content." Each time she heard such words, the original owner's spirits lifted considerably. When Yun Jiangshi was on the prison cart, her foot began to ache. After disembarking, the pain became unbearable, and she kept crying out in agony, Earlier, when she had been struck by lightning, her family had wanted to ask Luo Wanting for help, but they refrained out of pride. Now that she was suffering so terribly, her eldest daughter-in-law could not bear to see her in such distress. "Mother, why don't we ask Wanting to treat you?" Yun Jiangshi, upon hearing her eldest daughter-in-law's suggestion, exclaimed excitedly, "Even if my leg is ruined, I will never seek treatment from Luo Wanting. Her previous rescues were nothing but luck." Her voice carried, and Luo Wanting overheard. Luo Wanting sneered, "Even if you begged me, I would not help you. But I will kindly remind you, if you do not tend to your wounds, soon your life may be in danger." As a physician herself, she recognized that Yun Jiangshi's injury was no minor wound. An infected wound left untreated could easily lead to tetanus. Tetanus could prove fatal. It was said that a healer possessed a benevolent heart, but Luo Wanting saved people based on her mood. The main reason was that some people simply did not deserve her help. Initially, Luo Wanting had not intended to join the infrastructure force, but the organization discovered her supernatural abilities. She wished to avoid involvement and merely survive. Despite her attempts to evade, the organization found a way to compel her to join. At first, she believed she should save as many as possible, but later her perspective shifted. She would only rescue those who obeyed her instructions during the journey to the safe base. If they refused, she would not care whether they lived or died. After all, she and her teammates risked their lives to save them. If they did not follow orders, the entire group might perish. This rescue mission had gone smoothly, but she could not guard against betrayal from those closest to her, being stabbed in the back by someone she had considered a good friend. Yun Jiangshi, upon hearing Luo Wanting's words, shouted, "You just wish me ill, so you say these things to curse me. Believe it or not, it's your choice. The weather is hot now. An untreated wound will easily fester, and then it won't be as simple as cleaning it." Luo Wanting finished speaking and ignored her. Yun Jiangshi grew anxious, convinced that Luo Wanting was trying to frighten her out of spite. Once the noon break ended, they continued their journey to Qinlin County. Luo Wanting, having a cushion prepared by Han Yunshi, was much more comfortable. Perhaps intimidated by Luo Wanting's words, Yun Jiangshi stared at her wound all afternoon. Seeing that the wound had scabbed, she felt reassured that the dire prediction would not come true. She did not realize this was only the beginning. A worse was yet to come. By evening, they reached the relay station, avoiding the need to camp outdoors. The station had been notified in advance and had cleared a holding area for prisoners. The conditions were poor. As before, Luo Wanting spent some silver to secure better accommodations. At night, she could prepare her own food, which was far better than staying with the others. They had no right to complain about the Han family. Although they were exiled because of the Han family, Luo Wanting was right. They had only themselves to blame for not severing ties with the Hans. After dinner, Luo Wanting bought some books and had Han Moyu teach the children. Han Yunshi, not embroidering tonight, discussed future plans with Luo Wanting. "Ningning, the weather is still hot now, but it will grow colder. I made a back cushion for you today, but I forgot to mention after we reach Qinlin County we should buy some thick fabric so I can prepare winter clothes for everyone." Luo Wanting agreed. "Once we get to Qinlin County, I'll go with you to choose. You know better." "All right." After discussing this, they said no more, resting well to regain their strength. That night, Yun Jiangshi developed a fever after her injury, throwing the Yun family into panic. They thought of dandelion to lower the fever, but without a way to boil water, they could only soak dried dandelion in water, hoping the infusion would help. Yun Jiangshi, feverish, recalled Luo Wanting's words from earlier. Was she really not going to make it? No, she hadn't lived enough, as she didn't want to die so soon. Her two daughters-in-law tried to cool her down with water. By dawn, she felt a little better. The other inmates in the same cell feared Yun Jiangshi might not survive and die in the prison. They were superstitious about such things, believing that staying with a corpse would bring bad luck for a while. There was a precedent: someone entered a house where a person had died, fell ill for a period, and no doctor could cure them. The family had no choice but to summon a Taoist priest. The priest examined him and said he had encountered the deceased's baleful aura extinguishing his life lamp, causing his ailments. A ritual was performed, an altar set up, and the next day the man recovered miraculously. If someone like Yun Jiangshi died, given her temperament, many would suffer. Seeing that she was fine, the other inmates breathed a sigh of relief. But the wound on Yun Jiangshi's leg had turned out exactly as Luo Wanting had said. Yesterday it scabbed, which seemed like improvement, but now it looked worse than before. The area around the wound was red and swollen, and when pressed viscous fluid oozed from beneath the scab. Yun Jiangshi looked at it. Is my leg going to be useless? None of them were doctors, but they could not dismiss Luo Wanning's words. Yun Yushan, seeing his grandmother's worry, said, "Grandmother, why don't you apologize to Luo Wanning and ask her to forgive the words you said before, then beg her to treat your wound? Maybe your leg can be saved." "I would rather lose my leg than apologize to her." They dropped the topic. When Li Budu ordered them to move out, Yun Jiangshi was supported by her two daughters-in-law, unable to move, because any movement caused excruciating pain in her leg. Luo Wanning glanced at Yun Jiangshi. Yun Jiangshi felt she was mocking her. Remembering the curse from yesterday, she said, "I'm still alive, and well as someone's hopes have been dashed." Everyone present knew who that someone referred to. Yun Jiangshi's daughters-in-law thought their mother-in-law was being stubborn, unable to move her leg, yet still speaking so defiantly. Luo Wanning scanned Yun Jiangshi and said lightly, "You had a fever last night. Today your wound is red and swollen, and pus is oozing from the scab. If you're lucky, you might keep your leg. If not, losing your leg is the least of your worries. Your life might be in danger." Yun Jiangshi's face changed, and her heart skipped a beat. She had not even examined her own wound, yet Luo Wanning described it with such accuracy. Luo Wanning disregarded Yun Jiangshi's thoughts and boarded the prison cart with her family. Her two daughters-in-law, seeing that Luo Wanning's predictions were so accurate, wished to persuade her to seek help from Luo Wanning. Yun Jiangshi, naturally discerning their intentions, said, "Do not urge me." She merely made random guesses. She continued to have her daughters-in-law assist her onto the prison cart. As they boarded the cart, they inspected it thoroughly to avoid a repeat of yesterday's incident. Only after confirming there was nothing amiss did they feel at ease. Once everyone was aboard, the procession resumed its journey toward Qinlin County. Luo Wanning's words had unsettled Yun Jiangshi, who now worried that her leg might be beyond saving. Autumn had arrived, and the ancient climate differed from that of the future. With the onset of autumn, the weather turned cool, and the significant temperature differences made people prone to illness. Han Xiling struggled to adapt to the changing weather, sneezing and suffering from a runny nose. Though her condition was not yet severe, she was given an extra layer of clothing to keep warm. Han Xie and Han Qifeng, being of robust constitution, required less concern. Their journey maintained a regular rhythm, and even with the prison cart, they rested every 2 shurchen. After 2 shurchen of travel, the group halted near a clear stream. Captain Li chose this spot for a rest and to replenish water, uncertain whether there would be another water source ahead. As they disembarked from the cart, Han Qifeng missed his footing and fell. The area near the stream was strewn with rocks, and his fall caused him to strike one. His hand was scraped raw, and his left ankle also sustained an injury. The pain was so intense that Han Qifeng could not help but wail, "Mother, it hurts so much." Luo Wanning rushed to her son's side. Seeing her approach, Han Qifeng felt overwhelmed with grievance, tears glistening in his eyes. Han Yunshi also examined the wound and asked Luo Wanning, "Ningning Xiaofeng's injury looks quite serious. Could he also?" She left the sentence unfinished, deeming the words inauspicious. Yun Jiangshi, overhearing Han Yunshi's remark about the severity of the injury, sneered, "See, your loose tongue brought retribution, not on you, but on your son." Her words carried a note of schadenfreude. Luo Wanning ignored Yun Jiangshi and said to Han Moyu, "Bring the basket you're carrying." Han Moyu quickly handed over the basket. Luo Wanning took out 2 bottles of medicine from it. These were procured from her spatial storage, but the porcelain bottles came from a pharmacy. Everyone present knew of her medical knowledge, so no one questioned her use of the bottles. Luo Wanning said to Han Qifeng, "I'll clean the wound, bear with it." Han Qifeng nodded. Luo Wanning first cleansed the wound, then disinfected it with alcohol. The moment the alcohol touched the injury, a burning sensation shot through him. But his uncle had taught him that a man sheds blood, not tears, so he gritted his teeth and endured. The wound was not large, making the cleaning process relatively straightforward. After disinfection, Luo Wanning applied a white powder to the wound, a special anti-inflammatory she had prepared, similar in effect to Yunnan Baiyao. As the powder was applied, Han Qifeng tensed, expecting the same pain as during disinfection, and clutched his clothes tightly to stifle any cry. But the white powder brought a cool, soothing sensation rather than pain. Luo Wanning took a piece of candy from the basket and handed it to him. Feng Ora, you were brave. This is your reward. In her past life, Luo Wanning had used the same method to comfort children. Han Shilling, seeing her second brother get candy, said, Mother, I want some too. Noticing her runny nose and dry lips, Luo Wanning replied, You need to eat less sugar and drink more water now. You can have some when you're better. Han Shilling felt disappointed at not getting the candy. She turned to Han Shifeng. Second brother, could you give me the candy? Han Shifeng, adhering to his principles, shook his head. Mother said, I can't give it to you. I'll keep it for now and give it to you when you're well. Han Shilling did not press further. She could only hope to recover quickly so she could enjoy the candy. Though Han Shifeng's wound was not severe, Luo Wanning feared tetanus. When no one was watching, she used her psychic ability to become invisible and retrieved a tetanus injection from her spatial storage. She rolled up his sleeve and administered the injection into his arm. In the past, injections were given with syringes, but later improvements allowed for pre-mixed medicinal agents and refined needles that slowly delivered the medication with reduced pain. Han Shifeng felt a slight sting on his arm and asked about it. Luo Wanning explained, I simply used a silver needle to give you a prick. Keep the wound dry and it will heal in a few days. He asked no further questions. While she treated his wound, Yin Jiangshi observed the medicine Luo Wanning used and noted the porcelain bottle. If Han Shifeng's condition did not deteriorate like her own, it would prove the medicine's efficacy. Then by any means necessary, she would steal that bottle. After tending to her son's injury, Luo Wanning began preparing lunch for everyone. Yun Jiangshi, seeing that Luo Wanning was not looking her way, said to Yun Yongxing, Yongxing, go play with the Han children later and secretly take the porcelain bottle from the basket and bring it to your great-grandmother. Yun Yongxing felt a strong resistance. Great-grandmother taking something without permission is stealing. Yun Jiangshi retorted, It's not stealing. Look, your great-grandmother is injured and has no medicine. Don't you feel sorry for me? Yun Yongxing nodded. He was very worried about his great-grandmother because she had always been kind to him. Then don't you want your great-grandmother to recover quickly? He nodded again. So help your great-grandmother with this. While they're not looking, bring me the medicine, all right? Yin Yongxing still felt uneasy about taking things secretly, but children are easily swayed, and soon Yun Jiangshi's persuasion won him over. He genuinely wished for his great-grandmother's speedy recovery. Seeing his agreement, Yun Jiangshi said, That's my good great-grandson. Yun Yongxing's mother, unaware of their conversation, saw him go to play with Han Xie and the others and did not stop him. By playing together, her son could also enjoy some of the better food. Luo Wanning held a grudge only against Yun Jiangshi. She still shared food with the children. Yun Yongxi came to play with Han Xie and his sister. Because of Yun Jiangshi, Han Xie's attitude toward Yun Yongxi was neither warm nor cold. I need to read. I don't have time to play with you. Han Shilling was about the same. She ignored Yun Yongxi as well. Yun Yongxi felt a bitter sting being treated this way by the siblings. Yet he still shamelessly pressed closer to Han Xie, initiating conversation. Han Yunshi watched all of this. The children had their own judgments. She would not intervene. Seeing this behavior from Yun Yongxi, Han Xie grew impatient. He moved to a position closer to the bamboo basket. Yun Yongxi noticed how near Han Xie was to the basket. He saw it as an opportunity. He followed suit, pretending to trip over something, and knocked over the basket. The porcelain bottles Luo Wanning had placed inside tumbled out. Noticing items had fallen out, Han Yunshi went over to pick them up. Yun Yongxi also helped gather them, apologizing to Han Yunshi, Great Aunt, I didn't mean to. Han Yunshi did not scold him. There were 5 medicine bottles in the basket, but Yun Yongxi was perplexed. They all looked alike, and he had no idea which bottle was the one Han Shifeng had just used. Not knowing which one to take, he picked none at all. When Yun Yongxi returned, Yun Jiangshi noticed he had no medicine in his hands. Where is the medicine? Yun Yongxi pressed his lips and replied, There were too many bottles. I didn't know which one it was, so I didn't bring it. Yun Jiangshi did not know what else to say, but muttered, Can't even manage such a simple task. Truly good for nothing. She was unaware that when Luo Wanning had applied medicine to Han Shifeng, she had already given him the bottle and instructed him to apply plenty at first. Hearing Yun Jiangshi speak this way, Yun Yongxi lowered his head and tears of grievance spilled from his eyes. Yun Jiangshi saw this and said, I'm only saying a few words. Oh, what's there to cry about? Yun Yongxi did not say another word. He returned to his mother's side. Yun Qianshi saw that her son was clearly distressed and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing his mother's question, Yun Yongsi felt as though he had found someone to confide in. He choked back sobs as he explained, "Great-grandmother asked me to fetch medicine for her. I followed her instructions, but there were so many medicine bottles in that basket. I didn't know which one was for treating injuries, so I didn't bring it." Hearing the full story, Yun Qinshi was infuriated. That old woman actually sent her grandson to steal medicine. She comforted her son and spoke with earnest seriousness. "Child, you did the right thing not taking those medicines. From now on, do not obey your great-grandmother's orders to fetch things. If she needs medicine, she should get it herself. Whenever anyone asks you to fetch something, you should come tell me. Taking something without asking is considered theft, and the consequences could be severe." Yun Yongsi nodded. "I understand. In the future, if anyone asks me to do something, I'll tell you first. Good boy. Don't cry anymore, and don't take your great-grandmother's words to heart." After Yun Qinshi's guidance, Yun Yongsi was not as heartbroken as before, for he had not done anything wrong. Yun Yesher also learned of this incident. She went to discuss it with Yun Jingming. Upon hearing it, Yun Jingming said, "Mother wouldn't do something like this, would she?" Yongsi said it himself, "Oh, do you think I would fabricate this? Please tell your mother from now on, don't let Yongsi do such things. I'm afraid he'll learn bad habits." Yun Jingming agreed with Yun Yesher. "I understand. I'll speak to mother about this." But he merely said it. He had no intention of actually telling his own mother. He feared that if he did, she would cause trouble with him. After the Lu Wanning family finished their afternoon meal, Han Yunshi resumed her embroidery. She thought about stitching a few handkerchiefs after arriving in Qinlin County, so she could exchange them for silver to buy fabric and make clothes. She reminded Han Yunshi, "Mother, you cannot keep hunching over while embroidering. It will damage your spine, and spinal problems are difficult to treat." Even in her previous life, despite advanced technology, spinal ailments could not be cured. They could only be relieved and prevented from worsening. Han Yunshi knew Lu Wanning was concerned for her. "Very well. When I'm tired, I'll rest." During a break, Han Qifeng again applied the medicine powder that Lu Wanning had given him to his wound. Yun Jiangshi kept a watchful eye on Han Qifeng, wanting to see what kind of medicine she used, so she could have Yun Yongsi fetch it for her later. Han Qifeng knew the current circumstances were very different from those in the capital. Medicine was precious. So after applying the medicine, he placed the porcelain bottle into a small cloth pouch that Han Yunshi had sewn for him and hung it around his neck. Yun Jiangshi noticed he kept the medicine on his person, so she sent for Yun Yongsi. Yun Qinshi understood her intentions and accompanied Yun Yongsi over. "Why are you following me?" Yun Jiangshi asked displeasedly upon seeing Yun Qinshi approach. "I just want to know what grandmother is calling Yongsi for." Yun Qinshi knew Yun Jiangshi was an elder and dared not retort sharply. Yun Jiangshi ignored her and said to Yun Yongsi, "Yongsi, go fetch that bottle of medicine from Han Qifeng's person for great-grandmother." Seeing his mother nearby, Yun Yongsi said, "Great-grandmother, I won't do it." Hearing his refusal, Yun Jiangshi glared at Yun Qinshi. "Did you instruct him to speak this way, eh? This matter was inherently wrong. I will not let my child turn bad. If you wish for Lu Wanning's medicine, you might as well ask her yourself for some." Yun Jiangshi disliked a junior speaking to her in such a manner. She turned to Yun Yesher. "Eldest daughter-in-law, come here for a moment." Yun Yesher approached. "Mother, what do you need?" Yun Jiangshi went straight to complaining. "Look at the wife you've raised. She speaks so disrespectfully to an elder. Have Yushan make her kneel for an hour tonight as punishment." Yun Qinshi refused to accept blame. She said to Yun Yesher, "I did not intend to confront grandmother. It was grandmother who asked Yongsi to fetch medicine. When Yongsi refused, she claimed it was my fault for teaching him wrongly. She then shed tears of grievance." Yun Yesher stood by her daughter-in-law. "I think Yura speaks the truth." Yun Jiangshi burst into loud sobs. "What sin have I committed? Every one of them disregards me." Yun saw Yun Jiangshi crying and told his wives and granddaughters-in-law to simply ignore her. Seeing that nobody was paying attention to her, Yun Jiangshi found it pointless and stopped her melodrama. Others only knew that Yun Jiangshi had cried, but they were unclear about the specifics, and no one bothered to inquire. Yun Jiangshi realized that since Yun Yongsi would not help her fetch medicine, she could not expect Yun to do it either. Her leg injury had not improved, and she desperately wanted the medicine that Lu Wanning had given Han Qifeng. With no one else to rely on, she would have to find another way. As soon as the rest period ended, Constable Li ordered the prisoners onto the prisoner cart, preparing to head to the next relay station. Yunda still felt sorry for Yun Jiangshi. While the prisoners were boarding the cart, he deliberately drew near Han Qifeng and, taking advantage of the guard's distraction, palmed the medicine from him. Han Qifeng was focused on boarding the cart and failed to notice that the medicine on his person was gone. As the prisoner cart began to move, Yunda tucked the medicine bottle into his inner robe and discarded the cloth bag. The cloth bag was small and the official's attention was fixed on the prisoners, but none of them noticed the item fall to the ground. Because of the prison wagon, they arrived at the relay station as the sun was setting. After the prisoners disembarked, Yunda surreptitiously slipped the medicinal balm he had obtained to Yun Jiangshi, saying, "Remember to apply this medicine." Yun Jiangshi stared at the porcelain bottle in her hand, momentarily stunned, never expecting him to steal medicine for her. With this balm, her wounds would soon heal. Han Qifeng had noticed the medicine was missing while still in the prison wagon, but dared not speak of it. As soon as he got off, he went to Luo Wanning and said, "Mother, the medicine you gave me is gone." He had not kept it safe and dared not meet her eyes. Luo Wanning looked at her son and asked, "When did you discover the medicine was missing?" Han Qifeng had been racking his brain since he found it gone. "I only realized it was missing after the wagon had traveled some distance." Han Moyu, recalling that they shared a wagon with Yunda, ventured, "Sister-in-law, do you think Uncle might have taken Fenger's medicine?" Given Yun Jiangshi's injury, Yunda indeed had a motive. Han Yunshi, hearing her son, retorted, "Without evidence, do not speak recklessly." Han Moyu, chastised, said, "Mother, I was only guessing. I never said it was definitely Uncle who took it." "Enough." Han Moyu fell silent, believing that saying more only invited more mistakes. Han Qifeng, racked with guilt, said, "Mother, it's all my fault for not keeping the medicines safe." Luo Wanning gently rubbed her son's head. "You were careless, but don't blame yourself. Mother still has more medicine. I'll give it to your uncle later, and he'll apply it for you." She did not believe her medicine had simply vanished. As Han Yunshi had said, there was no proof that Yunda stole it. If she accused him outright, he would surely bite back. A mere bottle of medicine. She had plenty. They were then locked up in the relay station's cells. Taking advantage of Luo Wanning's inattention, Yun Jiangshi applied the medicinal powder to her wound. Though Luo Wanning did not witness the act, she caught the scent of the medicine. Following the aroma, she traced it to Yun Jiangshi. Luo Wanning fixed her gaze on the woman and said in a cold voice, "Yun Jiangshi, hand over the medicine you took." Yun Jiangshi, hearing the accusation, clutched the porcelain bottle tightly. "What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever take your medicine? Don't force my hand." Luo Wanning's voice was as icy as winter. Yun Jiangshi, having finally obtained this precious balm, was unwilling to surrender it. Luo Wanning's action drew the attention of others. From their exchange, the onlookers surmised the situation. Luo Wanning was not one to make false accusations. If she said Yun Jiangshi had taken it, then she had. The bystanders urged Yun Jiangshi, "If you truly took Miss Luo's medicine, you'd better return it. Yes, taking what isn't yours is stealing." Yun Jiangshi found their words unbearably harsh. "I said I didn't take it, and I didn't. With no evidence, you just listened to her. Isn't that too arbitrary?" Luo Wanning knew Yun Jiangshi would argue. She dared to demand the medicine back, because she had a way to prove it. "If you want proof, I can give it to you." Luo Wanning addressed the crowd. "This is the medicine I prepared for my son. He told me earlier it was missing, and I didn't think much of it. But I smelled the scent of medicine on her identical to my balm. You want proof? The proof is on her wound right now." She turned to Yun Jiangshi. "Dare you show your wound to everyone?" Yun Jiangshi's heart quailed. "Why should I listen to you?" Seeing Yun Jiangshi's attitude, the onlookers were convinced Luo Wanning spoke the truth. "I think there's no need to see her wound. She's definitely applied the medicine. Just return Miss Luo's balm." "Exactly. Taking without asking is stealing." Yun Jiangshi, though shamelessly thick-skinned, still refused to give up the medicine. Luo Wanning didn't need to act. Others volunteered to search Yun Jiangshi. They did so hoping to curry favor with Luo Wanning, who had helped them secure food by selling pine mushrooms. Yun Jiangshi tried to resist, but was outnumbered, and the porcelain bottle slipped from her grasp. The bottle spoke for itself. Luo Wanning picked up the bottle and said, "I never thought you would not only act arrogant, but also stoop to thievery." Seeing the medicine taken away, Yun Jiangshi despaired. How would her wounds ever heal? Neither her daughter-in-law nor her granddaughter-in-law came to help, and she vented her anger at them. "Why didn't you help me?" Her two daughters-in-law replied. "This is your fault. Helping you would be useless." Yun Jiangshi was so furious she couldn't find words to curse them, but her hatred for Luo Wanning burned fiercely. She shot a venomous glance at Luo Wanning, vowing to destroy her reputation if she ever caught her vulnerable. The next day, as they set out, Luo Wanning said to Han Qifeng, "The medicine you lost yesterday, I've recovered it. From now on, be more careful with your belongings, lest someone sneak them away." Yunda heard every word and felt deeply ashamed. Yet he understood Luo Wanning's warning. Thanks to the medicine, the wound on Yun Jiangshi's leg had improved slightly by morning. She knew the balm was effective, but there was no way to obtain more. The incident served as a stark warning to everyone. Whenever members of Yun Jiangshi's family approached, everyone guarded their possessions vigilantly. They had no intention of losing their belongings. Yunda's family felt the sting of ostracism. Yun Yongxi, also affected, found that anyone he approached would assume he had ill intentions. Now he was utterly alone. Once a lively and cheerful child, he became withdrawn and silent. Yun Qinshi was deeply worried. She tried to talk to Yun Yongxi, but he ignored her, staring fixedly in one direction. She shared this with her family. Yun Jiangshi said, "It's nothing new, it'll pass in a while." Yun Qinshi thought so too, but tragedy struck nonetheless. Yun Yongxi met with an accident. Perhaps the recent events had unsettled his emotions. While passing a mountain path, he tumbled down the slope. The hillside was steep and no one dared to descend. The chances of survival were slim. Seeing her son fall, Yun Qinshi's maternal instinct drove her to go after him, but Yun Yushan held her back, and she fainted. When she came to, the shock had driven her mad. After 5 days of travel, they arrived at Qinlin County. Throughout the journey, Captain Li had been on edge, for Magistrate Song had warned that bandits roamed Qinlin County, and he remained vigilant, fearing an ambush. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. As before, they stayed in Qinlin County for a day to purchase supplies, accompanied by the officers. This time, Han Moyu remained at the county office, while Luo Wanning went out with Han Yunshi to make purchases. Luo Wanning and Han Yunshi stepped outside with preferential treatment. Officers accompanied them, yet the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law wore no shackles. It resembled noble women taking a grand promenade, flanked by 2 attendants. Having been the princess of Jinbei for so many years, even now stripped of her title, an exiled Han Yunshi still radiated an air of aristocratic grace. It was temperament. No matter what calamities befell her, the essence buried in her bones could never be erased. As Han Yunshi walked along the street, she worried that the townsfolk might pelt them with objects as they had before. They were not dressed in prisoner garb, and the people on the street had no idea they were those sentenced to exile. Only then did she feel relieved. The silver in Luo Wanning's possession was more than enough for their expenses, so there was no rush to do business. By the time they arrived in Qinlin County, it was not a market day, and the streets were considerably quieter than usual. With only shops open and far fewer street vendors than in the capital, the bustle was diminished. Over the past few days, Han Yunshi had embroidered several pieces, and she and Luo Wanning headed to an embroidery shop to sell them. The moment they entered, the embroidery shop owner spoke to them in a local dialect. "Madams, may I ask what you are looking for?" Judging by their fine attire and demeanor, he took them for women of wealth and status. Han Yunshi looked thoroughly bewildered, unable to understand a word the owner said. Luo Wanning had her little fox companion, who could translate for her when she did not comprehend the local dialect. Realizing they were not locals, the owner switched to the common language and addressed them. Han Yunshi replied, "I am here to sell embroidery." Even back in the capital, she had never sold embroidery before, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. The shop owner examined Han Yunshi's work and found it to be of excellent quality, worthy of a considerable price. Noticing their accent revealed they were outsiders, he decided to drive a hard bargain. "I will offer 8 taels per piece, and I will take them all." Upon hearing that price, Luo Wanning simply led Han Yunshi out. Seeing them leave, the owner did not want to miss the sale. "Madams, please wait. I can raise my offer to 15 taels. Hearing 15 taels, Luo Wanning still did not turn around. The owner raised his price once more. "I will give you 25 taels. Luo Wanning paused, and the owner assumed they had agreed. She turned to face the owner and said, We have decided not to sell these embroideries after all. He had never offered a reasonable price from the start, and even if he were to raise it to 100 taels now she would not sell. They had more than enough silver anyway. Instead of lingering further, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law moved to a nearby fabric shop to browse for cloth. Han Yunshi caught sight of a particular piece of fabric and ran her fingers over it thoughtfully. She said to Luo Wanning, "Your father would look splendid in an outfit made from this." Luo Wanning understood the meaning behind her words. "I believe father and your husband are still alive as well. Let us buy it and make clothes for them so that when we are finally reunited I can place them in their hands myself." Han Yunshi nodded. Lately she had been dreaming of her husband. In her dreams he had said, "Meow meow, wait for me. When I return we shall be together again." But each time she awoke, she realized it had only been a dream. They needed to make quite a number of outfits, so they purchased a considerable amount of fabric in one go. The fabric shop owner beamed with delight. After packaging their cloth, he said, "If you find our fabric to your liking, do come back again." Luo Wanning politely replied, "Thank you. Wishing you prosperous business." After purchasing the fabric, they continued on to acquire other supplies. The journey from Qinlin County to Qinzhou County would take 6 days, so it was prudent to stock up on provisions. Her daughter had been longing for tripe soup, so she went to the meat vendor to inquire. Unfortunately, she arrived a bit late, and the pork offal had already been sold out. Unable to find pig offal, Luo Wanning purchased some pork ribs and fatty pork instead. Hardly had she walked away from the stall when she heard the butcher remark, "Strange day indeed. Normally nobody wants pig offal, but today everyone seems to be buying it." Luo Wanning understood immediately. Likely the others among the exiles had come and purchased it all. She also spotted dried bamboo shoots, which she particularly enjoyed, and after buying some she ordered 3 ducks, intending to prepare dry pot duck. The one task she dreaded most was preparing ducks, mainly because plucking them was so time-consuming. Before purchasing, she asked the vendor, "Could you help me process the ducks?" Seeing that she was buying so many ducks at once, the vendor agreed to help. Luo Wanning watched as he prepared them, and before beginning, he poured some wine and fed a spoonful to each duck. Curious, she asked, "Boss, why are you feeding the ducks wine?" The vendor explained, "It makes the feathers easier to pluck." Upon learning this, Luo Wanning said no more. She still had other items to purchase, so she asked Han Yunshi to wait while the vendor finished processing the ducks. The seasonings she had previously bought were all used up and some varieties were unavailable in the market, so she retrieved them from her spatial pocket. To avoid arousing Han Yunshi's suspicion, she had purchased the containers for the seasonings from a nearby ceramic shop beforehand. The packaging from the spatial exchange was discarded directly into the pocket where the little fox would handle the cleanup. She also brought out some medicinal herbs she had obtained from the Imperial Medical Bureau to blend a secret seasoning. This seasoning recipe was a treasured heirloom of the Luo family, extraordinary in its ability to elevate the flavor of mutton and dog meat. In her past life, countless people had sought this secret formula, but never succeeded. Like the medical prescriptions, the culinary recipes were passed down only through the direct lineage, never to collateral branches. When Luo Wanning returned, the ducks had already been prepared. Seeing that Luo Wanning had brought back so many items, Han Yunshi did not scold her for spending so freely. Instead, she said with affection, "If I had known we would need to buy so much, I would have had Moyu accompany you. Then you would not have had to carry such heavy loads yourself." Touched by Han Yunshi's concern, Luo Wanning felt a warmth spread through her heart. She smiled and said, "It is not that heavy. I am not tired at all." In truth, Luo Wanning had already stored everything in her spatial pocket and would transfer the items into baskets once they returned. On the way back, Han Yunshi also carried a basket. Knowing that Han Yunshi had never done any manual labor, Luo Wanning worried she might struggle with a heavy load and placed the lighter items such as the fabric in her basket. She told Han Yunshi what she had purchased, and then asked, "Mother, is there anything else we might need? Let us go buy it before we head back. I think you have bought everything we need. There is nothing else required." When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law returned to the county office, the others had also finished their shopping. The 2 branches of the Luo family and Yun Jiangshi's household remained exactly as before. Without a single coin to their names, they had managed to purchase absolutely nothing. Han Qiling had been eagerly anticipating the tripe soup. Not even looking at her basket, she asked Luo Wanning, "Mother, did you manage to buy the ingredients for the tripe soup?" Luo Wanning shook her head. We arrived a bit late, and they had already sold out. Upon hearing this, Han Qiling's eyes dimmed, and she could hardly conceal her disappointment. Luo Wanning crouched down and said to her, "We may not have tripe soup, but mother does not only know how to make that one dish. Tonight, I will prepare a dish you have never tasted before." The young foodie's eyes lit up at the prospect of a new dish. "Mother, what delicious food are you going to make?" Luo Wanning gently tickled her daughter's nose. "You will find out tonight." Seeing her daughter regain her usual vivacity, Luo Wanning handed her some snacks. The moment Han Qiling received the treats, she skipped off happily to share them with her cousins. Han Yinshi could not make clothes for so many people alone. The women of the capital were generally skilled in needlework, so she distributed a portion of the fabric to Luo Chen's wife. Luo Chen's wife was carefree and careless by nature, knowing nothing about needlework. Upon seeing the fabric Han Yinshi had given her a headache immediately formed. Fortunately, her daughter-in-law knew how to sew, otherwise the entire family would have had to face winter wrapped in rough cloth. After the Han family purchased fabric, other households realized that autumn had arrived. As they continued heading north, the weather would grow progressively colder, and they too needed to prepare warm clothing. They could not afford fabric as fine as the Han families, but they still needed to buy ordinary cloth for preparation. The two branches of the Luo family were in panic. They had no silver on them, and could not purchase fabric for winter clothes. They would surely freeze to death eventually. However, due to the incident involving the rabbit meat, a rift had formed between the two families, and they no longer communicated extensively. Luo Zhang's wife and Luo Li's wife exchanged no words, but both kept the matter in mind, planning to discuss it when they gathered with their families the following day. Luo Wanning had promised her daughter she would prepare another dish that evening, so she continued to borrow the county yaman's kitchen. When she brought the meal over, it was a pot of fragrant dried bamboo shoots stir-fried with duck. She divided more than half of it to Han Moyu and his side. Luo Wanning knew her daughter longed for 3 delicacy soup, so she consulted with the second branch of the Yun family, who had purchased pork offal. Having helped them prepare their dish, she asked them to share some of the 3 delicacy soup. They had no spare silver to give the magistrates and agreed to Luo Wanning's request. When Han Qiling saw the 3 delicacy soup she had been craving, she was even more overjoyed. Though they were in exile, Luo Wanning had never deprived her family of good food. There was still a long road ahead, and their nutrition had to be maintained. She cooked fragrant rice, and to them this was already an exceptionally luxurious meal. They also wished they could live as comfortably as Luo Wanning rather than rack their brains over every bite of food. Luo Wenxi and Luo Wenli, the brothers, noticed Luo Wenhao dining well with Han Moyu and the others. Their stomachs rumbled with hunger, and thinking of all the kindness Luo Wenhao had shown them in the past, they shamelessly approached. "Big brother, we know we were wrong. Could you spare some food for us?" They had been brothers for many years. Though they had argued from time to time, whenever they took the initiative to apologize, their eldest brother always forgave them. They assumed this time would be no different. Luo Wenhao looked at his 2 younger brothers. After the previous incident, he already understood what lay in their hearts. Before their father passed away, he had told Luo Wenhao to protect his younger brothers and to help them whenever they faced difficulties. He had always held these words close to heart. Though his 2 younger brothers were idle and unproductive, he had never stinted on their clothing or food. Whatever he could help with, he had helped. This exile, he believed that as long as the 3 brothers worked together, they could surely overcome this crisis. However, he had been mistaken. These 2 younger brothers were not aligned with him at all. Disheartened, he felt that the bond of brotherhood had long since ceased to exist. Sometimes one must be selfish. Endless selflessness in their eyes had become an entitlement. Luo Wenhao said to them, "This food was prepared by Nianing. I have no right to distribute it to you. If you wish to eat, figure it out yourselves." Both Luo Wenxi and Luo Wenli were stunned. Their big brother had changed. He was no longer the same brother who had always catered to their every wish. They said nothing further, and could only wait for the magistrates to deliver their rations. Captain Li had arrived in Qinlin County, where the county magistrate had hosted a gathering. He had spent the night at the county yaman and had not given any orders to provide food. Without Captain Li's instructions, the guards had no motivation to prepare food for the prisoners. They reasoned that one hungry night would not kill anyone. As a result, the exiled prisoners who had not prepared their own provisions went an entire night without eating. Some had starved through the night, and by morning their stomachs ached with cramps, tormenting them unbearable. Fortunately, in the morning the guards brought them a pot of porridge and some coarse-grained buns. After eating, they finally regained their strength. Following breakfast, they set off for Chuanzhou County. The road from Qinlin County to Chuanzhou County was treacherous and impassable for prisoner carriages as mountains surrounded the area. Part of the official road had been repaired, but sections remained unfinished, forcing them to travel on foot. Captain Li had conversed with the magistrate of Qinlin County throughout the night. Although bandits had been active on the stretch between Linya County and Qinlin County, the most severe banditry occurred along the route between Qinlin County and Chuanzhou County. The situation irked Captain Li. Determined to reach Chuanzhou County safely, he ordered his men to inspect their weapons. If they encountered bandits, they would still have weapons at hand. Others might not have noticed these subtle changes, but Luo Wanning had spent 10 years in the apocalypse. Her observation and vigilance far surpassed that of most people. As they set out, she said to Han Moyu, "I sense this journey will not be peaceful. Moyu, if any danger arises on the road, you must protect Mother and the 3 children." Han Yunshi overheard this and asked, "Ning, are you saying the journey is dangerous?" Luo Wanning nodded. "I only deduced it from seeing the guards arming themselves. But there is no need to worry excessively. Unless fate brings misfortune upon us, nothing should happen." She also shared this concern with her eldest uncle and the others, advising them to stay alert and to flee if danger truly appeared. Because of Luo Wanning's words, the Han family and Luo Wenhao's family stayed close together throughout the journey. Hu Zhong and Hui, now employed by Luo Wanning, accompanied both families. The others remained as before. Captain Li and his guards, however, became more vigilant, constantly scanning their surroundings as they walked. Thus they passed the night in safety. The more treacherous the terrain, the more cautious. They became fearful that bandits might ambush them and strip them of everything. Luo Wanning had Xiaohu with her. Whenever danger approached, Xiaohu would warn her in advance, giving her time to prepare. Though Xiaohu gave no warning, Luo Wanning still felt an uneasy foreboding in her heart. Her intuitions were always accurate. They continued traveling for another day. Perhaps because no danger had occurred over the past 2 days, Captain Li grew slightly bolder, though he never relaxed his guard. Just then Xiaohu warned Luo Wanning, "I have discovered a group of horsemen approaching from nearby. Whether friend or foe remains unclear." Luo Wanning prepared for the worst. When Captain Li ordered the group to rest, Luo Wanning gathered her family. Seeing Luo Wanning's solemn expression, they knew whatever she had to say must be important. Han Moyu, a man of impulsive temperament, asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you need to tell us?" Han Yunshi reproached her son, "Moyu, you are grown now. Must you still be so reckless? What is the rush? Let your sister-in-law speak." Han Moyu scratched his head in embarrassment. "Understood." Han Yunshi looked at Luo Wanning. "Ningning, you speak." Luo Wanning cleared her throat and said to them with a grave expression, "I have a premonition of doom. Something momentous may be about to occur, something of life and death importance." She could not tell them that the little fox had discovered a troop of riders approaching their direction, or else they would surely take her for a sorceress. Previously, Luo Wanning had sensed that a flash flood would occur, and it did happen, so they had complete faith in her words. "What should we do then?" Han Yunshi showed a worried expression. If they truly encountered danger, they as weak women would have no way to resist. Han Moyu, seeing his mother's fear, said, "Father and elder brother are not here. As the young man of the family, I will protect you all." Han Shifeng also said, "I will protect everyone together with uncle." The originally heavy topic lightened considerably because of Han Shifeng's words. Luo Wanning pinched Han Shifeng's little cheek. "If you really encounter danger, make sure to run as fast as you can." During these 3 days of travel, Luo Wanning had been worried about encountering danger. They had no weapons and no way to protect themselves. Luo Wanning took the basket she was carrying and placed it before them, then lifted the cloth covering it. Han Moyu was stunned when he saw the sleeve arrows and crossbows inside. "Sister-in-law, where did you get so many weapons?" Luo Wanning looked at Han Moyu's exaggerated reaction and replied calmly, "These sleeve arrows and crossbows were all made by me." In reality, she had exchanged them from her space. She could make them herself, but they were not as fine as the ones she exchanged. She could not blatantly take things out of her space, so to retrieve the sleeve arrows and crossbows, she had done quite a bit of groundwork. It was rather exhausting. Sometimes she thought about whether she could tell the people around her about her space. But the thought was quickly dismissed. Even the most trusted person could betray her. Han Moyu was shocked again by Luo Waning's answer. Sister-in-law, how do you know how to make these? Luo Chenshi was also puzzled. Ning girl, how did you come to tinker with these? Faced with their questions, Luo Waning had already prepared an explanation. Before I married, I had never encountered these. After marrying my husband, while reading in the study, I saw some blueprints. Out of curiosity, I took a look. These sleeve arrows and crossbows were made by me following the blueprints in my memory over 2 nights. Her explanation was quite reasonable. The courtyard they lived in had no other occupants besides the original owner. Although the Han family was a large household, its composition was simple with no inner chamber strife. Han Yunshi would not send people to spy on the original owner's activities, so when she said this, Han Yunshi did not go to verify whether it was true. They no longer doubted Luo Waning's words. Luo Waning taught them how to use the sleeve arrows so that if they encountered danger, they could defend themselves with them. Ordinary sleeve arrows could hold 6 to 12 arrows, and their arrowheads were usually made of iron with considerable lethality. The sleeve arrows she had exchanged were different. They could fire 18 arrows at once. To prevent them from discovering the difference, she made the arrowheads look like they were carved from bamboo. In reality, these sleeve arrows were made from advanced new energy materials of the 23rd century, completely replacing iron arrowheads, and were also lighter than iron ones. Their lethality went without saying. Not knowing how many enemies there were, she exchanged a few extra. Luo Waning asked Han Moyu, "Do you know how to use sleeve arrows and crossbows?" Although he also practiced martial arts, Luo Waning still needed to know the specifics. Han Moyu said, "I am very skilled in mounted archery, I can hit a willow leaf at 100 paces. Luo Waning looked at his confident demeanor and said, "I'll give you 2 sets of sleeve arrows and a crossbow. When the time comes, you protect mother and the 3 children." Luo Wenhao's family were not martial arts material. Luo Waning still distributed sleeve arrows to them and taught her cousin Luo Qini how to use them. Luo Waning also kept a set of sleeve arrows for herself. She also had silver needles, so she could help them escape danger without issue. The main problem was that she could not use the any door. If she could, she would teleport them directly to a safe area. Luo Waning told them to hide the sleeve arrows inside their clothes, but to be very careful while hiding them, so as not to be discovered. The crossbow was a weapon. Afraid that Captain Li might worry they would use it to escape, she said, "First put the crossbow into the basket. Take it out only when we encounter danger." After giving instructions, she swapped the basket she was carrying with Han Moyu's. Outsiders did not know what they were doing. They thought they were just exchanging baskets to get something from them. Yin Jiangshi was injured. Although she had used Luo Waning's wound medicine, she received no other treatment, and since they did not know how to dress wounds, she did not recover well. The wound had scabbed, but the surrounding skin was still red and swollen and painful to the touch. Han Shifeng had been injured around the same time, but after his wound scabbed, Luo Waning had him soak in water boiled with kapok root. After soaking for a few days, the scars began to fall off. Children's natural recovery ability was stronger than adults, and Luo Waning was certain that no scar would remain on his leg. When Luo Waning had Han Shifeng soak in the medicinal liquid, Han Yunshi did not quite believe that this red water could remove scars, but after seeing the recovery of his wound, she realized it was indeed effective. After resting enough, they continued their journey. Worried about encountering bandits along the way, Captain Li urged them to quicken their pace. He thought that if they left this dangerous area quickly, they would be safe. He did not know that danger was approaching them. On the other side, the father and son of the Han family far away in the Mo Kingdom had received news from the capital. Earlier, they had lost 2 cities in succession because there were traitors in the cities who had handed the defense maps to the Mo Kingdom soldiers. They were also ambushed and nearly annihilated. Fortunately, Han Moching remained calm in the face of danger and ultimately turned the tide of battle. The 2 lost cities had also been recaptured. Han Zhao intended to report this to Han Xiao, but Han Moching stopped him. Han Moching was different from Han Zhao. Since the enemy had chosen to start a war, he wanted to make the Mo Kingdom pay the price it deserved. Thus, he did not report the news of recapturing the 2 cities, but instead spread rumors of their disappearance so that the Mo Kingdom would let down its guard, and they could then take the Mo Kingdom in one fell swoop. After reading the contents of the secret letter, Han Zhao was so angry that he slammed the table. Han Maching did not know what was in the letter, and seeing his father so furious, he asked, "Father, what has made you so angry?" Han Zhao handed the secret letter to Han Maching. After reading the contents, Han Maching did not slam the table like Han Zhao, but his mood was no better. The father and son had fought for the Li Kingdom at the forefront, yet they were falsely accused of colluding with the enemy and betraying their country. The father and son sat in silence. Han Zhao looked at Han Maching. "Maching, should we report to the emperor that our Li Kingdom's fortress towns have not fallen? This way your mother and the others won't have to suffer." Han Maching read the contents of the secret letter. The date on it was from over a month ago. This meant they had already been exiled for 25 days. Han Maching shook his head. "We cannot destroy our arrangement, or all our efforts will come to nothing and our lives will be forfeit." Han Zhao understood the meaning behind his words, yet his concern for his wife and children weighed heavily on him. Han Maching shared the same worry. "Father, I wish to return and rescue them, bringing them back, so our family can reunite." Han Zhao fell silent for a moment before replying, "Go then. I will hold this place." Rather than departing immediately for the Li Kingdom, Han Maching took time to prepare for the journey back. His position was too precarious to reveal himself as Han Maching upon his return. Meanwhile, over at Luo Wanning's group, they pressed onward, drawing closer to the group the little fox had mentioned. When they were still far off, the fox couldn't determine how many men they faced. Now that they were nearer, the little fox warned Luo Wanning, "Master, we cannot advance further. A force of 300 ahead." Luo Wanning processed the number. Their exiled group, plus the guards, numbered only 120. If they were bandits rather than soldiers, they might still have a chance. If they encountered mountain bandits, it would be disastrous. But this was the only road to Qin Province County, and they did not know the true identity of those ahead. Luo Wanning decided to inform Constable Li of the matter and have him investigate. She suddenly dropped to the ground. Constable Li found her posture odd and asked, "What are you doing lying on the ground?" Luo Wanning rose from the dirt and replied, "I sensed something unusual nearby. I wanted to press my ear to the ground and listen." "How so?" "Stay quiet for now. Let me listen a moment longer," Luo Wanning said cryptically. Constable Li, seeing her seriousness, ordered those around him to remain silent as well. After a while, Luo Wanning told Constable Li, "I sense a group approaching from not far away." She was fabricating, for she had not heard anything at all. Constable Li, upon hearing this, asked, "Your hearing is so acute." He too lay down and pressed his ear to the ground, hoping to discern whether she spoke truth. The other guards, observing Constable Li's actions, had no idea what their superior was doing, but obediently kept silent. Constable Li looked at Luo Wanning. "I hear nothing." Luo Wanning frowned. "Impossible. I clearly heard hoofbeats. We have no horses." He listened once more. "Nothing. Could we be hearing different things? I certainly heard hoofbeats." "No." Constable Li continued, shaking his head. Luo Wanning pretended to recall something. "I forgot to tell you. I am sensitive to sound, which is why I can hear sounds from far away. I sensed vibration through the ground, indicating that group is not far from us." Constable Li, as before, was unconvinced by Luo Wanning's words. "I have never heard of anyone who could listen across 1,000 li. This is not listening across 1,000 li. My hearing is merely sharper than most, allowing me to detect vibrations. When I read books, I learned of people who could communicate with birds and beasts. I simply hear a bit farther than ordinary folk." What Luo Wanning described did have precedence in the capital. Legends spoke of a hidden clan in Li Kingdom whose members could understand the speech of animals and control birds and beasts to gather intelligence. Because of their extraordinary abilities, the former emperor of Li grew jealous and exterminated their entire lineage. The world is full of wonders, and Luo Wanning still found belief in such stories. When the apocalypse arrived, many people awakened extraordinary abilities. These abilities were rumored to be miraculous. Some believe the apocalypse was the resurgence of sealed spiritual energy, which is why zombies ran rampant. Many who awakened powers were practitioners themselves, and it was precisely because of their cultivation foundations that they received such opportunities. Luo Wanning thought there was a sliver of truth to what they said. Otherwise, she would not possess both a spatial gift and an extraordinary ability. Constable Lee, seeing her speak with such conviction, began to believe her words carried weight. He recalled how she had predicted a mountain flood and read the heavens' signs. Now she claimed to hear hoofbeats from afar. He was uncertain whether it was true or false, but he decided to follow her guidance nonetheless. Turning to those beside him, he said, "You, go scout ahead. Check whether there truly are people there." The man assigned by Constable Lee felt his misfortune keenly. Among so many, why was he the one chosen? Yet he could not disobey the constable's order and trudge forward to scout. Constable Lee asked Luo Wanning, "If we truly encounter bandits, can you handle it?" Luo Wanning, hearing the constable's question, shook her head. "I have no method." She said this deliberately. If bandits appeared, she would protect the Han family and her eldest brother's household, then slip away with them. After escaping, she would consider what to do next. Constable Lee studied her expression and found no sign of deception. Turning to the guards left behind, he ordered, "We will wait for news. We do not advance further." After issuing his orders, they remained together in place. Yet fear lingered. If bandits lay in ambush, they would have no room to maneuver here. Constable Lee changed his mind once more. "We will continue forward, but look for a wider clearing." Luo Wanning also instructed the little fox to survey the nearby terrain so that when they finally encountered that group, she would have escape routes mapped out. The little fox quickly traced a path and Luo Wanning's plan took shape. Everyone followed Constable Lee's command and continued forward. But Luo Wanning's words had sown anxiety among them. All feared encountering bandits. They had heard bandits were ruthless. Those who crossed paths with them rarely survived. Luo Wanning had arranged things in advance. As they walked, she quietly told Han Moyu, "If we truly meet bandits, lead everyone and follow me. Do you understand?" "Yes, sister-in-law." Han Moyu relayed Luo Wanning's words to the Luo family members, and they all remembered her instructions. They traveled some distance until they reached a stretch of land considerably wider than where they had been moments before. Constable Lee ordered everyone to hold position, reasoning that bandits might appear. He commanded, "While the bandits have not yet arrived, let us set traps nearby. Perhaps they will buy us time." With that, he began directing his guards to chop trees in the vicinity. To the exiled prisoners, he said, "Those who wish to live will follow my orders." These exiled convicts, though facing hardship in the northern frontier, clung to their lives. They responded promptly to Constable Lee, "We will obey your commands." Tools were scarce, so some used tree branches to dig trenches. Before becoming an officer, Constable Lee had often hunted, so he understood the craft well. He directed them to dig several pitfall traps around their position. He believed these would give the bandits a difficult time. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Luo Wanning did not want so many traps to block the escape route. She said to Captain Lee, "These traps are good, but if we dig traps all around, we will block our own way out." Captain Lee thought Luo Wanning's words made sense, so he left a path without traps. Luo Wanning had considered the possibility of the enemy having bows, and she reminded Captain Lee once more. The group that little fox mentioned kept approaching them. They moved quickly, consistent with Luo Wanning's statement that they were coming on horseback. The man Captain Lee sent out had not yet returned, but he continued to order everyone to prepare for the enemy. They did not want to die. Driven by the will to survive, they unleashed their greatest potential. Luo Wanning also worried that the enemy might outnumber them, so if the plan went awry, they would need to change tactics. While others were busy, Luo Wanning activated her shopping mode, and all the items in the exchange system appeared before her eyes. The space system was bound to Luo Wanning, so only she could see the exchange interface. She said she was looking for something, and by telling Little Fox, she could summon the desired item. What Luo Wanning wanted was defensive equipment. After being devoured by the Zombie King and transported to this world, she had reviewed her failures. The first reason was its overwhelming strength. The second was her neglect of defense. When rescuing victims, she had teammates protecting her, plus the door of anywhere and invisibility technique, so she felt defense was optional. More importantly, defensive items were too expensive. With that money, she would rather save gold coins to upgrade the space or exchange for other useful things. After all, she was a low-level worker for others. After joining the infrastructure force, the headquarters would pay them wages. In the apocalypse, money was nearly useless, so they were paid in gold bars. Every time the funds arrived, she saved them to upgrade the space. After upgrading, she had almost no balance left. So in her past life, she never considered this aspect. One who walks by the river often gets wet shoes. The more one neglects, the more it becomes a fatal weakness. This confirmed the saying, success or failure lies in details. If details are mishandled, the whole game is lost. She lost because she was reluctant to spend money on defensive items, otherwise she would not have transmigrated. Just the defensive tools required tens of thousands of gold coins. After upgrading the space, she had little left. But she was not worried. If she ran out of silver, she would just loot the treasury. Without a second thought, she exchanged for a protective barrier. This way, if the enemy used bows, it could block the attack. The only drawback was that it could not stop people from approaching. Once they entered the light barrier, she still had to fight them herself. This small barrier alone cost 10,000 gold coins. Technology was expensive after all. After exchanging for the protective barrier, Luo Wanning called all her family members over. When Han Moyu heard Luo Wanning calling them, he replied foolishly, "Sister-in-law, I'm still digging the pit. Wait for me." Captain Li saw Luo Wanning summoning her family and went over to check. Luo Wanning, noticing Captain Li's approach, instructed her family normally. "We need to stay close later and not get separated." Captain Li thought she was giving some important order, but lost interest. He went to check on the trap progress. Luo Wanning gave the walk to Han Yunshi and Luo Qinshi, telling them to use it to block danger. Han Yunshi saw that Luo Wanning had nothing to protect herself and said, "You have no protection. Come with us." Luo Wanning shook her head. "Don't worry, I can protect myself." Han Yunshi said nothing more after hearing that. Through everyone's teamwork, an hour later, all the traps were set. To prevent the enemy from discovering the traps, Captain Li inspected them carefully. Seeing no issues, he felt relieved. The man he sent out had not returned yet when a prisoner suggested to Captain Li, "Captain, could you unlock our chains? When there are many people, we can defend ourselves. You stay put. With us here, you'll be fine." Captain Li's meaning was clear: no chance of unlocking the chains. They only made a suggestion. Hearing Captain Li's reply, no one spoke again. Luo Wanning also thought the chains were inconvenient, but she did not ask Captain Li to remove them. If Captain Li actually unlocked them, it would surely cause discontent among the others. Yun Jiangshi would be the first to fabricate an affair between her and Captain Li, and then any words could be said. Luo Wanning did not want to deal with such troublesome matters at this time. The man Captain Li sent out returned. Since traps were set all around, Captain Li called out to him as he approached, then brought him back into the group. Panting, he said to Captain Li, "Boss, ahead there is indeed a group of people, but don't worry, they are not bandits. They are government troops suppressing bandits." Hearing it was government soldiers, Captain Li relaxed the tense string, a false alarm. He ordered, "It's fine. Let's continue our journey." Not only Captain Li sighed in relief, but the exiled prisoners also felt at ease. The bandits should have been wiped out by those soldiers. Only Luo Wanning felt that things were not so simple. She had a bad premonition. Since they were government soldiers, she could not say anything in front of Captain Li. She still reminded Han Moyu, "Even if they are soldiers ahead, we still need to proceed as arranged." This could not be blamed on Luo Wanning being overly cautious. Once they let their guard down, problems could easily arise. These soldiers did nothing to them, indicating she was overthinking. If the exile was just a pretext from the tyrant emperor, his real intention was to eliminate all traces, then the soldiers would definitely slaughter them and frame the bandits. Han Moyu asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, they are soldiers, no need to be as tense as before." But Han Yunshi sided with Luo Wanning, "Listen to your sister-in-law. It's always right." "Got it." Han Moyu, seeing his mother always siding with his sister-in-law, thought it was an overreaction. As the only man in the family, he decided not to argue with them. After preparing, they continued forward. Perhaps because they felt no danger ahead, the atmosphere was much better. The group of soldiers grew closer. At dusk, the two groups met. Seeing the soldiers in official uniforms, Captain Li felt a sense of familiarity and went forward to greet the leader. The other party saw Captain Li and asked, "Are the prisoners you escort from the Junbei Prince's manor?" Luo Wanning's heart sank when she heard the question. She whispered to Han Moyu beside her, "Moyu, be careful. They might make a move. They shouldn't, right?" Han Moyu thought that since they were exiled prisoners, the soldiers would not harm them. Luo Wanning felt this brother-in-law was hopeless. Captain Li answered without hesitation, responding truthfully, "Yes, we should have arrived at Jiangzhou County by now. but after encountering the flash flood, we diverted this way. Hearing Captain Lee's response, the leading soldier confirmed that this group matched the targets ordered to be eliminated from above. He drew the sword at his side and thrust it into Captain Lee's chest, shouting, "Kill them all." After giving the order, he pulled his sword from Captain Lee's body. The soldiers charged toward them. Captain Lee's death left both the constables and the exiled convicts frozen in place. Incredulous expressions spread across their faces. Were these not Imperial soldiers? Why were they attacking them? No one could answer those questions. Luo Wanning was the most composed among them. She pulled Han Moyu back to reality. "You're still dazing off. Get ready quickly." Shaken back to his senses, Han Moyu retrieved the crossbow from his basket. While none of the others noticed, Luo Wanning had already unlocked the iron chains on her wrists and ankles. Han Moyu watched Luo Wanning's fluid movements with no time to spare for surprise. She had already loosened the chains binding his wrists and feet, and then he heard her say, "You hold off these soldiers while I help Mother and the others unlock their shackles." "Oh, okay." Without the weight of the chains, Han Moyu moved with considerably more agility. He had trained in martial arts since youth, and handling these soldiers was well within his capability. The three children had never encountered such a situation before. Their minds went blank with shock. Han Yunshur was similarly stunned, frozen in place, too afraid to move. The constables had knives and engaged the soldiers in fierce combat. After unlocking the shackles from the prisoners, Luo Wanning told the three children, "Stay close to me. Do not get lost." Though terrified, the three children heard her clearly and clung tightly to her side. Under these circumstances, Luo Wanning's prepared protective circle would not see use. The unarmed prisoners could only endure the slashes. Han Moyu, armed with the crossbow and sleeve arrows Luo Wanning had given him, fought with fierce determination. Seeing that Han Moyu had weapons, the other prisoners fled toward the Han family's position. As more people gathered, the pursuing soldiers increased in number as well. Yun Jiangshir's leg injury had not yet healed, but in this life-or-death moment, she ran surprisingly fast. However, these were trained soldiers, and she could not outrun them. A blade struck her from behind. Yun saw Yun Jiangshir fall and reached out to drag her along, but when he spotted soldiers swinging their swords toward him, he abandoned her to her fate. It was not that he did not want to save her, but that he was powerless. Seeing her own family disregard her, Yun Jiangshir felt an overwhelming despair. The wound was severe, and she had bled so much that she fainted. Left unattended, there was little chance of survival. The constables knew they could not prevail against these soldiers and fled wherever they could. Orders from above had commanded no survivors, and these soldiers pursued the constables relentlessly. On Luo Wanning's side, an intense battle also raged. Among them, only two possessed significant combat strength, and with everyone else converging on their position, dealing with the soldiers grew increasingly difficult. The constables had also slain several soldiers, but the enemy still far outnumbered them. Luo Wanning pointed in a direction and said to Han Yunshur and the others, "Run toward the northwest. Keep going straight and do not look back." Han Yunshur asked, "What about you and Moyu?" "We will cover your retreat," Luo Wanning replied. "I am staying to leave with you," Han Yunshur insisted. Luo Wanning felt a headache forming at Han Yunshur's words. There was no time for deliberation. She knocked Han Yunshur unconscious and turned to Hu Zhong. "You brothers help me escort them out safely." As constables, they were at least more reliable than her cousin. When the soldiers had attacked earlier, Luo Wanning had also unlocked the chains from their bodies. Over the past days, Hu Zhong and his brother had also received Luo Wanning's protection. Hu Zhong agreed to her request. Worried that they lacked weapons, Luo Wanning handed them the crossbow, so they would have something to fight back with if they encountered soldiers. Luo Wenhao and the others followed Hu Zhong's group in the direction Luo Wanning had indicated. As they ran, Luo Chun called back, "Granddaughter Ning, protect yourself as well." Luo Wanning did not respond. As long as they were safe, she could slaughter without restraint. Aside from Luo Wanning, Han Moyu was the strongest fighter here. Seeing how formidable Han Moyu was, the leading soldier personally entered the fray to challenge him. But with soldiers attacking from all directions, Han Moyu was constantly under pressure. Han Moyu could not fight off so many opponents alone, and his arm was wounded by a soldier's blade. Seeing him surrounded, Luo Wanning broke through from the outside. The silver needles in her hand struck true, piercing the soldiers' bodies. Each needle hit a vital point, and they fell to the ground instantly. Han Moyu noticed that Luo Wanning was also holding a tube launcher capable of firing 10 silver needles at once repeatedly. As his attention wavered, the leading soldier raised his sword and thrust it toward Han Moyu. Luo Wanning deflected the sword away with a silver needle, saving Han Moyu from certain death. Witnessing Luo Wanning single-handedly slay so many soldiers, Han Moyu had no time to speak before he heard her say, "Run toward the northwest. I will handle them." Her expression remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever toward the soldiers. "I cannot leave a defenseless woman like you behind," Han Moyu protested. Seeing that Luo Wanning was eliminating their comrades with hidden weapons, the soldiers changed their tactics. They drew bows and arrows, facing over 100 remaining opponents. Watching them prepare their arrows, Han Moyu muttered, "With so many arrows, my death will look terrible." His voice was low, but Luo Wanning heard him clearly. Luo Wanning had no time to reply. She had originally thought her prepared protective circle would be useless, but now it found its purpose. Once the archers were ready and received the command, they loosed arrows all at them, the uncle and sister-in-law. Han Moyu remembered the task his elder brother had entrusted to him before departing for war: protect his sister-in-law at all costs. He stepped in front of Luo Wanning to shield her. Luo Wanning looked at him as though he were mad, finding him more of an obstacle than help. Before he could react, she struck him and rendered him unconscious. With Han Moyu out of the way, Luo Wanning could finally unleash her full prowess. The protective circle blocked every arrow. The soldiers stared in shock at what they had witnessed. Luo Wanning walked toward them, but they refused to believe it and continued firing. As before, every arrow was deflected back. Fear took root in their eyes. They concluded that Luo Wanning must be some kind of demon, for how else could arrows be turned back? Noticing their fear, Luo Wanning regarded them with open contempt. With the exiled convicts and constables all dealt with, Luo Wanning no longer needed to worry about her secrets being revealed. They were all dead men. She launched her pear blossom needle storm at them. Tens of thousands of needles flew toward the soldiers, and their attempts to block with weapons were utterly futile. These silver needles carried a potent poison. Once pierced, death was inevitable. Within less than a quarter hour, every remaining soldier lay dead at Luo Wanning's hands. After the slaughter, the little fox retrieved all the needles and collected everything from the basket. Luo Wanning hoisted Han Moyu over her shoulder and headed in the direction Hu Zhong and the others had fled. Brother Hu Zhong led the senior branch of the Luo family and the Han family members in the direction that Luo Wanning had indicated. A group of soldiers was still in pursuit behind them, though not in large numbers. Hu Zhong and his companions carried crossbows and arrows. The soldiers, on the other hand, were armed with nothing but swords. Luo Qini possessed sleeve darts. Though his combat prowess was modest, those hidden weapons ultimately saved his life when the soldiers caught up with him. Unaware whether more soldiers were still pursuing them, Hu Zhong could only keep running forward. The three children had been sprinting for so long that exhaustion had already set, and yet they persevered. They knew deep down that they faced death if caught, so running was their only option. Evening was already approaching, and after running for a while, darkness fell around them. Navigating the path in the dark proved treacherous. Han Xiling stumbled and fell, but Han Shiyi, who was walking beside her, quickly helped her back to her feet, and they continued onward. Unfamiliar with the terrain and uncertain about what lay ahead, with soldiers still in pursuit behind them, Hui whispered, "Brother, what should we do?" Hu Zhong came to a halt. "It's dark now, and the soldiers need torches to search for us. If we keep running and make noise, it will only compromise our position. Our immediate priority is to find a concealed spot and wait out the night." Since speaking loudly was not an option at this moment, Hui relayed Hu Zhong's instructions to the others. Following Hu Zhong's guidance, everyone stopped. He positioned them in nearby hidden spots, while Hui retraced their path to check for pursuing soldiers. For now, they would focus on surviving the night. After carrying Han Moyu for some distance, Luo Wanning realized his injuries required attention, so she set him down to assess his condition rather than pressing onward. The little fox was capable of accurately assessing the extent of Han Moyu's wounds. Han Moyu has sustained injuries in 5 locations: 2 slashes to the back, 2 to the left arm, and 1 to the right arm. The most severe wound is on his right arm. There are 3 lacerations requiring suturing on the left and right arms. After evaluating his injuries, Luo Wanning felt relieved that none had struck vital areas. Unable to see in the dark, Luo Wanning obtained night vision goggles through the system. These modified goggles provided clarity comparable to daylight, rendering colors with perfect accuracy. Since Han Moyu had been knocked unconscious by Luo Wanning, she could safely perform suturing without him resisting. She procured all the necessary medical instruments through the system. Using scissors, she carefully cut open his clothing to prevent fabric from irritating the wounds and causing infection. Han Moyu maintained a regular exercise routine, and even now unconscious, his well-defined abdominal muscles were visible, a physique that would appeal to many women. To Luo Wanning, he was simply a patient requiring treatment. She began cleaning the blood from his wounds and administered local anesthesia. Once the anesthesia took effect, she proceeded with the suturing. The numbing agent rendered the procedure painless for Han Moyu, and it took over an hour to complete all his wounds. Thankfully, the tendons in his hands remained intact, preserving his ability to use them. His injuries were severe enough to cause a fever that persisted through the night. Luo Wanning applied cooling patches and administered intravenous antibiotics to bring his temperature down. Han Yunshi had remained unconscious for 2 hours before regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Luo Chenshi, she immediately asked, "Have Ningning and Moyu made it here with us?" Luo Chenshi replied, "We do not yet know Ning's condition, but virtuous people are protected by heaven. She will surely survive this ordeal." Yet despite these reassuring words, the thought of so many soldiers hunting them weighed heavily on her mind. Although Luo Wanning was not her biological daughter, she had been placed in their care by her father-in-law at a young age and was treated like one. Hu Zhong added, "Madam Han, Miss Luo knows which direction we fled. Once they escape danger, they will certainly come to find us." Hearing this, Han Yunshi stopped asking about Luo Wanning and instead offered silent prayers for their safety. Hu Zhong detected movement nearby and signaled, "Everyone stay quiet now." As soon as he spoke, the group held their breath in silence. He climbed a tall tree to scout the source of the noise. He spotted figures carrying torches searching the area nearby, not far from their hiding spot. Conducting a search at night proved considerably more challenging than during daylight. Eager to return and report their findings, some soldiers suggested, "Why not just set fire to this entire area and burn whoever is hiding here to death?" Though others thought this approach had merit, the squad leader did not approve. The squad leader dispatched someone to notify forces outside and request their assistance in searching the mountain. They remained unaware that Luo Wanning had already eliminated all outsiders. Deciding not to remain at the location, the squad leader informed his men, "I will go fetch reinforcements. You continue searching nearby. Kill on sight if you find them." With those words, he headed back the way they had come. While tending to Han Moyu, the little fox warned her that someone was approaching. She concealed Han Moyu and used the teleportation gate to move toward the person's location. Upon seeing the soldier's uniform, she felt uneasy about the danger facing Han Yunshi and the others. After eliminating the squad leader, she instructed the little fox to scan the surrounding area. The little fox quickly located all individuals within a 10-li radius. Using the teleportation gate, Luo Wanning materialized near the group while cloaked in invisibility. She observed the soldiers in their official uniforms and overheard their conversation. "This squad leader is impossible. A fire could have settled this, yet he insists we search manually. I'd prefer to burn it too, but the squad leader likely has his reasons. Let's just keep looking." They couldn't have run very far. Hearing their conversation, Luo Wanning felt reassured. As before, she dealt with the soldiers efficiently. She explored the area and discovered several survivors. She chose not to harm them and continued eliminating the remaining search parties. When some soldiers heard the commotion, they converged on her position. Luo Wanning showed no mercy, knowing that neutralizing all these soldiers was essential for everyone's safety. Hu Zhong detected the disturbance, but kept his group concealed and motionless. Using the teleportation gate, Luo Wanning moved rapidly between locations. She killed any soldiers she encountered. After searching for a time, she located Hu Zhong and his group. She conducted a head count and confirmed everyone was safe, allowing herself to breathe easier. She chose not to reveal herself, as explaining her presence would have been complicated. After dealing with the soldiers, Luo Wanning returned to Han Moyu's side. She placed her hand on his forehead and found his fever had broken, which relieved her concerns. Exhausted from the ordeal, Luo Wanting opted to rest nearby rather than move further. She planned to join Hu Zhong's group the following day. As dawn broke, Han Moyu slowly regained consciousness from his coma, the scene of soldiers shooting arrows yesterday replaying in his mind. He murmured to himself, "Am I dead?" Luo Wanting heard his words and replied, "We're not dead." Han Moyu thought he was hallucinating when he heard her voice. Only when Luo Wanting's face appeared before him did he confirm he wasn't mistaken. They were alive. Han Moyu noticed his bare upper body wrapped in strips of cloth torn from his own tattered clothes. She had disinfected the wounds so it wouldn't affect his injuries. It wasn't that she didn't want to use bandages, but she feared arousing his suspicion. Han Moyu tried to sit up, but felt a sharp pain in his back, forcing him to remain still. He asked Luo Wanting, "How did we escape?" Luo Wanting knew he would ask this as he had been unconscious. She fabricated a story. "I thought we were doomed too, but fate had other plans. Captain Li once mentioned bandits in these parts. They weren't wiped out by the soldiers. While you were unconscious, they appeared and took you away during the chaos. You look skinny, but you're surprisingly heavy." I was exhausted. Han Moyu could be simple-minded at times, but he was also shrewd. He noticed that Luo Wanting's clothes were torn, but she had no arrow wounds. He asked sister-in-law, "I recall arrows flying toward us. How did you avoid being hit?" Luo Wanting had forgotten about that detail. It was her oversight. But she replied calmly without a blush, "I was lucky. When the first volley came, I spotted a walk nearby. I was quick enough to use it as a shield, blocking the initial attack. I only suffered minor scratches. You were seriously injured, but luckily I knew some medicine, otherwise I couldn't have managed." With that, she showed Han Moyu her wounds. If she weren't injured, it would have raised suspicion. Han Moyu didn't press further. They were alive. That was a blessing amid misfortune. Luo Wanting changed the subject. "It's getting late. Mother and the others fled this way too. Let's find them and hope they're safe." She knew they were safe, but couldn't tell Han Moyu. He was in pain and walking was a struggle, but they couldn't stay there forever. Luo Wanting crouched down. "Get on my back. I'll carry you out of here." Han Moyu looked at his sister-in-law's slender frame and refused. "It hurts, but my legs aren't injured. I'll walk on my own." She said nothing and handed him a white pill. "Take this. It'll ease the pain." Han Moyu looked at the pill. "What is this?" "A painkiller I made from herbs I bought in Qinlin County. I kept it in the cloth pouch Mother made for me. Without those medicines, I couldn't have treated your wounds." Han Moyu swallowed the pill without hesitation. Little Fox, observing everything, remarked, "Master, he believed such a flimsy excuse. He's truly a big simpleton." Luo Wanting smiled. "Fools have fortune. It's fine that he's like this." Their conversation, of course, went unheard by Han Moyu. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi and her group spent the night in the woods. The searching soldiers didn't come their way. Hu Zhong and the others didn't stay put, but continued forward. Han Yunshi wanted to wait for Luo Wanting and Han Moyu, but Luo Chunshi persuaded her to move on. Luo Wanting had Little Fox monitor the movement of Han Yunshi's group, finding a shorter route to reunite with them. After taking the painkiller, Han Moyu's wounds hurt less. Though the pain subsided, Luo Wanting warned him, "It doesn't hurt now, but don't move recklessly. If the wound reopens, it'll hurt again once the medicine wears off." Hearing this, Han Moyu became cautious. He didn't want that. Hu Zhong led the group forward, but when they heard nearby sounds, they froze. Hu Yi went to investigate and returned with a wild pheasant. "That thing made the noise. I checked ahead. No danger. We can proceed." They continued on. Han Yunshi kept muttering about Luo Wanting and the others. After walking for an hour, they descended from the forest and saw a small village in the distance. Hu Zhong noticed they were still wearing prison clothes. Approaching the village would frighten the villagers. "We can't go near the village. Let's wait nearby." Everyone agreed and stopped. Luo Wanting sensed that Han Yunshi's group had halted, unsure what happened, and quickened her pace. Han Moyu tried to keep up as Luo Wanting walked fast. After a while, she wasn't out of breath, but Han Moyu was exhausted. "Sister-in-law, can you slow down? I can't keep up." Luo Wanting looked back. "See, once you're healed, you should run more." Han Moyu might be simple, but he understood she was teasing him. He hurried after her. "I think I can do it." What a lively kid. Seeing Han Moyu catch up, Luo Wanting pressed on. After another half hour, they reached the spot Little Fox had marked. Han Moyu followed and saw Han Yunshi and the others not far away. Luo Wanning was relieved to see they were safe. Han Qifeng was the first to spot Luo Wanning. He exclaimed to Han Yunshi, "Grandmother, I see mother and uncle." Han Yunshi asked, "Are you sure?" Han Xie heard his brother and looked in the same direction. "Grandmother, he's right. Mother and uncle are coming this way." Luo Chunshi also saw them. Before Luo Wanning reached them, Han Qifeng ran over. "Mother, you're back. That's wonderful." Luo Wanning saw tears in his eyes and wiped them away. Han Yunshi's first instinct was to check her for injuries. The wounds on Luo Wanning's body were self-inflicted with little foxes looking quite severe. Han Yunshi's heart ached. Luo Wanning said, "They're just minor injuries. They'll heal in a few days." Han Moyu whined, "Mother, you only care about sister-in-law's injuries. What about me?" Han Yunshi finally noticed the bandages on him. "You're tough-skinned. You won't die." Han Moyu thought, "You're really my own mother." After a while their emotions settled. What mattered was that everyone was safe. Han Yunshi asked how they had managed to escape. Luo Wanning recounted what she had told Han Moyu to them. Luo Chunshi said, "I told you so. When Ning escapes a great disaster, only blessings remain for her henceforth." "That is quite right," Han Yunshi agreed. She then turned to Luo Wanning and asked, "How did you find us?" Luo Wanning offered a fabricated excuse. "I had a feeling you would be here." None of them harbored any suspicion toward Luo Wanning's explanation. After all, her intuition had proven accurate time and again. And so Luo Wanning deftly swept the matter aside once more. Ahead lay a small mountain village. Luo Wanning understood why they hesitated to approach. She knew they feared the villagers would mistake them for criminals and hand them over to the authorities. They had barely escaped, and they had no desire to be caged again. Those kinds of days were simply unbearable. Luo Chunshi sighed heavily. What a pity about those bolts of cloth we had purchased earlier. If only we had taken the baskets along when we fled. There is nothing to regret, Luo Wanning replied with a smile. Our safety matters far more than anything else. I still have silver on me, and we shall simply purchase new supplies in due course. All the goods had already been stored within her spatial dimension and could no longer be retrieved. They would have to be exchanged for coins instead. Luo Wanning's words brought a measure of comfort to them all. Regarding the prisoner character emblazoned on their garments, Luo Wanning asked them to hand over their clothes so she could handle the matter herself. She permitted no one else to interfere. To avoid arousing their suspicion, she plucked the leaves from a nearby gallnut tree. Gallnuts were among the traditional materials used for dyeing in ancient times. However, the color produced by gallnuts was not well regarded, for in the eyes of the ancients black was considered an ill-omened hue. The prisoner character on the garments had been painted with black pigment, and the only way to conceal it was to alter the marking itself. Luo Wanning possessed a certain skill in painting, so she retrieved black pigment and began working on the prison attire with a branch. She was proficient in sketching and transformed the prisoner character within its circular frame into an intricate illustration, adding delicate floral and foliate motifs around the garment as decoration. At the very least, the character was now obscured. She worked quickly, and before long the task was complete. With Luo Wanning's meticulous modifications, the prison garments were utterly transformed. She not only concealed the prisoner character, but also restructured the cut of the clothing, making it unrecognizable as prison attire. Han Yunshi gazed at the altered garments in amazement. "Ningning, you are astonishingly talented. One would never guess these were prison clothes." They all donned Luo Wanning's modified attire. Everyone had clothing except for Han Moyu. Luo Wanning said, "It would be unwise to rush into the village outright, for the villagers may not take kindly to strangers seeking shelter. Let me go ahead first to gauge the situation and purchase some provisions, and then we can discuss what lies ahead." Han Yunshi worried about her traveling alone and insisted that Hu Zhong accompany her. Luo Wanning understood her concerns and agreed to let Hu Zhong join her. The small mountain village was surrounded by hills, yet it was home to quite a number of households. The little fox had scouted the terrain and confirmed that this place fell within the jurisdiction of Qinzhou County. It was but half a day's journey from the county seat, so a populated village was nothing unusual. It was early autumn, and the villagers remained at home attending to household affairs. Before long, it would be rice harvest season, and they were preparing accordingly. This was not the northern frontier. The capital of the Li Kingdom was not built in the north as was customary in other eras. The primary reason was that the Li Kingdom's ruler hailed from the southern regions and was unaccustomed to the northern climate. Thus the capital was situated in the south where the weather was far more pleasant. There was still a considerable distance between this place and the northern frontier, so the cultivation of rice was entirely normal. Luo Wangning and Hu Zhong's arrival in the village immediately aroused suspicion among the locals who feared they might be malefactors. Luo Wangning could read the wariness in the villagers' eyes and fully understood their caution. Some villagers went to summon the village elder, and soon a group gathered to stare at the newcomers. Seeing this, Luo Wangning surmised that they would not be permitted to stay overnight. An elder stepped forward and asked, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Through the little fox's translation, Luo Wangning understood his meaning. She responded to the elder, "Forgive any alarm we may have caused. We mean no harm. We come from Qinghe County. A devastating flash flood struck our homeland, and our family barely survived. We had intended to seek refuge with relatives in Jiangzhou County, but an unforeseen incident on the road forced us to take an alternate route, which led us here." The villagers spoke their own dialect and could not understand Luo Wangning's words. After the founding of the Li Kingdom, a standardized language had been established for the realm, and she was speaking in that common tongue. The elder generation could not comprehend her, but the younger children who had spent a year or two at the village schoolhouse understood sufficiently to serve as interpreters. He relayed Luo Wangning's words to the elder. Upon seeing that the elder had understood, Luo Wangning continued, "We have little food on hand. We would like to purchase some supplies from you, and will depart as soon as we have what we need." Hearing that Luo Wangning intended to buy rather than beg, the villagers' expressions softened considerably. Sensing their hostility ease, Luo Wangning listed the items she sought. The village had all the things she needed. While some villagers wove cloth, the fabric was typically taken to Qingzhou County for sale, so none was available to sell to Luo Wangning. Luo Wangning could only purchase whatever clothing the villagers had on hand, though there was little of decent quality, none as good as the prison garb they currently wore. Still, they managed to secure a garment for Han Moyu. It would not do to leave him half-clad. For other items, she offered a higher price. Every household was in a similar predicament, and since they all stood to gain some coin, they readily sold their goods to Luo Wangning. While the villagers went home to fetch their wares, Luo Wangning continued chatting with the elder, feigning ignorance of the surrounding area. The elder, convinced that Luo Wangning was no ill-intentioned person, shared all the knowledge he possessed. Having purchased what she needed, Luo Wangning departed the village with Hu Zhong. Han Yunshi asked upon their return, "Might we stay overnight in the village?" "We shall not remain here tonight," Luo Wangning replied. "I asked around, and we are not far from Qingzhou County. Having barely escaped, and with our current status as fugitives, we cannot risk going to Qingzhou County. My plan is to head south toward the border region and inquire after news of my father-in-law and husband." While discussing these plans with Han Yunshi, Luo Wangning also asked Luo Wenhao whether his family intended to accompany them south. If they preferred not to, she would arrange new identities for them so they could live in peace. Luo Wenhao said to Luo Wangning, "Ning, we are all fugitives together. There is strength in staying as a family. We shall join the Hans on their journey south." With that, Luo Wangning felt reassured. Hu Zhong and his brother, learning of Luo Wangning's intention to lead their families southward, likewise resolved to accompany her. Luo Wangning had already aided the brothers more than once, and they were not men capable of such treacherous ingratitude. Hu Zhong said to Luo Wangning, "Little Mistress Luo, our lives are yours. From this day forth we shall follow you and serve as your guards." Luo Wangning had no need for personal guards herself, but with the brothers at her side, they could certainly prove invaluable. After careful deliberation, they resolved to make their way south. They also needed to pass through that village on their way south. The villagers, seeing Luo Wangning and their group pass through, confirmed what she had said was true. After leaving the village, they continued on the road toward Qingzhou County, but halfway through they changed direction. That direction was opposite to Qingzhou County. It led to Muzhen Town. Beyond that town lay Yuhe County. After crossing Yuhe County, they would continue southward through 12 more cities before reaching the southern border. After Li State suffered defeat and lost 2 cities, it was currently in a truce period. It seemed that Li State had written to Mo State hoping to pursue peace and restore relations between the two nations. In reality, the truce between the two states had been orchestrated by Han Moching, a secret known only to a few. Luo Wanting and the others had been traveling south for half a day when night fell. With nowhere to rest, they had no choice but to camp outdoors. Fortunately, they had obtained some food from the villagers, so they did not go hungry while camping outside. However, autumn had arrived, and the nights were chilly. Without blankets, they could only warm themselves by the fire. Luo Wanting took the night watch as she had before, hoping to secure proper identities for them, so as not to arouse suspicion. Little Fox, who understood the circumstances of this era, told her that there was a place that could help them obtain new identities. It would cost money, of course, but to Luo wanting money was no problem. She only then realized that this secret organization was quite substantial within Li State. Even the Emperor of Li State wished to deal with them, but he was powerless to handle such a group. These people were actually remnants of the previous dynasty seeking to overthrow Li State. Li State had been founded for 90 years already, making their goal of subversion far from easy. Nevertheless, the secret organization still existed, though not as active as it once had been. Luo Wanting planned to arrange identities for everyone, first allowing them to travel openly toward the southern border. Thinking of how the Dog Emperor had sent soldiers to hunt them down, Luo Wanting harbored a belly full of resentment. She needed to keep watch tonight, making it inconvenient to head to the Imperial Palace. Once they reached Mujin Town, she intended to visit the Li State Imperial Palace again. Their group set off toward Mujin Town. Without a carriage, they traveled on foot and arrived at Mujin Town after 2 days. Mujin Town was not as prosperous as the smaller towns in the counties they had previously passed through, but it had everything they needed. Luo Wanting and the others decided to rest here for 1 day. They found an inn to stay at. Since this place did not check identity documents, Luo Wanting paid the and then gave Hu Zhong some money, instructing him to purchase horses and a carriage. There was still a long journey ahead, and they could not possibly continue on foot. Luo Wanting also gave some silver to Han Yunshi, asking her and Luo Chen's wife to go buy fabrics and other supplies. Han Moyu was injured and unable to venture out, so he stayed behind with his uncle to help look after the children. Luo Wanting told them she was going to purchase medicinal herbs, but in truth, she was going to arrange their identities. Following Little Fox's instructions, Luo Wanting found the location of the secret organization. She saw it was a restaurant, and it certainly did not appear to be the hideout of such an organization. When she entered, a waiter greeted her. Little Fox had given Luo Wanting the code phrase for their rendezvous. The waiter asked, "What would you like to order, guest?" Luo Wanting asked the waiter, "Do you have extra spicy red oil wontons?" Red oil wontons made her think of the traditional dish. The fact that this organization used such a code phrase for their rendezvous suggested that its leader had a fondness for this food. Upon hearing Luo Wanting order extra spicy red oil wontons, the waiter immediately understood her intentions. "Please follow me, guest." Luo Wanting followed the waiter to the back courtyard of the restaurant. His demeanor changed completely as he led her to the manager of the organization. The manager looked at Luo Wanting and asked, "What would you like us to do for you, guest?" "Nothing much. I simply wish to purchase identities from you." The manager replied, "How many people?" 13. "We have our rules. Acquiring identities carries significant risk for us. One identity requires 10,000 taels of silver, and I can ensure it is handled properly for you." After finishing speaking, the manager glanced at Luo Wanting's attire and asked, "Can you afford it?" Luo Wanting directly withdrew 13 banknotes, each worth 10,000 taels, from her bosom. These were drafts from the largest financial institution in Li State. Seeing 13,000 taels in banknotes placed before him, the manager regarded Luo Wanting with new respect. He had not expected her to actually produce so much silver. The manager took one banknote to verify its authenticity. After confirming it was genuine, they continued their discussion. Luo Wanting said to the manager, "I would like all these identities completed by today. Can you manage that?" "It is a simple matter." Saying this, the manager handed a list to Luo Wanting. "Feel free to choose from the names on this list, guest." Luo Wanting looked over the names on the list and asked, "Are all these people real?" "They are all real. As long as you select one, I will make them disappear on the spot." Luo Wanting understood what he meant by disappearing on the spot, but she needed identities and did not wish to harm the innocent. Little Fox helped Luo Wanting select one family. On the surface they appeared kind-hearted, but in reality they were involved in unspeakable dealings behind the scenes. They had plenty of money and used it to settle numerous troubles. Luo Wanting handed the selected name to the manager. This one then. The family's surname was Chun and they were prominent citizens of Muzhen Town. Upon seeing Luo Wanting's choice, the manager said, "Come back tomorrow morning and I will hand you their identity tokens." Luo Wanting did not linger and instead went to a medicine shop to purchase herbs before returning. By the time she came back, Han Yunshi had also returned to the inn. Hu Zhong had selected the horses and carriage. After finishing lunch together, they retired to their rooms to rest. This was arguably the best sleep they had enjoyed in many days. That evening, Luo Wanting dined with her family as usual. She shared a room with her daughter, and after lulling her to sleep, she sealed her daughter's sleep acupoint. Through the portal, she traveled to the Li State Imperial Palace. After Han Xiao had been dealt with by Luo Wanting once, he had posted Imperial guards at both his bedchamber and the Imperial study. Luo Wanting had not visited the palace during this period and no strange incidents had occurred. However, Han Xiao was inherently suspicious and had never considered relaxing his security measures. To Luo Wanting, no amount of protection mattered in the least. Wherever she wished to go, no one could stop her. Having spent one freezing of his zero taels in one go, Luo Wanting found her purse a bit light, so she went to check the treasury to see how many treasures had accumulated there over this period. However, this time Luo Wanting came up empty. Having heeded the state preceptor's advice, Han Xiao no longer kept treasures in the treasury, he had moved them elsewhere. Looking at the empty treasury, Luo Wanting laughed softly. This dog emperor thinks that changing the hiding place will prevent this grandmother from finding where the treasures are stored. She instructed Little Fox to search all places in the Imperial Palace where treasures could be hidden. Little Fox quickly provided the answer. "Master, the items you seek are in Longxi Palace." Luo Wanting directly teleported to the vicinity of Han Xiao's bedchamber. Concealed by her invisibility spell, Luo Wanting arrived at Dragon Perch Palace and immediately heard a woman's breathless moans. "Your Majesty, hurry. Faster. I need more. Little Vixen, it seems I haven't satisfied you yet. I'll show you my prowess shortly." Soon after, Luo Wanting heard the rhythmic sounds of passion. Though she couldn't see anything, the sounds were unmistakable. Before transmigrating, she had never been with a man, but she understood everything she needed to know. And right away she encountered such an explicit scene. Listening to those cries, who would have thought the old dog emperor remained so vigorous in his twilight years? She had to admit it was impressive. Luo Wanting had no interest in watching this. To her, nothing mattered more than money. Following the instructions, she arrived at the secret chamber Little Fox had mentioned. The dog emperor was in the midst of his intimate pleasures with his beloved concubine, completely unaware that Luo Wanting had infiltrated the secret chamber. The chamber was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and precious treasures. Just like before, she left nothing behind. After clearing out the secret chamber, Luo Wanting proceeded to the emperor's harem. Anything in the palace that held value she took. She also discovered a secret among the palace concubines. Perhaps the dog emperor's energy was limited, and since these concubines could not leave the palace, they had to find companions to relieve themselves. If the dog emperor discovered he had been cuckolded, he would surely go mad with rage. However, Luo Wanting would not be so wicked as to expose these matters. Anyone who gave the dog emperor a green hat was doing her a favor. Of course, she still despised those who destroyed other people's families. After this haul, she had accumulated 160 million gold coins, still far short of what she needed for the next upgrade. She would have to proceed slowly. She then visited Han Xiao's palace, a decision made on a whim. Upon her arrival, they had already finished, and the concubine who had come to serve him was being sent back to her own quarters. To Han Xiao, they were merely tools to vent his frustrations whenever his mood turned sour. Having just finished his brief exertion, Han Xiao was now lying on the bed resting. Previously, when Luo Wanting had drawn a turtle on his face, there were still people guarding his chamber at night. He was too cautious with his life. As for why Luo Wanting didn't kill the dog emperor, she felt a single slash of the blade would be too good for him. It was far more satisfying to torture him bit by bit psychologically. First, she had hung his undergarments on display and drawn on his face. This time, Luo Wanting shaved the dog emperor's head completely bald and branded his scalp with monastic scar marks. Luo Wanting was highly satisfied with her handiwork and put away the razor. Han Zhao's chambers were always lit with candles, and guards patrolled outside. Luo Wanning's invisibility spell had already worn off, and when she was collecting her razor, she was discovered by the patrolling guards outside who assumed she was attempting to assassinate the Dog Emperor. A voice rang out from outside the door, "Someone's here. Attempted assassination on the Emperor." Hearing this, Luo Wanning slipped away through her dimensional door and returned to Mushan Town before the palace guards could arrive. When the Imperial Guards arrived at Han Zhao's chambers, they expected a bloody scene. Instead, they found none of the horror they had imagined. Only a completely shaved head and the Emperor sound asleep. The Imperial Guards did not laugh at seeing the Emperor shaved bald. Instead, they worried for their own lives. If His Majesty discovers he's been shaved bald, he'll certainly have us executed. What should we do now? I'm not even married yet, and I don't want to die. In an instant, all the Imperial Guards at Dragon Perch Palace were discussing what to do. One of the guards spoke up, "I have a plan." His voice sounded rather abrupt, and everyone turned to look at him, as though he were their lifeline. "Hurry and tell us what's your plan," they asked in unison. He cleared his throat and said, "His Majesty hasn't woken yet. We can use adhesive to reattach his hair." I thought it would be a good idea, but it turned out to be a terrible one. Let me finish speaking. After hearing him out, the guards all agreed to his plan. They would then work together with the young eunuchs who served the Emperor to pull off this deception and make further arrangements afterward. Thus they gathered all of Han Zhao's shaved hair and crafted a wig that closely resembled his original hairstyle, then glued it onto his head. The guard who proposed the wig plan came from a family that manufactured adhesive. The glue he used was exceptionally strong, making it nearly impossible to remove the wig. The guard captain declared, "This matter stays between us only." Everyone aligned their stories and left Han Zhao's chambers. It happened to be the shift change, and they did not tell the relieving guards what had occurred inside the Emperor's quarters. If the Emperor were to discover this, they could shift the blame onto others and save their own lives. The reason Han Zhao hadn't woken despite all the commotion was that Luo Wanning had forgotten to retrieve the silver needles she had inserted. She only realized this after returning to Mushan Town, when Little Fox automatically retracted the needles. Having traveled with the exile convoy, Han Yunshi had formed the habit of rising at the 5th watch. When she woke, she remembered they no longer needed to continue the exile. She wanted to rest again, but sleep wouldn't come. Since it was still before dawn, Han Yunshi simply embroidered in her room to pass the time. During the morning meal, Luo Chenshi said to Han Yunshi, "Having gotten used to rising early, I find it odd not having to get up so early now." "Exactly, I feel the same way. I can't fall back asleep, so I got up to embroider." Luo Wanning had rested for 2 hours, but still hadn't slept enough. Han Yunshi noticed her condition and asked, "Ning Ning, did you not sleep well last night?" "I went to bed too late." "It seems you're like us, accustomed to keeping watch." Luo Wanning offered no explanation and let her continue to misunderstand. Han Yunshi suggested, "After breakfast, rest a bit more. We'll set off this afternoon." Luo Wanning shook her head. "No need. We'll leave shortly." Seeing that Han Yunshi did not wish to rest, she didn't press the matter further. After finishing breakfast, they departed from the inn. As Luo Wanning passed the restaurant she had visited the day before, she said she needed to retrieve something and stepped out of the carriage to enter the establishment. When she came out, she was clutching a wine jar. Inside was no wine, but their identity documents. Luo Wanning had previously asked the proprietor about the authenticity of this information. The proprietor guaranteed, "We ensure our work is flawless. You can use these with confidence." Luo Wanning said no more, but deep down, if they ever dared to deceive her, she wouldn't hesitate to annihilate the entire organization. Han Yunshi saw Luo Wanning emerge with the wine jar and asked, "We don't drink, so why did you buy wine?" "There's no wine inside." Luo Wanning opened the jar and took out its contents. These were their identity documents. Upon seeing them, Han Yunshi's face turned pale with shock. "Ning Ning, burn those fake identity documents immediately. If discovered, we'll face dire consequences." The Li Kingdom strictly prohibited forging identity documents, mainly to facilitate household registration management. However, there was a drawback: identity documents alone could not definitively confirm a person's identity. These documents were genuine, but since they were exiled convicts, there were no wanted posters with portraits to compare against, making it impossible to verify their identities. Even if wanted posters existed, they might not have led to identification because the portraits were far inferior to photographs. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice. Luo Wanning understood Han Yunshi's concerns. She said, "These identity documents are genuine. I purchased them at a high price, and they bear the exclusive seal and household registration certificate of Mushentown." Han Yunshi examined the documents and confirmed they were indeed authentic. "Ningning, where did you manage to obtain these identity documents?" Luo Wanning told Han Yunshi truthfully. "Yesterday, when I went to the pharmacy, I privately asked the well-informed figure of Mushentown. He told me there was a place where one could procure household registration certificates as long as one was willing to pay. If we head south without identity documents, we won't be able to leave the city." Hearing Luo Wanning's words, Han Yunshi realized she had indeed considered matters thoroughly. Can the other party guarantee that it won't be discovered? Yes. Only then did Han Yunshi feel at ease. Luo Wanning did not immediately distribute these identity documents, as she would allocate them after leaving Mushentown. During the midday break, Luo Wanning gathered everyone together. She handed out the identity documents and instructed, "These are our new identities. We must no longer use our former names. From now on, we will address each other by the names on these documents. First, memorize your name and personal information. Before we reach Yuba County, make sure you are fully accustomed to the new names." Everyone understood the gravity of this matter and began practicing the names on the documents. When the names were distributed, Han Mayu saw that his own was Chen Ergu and asked Luo Wanning's sister-in-law, "Can I change it?" "No. Han Mayu, I don't want to be called Chen Ergu." Han Xiao, due to the exertions of the previous night, did not attend the morning court session. The civil and military officials, unaware of what had happened to him, could only return to their residences. He was unaware that his hair had been completely shaved off. When he washed, the eunuch attending to him was extremely cautious. As Han Xiao washed his face, he caught sight of himself in the mirror and noticed that the white hairs that had grown back were gone. "Xiao Detzi, is it my imagination, or have my white hairs disappeared?" Eunuch heard Han Xiao's question and glanced at his hair. "Indeed, they are gone. Your servant believes that the reason your majesty previously had white hair was due to poor sleep. It seems I must henceforth sleep early and wake late. Perhaps I will never have white hair again." Eunuch could only concur. In truth, he already knew that Han Xiao's hair had been shaved, but to save his own neck and that of the Imperial Guards, he could only lie unsure how long the deception would hold. After Han Xiao finished washing, Eunuch said, "Your Majesty, the Empress and the other consorts are waiting outside the hall. The Imperial Kitchen and the Imperial Medical Institute have also arrived." Han Xiao knew that the Empress and the concubines were likely coming to trouble him with their petty jealousies. The arrival of the Imperial Kitchen and the Imperial Medical Institute made him frown. Not another theft, surely. Since last month, the Imperial Kitchen had been burgled twice, the Imperial Medical Institute once, and the Palace Treasury twice. But after that, the palace had been peaceful with no strange occurrences. This time, he had already stored his treasures and valuables in the secret chamber. No matter how skilled the thief, they could not possibly break into his own palace and steal from there. Thinking of this, Han Xiao's head ached. He instructed Eunuch and Xiao Detzi, "Let the Empress and the other consorts enter." Upon receiving the summons, the Empress and others entered together. Han Xiao asked, "What has happened?" The Empress knelt on the ground weeping. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your servant." Even his favored consort Shun Guifei knelt and cried, "Your Majesty, you must also seek justice for your servant." Han Xiao assumed it was a dispute between the Empress and consort Shen that required his intervention. But then his 20 other consorts also knelt weeping and begging for his judgment. "Stop crying. What exactly has happened?" The Empress sniffled and told Han Xiao, "Your Majesty, last night the Fengning Palace was burgled and all of your servants' dowry was stolen." "Your Majesty, the same happened at the Ningyi Palace. All of my dowry was stolen. They all came for the same reason." The Imperial Kitchen and the Imperial Medical Institute had also been burgled again. This made Han Xiao anxious. He wondered if the items stored in the secret chamber had also been stolen. He had not yet checked. Han Xiao said, "Present me with the lists of stolen items, and I will compensate you." The Empress and the consorts had been waiting for precisely this declaration. They handed over their dowry inventories to Han Xiao. He did not permit them to stay. After they left, Han Xiao dismissed everyone from the Lungxi Palace and went to the secret chamber to inspect its condition. He opened the secret chamber's mechanism and entered, almost fainting at the sight. Even such a hidden place had been found. Could it truly be the work of a demon? Emerging from the chamber, he summoned the night watchmen for questioning. The watchmen, trembling with fear, dreaded losing their heads. Han Xiao asked, "Was there anything unusual in the Lungxi Palace last night?" "Reporting to your majesty, we kept watch outside and noticed nothing amiss." Han Xiao saw no sign of deceit in the watchman's eyes. He did not punish them after questioning. Instead, he instructed Eunuch Un, "Go summon the national preceptor to the palace." Eunuch Un received the order and went to the national preceptor's residence. The national preceptor's disciple told him, "My master has gone on a journey of cloud traveling. He will not return within a year." The last time Han Xiao summoned the national preceptor, the preceptor had asked his junior brother to perform a divination for him. His junior brother said that a calamity awaited him and advised him to avoid it, pointing out one person who could resolve his predicament. By now the national preceptor was already on the road to the Mo kingdom. Upon hearing that the preceptor had gone wandering, Han Xiao was so furious he smashed a cup. "Damn that Xiao Yan. When I need him, he pulls the stun on me." He had a peculiar habit. When angry, he would unconsciously tug at his hair. The hairspray on his scalp made it itchy, and with a forceful yank, he pulled off the entire wig. The palace maids attending him were startled by the sight. Han Xiao realized what had happened and turned to one of the maids demanding, "What did you see?" The maid lowered her head and stammered, Your Majesty, your hair has been shaved off, and there are 9 branding marks on it." Her voice grew quieter. Han Xiao, after hearing this, had Eunuch Un prepare a basin of water. He glanced at his reflection in the water and was nearly driven to apoplexy with rage. When he was angry, those around him suffered. "You have seen me in this state. Serve poison wine." The 2 attending maids begged for mercy upon hearing his command. "Your Majesty, spare us." Han Xiao paid them no heed. Eunuch Un, who had served Han Xiao since childhood, knew that the emperor's order of execution was merely a way to vent his anger. Han Xiao spared Eunuch Un because of his years of service. Eunuch Un breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiao asked him to fix the wig. Having his head shaved was an insult he could not swallow. He was determined to find the culprit. They were making their way to Yuhe County, not via the official road. The main thoroughfare lay too far off the beaten path, so they opted for the lesser trails. The detour added 3 full days to their journey compared to the direct route. For them it mattered little provided they reached the frontier city of the southern domain. Luo Wanning reminded them to keep their new names firmly in mind. The children picked them up swiftly and soon took to their new identities. Han Xie became Chen Ziqian, Han Shifeng became Chen Zifeng, and Han Shilling became Chen Ziwu. Han Yinshi took the name Li Ye, while Luo Chunshi became Fang Yuner. Luo Wenhao assumed the identity of Chun Yuzhou, the patriarch of the Chen family. Hu Zhong was recast as the offspring of Madame Fang Yuner, the principal wife, with his cousin serving as the eldest son and the cousin's wife, and children, all part of the same domestic unit. Chen Yangyin and Chen Yangfei. Han Yinshi took on the role of the second Madam Mother to Hu Yi and Han Moyu. Chen Yanglin and Chen Ergu. The explanation was straightforward. Lord Chun had long desired a daughter and was convinced his 4th child would be one, only to discover it was a son. In his haste, he bestowed the name Ergu without a second thought. Luo Wanning allocated the identity papers by seniority, and since Han Moyu was the youngest among them, he was left with that name. Luo Wanning was positioned as the eldest adopted daughter of the Chun household, a widow who had borne 3 children fatherless, each corresponding to one of her charges. Han Shilling, however, had to be passed off as a boy to match the trio of siblings. Far from being spurned by the Chins, she and her children were welcomed into their home. It was precisely because this eldest adopted daughter had brought 4 grandchildren to the Chun family that they accepted her so readily. The Chun family treated her with kindness, guided by an old superstition: one must care for an adopted child, well, lest it bring ill fortune to their own offspring. There was a cautionary tale to support this belief. A household that had mistreated an adopted child had subsequently suffered the loss of all their own. A fortune teller was summoned to investigate, revealing that even retrieving the child could not rewrite the fate already sealed for the one who had perished. In this way, every identity was properly accounted for. Han Moyu harbored a lasting disdain for the name Chen Ergu, yet he found himself unable to change it. Altering one's name meant retrieving and revising the associated records, a cumbersome ordeal he was unwilling to endure. Given their status as fugitives, any attempt to alter their names would only betray their movements. After receiving a sharp rebuke from Han Yunshi, he finally came to terms with the name Chen Ergu. Nevertheless, he privately cursed Lord Chen on numerous occasions, observing that while his 3 elder brothers all carried refined names, the 4th son appeared as though he had been plucked from the street. When he overheard them addressing him as Ergu, Han Moyu interjected, "I beg you not to call me Ergu. Lao Si is infinitely preferable to that vulgar name." The group reached an agreement and addressed him as Lao Si. 7 days elapsed since the soldiers' attack. Magistrate Jiang Huai of Qinzhou County was aware that troops had been dispatched to quell the mountain bandits, yet no news had reached him. Magistrate Jiang sent men to inspect the affairs along the official road. The constable appointed for this duty was filled with dread upon hearing he must journey to the main thoroughfare. Bound by duty, he had no recourse but to proceed with grim determination. He attempted to bolster his courage, assuring himself that all would be well. Few travelers used the official road, and the constable spent 2 days riding to reach the scene where Luo Wanning had dispatched the soldiers. Confronted with corpses strewn across the earth, his knees gave way in terror. The soldiers left bloodstains behind when they killed. However, Luo Wanning had employed the toxic rainflower needles against them, leaving their corpses discolored and oozing black blood. The gruesome spectacle threatened to make one sick. Having never witnessed such a scene before, the constable did not bother counting the dead, but spurred his horse and fled the area at once. His only desire was to hasten back and report this to the magistrate, for this was hardly a trivial matter. Luo Wanning and her party arrived at Yuha County. Previously, they had traveled alongside the officials and required no identity papers. Now, however, matters were different. They were required to produce identity papers to gain entry. Luo Wanning and her companions queued up. The garrison soldiers inspected each traveler individually as they approached the city gates. Until their turn arrived, Han Yunshi felt deeply anxious, but masked it with an outward composure. The others shared her trepidation. Yet witnessing Luo Wanning's serene composure, their anxiety subsided somewhat. As the queue advanced, Luo Wanning was next to present her credentials. They had donned new garments, and Luo Wanning had subtly altered their features. Such precautions were taken with careful forethought. Luo Wanning presented her identity papers to the guarding soldier. "Pray, what brings you to Yuha County?" the soldier inquired. The checkpoint lay some distance from the county seat itself, necessitating a more rigorous examination of all who passed through. "We travel south to conduct trade," Luo Wanning replied. Southbound merchants were a common sight, and the soldier harbored no suspicions regarding her purpose. After a few additional inquiries, they were permitted to pass. Han Yunshi and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, watching Luo Wanning proceed without incident. After examining Luo Wanning's household registration certificate and confirming they were a family, the soldiers let them pass without further interrogation. Once safely inside the city, Luo Wanning proceeded to the county yamen to obtain the necessary travel documents. Without these papers, passage to the next prefecture would be impossible. Upon inquiry at the yamen, she learned that for those traveling southward, the documents required 7 days to process. This meant a 7-day stay in the city. Luo Wanning addressed her companions. "We shall remain here for 7 days. Let us secure lodgings now and provision our meals 2 days before our departure." The county town boasted numerous inns, and Luo Wanning made her way directly to the finest establishment. She inquired after the rates for guest rooms. A first-class chamber commanded 2 taels of silver. This rate was comparable to what a luxury hotel might charge 2 to 4,000 yuan per night in modern currency. "Pray, innkeeper, what does the 2-tael fee encompass?" she asked. "It covers 3 meals daily, and should you wish to bathe, they shall prepare the tub and water for you." Luo Wanning deemed this acceptable and instructed, "Reserve 7 upper-class rooms." For the inn, this represented a substantial transaction. 14 taels of silver per night. Their 7-night stay amounted to a sum of 98 taels. Han Yunshi drew Luo Wanning aside and whispered, "9 in such luxurious quarters are unnecessary. It would be a waste of our funds." Luo Wanning grasped Han Yunshi's concerns and reassured her, "Have no fears regarding finances. I am capable of earning money, and I see no reason to stint myself." Han Yunshi kept silent thereafter. The innkeeper's smile broadened considerably upon learning of the 7-night reservation, and he accorded them especially favorable treatment. With the arrangements settled, the innkeeper escorted them to their chambers. Before departing, he offered a warning: "Take care not to damage any property here, or you shall be held liable for restitution." Once the innkeeper had withdrawn, Han Yunshi turned to the children and admonished them, "Behave yourselves, and take care, understand?" The 3 children nodded in agreement. Luo Wenhao and the others would share rooms in pairs or threes. Only Luo Wanning occupied a room by herself, primarily for the sake of convenience. Once everything was arranged, they retired to their respective chambers for rest. Han Yunshi considered their 7-day stay and resolved to embroider more pieces to earn additional funds, thereby easing Luo Wanning's financial burden. After the midday break, Han Yunshi took the children to read and practice calligraphy. Feeling bored, Luo Wanning decided to go out for a walk. Worried that Luo Wanning might encounter danger, Han Yunshi asked Han Moyu to accompany her. Luo Wanning refused, saying she was going to discuss business and didn't want to bring a burden. Han Moyu looked helplessly at Han Yunshi and said, "Mother sister-in-law won't let me follow." Then Han Yunshi said, "Ningming, take care." She did not insist on Han Moyu accompanying. Luo Wanning nodded and said to Han Yunshi, "I will return around the hour of the rooster, 5 to 7 p.m. Afraid that Han Yunshi would worry, Luo Wanning gave a specific time so that she wouldn't send people searching for her if she didn't return. Luo Wanning left the inn and changed into men's clothing to make it easier to move about. It wasn't that she was unwilling to do business as a woman, but rather that this era discriminated against women in commerce. In their conception, women should stay at home to manage the household and raise children, not appear in public. In the Li Kingdom, women who engaged in commerce were mostly those whose husbands had passed away, leaving behind a family business and young children, thus qualifying them to manage the business on behalf of their children. Once the children grew up, the property had to be handed over entirely to them. That was why Luo Wanning chose to disguise herself as a man. Her makeup skills were excellent, and when she shopped, no one recognized her as a woman. She wanted to open a shop in Yuha County, so she spent the entire afternoon strolling through the busiest areas of the county town. Salt was controlled by the government, so trying to trade in salt was nothing but a pipe dream. Those who engaged in such trade had connections with the authorities, otherwise how could a lucrative industry like this fall into the hands of ordinary people? The ceramics and tea industries were already being operated by others. Luo Wanning ruled out these 2 industries. After wandering around, she decided to go into the restaurant business. Passing by a tavern, she saw that its door was still open, but a sign hung outside indicating it was for sale. Luo Wanning examined the tavern. The location was not bad. How could it be failing? She stepped inside. It wasn't dinner time yet, so the place was extremely quiet. When Luo Wanning entered, a person inside said to her, "Esteemed sir, our tavern is being liquidated and is not serving food. If you wish to dine, please go to the Jude Lu ahead." Upon hearing Jude Lu, she realized it was another tavern that had lost business to Jude Lu. Last time in Qinghe County, a tavern called Fulai Tavern had also been driven to the brink of closure by them. Last time, Luo Wanning had only sold recipe ideas and hadn't considered opening her own tavern. The main reason was that they were still on the road of exile under supervision. Now it was different. They were free, and it was a good idea to start a business. She would take charge of the overall direction and arrange for dedicated people to manage the tavern. "I'm not here to dine. Isn't this tavern for sale? I want to buy it." Upon hearing that Luo Wanning intended to buy the tavern, the people inside immediately came forward to attend to her. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll fetch our proprietor right away." Luo Wanning waited for the tavern's owner to arrive. The person attending to her poured tea and was extremely warm. If she bought the tavern, she would become their new boss, so naturally they treated her well. Soon the tavern's owner arrived. He was a middle-aged man about the same age as Luo Wanning's uncle. He looked at Luo Wanning. "Sir, do you really want to buy my tavern?" "Yes." While waiting, Luo Wanning had surveyed the layout of the tavern. If she took over, she could start business after a few adjustments to the layout, saving a lot of trouble. The other man introduced himself. "Sir, this old man is Shunwan Lu. May I ask your name?" Luo Wanning told him the name on her new identity papers. My surname is Chun, given name Sheila. This name was quite androgynous, and no one would suspect it was a woman's name. Luo Wanning asked, Shopkeeper Shin, how much are you asking for this building? 3,500 taels of silver. This tavern was renovated, and it cost me a considerable sum at the time. Since it has been used, I have discounted quite a lot. Luo Wanning heard the price of 3,500 taels and thought it was quite reasonable. She had asked Xiao Hu to estimate the price, and it was roughly the same. Seeing Luo Wanning deep in thought, Shun Wanlu wondered if she thought the price was too high and would not buy. Luo Wanning perceived Shun Wanlu's worry and slowly spoke, Shopkeeper Shun, I'll buy this tavern. Shun Wanlu was startled. He recovered his composure and said, Are you sure you want to buy it, sir? Luo Wanning nodded. Prepare brush and ink, we'll write a contract. Tomorrow we'll transfer the house deed and land deed to my name. Shin Wanlu immediately had someone prepare the materials. The two of them wrote the contract, confirmed it was correct, and pressed their thumbprints. Luo Wanning did not pay the full amount, as it was not proper to pay in full before the house and land deeds were transferred. Shin Wanlu understood her concern and agreed to this condition. After receiving a banknote for 1,500 taels, he asked Luo Wanning, Mr. Shin, what business do you plan to run after buying this tavern? Luo Wanning told him frankly, I'll still run a restaurant business. Hearing that she intended to run a restaurant, Shun Wanlu kindly warned, Sir, I hope you will consider carefully. Once that Jude Lu opened ahead, all our business was stolen away. Thank you for the warning, Shopkeeper Shin. But since I dare to enter this business, I can naturally take his business away. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Wanning remembered she had promised Han Yunshi she would return early. She said to Shin Wanlo, I'll come tomorrow at the hour of Chun 7 to 9 a.m. We'll go to the county office together. After Luo Wanning left the tavern, Shun Wanlu sighed. One look, and you can tell he's a greenhorn, yet he dares to boast about stealing Jude Lu's business. But this didn't matter much to him. His tavern was about to be sold. Shin Wanlu gazed at the tavern he had operated for 25 years, feeling a pang of reluctance. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sustain the business, he wouldn't have chosen to sell it. Luo Wanning changed back into the clothes she had worn out that day and returned to the inn when it was already dark. Han Yunshi saw Luo Wanning return and breathed a sigh of relief. If you hadn't come back, I was about to go out with fourth brother to look for you. Luo Wanning explained, I wandered too far and got lost for a while. I asked for directions and finally found my way back. Sorry for worrying you. It's fine as long as you're safe. Han Yunshi urged Luo Wanning to have dinner. Luo Wanning patted her stomach and said, I saw many unfamiliar snacks while shopping, and I've already eaten until I'm full. Han Yunshi did not force her to eat. Luo Wanning did not forget the children as she distributed the snacks she had bought among them. She handed a box to Han Yunshi. Mother, I saw a hairpin while shopping and thought it would look lovely on you, so I bought it for you. Upon seeing the hairpin, Han Yunshi was delighted as she had not bought any jewelry for a long time. However, she still said, Ningning, you are thoughtful, but you didn't need to buy me a silver one, it's too precious. Mother, have you forgotten? Today is the 28th day of the 8th lunar month, your birthday. Han Yunshi then remembered that it was her 41st birthday. Men seldom remember their mother's birthday. Han Moyu asked Han Yunshi, Is today really your birthday? Han Yunshi was furious and tapped Han Moyu on the head. I bore you two brothers in hardship, and neither of you remembers my birthday. It's my dear Ningning, the girl who is thoughtful enough to remember my birthday. After being scolded, Han Moyu promised, Next year, I will be the first to celebrate your birthday. Don't just talk, you'll forget when the time comes. I won't. Han Yunshi paid him no further heed. The three children knew today was their grandmother's birthday. They all spoke up to wish Han Yunshi a happy birthday. Luo Wanning had bought a hairpin for Han Yunshi, and she also bought one for Luo Chenshi. Luo Chenshi was pleasantly surprised by the gift and was very happy. They treated the original owner like their own daughter, and she, having taken over the original owner's identity, had to fulfill her filial duties. Luo Wanning had been out all afternoon. She chatted with her family for a while before returning to her room to attend to her own affairs. As soon as she entered, she began drafting the opening plan for the restaurant. She had tasted the dishes in Yuha County. Mostly spicy, even vegetables were cooked with chili. Luo Wanning wrote the plan and also compiled the recipes which would become the signature dishes of their restaurant. Jude Liu catered to the wealthy, but Luo Wanning intended to take the opposite approach for her new establishment. She planned to open a venue that served morning tea and afternoon tea, also hosted banquets, and included private rooms for business negotiations. It was a multi-purpose restaurant. The prices would not be too high, making them affordable for ordinary people. By the time she finished all these calculations, dawn had broken. Luo Wanning had agreed to meet the owner at the restaurant at the hour of the Chun, 79 a.m., to go to the county office to transfer the deed and land title. She left her room, informed Han Yunshi and the others, and hurried out. Han Yunshi watched her rush off, wondering what she was up to, so mysterious. Curious as she was, Han Yunshi would not ask Han Moyu to follow her, as that would be disrespectful. She also trusted that Luo Wanning would not do anything improper. When Luo Wanning arrived at the restaurant, Shun Wanlu was already waiting for her. He had stayed there the entire night because he knew that today the restaurant would no longer be his. He wanted to linger a little longer since he would have no chance to stay here again. Luo Wanning apologized. I was delayed on the way. Let's go to the county office now to transfer the deed and land title. They went to the Yuha County office, spent a little silver to expedite the process and shorten the waiting time. When Shun Wanlu saw that the identity document listed Luo Wanning as female, he was stunned. During the procedure, he scrutinized her, but she did not look like a young woman at all. Luo Wanning noticed his gaze the moment he discovered her gender. After the formalities were completed, she settled the remaining silver with Shin Wanlu. Upon receiving the silver, Shin Wanlu said to her, "Wishing you, boss, Chin, a prosperous business." As he was about to leave, Luo Wanning called out, "Mr. Shin, what do you plan to do after selling the restaurant?" Shin Wanlu was asked, but he did not know what he could do. After selling the restaurant and repaying his debts, the remaining silver would not even cover a year's household expenses. He was troubled by the future financial burden. After a moment of silence, he answered Luo Wanning's question. "I should find a restaurant or into work as a manager." Other than that, he did not know what else he could do. But he probably could not find such a position in Yuha County since all the local bosses knew him. Having failed in business, he would feel ashamed to be a manager at their restaurants or inns. He would likely leave Yuha County and work as a manager elsewhere. Luo Wanning could not read minds, but she could discern something from his micro-expressions. She could not stay in Yuha County to manage the restaurant herself, though she would need to hire a manager. And here was a ready candidate. No need to search elsewhere. Luo Wanning said to him, "Mr. Shin, I would like to hire you as the manager of the restaurant." She was very direct. Shin Wanlu asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll run the restaurant into the ground like this?" Luo Wanning smiled faintly. "I'm not worried. A restaurant's failure is not only due to management negligence, but also other factors. Moreover, you have operated this restaurant for 25 years, which proves you have the ability to manage it well. It's just that you encountered a tough competitor you couldn't handle, leading to the current situation." Hearing these words, Shin Wanlu gave her a definite answer. "I accept. It's almost noon. Let's go back to the restaurant and discuss the details." "No problem." Shin Wanlu was planning to return to the restaurant anyway, as he still had to settle the wages for the workers. The restaurant's business had been dismal, and he owed considerable back pay. The staff had been understanding of his difficulties and did not pressure him too hard. He agreed to be Luo Wanning's manager, but this debt was his own, so he would handle it himself. They had not returned to the restaurant, but all the staff came over. Shin Wanlu had told them that today they would receive their wages. Getting paid was a happy thing, but they did not look very joyful. Receiving this money meant that they no longer had this job, and finding another one might not offer the same benefits. "I don't know where to go after taking this pay. I'm getting old too. Unless the boss keeps me on, no one else will want me. I'm better off. I can cook so I can find work at another restaurant. But after working here so long, I hate to leave." Who isn't the same? They found the topic too heavy and stopped talking. Seeing Shun Wanlu return, they fell silent. The boss's mood must be heavy. After receiving their money, they said to him, "Boss, we hope you make a comeback. When you do, we'll still work for you." Shin Wanlu did not tell them that the new owner had agreed to keep them on. He would inform them after the accounts were settled. He said, "You've all been with me for many years. Since the restaurant is sold today, stay tonight and share a meal with me. It would be a welcome banquet for the new owner." They respected Shun Wanlu enough to agree. After distributing their wages, he went to discuss compensation with Luo Wanning. While he was paying the workers, Luo Wanning drafted the employment contract. She also discussed the wages for the other staff with Shen Wanlu. The wages would be 500 when higher than what he had paid, making them among the highest in Yue County. Shen Wanlu's salary was the highest, 50 taels of silver per month. He had many responsibilities, which was why Luo Wanning offered this amount. The contract also included a clause if the restaurant's profits met the expected targets, she would allocate a portion of the silver as a bonus. Before signing, Shen Wanlu had assumed Luo Wanning would only offer him 15 to 20 taels a month. He never expected her to give him 50. With 50 taels a month, his family's livelihood could still be maintained. He signed the contract without hesitation. After Shen Wanlu signed the contract, Luo Wanning handed him a blueprint. This is the layout I designed. Over the next few days, find someone to renovate the restaurant according to these plans. Shen Wanlu examined the blueprint Luo Wanning had given him and found it intriguing. Master Luo, are you planning to convert the restaurant into a tea house? Luo Wanning nodded. Something like a tea house, but more sophisticated and well-equipped. I have also prepared a detailed business plan which you can follow to arrange the work. I will not be staying in Yue County for long, so I will need you to look after things here. Shen Wanlu was taken aback. Master Luo, you are not staying in Yue County. That is correct. I will only be here for 5 days, but rest assured I will make all the necessary arrangements before I leave. I will return on the day of the grand opening. After that I will come back every 3 months to review the accounts, and I will visit during the spring festival to settle the annual accounts. She had an arbitrary gait and could return in an instant. Luo Wanning continued to give Shen Wanlu further instructions. After finishing the arrangements, she said to him, "That is all for now. There are still some matters I will inform you of gradually. Regarding the dishes, I will cook personally tomorrow and teach the head chef the preparation methods." Shen Wanlu assured Luo Wanning, "Master Luo, please do not worry. I will manage the restaurant well. Now that you have taken over, should we change the name?" Luo Wanning said, "I have already thought of a name. It will be called Shilla Restaurant." Shen Wanlu thought the name was quite auspicious. They talked for the entire afternoon, and Luo Wanning also gave Shen Wanlu a banker's draft for 10,000 taels of silver. The silver notes were genuine, drawn from the largest financial institution in Li State. Luo Wanning had deposited the money when she was in Muzhen Town, mainly for convenience in conducting business. This 10,000 taels of silver was sufficient to cover the restaurant's operations and payroll. Shen Wanlu said, "Master Luo, everyone at the restaurant is holding a banquet tonight. Would you like to meet with them?" Luo Wanning remembered that she had promised Han Yunshi to return home as early as possible when she left. She declined, "I will not join them. I will come by tomorrow and meet with everyone." Shen Wanlu did not say anything further. He supposed that a woman returning home late at night would make her family worry. Today Luo Wanning returned a little earlier than yesterday, so the family could have dinner together. Perhaps because this was their last day at the restaurant, everyone knew that after Shen Wanlu paid their wages, there would be little silver left. They contributed a portion of their own wages to buy ingredients and prepared a lavish dinner. Their mood was somber. Shen Wanlu noticed their gloomy expressions and said, "Eat and drink your fill tonight. I have some good news to share shortly." Having worked at the restaurant for so long, they trusted that when Shen Wanlu mentioned good news, it truly was something worth celebrating. "Boss Shen, tell us quickly." Shen Wanlu, seeing their eager faces, cleared his throat and said, "Our restaurant has a new owner who has taken over. She has hired me as the new manager. You will all continue to work here as before, and your wages will be increased by 500 won. For them, this was indeed good news. Li, the former manager of the restaurant, asked Shen Wanlu, "If you are now the manager, does that mean the restaurant no longer needs me?" When discussing matters with Luo Wanning earlier, Shen Wanlu had also inquired about Li's future. Luo Wanning had said, "Keep both of you as managers. You will be the chief manager, and Manager Li will serve as the deputy manager with a monthly salary of 20 taels." Shen Wanlu relayed Luo Wanning's words to Manager Li. Relieved that he could stay at the restaurant, Manager Li's worries vanished. They asked why the new owner had not joined them for dinner. Shen Wanlu explained, "The owner needs to return home to spend time with her family. She will come by tomorrow, and you will have the chance to meet her." The farewell dinner had thus turned into a celebratory banquet. Luo Wanning, just like yesterday, returned to her room after dinner. Although she had already made many arrangements, Luo Wanning continued to think about what else needed to be perfected, hoping to settle everything before leaving Yue County. Over the following days, Luo Wanning left early and returned late. Han Yunshi and the others had no idea about her restaurant venture. They only found her behavior rather odd. Luo Chengshi suggested following her to see what she was up to. However, Han Yunshi remained firm in her belief and did not allow anyone to tail her. Han Moyu was different. Noticing his sister-in-law's strange behavior, he became curious and wanted to know what she was doing. Driven by curiosity, he secretly followed her when she left home. Luo Wanning was highly vigilant, and Han Moyu was caught by her shortly after he began following. Second, go, did mother send you to follow me? Afraid that Luo Wanning might misunderstand, Han Moyu shook his head. Mother did not ask me to follow you. She said she trusts you and forbade any of us from trailing you. I just wanted to know what you have been busy with these past few days, so I followed you secretly. Knowing that following her was wrong, he apologized sincerely. Sister-in-law, I am sorry. I should not have followed you. Can you tell me what you have been doing? These past few days I have been looking for restaurants to purchase my cooking recipes. As you know, our large family needs silver to survive. I thought if I could sell more recipes I would earn more money. Luo Wanning did not tell Han Moyu the truth. Since they were planning to head south, she did not want to reveal her restaurant venture, lest it complicate matters. Han Moyu knew that Luo Wanning sold cooking recipes. Sister-in-law, have you sold any? Yes, I am going there today to demonstrate the dishes for the chef. In recent days, Luo Wanning had been teaching them how to prepare various dishes. She had also improved the original menu items at the restaurant, making the flavors considerably better than before. Every restaurant has its signature dishes. Jude Lu was famous for its 8 treasure duck, so Luo Wanning decided that the signature dish of Sheila restaurant would be roast goose. Luo Wanning did not know how to cook many dishes, but she had recipe books, so she was not anxious. She handed over the complete steps and methods for preparing roast goose to the head chef. As a signature dish, it had to be prepared by the head chef himself. Moreover, Luo Wanning had them all sign confidentiality agreements. If the recipes were leaked, they would have to compensate heavily. This also served as a warning to them, hoping they would not betray the restaurant. Han Moyu had followed her all the way. Sister-in-law, may I go with you? Luo Wanning could not exactly send him back, so she brought him along. She changed into male attire and explained to Han Moyu. This makes things more convenient. Seeing Luo Wanning arrive, Shen Wanlu went over to greet her. Luo Wanning slipped past and whispered to Shen Wanlu, he is my younger brother. Please do not reveal to him that I have opened a restaurant. Just tell him I am here to sell cooking recipes. Also notify the kitchen staff not to let the secret slip. Shen Wanlu immediately understood. The owner did not want her brother to know about the restaurant, likely wanting to prove her own capabilities. However, he had overthought it. Luo Wanning simply did not want Han Moyu to know that she had opened a restaurant. Shen Wanlu went to the kitchen as Luo Wanning instructed to give notice. When Luo Wanning and Han Moyu arrived at the kitchen, the staff readily addressed her as Young Master Chun. Han Muyu's simple soul that he couldn't detect any anomalies. Luo Wanning set to work in the kitchen. The dishes she had prepared over the past few days were the main courses, while today's preparations focused on the morning tea menu. These were all the everyday morning tea dishes people frequently enjoyed. After finishing, she calculated the costs. Previously, she had planned to attract customers with dishes priced at 99 but there were pitifully few options. It would be far better to price them at 199 when offering a greater variety. The price would also be lower than other restaurants in the county, and with the pleasant ambience, it should attract many customers. In addition to the main dishes, Luo Wanning also prepared complimentary vegetable tea and fruit. This was one of the advantages of morning tea and afternoon tea service. Over these past few days, besides preparing the menus, she had also begun training the staff, ensuring impeccable service to give guests a novel experience. Before this, Shen Wanlu had believed the restaurant could never defeat Jade Virtue Restaurant. Now, however, he felt the restaurant was likely to earn considerable profits, filling him with motivation. Manager Su of Jade Virtue Restaurant had returned from the capital, where he had reported on the restaurant's business performance. Upon his return, he learned of Shen Wanlu's restaurant sale. Their current location was inferior to Shen Wanlu's, so they planned to purchase it and relocate Jade Virtue Restaurant there. After attending to affairs at Jade Virtue Restaurant, he led a group toward Shen Wanlu's establishment. With Jade Virtue Restaurant's financial backing, Manager Su was determined to acquire it. He had no idea the restaurant had changed ownership. Shin Wanlu had intended to begin renovations these past few days, but after consulting the almanac, he found this period unsuitable for construction. He relayed this to Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning agreed. Seeing Manager Su approach, Shin Wanlu frowned, deeply wondering what he wanted. Nevertheless, being a host meant maintaining composure. Shin Wanlu kept a polite smile on his face. What brings Manager Su to visit? I heard Boss Shin that your restaurant is for sale. Our Jade Virtue restaurant wishes to relocate and reopen, and we find your location quite desirable. We would like to purchase your establishment. Manager Su wasted no time on pleasantries, stating his purpose directly. Shin Wanlu knew exactly why he had come. Even if Manager Su had approached him beforehand to negotiate, Shin Wanlu would still have refused to sell to Jade Virtue Restaurant. The decline of their restaurant was due partly to the quality of its dishes and partly to Jade Virtue Restaurant's interference. If Luo Wanning had not purchased the restaurant, Shin Wanlu would rather sell to anyone else than hand it over to Jade Virtue Restaurant. Selling to a rival filled him with resentment and unwillingness. Manager Su, seeing Shin Wanlu remain silent, continued on his own. Boss Shun, I am willing to offer 3,000 taels of silver for your restaurant. What do you think? Shin Wanlu replied to Manager Su's offer. Manager Su, you are too late. My restaurant has already been sold. Boss Shin, surely you are merely saying that because we once competed for your business, and you do not wish to sell to us. Manager Su found it hard to believe such a substantial restaurant could change hands so quickly. Shin Wanlu saw through his thoughts. Manager Su, why would I deceive you about such a matter? The restaurant was sold 4 days ago. Both the property and land deeds have already been transferred. The new owner valued my capabilities and asked me to manage the restaurant. We are currently preparing for the opening. The restaurant will reopen on the 8th day of the 10th month. Manager Su is most welcome to taste our new dishes then. Manager Su observed Shin Wanlu's sincere expression and sensed no trace of deception. Your new owner also intends to enter the restaurant business. Indeed, Manager Su found the others either fearless or foolish. In Yuha County, among 3 local restaurants, only Shin Wanlu's had endured longer than 6 months. All the others had perished within half a year. He was curious to see how long the new owner could last. He did not press the matter of purchasing the restaurant again, instead telling Shin Wanlu, Boss Shun, if your new owner cannot sustain the business, please inform her. Remember to sell the restaurant to our Jade Virtue Restaurant. These words made Shin Wanlu deeply displeased. What was there to be so arrogant about? Shin Wanlu recounted Manager Su's visit to Luo Wanning. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanning smiled. Once our restaurant captures all their business, you should go to him and negotiate purchasing their restaurant. Shin Wanlu took it as a joke. The restaurant was still in preparation, and whether it would turn a profit remained uncertain. He did not know that Luo Wanning's ultimate goal was to become the wealthiest person in Yuha County was merely the beginning. Han Muyu had accompanied Luo Wanning to the kitchen and enjoyed wonderful food, feeling it had all been worthwhile. He asked Luo Wanning privately, Sister-in-law, how much silver did you earn from selling the recipe this time? Luo Wanning, seeing his curious expression, casually replied, This time I sold 50 dishes for 3,000 taels of silver. Han Muyu looked at her with admiration. His sister-in-law was truly remarkable. Last time 16 dishes had earned her 1,800 taels, and this time so much more. Sister-in-law, you are so skilled at cooking. Now that we have money, have you considered opening your own restaurant? I have considered it, but we need to go to the southern border, where opening a restaurant would not be practical. You make a fair point. Opening a restaurant means settling in one place permanently. This journey south was to investigate the whereabouts of their father and brother. They would not stay in one location for long. Luo Wanning chatted with Han Muyu for a while, then said, I need to discuss some matters with the restaurant owner. Please wait for me, and then we can go out to purchase supplies for the journey. Han Muyu saw Luo Wanning speaking privately with Shin Wanlu and did not disturb them. These past few days, Luo Wanning had already handed over everything that needed to be addressed. Today's discussion was purely supplementary. She also wrote some precautions for Shin Wanlu and prepared staff management regulations. Shin Wanlu found her management system excellent, which would ease management difficulties and establish clear hierarchical divisions. Her forward thinking was impressive. The 50 recipes she left were only the daily necessities for now, as she had told Shin Wanlu she would deliver a new batch of recipes periodically. The dishes she had prepared over these past few days were selected according to the local tastes of Yue County. He had a feeling the opening day would yield excellent results. If business proved prosperous, they would need to consider hiring additional staff. Of course, these were matters for later consideration. For now, the priority remained making thorough preparations for the opening. Luo Wanning told Shin Wanlo, "I will not come tomorrow. From now on, the restaurant is entirely under your responsibility. Every 3 months, I will return on the 8th of the month to review the accounts and adjust accordingly. Rest assured, new owner. I will give my all to manage the restaurant well." Luo Wanning nodded. "I leave the restaurant in your hands." She and Han Muyu left the restaurant and went to purchase supplies. While shopping, they happened to encounter Han Yunshi and the others. Without hesitation, Han Yunshi handed her a money pouch filled with silver. "Ningning, this is the money I earned from selling embroidery. It includes a 100-tael banknote and 30 taels in small silver. Take it all." Luo Wanning said nothing and accepted the silver. She knew well that if she refused, Han Yunshi would insistently stuff it into her hands anyway. Seeing Luo Wanning take the money, a smile spread across Han Yunshi's face. Luo Wanning noticed Han Yunshi had purchased quite a few items. "Mother, what did you buy?" "I just sold some embroidered pieces and bought back some fabrics to embroider. Once we reach Hualien County, I'll sell them for profit." Luo Wanning would not stop her from embroidering. Instead, she reminded, "Mother, we no longer lack silver. There is no need to work so hard on embroidery. These past few nights I've seen you constantly pressing your neck. This is caused by keeping your head bowed for too long. You cannot continue embroidery with your head lowered for extended periods, or it will leave lasting damage. This ailment cannot be cured. When it does not hurt, it is bearable, but once the pain strikes, it is simply unbearable. If it worsens, you may become bedridden." "Is it really that serious?" "I have read about this condition in medical texts. The reason we can stand upright is thanks to the vertebrae beneath our necks. Once they are damaged, the consequences are predictable. In the future, when you embroider, do not keep your head bowed for too long. Remember to rest and move around periodically." Han Yunshi immediately replied, "I will be careful." After finishing that matter, Han Yunshi said, "Ningning, your eldest aunt, and I only bought a few necessities. As for food, we did not purchase anything since you are more knowledgeable in that area. I will handle the selection." Afterwards, Luo Wanning and Han Muyu went to prepare food for the journey. They bought items that could be stored easily. At this thought, Luo Wanning had an idea. She could make instant noodles. She could exchange them from her spatial dimension, but she felt noodles made with her own hands would taste better. She was a woman of action. If she thought of something, she would do it immediately. She purchased flour and ingredients needed for making instant noodles. However, the flour sold in the market was not divided into low-gluten and high-gluten varieties, so she would still need to exchange for the correct types later. There was no beef for sale in the market, for in ancient times cattle were the primary beasts of burden for plowing fields and were extremely precious. If a family owned a cow, they would be highly respected in the village. Unless a cow had grown old, no one would choose to sell it. Fortunately, Luo Wanning arrived at just the right moment, as someone happened to be selling beef. She purchased beef fat, which was needed for making sauces. She also bought some beef intended for making diced meat. Since she bought in large quantities, she received a discount. After purchasing all the necessary ingredients, they returned to the inn. Luo Wanning wanted to prepare the instant noodles properly, so she borrowed the kitchen from the innkeeper. The innkeeper agreed, but said she would have to wait until the kitchen was free. While Luo Wanning was busy cooking in the kitchen, she prepared the noodles. Since there were quite a few people, the quantity she made was also large. After letting the dough rest, she began making the noodle cakes for instant noodles. To achieve the texture of instant noodles, she used chopsticks to twist the noodles into a wavy shape. She did not make round noodle cakes, but shaped them into squares. After forming the noodle cakes, she took them to steam before they would later be deep fried. She then went about preparing the seasoning mix for the instant noodles. The vegetables needed to be blanched and then dried. To save time, when no one was in the kitchen, she placed the vegetables inside her spatial dimension to dry them quickly. She reserved part of the beef for making spiced beef and the rest for the beef cubes in the instant noodles. After making the sauce, she poured it into bamboo containers and let it cool naturally. After completing all of this, it had taken her 4 hours worth of effort, and the instant noodles turned out quite successfully. When she returned to her room, it was still before dawn, but she was utterly exhausted. She fell asleep the moment she lay down and slept straight through until noon. Han Yunshur did not urge her to wake up feeling that she had worked too hard. In the afternoon, she went to the county yamen to collect the documents. Before leaving, she told them, "Pack your belongings tonight. We will depart for Huailin County tomorrow morning." Luo Wanning suddenly remembered she had forgotten something to tell Shen Wanlu. After returning from the county yamen, she made another trip to the restaurant. Shen Wanlu knew that Luo Wanning would be leaving Yuha County the next day. Aside from wishing her a safe journey, he did not know what else to say. Over the past 7 days, news of the soldiers being killed and the Han family members perishing had reached Han Shao. When Han Shao heard from his men that not a single member of the Han family had survived, this was among the more satisfactory pieces of news he had received in recent times. What pleased him even more was that his subordinates reported discovering a gold mine in Huailin County, and people had already been sent to begin mining. Han Shao had previously been deeply troubled by the palace theft. Now that a gold mine had been found, it meant the national treasury would have another source of income, solving the problem of the empty storerooms. He almost wanted to hold a celebration banquet. But the moment he thought about having to deliver the gold from the mine to the palace, his headache intensified. Gold could not be stored in the palace, so he could only secretly send someone to build a concealed storage place. He would not believe the gold could disappear again as it had before. Meanwhile, Luo Wanning's party had left Yuha County. During their midday rest, Han Moyu boiled several pots of water, as Luo Wanning had instructed. Luo Wanning took out the prepared instant noodles. Han Yunshur looked at the noodle cake. "Ningning, this noodle does not need to be boiled. It can be eaten just by soaking it in boiling water. Both the noodle cake and the vegetables are already cooked. You simply need to soak them, and they are ready to eat." Luo Wanning personally demonstrated for them. The noodle cake and seasonings were soaked in boiling water for a while, and when she lifted the lid, an aroma filled the air. Han Qiling caught the scent and could hardly wait to taste the instant noodles. "It's scalding hot." She ate too quickly and burned her tongue. Watching her daughter, Luo Wanning helplessly shook her head. "Haste makes waste. Eat more slowly. No one is rushing you." Han Moyu had eaten many varieties of noodles in the capital, but this novel way of eating was his first time experiencing it. The noodles Luo Wanning made were far superior to any he had ever tasted. Everyone ate with great relish. Han Yunshur asked, "Ningning, how did you come up with this method of making noodles?" "On our journey, besides steamed buns and dried meat, there were only a few other storable foods. I thought, if I could make noodles in this form, perhaps we could have noodles to eat. I pondered this for a long time, decided to try, and this was my first attempt. I did not expect it to succeed." The children had eaten instant noodles once and wanted more that evening. Luo Wanning did not allow them to continue eating. Although these instant noodles were homemade, it was not good for the children to consume too much. Upon hearing they could not eat them frequently, their appetite for the meal faded. Luo Wanning even began to regret it. If she had known this would happen, she would not have made the instant noodles in the first place. Previously, Han Moching had mentioned returning to Li State, and now he finally found the opportunity. This time he would return under the identity of a Li State merchant, which would facilitate his movements. He held another identity in Mo State, that of Prince Mo of Mo State. The reason he became Nangong Mo, the only son of the late Emperor of Mo State, was because he had rescued Nangong Mo, who was being chased and hunted at the border of Li State. However, Nangong Mo's injuries were too severe, and he was on his deathbed. Before passing away, Nangong Mo had said to Han Moching, "I hope you can seize the throne of Mo State in my name, and ensure that those who harmed my father receive their due punishment." And so he became Nangong Mo. Because the defense map had been stolen, they and their father were able to escape unharmed, protected in part by this identity. As Han Moching set off to return to Li State, Han Zhao said to him, "Moching, when you see your mother, deliver the letter I wrote for her. Take care on the journey and bring them back as soon as possible." He knew his parents shared a deep bond, and his father's heart belonged solely to her. He too wished to find someone he loved and spend the rest of his days together, just like his parents. He had already been married, but wedding Luo Wanning had not been his own choice. He had reasoned that as long as he kept his distance from her, he could return from his military campaigns and grant her freedom. But unexpected turns happen in life. He never imagined his mother would tamper with the nuptial wine. Since he had touched Luo Wanning, he bore the responsibility toward her. His feelings were of duty, not love. Their family held strict ancestral rules. The men of the Han clan were forbidden from abandoning their wives of humble beginnings, nor could they take concubines or seek divorce. Unless widowed remarriage was not permitted. The only other way to dissolve the marriage was if the woman herself wished to leave and requested a mutual divorce. In general, the latter scenario rarely occurred. The men of the Han family spent most of their years away at war, feeling most guilty toward their wives and children left behind at home. That was why they had vowed to their wives to share only one heart and one love in this lifetime. Han Maching secured the letter and replied, "Once I rescue them, I will send word back to you." Luo Wanning's party had been traveling for 3 days on the way to Huailin County. They had passed no villages and had to camp outdoors each night. After getting accustomed to it, it was no longer a hardship. Today they finally saw a village complete with a boundary stone inscribed with the words Huailin County. They arrived at the border of Huailin County in the afternoon. Luo Wanning said, "Tonight we will ask the villagers for lodging. We will set out again tomorrow." They drove their carriage into the village. The terrain here was flat, offering a sweeping view of golden rice paddies stretching as far as the eye could see. It was the peak of autumn harvest season, and fields were alive with villagers busy at work. Their carriage's arrival did not go unnoticed. While carriages were not unfamiliar objects, one heading toward a village still sparked curiosity. Only wealthy families in the county seat or nearby towns could afford such carriages. The land they farmed was leased from the Song family of the town, and every harvest season Master Song himself would come to collect the rent. The villagers all knew the Song family's carriage. Luo Wanning's carriage was entirely unfamiliar. Some villagers by the roadside wondered if those who had gone out to work in the village had struck it rich and returned with a carriage of their own. Seeing unfamiliar faces, a villager called out, "Where do you come from, and where are you headed?" Hu Zhong replied, "We have come from Yuhe County and are heading to the town of Huailin County for business. We have just arrived in Huailin County, and night is nearly upon us. We were hoping to borrow shelter for the evening." Having seen the fine cloth Master Song wore, they appeared similar to well-to-do folk, and the villagers could tell they were people of means. The villagers said to Hu Zhong, "It is not yet fully dark and few are home in the village. If you wish to stay overnight, you must first obtain the village head's permission." Ancient villages maintained their own management systems. Without the village head's consent, outsiders were not permitted to stay. This rule existed primarily to prevent dangerous individuals from slipping into the village. "Please, sir, could you lead us to see the village head?" "Wait a moment. Let me send my boy Xiao Bao to fetch him." Soon a young man roughly Hu Zhong's age walked toward them. He was the village head of Wu Village. Normally village heads were elderly men, and Wu Village did have an elder village head. He had simply succeeded his father in the role. Since Luo Wanning was now the head of the household, Hu Zhong deferred to her to speak with the village head. Luo Wanning explained their situation to Elder Wu. After understanding their circumstances, Elder Wu said, "You may enter the village and stay tonight. As for payment for lodging, there is no need. Everyone faces hardships in life." With the village head's permission granted, Luo Wanning and her companions followed Elder Wu into the village. Many residents of Wu Village worked in the nearby town, and some had grown prosperous. They returned only during the Qingming festival and spent little time at home otherwise. Elder Wu led them to a small courtyard adjacent to his own home. He told Luo Wanning, "You may stay here tonight. This is our old house. We have built a new home, and this one has been left empty ever since. Please make do." Having endured wind and rain on the road, any shelter with a roof was welcome. However, being an old house, the kitchen stove was no longer functional. Hearing Luo Wanning say she would prepare a meal, Elder Wu replied, "We have not yet started cooking. You may use our kitchen." Luo Wanning did not hesitate to borrow the kitchen. Behind Elder Wu's house lay a vegetable garden, and they had long since finished their own provisions. Luo Wanning asked, "May I pick some vegetables from your garden?" Before she could even mention compensation, Elder Wu smiled and said, "These are vegetables we grew ourselves. Help yourself to whatever you wish from the back courtyard. My wife planted more than we could possibly finish, and they will go to seed if left much longer." Luo Wanning did not decline and gathered a large bundle of greens to take to the kitchen. Seeing Luo Wanning preparing so much food alone, the children also came over to help. Luo Wanning declined their assistance and instead directed them to study with Han Yunshi. She asked Han Moyu to help gather firewood and wash vegetables while she handled chopping and stir-frying. Villages typically had 2 or more cooking areas to save time. Before beginning, Luo Wanning had asked how many people lived in Elder Wu's household. After learning the number, she borrowed Elder Wu's steamer and set the rice to cook. Madame Wu, seeing the generous amount of white rice being steamed, could hardly conceal her envy. They also ate rice, but theirs was a mixture of polished and unpolished grains. White rice was reserved only for special occasions such as the Lunar New Year. Luo Wanning noticed her wistful glance. In this era, a single mu of paddy field yielded merely 2 to 300 jin of rice. After paying the government grain tax and handing over the rent to the landlord, who collected it, the remaining white rice was simply insufficient to sustain a family for an entire year. This was why they mixed unpolished rice with the polished variety. With sweet potatoes and potatoes not yet introduced to these lands, their dietary options were exceedingly limited. While in Yuha County, Luo Wanning had purchased some smoked meat, and today she brought it all out to cook. The villagers, poor as they were, could only afford to buy meat once a year at best. On their way back from the fields, neighbors passing by Elder Wu's home caught the aroma of cooking meat. They paused and asked Madame Wu, "Madame Song, have you purchased meat today?" "No, we have not. This meat belongs to Madame Chen's household." By the time Luo Wanning finished cooking, night had fully fallen. Madame Wu, ready to prepare her own family's meal, was stopped by Luo Wanning, who said, "Sister, there is no need for you to fuss. I have prepared meals for everyone. Let us eat together when they return." Madame Wu was quick to protest, "But how could I allow that? There is nothing awkward about it. More people make for a livelier table." Madame Wu said no more. Village Chief Wu returned from the fields alongside his father and 3 sons. He and Wu Songshi had raised 5 children, all boys. For their family, this was a blessing. More sons meant more hands to work the land. As soon as the children arrived, they caught the savory aroma of meat. The eldest son of Village Chief Wu was 9 years old, more than 3 years senior to Han Xie and his 2 siblings. He was the first to enter, and though a table laden with dishes lay before him, he did not reach out with his hands. In his youth, Village Chief Wu had studied for several years, but after failing the county examination, his ambitions for the imperial exams were dashed. Yet he spared no effort in ensuring his children received an education. Only the 3rd son attended the village school. The family was simply too poor to support educating all 5 boys. It was an unavoidable hardship. Village Chief Wu knew this feast had been prepared by Luo Wanning, and he felt rather embarrassed. Luo Wanning said to him, "Brother Wu, you have allowed my family to stay in your village without charging any lodging fee. This meal is but a token of my gratitude. If you refuse to eat, you would be depriving me of the chance to show my respect." Village Chief Wu could only agree. Luo Wanning had provided serving chopsticks, not out of any sense of distaste, but because she feared that so many people sharing the same chopsticks might spread illness. Village Chief Wu and his family followed Luo Wanning's custom, using the serving chopsticks to transfer food into their own bowls. The children who loved meat eagerly piled it high in their bowls. Seeing his children greedily filling their bowls with meat, Village Chief Wu glanced awkwardly at Luo Wanning. "I have failed to discipline these children properly, which is why they behave without any manners." "It is nothing. A child who can eat well is blessed. If they enjoy the food, let them eat their fill." After that, everyone ate in quiet contentment, no one speaking further. After finishing dinner, there were no village activities to attend. Having bathed, the villagers retired to their rooms. Luo Wanning and her family likewise returned to the old residence of Village Chief Wu. The village grew quiet at night, broken only by the barking of dogs and the croaking of frogs from the nearby fields. Upon their return, they found the beds already made. While Luo Wanning was cooking, Madame Han Yun and the others had spread the bedding. Luo Wanning remained outside the courtyard to keep watch through the night. The villagers were honest folk, but one could never guarantee there were no petty thieves about. She feared someone might slip into the courtyard while they slept and steal their belongings. Luo Wanning stood guard during the first half of the night, and Han Moyu took over for the second half. The night passed without incident. Previously, they had risen at the 5th watch, but after this period of adjustment, they now woke around the Chun hour feeling far more rested. They were in no rush to reach Hualien County, so in the morning they borrowed Village Chief Wu's kitchen to prepare breakfast. Seeing the worried expression on Wu Songshi's face, Luo Wanning asked, "Sister-in-law, what is troubling you?" "It is nothing," Wu Songshi replied. "Merely some matters weighing on my mind." Luo Wanning did not press further. Some things were not meant for outsiders to know. After finishing their meal, they packed their belongings onto the carriage. Luo Wanning bid farewell to Wu Songshi, and the family set off from the village. They walked the same path they had taken when entering the village. The villagers had risen early to harvest rice, and now the sun was high in the sky. Some rested on the ridges between fields, chatting idly. "The weather has been quite dry this year. I fear the rice harvest will be meager. I have been calculating our household share. After paying the grain tax and returning 2 stones of rice to young Master Song as rent, I wonder whether what remains will sustain us until next season's harvest. In the south, rice is grown in 2 seasons. Who knows? I hope the weather improves next year, or we will truly be reduced to watching the north wind blow. I wonder if Village Chief Wu's family will manage to settle their tenant rent this year. They were already in debt to young Master Song last year. If they cannot pay this time around, they will likely have to sell their only ox." Hearing Village Chief Wu mention, Luo Wanning paused to listen. Connecting this with Wu Songshi's troubled expression that morning, she guessed the tenant rent was the source of her worries. Luo Wanning said to Han Yunshi, "Mother, please wait here a moment. I shall find Village Chief Wu to let him know we are departing." "Go ahead," her mother replied. Luo Wanning stepped down from the carriage and asked the villagers for Village Chief Wu's whereabouts. When he saw her approaching, surprise flashed across his face. "Lady Chen, have you not yet departed the village? We are about to set off. Though I told your wife, I thought it proper to inform you as well." "I see." Luo Wanning nodded, then handed him a bag containing rice seeds. The seeds inside had been exchanged from her spatial storage. These were hybrid rice seeds, and with them each mu of land could yield an additional 1,000 to 1,500 jin. A yield of over 1,000 jin per mu was already commonplace in the 21st century. By the 23rd century, rice cultivation techniques had grown even more refined and yields had climbed higher still. She could not provide seeds from that era, but the improved varieties from the 21st century would prove most helpful to him. "Lady Chen, why are you giving me this bag?" Luo Wanning explained, "These rice seeds came from a friend of mine. I do not cultivate rice, so they would go to waste in my hands. I thought you might find use for them. My friend said these seeds produce notably longer panicles, which should boost the harvest." Upon hearing that the seeds could increase yield, Village Chief Wu accepted them. Having seen him take the seeds, Luo Wanning did not linger. She returned to the carriage, and they continued on their way. Curious about the rice seeds Luo Wanning had given him, Village Chief Wu opened the bag, and before his eyes lay a silver note worth 50 taels. He froze, wondering if Lady Chen had simply forgotten to retrieve the silver. By the time he hurried after them, Luo Wanning and her family were already far gone. With his thoughts elsewhere, Village Chief Wu abandoned his fieldwork and returned home. Wu Songshi noticed her husband's troubled demeanor and asked, "What troubles you?" "Lady Chen gave me a bag claiming it contained rice seeds, but I discovered a 50-tael silver note inside. I tried to catch up and return it, but they had already disappeared." Hearing there was a 50-tael silver note, Wu Songshi understood her husband's discomfort. 50 taels was a considerable sum, yet earning it through honest labor made such wealth feel unearned and unsettling. Wu Songshi opened the bag Luo Wanning had given her husband and spotted a letter tucked inside. "Husband, take a look. This is a note Lady Chen left for you." So focused on returning the silver had he been that he had not noticed it at all. At his wife's words, he quickly broke the seal and read what she had written. After reading the letter, he felt she was truly a virtuous woman. He carefully put away the silver note and then glanced at the rice seeds within the bag. The grains of this rice were noticeably larger than what they typically cultivated. Village Chief Wu was uncertain whether these seeds would truly increase the yield, so he resolved to plant them come spring and see for himself. Yet he kept Lady Chen's kindness close to his heart, vowing to thank her properly the next time fate brought them together. Luo Wanning and their companions arrived at Balan Town, which administered Wu Village, around noon. Their food supplies were running low. Upon reaching Balan Town, they found a restaurant to have lunch. After satisfying their hunger, they would purchase more provisions. It was peak farming season, and the small town was quieter than usual. Everyone was busy harvesting rice, so few people came to the town market. Fewer people dined at the restaurant and business was rather bleak. Luo Wanning's group was large, so they split into 2 tables. While waiting for the dishes to be served, 3 people at the adjacent table were eating. They had nearly finished their meal and prepared to pay the bill. Han Moyu summoned the waiter and asked, "How much do we owe for this table?" The waiter quickly calculated their order and quoted a price, a total of 651. "Who will settle the bill?" When it came time to pay, one of them immediately pretended to be drunk and slumped over. The other 2 exchanged glances with the pretend drunk man. One grabbed each ear and woke him up. "Don't try to bluff your way out of this." The man being pulled by his ears cried out in pain, I'll pay." Reluctantly, he fished a tael of silver from his money pouch and handed it to the waiter. Luo Wanning watched this scene unfold. No matter the era, there would always be people like them. While the waiter was making change, she asked the man who had paid, "Xiaohe, you've never had more than a tael of silver on you before. How do you have money now?" Hearing his good friend ask, Xiaohe grinned and replied, "I owe this to my eldest brother who works in the provincial capital. He heard that a mountain not far from the capital experienced heavy rainfall, which revealed a gold mine. He went to dig for gold and earns 5 taels of silver per month. Since mining requires entering underground tunnels, the work is dangerous. Before beginning the gold mining, they signed a contract receiving 15 taels of silver up front, plus 200 when per day thereafter. That amounts to 6 taels of silver a month. I'm the only scholar in our family. This money will ultimately go toward my education. Xiaohe, ask your brother if they're still hiring miners. If they are, I'll send my younger brother to the provincial capital to mine gold." Luo Wanning had little interest in how their family exploited their children, but she was quite interested in the gold mine. She communicated telepathically with the little fox. "Help me find the location of the gold mine they mentioned." "Yes, master." Soon the little fox confirmed the gold mine's location. The gold mine is 600 kilometers from here. Without an on-site inspection, the little fox could not estimate the mine's value, but since the county magistrate of Hualien County was hiring miners, the gold deposits must be considerable. The exact amount would need personal verification. Luo Wanning planned to visit the mining area tonight after resting, and then relocate the entire gold deposit. Better it benefit anyone than that accursed emperor. After finishing lunch, Luo Wanning and her companions rested for a while before heading out to purchase provisions for their journey. With 13 people in their group, they needed a substantial amount of food. Luo Wanning accompanied Han Moyu for the shopping while the others waited by the carriages. They asked about the location of the marketplace. The number of vendors was also lower than usual. Since they needed to buy many things, Luo Wanning gave Han Moyu a shopping list and asked him to follow it. They agreed to meet at the marketplace entrance in half an hour, then went their separate ways. Han Moyu was responsible for buying vegetables, while Luo Wanning handled other purchases. Seeing Han Moyu buying such large quantities of ingredients, vendors enthusiastically recommended their own produce. Regardless of their recommendations, Han Moyu remained unmoved. If it wasn't on the list, he wouldn't buy it. He purchased exactly what was written. Seeing Han Moyu was impervious to their sales pitches, their enthusiasm waned. Luo Wanning had told Han Moyu she would go buy medicinal herbs and seasonings, so they had parted ways. The ingredients she needed didn't require personal shopping. She could simply take them from her spatial storage. Ever since they were pursued by military officers, she often did this. She concealed her abilities well, and Han Yunshi had not yet noticed anything unusual. However, she had considered contingency plans in case her ability to produce items from nowhere was discovered. When the half hour elapsed, Han Moyu had finished his shopping. He waited at the marketplace entrance for Luo Wanning for quite some time, but when she didn't appear, he prepared to go inside to find her. At that moment, Luo Wanning also emerged from the marketplace. Seeing Han Moyu approach, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back. Otherwise, I would have gone inside to look for you." Luo Wanning saw his anxious expression and said, "I'm not a child. What is there to worry about? You're so beautiful, I was afraid someone would be attracted to you, and then knock you out and kidnap you." Luo Wanning smiled. If anyone truly wanted to kidnap her, they would need a very tough fate indeed. With all preparations complete, they did not linger at the marketplace. Unfamiliar with the town, they retraced their steps. As they walked down the street, a frail young girl held a sign offering herself for sale to bury her mother. A man accompanied her. The man appeared frivolous, the type who devoted himself to nothing productive. The girl's eyes were red from crying, perhaps from genuine sorrow. Some people did stop to ask the girl, "How much silver do you want for her?" The questioner was a lavishly dressed woman whose voice was soft and coquettish, resembling a courtesan. Ordinary women would not dress or behave in such a manner. Hearing the woman's inquiry, the man eagerly replied, 10 taels of silver is sufficient." Upon hearing 10 taels, the woman scrutinized the girl more carefully, as if weighing whether the girl was worth 10 taels of silver. After a while, the woman said, "Your girl is so frail. 8 taels of silver, and she's mine." Han Moyu thought the girl was quite pitiful, needing to sell herself to bury her mother. "Sister-in-law, I'd like to help that girl," Luo Wanning said. "Aren't you worried they might be scamming you?" After getting the money, the girl and her father could cooperate and run away. "I don't think anyone would joke about their own mother. I won't stop you, but if you want my silver to save that girl, you're borrowing it. You must repay me every copper penny." "No problem." Luo Wanning knew Han Moyu was determined to save the girl, so she gave him 10 taels of silver. The woman and the girl's father had been negotiating back and forth when Han Moyu broke the stalemate. 10 taels of silver. "I'll buy her." Hearing Han Moyu wanted to spend 10 taels to buy his daughter, the father said to the woman who wanted to buy her, "This young master offers such a high price. I'll sell my daughter to him." Seeing someone compete with her, the woman grew anxious. She thought the girl had beautiful bone structure and would certainly earn great money in the future, but she didn't want to spend so much silver, which is why she had been haggling with the father. The man knew the woman was the madam of the brothel in town, but he still chose to sell his daughter to Han Moyu. Having already wronged her by selling her, he at least wanted to ensure she was sold to a good family. "Young master, this is my daughter's certificate of sale. Hand over the silver, and I'll give you the certificate. Our transaction will be complete." The girl felt distressed being treated as merchandise, but she understood clearly that if she didn't sell herself, her mother wouldn't be buried. The woman who wanted to buy the girl saw the father sell the child to Han Moyu and left in anger. Han Moyu handed over the silver and received the certificate of sale from the father. The father pocketed the silver and said to his daughter, "Dia, from now on serve the young master well. I will bury your mother properly." The girl bit her lip, tears falling uncontrollably, and nodded. The man left with the silver, his face full of smiles, showing no trace of sadness over selling his daughter. After the young girl was sold, the crowd that had gathered to watch dispersed. Only Luo Wanning and her companions remained where they were. The young girl looked at Han Moyu and said, "Young master, since you have purchased me, I am yours from now on. Please bestow upon me a new name." This was the custom. Those who were bought could no longer use their original names. Han Moyu had not intended to buy the girl. He merely wished to prevent her from being sold into a house of ill repute and ruined. He placed the deed of sale into her hands and said earnestly, "There is no need to give you a new name. Take this deed, you are free." The young girl stared blankly at the deed in her hands. Before she could speak, Han Moyu and Luo Wanning quickly walked away with their belongings. Luo Wanning knew Han Moyu had a kind heart, but had he considered that the girl once sold again would return to that home and still be unable to escape the fate of being sold? It was Han Moyu's decision, and she would not voice her objection. The young girl snapped out of her daze and hurried after them, clutching Han Moyu's clothes and kneeling to plead, "Young master, I beg you not to abandon me. I eat very little and am skilled at chores. Please keep me by your side." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. It was clear she did not wish to go back. Seeing Han Moyu silent, she continued, "Young master, please take me in. If you do not, I have nowhere to go." She told Han Moyu and the others about her family. She was named Song Dia, and her mother was her father's first wife. Poor families were not like the wealthy, who could afford concubines. But her family was unusual. 10 years ago, they had been one of the wealthier households in the village. The reason they had fallen into poverty was entirely due to Song Dia's father being a ne'er-do-well. He had been spoiled by his grandparents. They had 6 daughters before him, and he was the 7th child, a son, so they doted on him excessively. When he grew up and proved useless, they placed their hopes on a grandson. Song Dia's mother had been married to her father for 3 years without bearing a child, so her grandparents arranged another marriage for him. That woman was the daughter of one of her grandmother's close friends. Song Dia's father also wanted children, so he took up with this second woman. Just as he was about to divorce his wife and marry the second woman, his wife conceived Song Dia. Thus the second woman's family caused a long dispute, eventually agreeing to let her marry in as a co-wife. As soon as she arrived, she quickly became pregnant. Their pregnancies were close together, and the grandmother treated them equally at first. But Songdaya's mother was not as sweet-tongued as the second woman, so naturally, she was less favored. The grandmother only treated her well because she was pregnant, hoping she would give the Song family a male heir. After her mother gave birth, the grandmother learned it was a daughter and cursed, "I fed and treated you well, yet your womb is so useless. You couldn't bear a son with a thing between his legs." As a result, her mother did not recover properly from childbirth and had to serve the entire household. The second woman's child was born a month later, a son. This made their lives in the Song family even harder. Her mother developed chronic ailments which worsened this year, and she passed away a few days ago. As for why she was sold by her own father, it was because the second woman found her an eyesore. The pretense of selling herself to bury her mother was merely to evoke pity and make someone buy her. In truth, her mother had long been wrapped in a straw mat and buried without even a proper funeral. Han Moyu had not expected the girl's life to be so miserable. While she recounted her past, Luo Wanning had Xiaohu test her for deception. The results showed she was telling the truth. Han Moyu looked at Luo Wanning with a pleading expression. "Sister-in-law, what should I do? She is also a pitiful soul. Bring her along." Song Daya felt a surge of joy. Luo Wanning said to her, "You have already been granted freedom. If you wish to stay with our family, remember this, do not betray us. As long as you give me a place to call home, I will never betray you. Remember your words." With that said, they brought Song Daya back with them. Luo Wanning and the others returned. Han Yinshir saw Song Daya and asked Luo Wanning, "Who is this young girl?" Luo Wanning told Han Yinshir the whole story, then said to Song Daya, "From now on you will serve the old lady. You shall no longer be called Song Daya, but Menglan." They knew that a stranger had joined their group, so in her presence they addressed each other by the names on their new identity documents. When Menglan heard Han Moyu being called Ergu, she thought she had misheard. He appeared graceful and handsome. How could he use such a name which was even uglier than her original one? Han Moyu said to Menglan, "In public you may call me Fourth Master." She remembered Han Moyu's words, and the group continued their journey. Menglan was still unfamiliar with everyone, so while they talked, she sat quietly to one side. That evening they did not come across a village and had to camp outdoors. Menglan was diligent as she often helped with cooking at Song's house, so she was especially adept at kitchen work. Luo Wanning prepared the meals while Menglan tended the fire, taking over Han Moyu's usual task. Having nothing to do, Han Moyu felt somewhat restless. At mealtime, everyone ate, but Menglan did not join them. Han Moyu said, "Now that you are part of our family, you must follow our rules. Eat with us." Menglan obeyed and ate with the others. That night, Luo Wanning took the first watch and Han Moyu the second. Menglan, still unaccustomed to her new life, stayed awake late. In the following days, they continued their journey. As before, when they encountered a village, they would stay overnight, then set off again the next day. Luo Wanning used the portal door to go to the gold mine. Xiaohu spent 5 minutes scanning and reported the gold here converted into gold coins amounts to 1.2 billion. The current world was different from her previous one. 1.2 billion gold coins in her past life were worth 11.2 billion yuan. It was a sizable gold mine. Naturally, Luo Wanning would not let this opportunity slip. She instructed Xiaohu to retrieve all the gold from the mine into her space. However, since mining had already begun, Luo Wanning had Xiaohu coat the mine's rocks with a layer of golden appearance, making them look like gold. When they refined the ore, they would find it impossible to extract any gold. The Tyrant Emperor would be furious. After investing so much manpower, he would end up with nothing. Luo Wanning used the 1.2 billion gold coins to upgrade her space. The space was like a voracious beast. The 1.2 billion coins only raised it by 1.5 levels, and the 4th level required 3 billion gold coins. Luo Wanning could not help complaining. The 4th level costs so much. What did this 1.5 levels add? Master storage space has increased, the exchange function has added many items, and the space has gained a planning function. Luo Wanning thought such a ripoff. The location where Han Moching was situated was formerly a city of Li Kingdom, but since it had not yet been reported back to Li Kingdom, it still belonged to Mo Kingdom's territory on the outside. In order to return to Li Kingdom as quickly as possible, they traveled day and night. The Dark Guard watched his master's urgent desire to return to Li Kingdom and knew it must be because of the matter of the old madam and the others being exiled. They traveled continuously for 7 days and finally arrived at Li Kingdom. It was only 8 cities away from where Luo Wanning and the others were located. The war between the two nations had ceased, and both sides were preparing to discuss peace terms. Han Xiao had chosen to negotiate only after seeing the heavy losses suffered by Li Kingdom. The conflict between the two nations had originated from incidents at the border, and the war had raged for 6 years. Li Kingdom had lost 2 cities. Mo Kingdom had fought for 6 years and only captured 2 cities from Li Kingdom, which showed that Li Kingdom's strength was no joke. Although there was no Jinbei king to preside over the defenses, there were still numerous capable generals and strategists. They had risen during this period as well, inflicting heavy casualties on Mo Kingdom. After years of draining the people and exhausting resources, Mo Kingdom also agreed to the peace negotiations. To establish diplomatic ties between the two nations, Li Kingdom sent a princess for a political marriage to the 5th prince of Mo Kingdom. Since Han Moching was stationed at the border of Mo Kingdom, the task of receiving the princess naturally fell upon him. Mo Kingdom had already coordinated the entry time with Li Kingdom. Han Moching could only return disguised as a merchant wearing a human skin mask to alter his appearance. All of these skills were learned during his time studying under his master Swan Kingzi. He could change his appearance and even imitate voices. He had been able to impersonate Prince Mo without being discovered precisely because he possessed this skill. When entering the pass, Han Moching was interrogated for an hour. Finding nothing suspicious, the guards allowed him to pass. After entering Li Kingdom's territory, Han Moching sent someone to investigate news about the Han family. Not only did he seek information about the Han family members, but he also gathered evidence to prove the false accusations against them. At the very least, the Han family needed to prove its innocence. The family must not suffer shame. Han Moyu had borrowed 10 coins from Luo Wanning. Since childhood, Han Yunshi had taught him that one must repay what one borrows, and even between close brothers accounts should be clear. On the way to Hualin County, Han Moyu wanted to earn money, but he did not know where to begin. Han Yunshi saw his distracted demeanor and asked, "What is troubling you these past few days? You seem preoccupied." Han Moyu could not bring himself to tell her about borrowing money from his sister-in-law. He said, "I noticed that both you and sister-in-law have ways of earning money. I am the man of the house. It would not be proper for me to earn nothing. So you are thinking about how to make money?" "Yes. Most families would pamper their son and say, 'It's all right. Mother can earn money. If you ever need funds, just ask me. Do not carry such burdens alone.' Not all parents love their children, as some are utterly neglectful." Upon hearing Han Moyu's response, Han Yunshi's face lit up with a gratified smile. "My Moching has grown up and understands the responsibilities a man must bear. Think carefully about what you can do. If you need capital, Mother will sell her embroidery and lend you the money. But remember, you must repay me. I am not giving it to you for free. Understood? When I decide what to do and need money, I will ask you." Luo Wanning listened to their conversation and thought that the mother-in-law was raising her child well. No one's money falls from the sky. Parents may sacrifice for their children, but ultimately, they hope their children can stand on their own 2 feet. Parents can help for a time, but they cannot provide for a lifetime. Therefore, children must learn to be self-reliant. Luo Wanning walked over to Han Moyu and said, "You are worried about earning money, yet you did not tell me. I could give you some ideas. I feel somewhat embarrassed asking you about ways to earn money. It just feels like it wouldn't be truly my own earnings." Han Moyu said, his ears turning red. The boy was actually feeling shy. Luo Wanning smiled and said, "What is there to be embarrassed about? I will only point you in a direction. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own abilities." Hearing Luo Wanning's words, Han Moyu felt that he had indeed been overthinking things. "Sister-in-law, do you have any way for me to earn silver in a short amount of time?" "Come with me tonight, and I will tell you," Luo Wanning said playfully. "All right." Han Moyu thought that since his sister-in-law was so skilled at making money, it must be a profitable business. They continued onward. That evening they passed through a village. As before, they received permission from the village head and stayed the night in the village. The village head let them stay in the communal area. Luo Wanning did not stay for free. She paid the village head some silver and also bought ingredients from the villagers to prepare dinner. Before leading Han Moyu out, Luo Wanning instructed Hu Zhong, "We may be returning late tonight. The house is in your hands." Han Yinshur saw her son and daughter-in-law carrying wooden buckets and asked, "What are you taking those buckets for?" Of course, she would never suspect that her son and daughter-in-law were doing something behind her back. She was simply curious about what Luo Wanning was taking Han Moyu out to do. Luo Wanning had nothing to hide, and said openly, "We are going to catch some eels tonight. We are heading to town tomorrow, and we will sell the eels." Upon hearing that they were going to catch eels, Menglan said, "I want to come along too." Luo Wanning agreed. With more people they could catch more eels. The three of them went together to the village fields in search of eels. At this time frogs were also at their plumpest, but she did not catch them when she saw them. If she sold frogs to restaurants in town, the frog population would surely decline within a few years. Without frogs to help control pests, the villagers' lives would become even more difficult. Villagers did not know that frogs were edible. To many, frogs looked repulsive, and the mere sight of them made one's scalp tingle. There was no way they would consider eating them. However, they also understood that although frogs looked unappealing, their presence in the fields meant far fewer pests. To reduce pests in their fields, some would even capture frogs and release them into their own paddies, allowing the rice to grow healthy and strong. Now that rice harvesting had begun, there were many frogs in the fields. After this period passed, the frogs would become scarce as they needed to hibernate and would reappear in spring. Without flashlights, they could only use lanterns for illumination. 1 lantern each. The rice had been harvested and the water in the fields had drained away. Instead, water remained in the irrigation channels beside them. The eels Luo Wanning was looking for were found in these channels. The environment was unpolluted and both eels and fish were abundant in the channels. It was not only them who came at night to search, of villagers also came out at night to catch fish. Large fish had a fishy smell, but small fish were different. Fried in oil, they became a delicious dish. However, they caught eels, but did not keep them. Instead, they released them back. Seeing the villagers discard the eels, Luo Wanning felt it was an utter waste. The villagers did not know how to cook eels, nor did they understand the benefits of eel meat. When the villagers refused the eels, Luo Wanning took the initiative and said, "Brother, give me whatever eels you do not want. No matter how few, I will take them all. I will pay you 21 per gene." The villagers who had come to catch small fish could hardly believe their ears when they heard Luo Wanning offering 20 copper coins to buy eels. The irrigation ditch was teeming with eels, but no one bothered to eat them. "Little miss, are you really going to buy them?" The villager wasn't certain and wanted to confirm. "You heard correctly. The more the better." Luo Wanning didn't measure them herself. She told the villagers, "Tomorrow morning weigh the eels you've caught, and I'll settle the payment with you." With her words, the nearby villagers set to work. Eager to earn money, they stopped catching small fish and turned entirely to catching eels. Han Moyu joined in as well. Born and raised in the capital, he had never lacked for food or clothing in his life. This was his first time wading into a field to catch eels. However, eels were much like loach, slippery and difficult to grasp. But the villagers were not thwarted. Each of them carried an iron pincer meant for handling firewood. These pincers were forged from iron and struck with pinpoint accuracy. Meng Lan, a village girl, was accustomed to field work and moved with great agility. Catching eels posed no challenge for her. Seeing how deftly Meng Lan worked, Han Moyu asked for her guidance. At first, he was clumsy and awkward. People of the Han family learned quickly. Han Moyu's aptitude did not match that of his elder brother Han Moching, but he was no slouch either. In the capital, he was often compared to Han Moching. Yet he never felt discouraged by his brother's brilliance. On the contrary, he revered him deeply. In his heart, his older brother was the very goal he strived to reach. His brother had natural talent, but behind the scenes he had also exerted far greater effort than ordinary people. Han Moyu practiced for a while, and soon grasped the trick of catching eels, growing steadily more proficient. There were soft-shelled turtles in the field, but one only encountered them on rare occasions. Han Moyu was fortunate. He caught one. Not knowing what it was, he asked the villagers. The villager looked at the turtle in his hand and said, "Young man, you're quite lucky. This turtle looks well fattened. Take it back and stew it. It's a highly nourishing delicacy. It replenishes vitality and strengthens the body. If there's a woman who has recently given birth at home, giving her some broth is sure to do her good." Han Moyu thought of his mother's poor complexion lately and brought the turtle to Luo Wanning. "Take this back and make soup with it." Seeing the fine turtle, Luo Wanning said to Han Moyu, "Since you caught this one, I'll pay you for it as well." When we came, I had already agreed with Han Moyu that I would pay him for whatever eels he caught tonight. This turtle is the same. Hearing that Luo Wanning wanted to pay him for the turtle, Han Moyu refused. "This is for mother's health. It doesn't count as payment." Luo Wanning smiled. The little boy had quite a bit of principle. Han Yunshur noticed the three hadn't returned and felt little desire to sleep. But they had become addicted to catching eels and continued until dawn broke. The villagers also had their own affairs to attend to. Seeing that time was about right, Luo Wanning said to them, "Could you please fetch a scale over here?" When money was involved, the villagers were exceedingly eager. They brought out the village's public balance scale. Other villagers saw them carrying it and wondered what they intended to do. Out of curiosity, they followed. The villagers were honest folk. This scale would never be used to cheat someone out of weight. Otherwise, it would not be called a fair scale. An uninformed villager asked, "What are you using the fair scale for?" "Here's the thing. Last night, Miss Chun of the Liu family said she wanted to buy eels and asked us to catch them. Now we're weighing the eels to settle payment." The other man heard this and said, "Brother, that's not fair. With such a good opportunity, why didn't you call me? Didn't I ask you last night to catch fish with me? You refused. I was busy making money. How was I supposed to think about all that?" The other man had no reply. While weighing the eels, the villager first weighed his own woven bamboo basket, then proceeded to weigh the eels themselves. That night, one villager caught 15 caddies of eels and earned 300 copper coins. The others caught somewhat less, but still made a profit. Those who hadn't participated in the eel catching asked Luo Wanning, "Miss Chin, will you still be buying eels tomorrow?" "We're departing today. We won't be buying anymore." Hearing this, their eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Luo Wanning asked Han Moyu to take the purchased eels back, and they packed their belongings before heading to the market town. Luo Wanning also settled the payment with Meng Lan for her labor. That night, Meng Lan had caught 7.5 caddies of eels, earning 150 copper coins. Knowing Han Moyu was short on money, Meng Lan quietly gave him the coins she had earned from Luo Wanning. "Young master, this is all the money I made. I'm giving it all to you." Han Moyu looked at the copper coins Meng Lan offered him and said, "Keep these coins." Is the young master refusing because he thinks what Meng Lan earned is too little? Meng Lan's eyes filled with grievance as she spoke. Han Moyu could not bear to see a girl cry, a trait he shared with his elder brother Han Moching. Whenever a girl shed tears, both of them were at a loss. He quickly explained, "I'm not looking down on it. You're just a young girl with little money of your own. This is everything you earned overnight. The reason I'm not taking it is because I hope you'll use it to buy something you truly like." Meng Lan had been purchased in a service. Unlike girls who worked for wages at wealthy households, she had no right to demand payment. After hearing Han Moyu's explanation, she sniffled, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Meng Lan returned to Han Yunshur's side. Han Yunshur saw her red-rimmed eyes and asked, "Meng Lan, who bullied you?" Afraid that Han Yunshur would misunderstand, Meng Lan explained, "Madam, no one bullied me. Something got into my eyes, which is why they're red." These past few days, following along with Luo Wanning and the others, she had experienced an unprecedented warmth. They were far kinder to her than her so-called biological father ever was. After hearing this, Han Yunshur finally felt at ease. They arrived at the market town around noon. This small town had quite a few restaurants. The towns they had passed through earlier had been deserted due to the busy farming season. The farming busy season lasted only a short while, and once it ended, the towns gradually returned to their former liveliness. Today was market day, and there were plenty of people. Luo Wanning had acquired so many eels the night before, and naturally, she intended to get rid of them all. She asked around in town and found the finest restaurant there. After entering the restaurant, besides finding a place to eat, she sought out the manager. When the manager heard that Luo Wanning wanted to sell eels, he looked at the mudfish-like creatures and shivered with goosebumps. Having never eaten eels before, he was deeply skeptical about whether they were even edible. Han Moyu sensed the deal would fall through. The manager's expression made it clear. But Luo Wanning remained utterly calm. Whatever she wanted to sell, she could always sell. "Manager, may I borrow your kitchen?" Curious about the ingredients Luo Wanning had brought, the manager agreed to lend her the kitchen. Luo Wanning, as before, prepared the eels into a dish. If she wanted him to buy the eels, she would conquer him with the food she made from them. Before the eels were sold out, it was impossible to let others know how she prepared them. Every restaurateur knew that specialty recipes had to be purchased. Even if you secretly learned them, reporting it to the authorities would still hold up in court. The innkeeper led Luo Wanning to the kitchen. At this hour, few people came for lunch, so he called the kitchen staff out and let Luo Wanning cook the eels inside. Luo Wanning didn't make too many dishes, just 2 eel preparations, eel congee and stir-fried eel. Before she even finished cooking, the aroma of the dishes wafted out from the kitchen. Luo Wanning finished the 2 dishes and let the innkeeper taste the eel congee and stir-fried eel. After tasting them, the innkeeper's eyes lit up. This was a flavor he had never experienced before. The head chef also had a bowl of eel congee and some stir-fried eel. The eel congee was exceptionally fresh, with no fishy smell. He glanced into the congee and noticed some shredded ginger. The ginger removed the fishiness, and the salt was added in perfect measure. The innkeeper was very satisfied with what he tasted and said to Luo Wanning, "I want to buy your recipe and the eels. Let's discuss the price." Luo Wanning knew the deal was almost done. Depending on the price he offered, if it was fair, she would sell. Having witnessed Luo Wanning's pricing before, Han Moyu stood aside and listened to her negotiate with the innkeeper. The wild eels bought back at 20 won per catty were now sold at 70 won per catty, netting a profit of 51. Initially, Luo Wanning quoted a higher price, and when the other party lowered it to her psychological price, she didn't hesitate much. After the innkeeper paid the silver, he came to his senses. He said to Luo Wanning, "If you were a man, you would definitely be a master at business." Luo Wanning smiled at his words. She wanted to retort, "Who says women can't engage in commerce?" In the end, she didn't say it, thinking it unnecessary. Han Moyu looked at Luo Wanning with admiration and said, "Sister-in-law, can you teach me how to do business?" "You wouldn't learn," Luo Wanning said bluntly. The words were a bit harsh, but she spoke the truth. Someone as simple-minded as Han Moyu was not suited for business. If he went into business, he might be sold by someone and still help count the money. He asked Han Yunshir, "Mother, my sister-in-law says I can't do business. What do you think?" Han Yunshir heard her son's question and replied, "Your sister-in-law is right. You really aren't suited for it." Han Moyu felt dejected. Seeing him upset, Luo Wanning said, "Although you're not suited for business, you can still do other things. You've read many books. You could become a teacher and educate others. That's a fine path." Hearing Luo Wanning's words, Han Moyu's mood improved considerably. At least he had his strengths. When they left the restaurant, it was already around Shan hour. If they couldn't find a village by nightfall, they would have to sleep outdoors. Since they were heading south, they weren't in a rush. They decided to stay in the town for the night and set off the next day. Luo Wanning checked the map. They still had about 200 kilometers to reach Hualien County. At their daily traveling pace of 60 kilometers, it would take about 3.5 days to arrive. At the gold mine in Huairou County, the first batch of ore had been dug and sent to the county's smelter to extract gold. The magistrate of Huairou County went personally to inspect. Refining gold required 5 processes and took a considerable amount of time. The magistrate only went for a look. Once the refining was successful, he would send people to transport the gold. For this batch of gold, Luo Wanning had not tampered with it, so gold could still be extracted. As long as the first batch had a high gold content, they would certainly increase the manpower invested. But the subsequent batches of gold had all been purified by Luo Wanning. It was impossible to extract any gold, and even other valuable metals had been removed. The news of gold in Hualien County spread like wildfire, reaching the border town. For the soldiers stationed there, this was good news. Their military pay would increase, and their weapons could be replaced. Luo Wanning and her group arrived in Hualien County. As before, they planned to stay there for 7 days. It had taken them 13 days to travel from Yuhe County to Hualien County. By the lunar calendar, it was the 18th day of the 9th month, leaving 18 days until her restaurant's opening. All matters concerning the restaurant were left to Shen Wanlu. She would only need to make an appearance on the opening day. In this new county, she didn't intend to open another restaurant immediately, planning to wait until her Shilla restaurant was up and running. During their 7-day stay in Hualien County, Luo Wanning didn't plan to do business. Instead, she intended to take the children out to eat, drink, and have fun. Previously, she had been too busy to spend much time with them. This time, she took them to explore the county town of Hualien. The children had a wonderful time. She felt this was good. It broadened their horizons. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as meeting countless people. While taking them out, Luo Wanning reminded them, don't talk to strangers and don't accept anything they give you. The children were very obedient. Han Xiling even held Luo Wanning's hand tightly and said with a smile, I'll hold mother's hand like this and never let go. Luo Wanning gently pinched her little nose. You little clever one. But even with all precautions, an accident still happened. Luo Wanning went out alone with the 3 children. The 3 siblings were so adorable that they naturally attracted the attention of the county's child traffickers. They had been watching for 2 days. To avoid being discovered, they had a stall in the county and specifically targeted children who came to town. This time someone wanted to buy a batch of children at a high price. These traffickers only cared about making money and never asked what the buyers wanted the children for. Recently, the local authorities had received many reports of missing children. The discovery of the gold mine was good for the magistrate, but the large number of missing children was also a headache. They had sent people to investigate the disappearances, but the traffickers were too cunning. They caught some traffickers, but couldn't find the children they had taken. The captured ones were tight-lipped. Even torture couldn't extract any clues. Moreover, these traffickers were not locals, so threatening their families was impossible. Han Xiling had said she would always hold Luo Wanning's hand, but children are easily distracted. Seeing something she liked, she let go of Luo Wanning's hand and ran over. There were many people on the street. When Luo Wanning tried to follow, she could no longer see Han Xiling. Han Xie and Han Shifeng, seeing their sister disappear, grew anxious. Mother, little sister is gone. We need to find her quickly, Han Xie said, his voice tinged with urgency. Han Shifeng felt the same way. Luo Wanning remained the calmest. Her daughter couldn't have vanished in a thin air. She must have been taken by child traffickers. Seeing the 2 boys worried about their sister, she comforted them, don't worry, I'll bring your sister back. After Luo Wanning calmed the 2 little ones, the small fox confirmed Han Xiling's location. Her position kept moving, indicating the kidnappers were transferring her. Luo Wanning returned Han Xie and Han Shifeng to the inn where they currently resided. She saw Hu Zhong and his brothers drinking tea downstairs. The matter of their daughter being taken by child traffickers must not reach Han Yinshi. She handed the 2 children over to Hu Zhong and his brothers. Upon hearing that Han Xiling was missing, Hu Zhong asked, Miss, do you need our help to find her? No need. Just keep an eye on these 2 children for me. If my mother-in-law asks where Qiling and I went, tell her I took her to the medicine shop to buy herbs. After giving her instructions, Luo Wanning set out to find Han Xiling. When Han Xiling had been taken, she had been drugged by the traffickers and was now asleep. The traffickers had locked Han Xiling together with the children they had brought back during this period. The windows of the room had been nailed shut with wooden planks, mainly to prevent the children inside from escaping. As soon as the door opened, the children inside huddled together, their eyes filled with fear. Previously, some children had resisted, and the traffickers had killed them, which was why they all carried such terrified expressions. Han Xiling was thrown into the room by the traffickers, and the door was shut behind her. Outside, the traffickers began to chat. Adding the child we caught today, we have now abducted 31 children. Combined with the earlier batch, we are only 2 short of 99. We could have brought back 3 children today, but the other 2 stayed close to their parents the whole time, making it impossible to get close enough. Their entire conversation was overheard by Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning speculated there were 2 possibilities for why the traffickers needed so many children. The first possibility was that they wanted to train the children as assassins, specifically death squad operatives. The second possibility was that they intended to use the children to complete some kind of ritual for sacrifice. Regardless of which possibility, it was those who dared to snatch her daughter in broad daylight would not meet a good end. Luo Wanning did not act immediately. She planned to strike at night. At noon, Han Yinshi only saw Han Xie and Han Shifeng and asked where Luo Wanning and Han Xiling were. The 2 brothers gave a consistent answer. They went to the medicine shop to buy medicine. As they spoke, the brothers felt extremely uneasy inside. They knew lying was wrong, but they did not want to worry their grandmother. Their mother had said she would bring their younger sister back, so they would hide the truth as long as they could. Everything would be fine once they returned. After the drug's effect wore off, Han Xiling gradually woke up, her mind still clouded and disoriented. As she became fully conscious, she called out, "Mother, where are you?" The others locked in the room with her heard her cry out. They said, "There is no need to shout so loudly. Once captured by them, we cannot return home." Hearing their voices, Han Qiling finally noticed children around her age in the room. She realized something was terribly wrong. There was no mother or brother here. Where is this place? This is where the traffickers keep us. For an ordinary child hearing they had been captured by traffickers, the first reaction would certainly be to wail and cry for their parents. But Han Qiling had experienced exile. She had cried at first, but over time she learned that crying was useless. Her composure aroused the curiosity of the other children locked in the room. A little boy who had been captured the day before noticed she was not crying and asked, "Don't you miss your mother?" "Yes, I do." "Then why aren't you crying?" Han Qiling furrowed her brow. She missed her mother, but that did not mean she had to cry. Her mother had taught her that when facing difficulties one should not cry, but rather think calmly and rationally. If trapped, then find a way to escape. She thought of the last time they had been surrounded by soldiers. Her mother had still managed to find them with Uncle. She believed her mother would appear again, just like last time, and rescue her. She said to the little boy, "My mother will definitely come to save me." The other children thought she was dreaming. They had all thought the same before, but many days had already passed, and their families had still not come. After Han Qiling, the traffickers captured 2 more children. They had finally gathered 99 children. The trafficker who had brought Han Qiling noticed she was already awake. She was neither crying nor making a fuss, which struck him as strange. He wondered if the girl might be mute. He looked at Han Qiling and said, "Come here." Hearing the bad man call out to her, Han Qiling pretended not to hear. When the trafficker saw no response, he walked up to her and said, "I am talking to you. If you do not answer, are you mute?" If she were mute, they would dispose of her. The buyer's requirement was clear: the children they obtained must not have any defects. Those who had been captured longer knew somewhat more than the newly arrived children. Perhaps not wanting Han Qiling to be disposed of, he said, "She is not mute. When she first woke up, she was looking for her mother." Hearing the little boy say this to the trafficker, Han Qiling felt somewhat displeased. She did not know that the little boy was actually saving her. Impatiently, "Mind your own business." The trafficker, hearing her speak, no longer paid attention to her. After the traffickers left, one of the children said to Han Qiling, "How can you speak to Brother Yi that way? He helped you just now. Without him, they would have taken you away." The Brother Yi he mentioned was the boy Han Qiling had just called a busybody. Han Qiling realized she had misunderstood the boy who had spoken up earlier. Her grandmother had taught her that when one makes a mistake, one must take the initiative to apologize. She walked up to Brother Yi and said, "I am sorry about just now, and thank you. I accept your apology, but there is no need to thank me." After saying this, he fell silent. Han Qiling sat beside him and asked, "Brother Yi, how long have you been held by the traffickers?" "About a month." Han Qiling was utterly shocked to hear he had been confined for a month. "Have you ever tried to escape?" Hearing Han Qiling ask him this question, Brother Yi's tone turned cold. "Once you are in here, forget about escaping. It is impossible. Someone tried to run before and had both legs chopped off. He died." Han Qiling dared not press further. She could only hope her mother would come quickly to rescue her and take her home. As dusk gradually fell, Luo Wanning saw that the traffickers who had gone out had all returned. When they were eating dinner, Luo Wanning counted the number of people in the group. There were 15 of them. Dealing with them would be straightforward. What Luo Wanning despised most were child traffickers. Before the apocalypse arrived, a child from her relative's family had been abducted by traffickers. In order to find the child, her relatives spent 10 years mobilizing every connection they had and searching everywhere. The child from her relative's family was fortunate, at least when he was found, his living conditions were still quite decent. The trafficker was also sentenced to death. This was a new law enacted after a century and a half of amendments. Traffickers must be sentenced to death. Even so, there were still many people who, for the sake of money, chose to walk this path of no return. Luo Wanning shot poison needles filled with lethal toxin toward them. The poison spread rapidly. One moment, they were plotting how to divide the money from selling the children, and the next they saw their companions collapsing to the ground. Those still standing wore expressions of panic. Could the food be poisoned? The moment those words were spoken, the ones who had eaten tried to claw out the food from their stomachs. But it was of no avail. One by one they fell. Seeing that all of them were dead, Luo Wanning strolled leisurely toward where the children were held. She used the hairpin in her hair to unlock the door. The children inside, hearing noises from outside, grew terrified. Assuming the child traffickers meant harm, they huddled in corners shivering. Luo Wanning caught sight of the children's direction. She knew they were frightened in their hearts. At that moment, she did not single out Han Qiling. Instead, she addressed the children in the room. Fear not. I am here to rescue you. At the sound of Luo Wanning's voice, they stood motionless. Having been brought there by child traffickers, they distrusted outsiders, hence their reaction. Han Qiling recognized Luo Wanning's voice. She ran out from the room, and upon seeing Luo Wanning, excitedly called out, "Mother!" Luo Wanning replied with a hum. Not wishing these children to see her face, she concealed it with a mask. Han Qiling only knew the figure before her was her mother and did not notice this. Seeing Han Qiling throw herself at Luo Wanning, the other children harbored no further doubts and followed Luo Wanning out. To spare these children from trauma upon witnessing the child trafficker's death from poison, she had already cleaned up the crime scene. She deliberately asked the children to speak softly, not to make loud sounds. Eager to leave, the children complied with Luo Wanning's request. Their location was not a bustling area of Hualin County. With so many children, excessive noise would surely attract outside attention, which is why they had chosen a secluded small courtyard. Luo Wanning and her daughter had not returned so late, filling Han Yunshi with worry. Han Moyu urged her to rest, but she insisted on waiting downstairs at the inn for their return. Everyone stayed downstairs to keep Han Yunshi company. Still uneasy about Luo Wanning and her daughter, Han Yunshi sent Han Moyu out to search. Meanwhile, Luo Wanning brought the children to outside the county yamen. The county yamen closed at Yu hour, and it was now already Su hour. Aside from the lanterns at the yamen glowing, the surroundings were deathly quiet. Luo Wanning beat the drum, rousing the night watch constables at the yamen. Beating a drum in the dead of night surely meant something critical had occurred. Hearing the drumming, the constables hastily rose to investigate. Before the constables emerged, Luo Wanning gave a letter to the oldest boy, instructing him on what to say upon seeing them. The constable saw a group of children standing at the yamen entrance. Excluding Han Qiling, there were 32 children in total. He asked, "Did you all beat the drum just now?" Given the ear-splitting force of the earlier drumming, it seemed beyond a child's capability. Hearing the constable's question, the small boy holding the letter shook his head and said, "It was our savior who rescued us who beat it just now." The constable scanned the crowd but spotted no adults. "Where is your savior?" "Our savior said good deeds should go unnamed. She has already departed." Unsure how long ago Luo Wanning had left, the constable asked, "Which way did your savior go?" The little boy casually pointed in a direction. The constable ordered his night watch partner to pursue in the direction indicated. After ushering the children into the yamen, he delivered the letter written by Luo Wanning to the county magistrate. Seeing the trafficked children enter the yamen, Luo Wanning led her daughter back toward the inn. Along the way, the mother and daughter aligned their stories. Like her two brothers, Han Qiling felt lying was wrong. Luo Wanning explained again to her daughter, "Lying is indeed incorrect, but there is a kind of lie that can be told." With curiosity shining in her eyes, Han Qiling asked, "Mother, what kind of lies can we tell?" "For instance, our late return tonight, that can be told. We did not intend to deceive your grandmother with a lie, we simply wished to spare her worry. Such a lie is called a white lie. We harmed no one, but protected some. Do you understand?" "Not really." Luo Wanning sighed. "You are still young, you will understand when you are older. Upon returning, tell grandmother as I have instructed you, so she need not worry." Han Qiling nodded. Han Yunshi waited at the inn until high hour, but still did not see them return. Han Moyu also searched as Han Yunshi requested, but after checking all the medicine shops in the county town, he found no sign of them. He asked Hu Zhong, "Did my sister really go to the medicine shop for medicine?" With Minglan present, Han Moyu could no longer address Luo Wanning as sister-in-law. Hu Zhong nodded. "That is what she told me." At this hour, the inn had reached closing time. The innkeeper told them, "Guests, the inn is closing. Please return to your rooms." Han Yunshi, wishing to wait for Luo Wanning and others to return, gave the innkeeper some silver. "Innkeeper, my family members have not yet returned. Could you close at Z hour instead?" The innkeeper, in light of the silver, agreed to close at Z hour. Luo Wanning and her party finally returned to the inn as Z hour approached. Seeing them return, Han Yunshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But when she looked at Luo Wanting, a trace of seriousness appeared on her face, a look never seen before. You returned late. Fourth Son searched all the county medicine shops for you, but found no sign. And you did not even send word. Do you know how worried I am? Luo Wanting, seeing Han Yunshi's anger, explained, I did go to the medicine shop. Some medicines were unavailable, so I visited the medical clinic in town. I planned to return with the children after buying the medicines, but something came up causing a delay. Hearing this, Han Yunshi asked, what happened? A child whose mother brought him to the clinic for treatment. However, the doctor there was helpless against his condition, advising the mother to prepare for his funeral. As a mother myself, seeing her desperate pleas, I went to examine her child. Finding the child could still be saved, I delayed our return in order to rescue him. Though this tale was fabricated by Luo Wanting, she had indeed rescued a group of children tonight. The county magistrate would surely post notices seeking the children's parents tomorrow. Han Yunshi asked Han Qiling, is it true? Han Qiling, obedient to Luo Wanting, replied, Mother truly saved a little brother. After confirming, Han Yunshi said to Luo Wanting, in the future if you return late, remember to send word. Luo Wanting, knowing her anger had subsided, replied with earnest seriousness, there will not be a next time. Han Yunshi knew that Luo Wanting was not someone without discretion and said no more. The innkeeper closed the door once he saw them return. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Luo Wanting knew that Han Qiling must have been terrified after encountering the child snatchers that day, so she took her back to her own room for the night. Han Qiye and Han Qifeng envied their younger sister for being a girl. They also wanted to sleep with their mother, but boys could no longer sleep with their parents after turning 5. Following the incident with the child snatchers, Luo Wanting no longer wished to take all 3 children out alone. It wasn't that she couldn't find them if they were lost. She simply found it too troublesome. During this period, Han Yunshi had been embroidering new pieces, and the following morning, she invited Luo Chen's wife to accompany her to sell them. Luo Wanting had nothing important to attend to, so she stayed behind at the inn to rest. Han Moyu owed Luo Wanting silver, so he took responsibility for teaching the children with payment calculated by time spent. At first, Han Moyu refused, insisting they were his own nephews, and there was no need to charge. Luo Wanting remained steadfast in her decision. Whether related or not, he had invested his time and deserved fair compensation. Han Moyu was eventually persuaded by Luo Wanting and agreed to teach the children in lieu of repaying the debt. After selling her embroidery pieces, Han Yunshi returned with silk thread and silk fabric woven from mulberry silk. She had heard from the embroidery shop owner that all the embroidered handkerchiefs this season were made using this particular fabric. On the way back, they passed the county's notice board. As soon as the new announcement appeared, it drew a crowd of townsfolk. Luo Chen's wife, who enjoyed being part of the commotion, went over to ask what was happening. Once she understood the situation, she told Han Yunshi, sister, when we get back, we should let Ning talk to about not taking the children out anymore. After hearing what the notice said, Han Yunshi finally grasped her meaning. With nothing else to purchase, they returned to the inn. As soon as they arrived back at the inn, Han Yunshi went straight to Luo Wanting and told her about it. From now on, I won't take the children out by myself. They had spent 7 days in Hualien County, and once their documents were ready, they moved on to the next destination, Hai County. After Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather turned noticeably cooler. Since they would need to sleep outdoors at night, Luo Wanting had already thought ahead about this during their time in Hualien County. She had exchanged her provisions for a tent. When they saw Luo Wanting setting up the tent frame, they asked her what it was. She explained it was a tent, and they noticed it was quite different from the ones they had built themselves. After she gave them a brief explanation, they finally understood. Everyone agreed that Luo Wanting was remarkably thorough in her preparations. They had been so focused on the journey that none of them had considered bringing a tent. With the tent, their conditions for sleeping outdoors improved greatly. Even sleeping in a tent was far better than enduring the wind and rain. Luo Wanting had actually thought about preparing a tent much earlier, but when they were in Yuha County, she had been so occupied with the restaurant matters that she forgot about it. Since they hadn't passed through any large counties along the way, Luo Wanting felt it wasn't appropriate to set up the tent until now. Unaware to them, Han Moching had already been back in Li Country for half a month. There were still 2 months before it was time to go to the capital of Li Country to receive his bride. Han Moching had been waiting for news from the investigation into the Han family's exile, and now word had finally come back. Are they all right? The shadow guard wore a grave expression, uncertain how to deliver the news. Seeing his demeanor, Han Maching felt an ominous foreboding. Have they come to harm? My lord, I have discovered that Madam and the others encountered bandits on the official road to Qinzhou County. All the guards escorting them to the northern frontier were killed, and the prisoners were slaughtered by those bandits. Upon hearing the report, Han Maching's hand trembled slightly before he forced himself to remain composed. They weren't being exiled to the northern frontier. Why would they pass through Qinzhou? He had long memorized the map of Li country and knew the prisoners' exile routes inside out. Previously, they had followed the designated route, but mid-journey they encountered mountain torrents and managed to survive them. Since Qinghe County was unreachable, they had to alter their course on the spot. The journey had been relatively peaceful until they reached the bandit-infested roads near Linya County and Qinzhou County, prompting the court to dispatch troops to suppress them. However, those bandits proved formidable, and the soldiers' 2 campaigns against them had failed. The Shadow Guard relayed everything he had uncovered to Han Maching. Knowing that his lord would be devastated by the news of Madam's death, the Shadow Guard dared not linger after delivering his report. Han Maching fell silent for a moment before instructing him, continue investigating this matter thoroughly. I refuse to believe their deaths are connected to bandits. You must find their bodies, living or dead. If no bodies are found, there may still be a chance they survive. Though he understood the slim likelihood of their survival, the mere possibility compelled him to search for them. Yes. After the Shadow Guard departed, Han Maching locked himself in his room, consumed entirely by thoughts of Han Yunshi's tragic fate. Glancing at the letter Han Zhao had entrusted him to deliver to his mother, his expression darkened. If his father learned of his mother's absence, he would surely lose his mind. Yet this was the reality he had to confront. Picking up his brush, Han Maching began writing about their circumstances, but halfway through he found himself unable to continue. His mother's image kept surfacing in his mind, never to be seen again, and his eyes stung with unshed tears. And there were the 3 children he had never met, whom he had hoped to see once he conquered the Mo state and returned to the capital. As for Luo Wanning, he felt nothing for her and could barely recall her face. By dawn, paper crumpled throughout his room, most drafts rejected as inappropriate. Though he only knew they had perished, a sliver of hope persisted within him that they might not have died so easily. Naturally, Luo Wanning and the others remained unaware of these thoughts. Hai County lay 500 kilometers from Hualien County. Traveling 60 to 70 kilometers daily, Luo Wanning and her companions arrived at the county seat 8 days later. Just as before, they had to wait 7 days in Hai County for their documents to be processed. There was no alternative. They simply had to remain there. During these days in Hai County, Luo Wanning's restaurant opening drew near. Staying at the inn all day would raise Han Yunshi's suspicions, so she would leave each morning and return promptly at night. Earlier, Luo Wanning had told Shen Wanlu she would return on the day of the opening. When he spotted her 3 days before, he was surprised. Boss, why have you returned early? I've made some new arrangements and wanted to check on the restaurant beforehand. Shen Wanlu harbored no suspicions and showed her around the newly improved establishment based on the blueprints. Luo Wanning was pleased with how the restaurant had been arranged. The signboard was ready too. Simply remove the red cloth on opening day. On the morning of the 8th day of the 10th lunar month, the last day of their stay in Hai County, Luo Wanning set out early for Yuhe County, claiming she had a business deal to discuss and would return late. When she mentioned a business deal, Han Yunshi asked Ningning, "Are we short of silver?" Luo Wanning shook her head. "No, but I want to save up. We'll be heading south soon, and we'll likely stay in the border city for a long time. Mou thinks my cooking is excellent, so I intend to open a restaurant there." Han Yunshi, hearing her words, said, "It's hard for a woman to do business, but since you've chosen this path, I believe you will surely succeed." Luo Wanning nodded. Han Yunshi did not ask which restaurant she was going to negotiate with, trusting that she would not abandon their family. Luo Wanning used the Anywhere door to reach Yuhe County. The restaurant was bustling with activity on its opening day. Before the opening, following Luo Wanning's instructions, Shen Wanlu had spread word in the county about the restaurant's pricing to attract customers. Manager Su of Jade Restaurant kept a close watch on their every move, believing it was merely a low-price strategy that couldn't last forever. Once prices rose, their customers would dwindle. He was confident that Jade's dishes were superior and the new restaurant wouldn't steal their business. Before the restaurant opened, the area outside was packed with people, all drawn by the advertised prices, eager to see if they were real. A waiter on the second floor saw the crowd below. Having worked there since Xin Wanlu opened the restaurant 25 years ago, he had never seen such a turnout on opening day. Even Jade restaurants opening a year ago couldn't compare. Besides the crowd, several suppliers who had collaborated with Xin Wanlu came to offer congratulations. Previously, news of Xin Wanlu selling the restaurant had been a heavy blow to these merchants, as his ingredient orders accounted for 20% of their profits. Hearing that the restaurant had a new owner and Xin Wanlu would remain as manager, they came to pay respects. Xin Wanlu had prepared for their arrival. They had chosen the opening hour of C9 a.m., just before midday. The term morning tea was quite novel in the country. Many customers were intrigued by the concept, curious how it differed from their usual tea houses. As the restaurant doors opened, firecrackers crackled loudly. The congratulating merchants also brought firecrackers and red envelopes wrapped in red paper to celebrate the auspicious opening. The louder the firecrackers, the more people had come. After they finished, the red cloth covering the restaurant sign was unveiled, revealing the name, Shilla Restaurant. A very festive name. As the owner, Luo Wanting, naturally had to address the guests. She cleared her throat and said to the crowd, "Welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of Shilla Restaurant. I hope after tasting our dishes you will visit us often." Her words drew warm applause. After the ribbon cutting, a guest asked, "Will the morning tea always be 199 won or only today?" That question was on everyone's mind. Luo Wanting smiled and replied, "If ingredient prices rise, we will adjust the prices of individual dishes accordingly. But the 199 won package includes 5 dishes and a pot of tea. Only the dishes may change, but the price won't increase." Her answer seemed reasonable to the guests. After the ceremony, the restaurant officially opened. With so many customers, the waiters began seating them. Their service style differed from other restaurants, offering a unique experience. Manager Su also came to sample the dishes. Before the restaurant changed hands, he had always considered Xin Wanlu's establishment a rival. Now, with a new owner, he naturally came to assess the competition, knowing that knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory. Xin Wanlu led the business partners to a private room. They were long-term collaborators, so it was fitting for the owner to meet them. Luo Wanting didn't refuse, as future cooperation made a meal together necessary. The merchants had never met her, but had their assumptions. They thought the person who could afford such a large restaurant must be of considerable age. Seeing Luo Wanting, they were surprised. Such a young master, likely from a wealthy family, to have so much silver. Curious about her identity, they asked several questions. For instance, "Master, did your family support you in acquiring this restaurant?" Luo Wanting replied, "My family is of modest means. I happened to see Xin Wanlu's notice about selling the restaurant, and the price was within my reach." Xin Wanlu assumed she simply didn't want to reveal her background. When he first opened his restaurant, he had to borrow from relatives and even from usurers just to start a small eatery. Later, his business grew, leading to this restaurant. Their new owner had paid 3,500 taels for the restaurant and then handed him a 10,000 tael banknote without batting an eye, personally confirming it wasn't borrowed from usurers. Socializing inevitably involved drinking. Luo Wanting directly stated, "I don't drink alcohol. Allow me to toast you all with tea instead." Her words caused the merchants' expressions to shift. Xin Wanlu grew anxious, wondering if her refusal was due to her being a woman. "Mr. Li, the vegetable supplier, said, Master Chen, are you disrespecting us?" Luo Wanting remained calm. "I have no intention of slighting anyone. I simply cannot tolerate alcohol. After I came of age, my family gave me a cup of wine, and I nearly died. Since then, I have abstained completely." She wasn't lying. The original owner had nearly died from drinking. Even the nuptial wine she shared with Han Maching was replaced with tea. She never touched any dish containing alcohol. It was a painful limitation for her, as she could no longer enjoy her favorite egg sweet wine or beer duck. This constitution was not something she could change. Hearing her explanation, the atmosphere eased. Mr. Li, realizing his words might have been too harsh, raised his cup and said, "Master Chen, I didn't know your situation earlier. Please forgive my rudeness." "It's fine. I've never mentioned this to anyone, so it's understandable that you didn't know." After that, no one pressed her to drink. After the businessmen finished their afternoon meal at Shilla Restaurant, they still had their own affairs to attend to and did not linger any longer. On the first day of the restaurant's opening, the halls were filled with guests, and both the kitchen staff and the waiters were busiest beyond measure. After the lunch service concluded, they still did not have a moment's rest. Having cleared the dining tables, they immediately began preparing for the afternoon tea service. The afternoon patrons were not few, though fewer than during the morning rush. Luo Wanning did not stay to oversee the afternoon operations. Instead, she returned to High County. Han Yunshi, surprised by her early return, asked Luo Wanning, "How did the business negotiations go?" "With me taking charge, everything naturally fell into place." "That is good then." When she returned, she brought pastries for everyone. These were delicacies made in-house at Sheila Restaurant. That evening, Luo Wanning dined with her family. After finishing her meal, she retired to her guest room to rest. As before, she asked them not to disturb her and that she needed to sleep. Han Yunshi thought she must have been too tired. Luo Wanning reappeared at the restaurant during the Su hour. By then, the establishment had already closed for the day, and the interior had been thoroughly cleaned. Shen Wanlu began tallying the day's earnings. Since payment was received in copper coins, counting them one by one would have taken until dawn without completion. Therefore, for each settled transaction, Shen Wanlu recorded it in the ledger, making it easier to calculate the day's profit. This method of accounting was rather cumbersome. Luo Wanning wished she could somehow conjure a device to handle the daily bookkeeping, sparing her this tedious routine. Of course, she only imagined such a thing. By the time Shen Wanlu finished the accounts, it was nearly the Z hour. He handed the ledger to Luo Wanning and reported on the day's profit. Today there were 518 accounts of 199 when each, 226 accounts of 299 when each, and 130 other accounts, for a total revenue of 4,549 taels of silver. Deducting the costs invested today and the workers' wages, our net profit is 270 taels of silver, a favorable omen. That is quite excellent. Shen Wanlu did a quick calculation. If they could earn a similar amount each day, their restaurant would have a chance of surpassing Jude Restaurant. Luo Wanning could not visit the restaurant frequently, but business had been particularly brisk today. She instructed Shen Wanlu to hire more staff and adopt a shift rotation system. Luo Wanning knew that few women worked outside the home, yet many did seek employment. Women's status in ancient times was inherently low and work opportunities were even scarcer. Luo Wanning said to Shen Wanlu, "Our restaurant has certain tasks that require meticulous hands. Men tend to be rather careless. Hire some women to handle the cleaning, washing dishes and chopsticks, and preparing vegetables." Shen Wanlu understood her meaning. She was the owner, he could only follow her instructions. Their side was profiting, while Jude Restaurant's business decline was significant. Fortunately, the few major regular customers who frequently dined at their establishment had not yet patronized Sheila Restaurant, otherwise their situation would have been far worse. Manager Su believed that Sheila Restaurant would only attract patrons during this period drawn by their low prices, namely those who could not afford expensive delicacies. Luo Wanning had already conceived her own response. Shen Wanlu knew quite a few wealthy individuals, and she could have his acquaintances spread word of the restaurant's dishes within their circles. With delicious food offered at reasonable prices, it would surely catch the attention of the county's wealthy. Some rich men, when conducting business over meals, spent considerable sums at the dining table alone. If they could save money while enjoying a fine environment for negotiations, they would naturally be drawn to come. Time always seemed to fly during busy periods. After finishing her instructions to Shen Wanlu, it was already past midnight. They were to leave High County that day, and Luo Wanning did not remain in Yuha County any longer. At dawn, they set out from High County and headed toward the next county, Jialing County. They were growing ever closer to the southern border city. On the way to Jialing County, Luo Wanning planned to visit the southern border city, first to survey the area and understand the local situation. Jialing County was approximately 720 kilometers from High County. The closer they drew to the southern border, the harsher the conditions became. It was only natural that remote frontier towns far from the capital were less developed. Their provisions were beginning to run short with no villages nearby, and they were consuming food at a rapid pace. Luo Wanning could only take advantage of their unawareness to secretly add some food to the carrying basket. She dared not increase the quantity all at once, for that would easily arouse suspicion. The others only noticed that the food seemed to have decreased slightly, but they could still eat their fill. Han Yunshi found it quite strange, for she had seen the basket earlier, and the remaining food was scarce. While everyone slept, Luo Wanning secretly added more provisions to the basket. Han Yunshi happened upon her in the act. Seeing Luo Wanning produce food from nowhere, she recoiled a step in astonishment. Unfortunately, she stepped on a nearby branch, which snapped and made a sound. Luo Wanning, with keen hearing, turned her gaze toward the source of the noise. She saw Han Yunshi standing there. Han Yunshi froze when she noticed Luo Wanning looking at her. Observing the expression on her face, Luo Wanning asked indifferently, "What exactly did you just see?" Gazing at Luo Wanning, Han Yunshi's mind raced with fear at the thought of her producing food from thin air. She half believed that her daughter-in-law might have been possessed by some mountain spirit. She had read about such things often in storybooks. Her thoughts were somewhat off, for the current Luo Wanning was indeed not the original owner. Yet recalling how Luo Wanning had consistently helped their family over this time and harbored no ill will toward them, she seemed somewhat less afraid. Hearing Luo Wanning's question, Han Yunshi said, "I know you are a kind spirit. If you were malicious, you would have devoured us long ago. Did my daughter-in-law perish when the soldiers attacked us, and you took her place to care for our family?" Luo Wanning could not help but chuckle at Han Yunshi's words. "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? I am no spirit. Impossible. If you are not a spirit, then why can you produce food from nowhere?" Han Yunshi voiced her doubts aloud. Luo Wanning knew she would eventually have to face this question. She explained, "Actually, I can retrieve items from thin air because my master gave me a talisman." Speaking, she produced a spatial talisman and said to Han Yunshi, "Mother, please give me your money pouch." Han Yunshi did as Luo Wanning instructed and handed over her pouch. Luo Wanning placed the talisman inside the pouch, then said to Han Yunshi, "Mother, try putting whatever you wish into the money pouch and see what happens." Han Yunshi followed her words and began stuffing items into the pouch. Han Yunshi stuffed a cabbage in, but the cabbage was too large, so she had to tear it into pieces. After placing the cabbage into the pouch showed no visible change, yet the cabbage had already been deposited inside. Han Yunshi stared at the spectacle with wide eyes, gazing at Luo Wanning in utter disbelief. How did you do this?" "My master says this talisman is a storage talisman. It can hold a great many items." Han Yunshi grew quite curious about the master Luo Wanning mentioned. "Ningning, who is your master?" "My master's Dao name is Ziyang Jinren, and he is quite an eccentric character. Our acquaintance came about through a bowl of kanji. After my master ate my food, he told me, 'You and I are destined. The heavens have brought us together. Come become my disciple.'" Luo Wanning had indeed been distributing kanji to the needy, a fact Han Yunshi was aware of. Seeing her mother-in-law listening so intently, Luo Wanning continued, "I naturally refused at first. However, he kept insisting that I was destined to be his disciple, determined to take me on. For 3 consecutive days he pleaded with me, and seeing his unwavering persistence, my heart finally softened, and I agreed. When I previously claimed my medical knowledge came from books, that was not true. All my skills were taught by my master. He is well versed in the esoteric arts and possesses profound knowledge spanning astronomy and geography. During my 6 years at the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, I rarely left the house. It was actually to study under my master." The eccentric old man Luo Wanning referred to was none other than her own grandfather. She had been by his side since childhood, and he imparted all his life's learning to her. His temperament was peculiar. Few people were willing to draw close to him, let alone study medicine under his guidance. But Luo Wanning was different. From an early age, she had been favored by the old master. Aside from being strict with her during lessons, he treated her with great kindness in all other matters. The family often said she was the old master's greatest joy. Han Yunshi found something strange in her words. "Ningning, the prince's mansion is guarded by heavy troops on all sides. How could your master enter without being discovered?" "My master possesses not only storage talismans, but also instant movement and invisibility talismans. With these artifacts at his disposal, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence." Han Yunshi, having witnessed the power of the storage talisman, trusted what Luo Wanning said. "Where has your master gone?" "After teaching me, he told me he would travel the 4 seas. I don't know where he is." Luo Wanning's words were partly truth and partly concealment, yet she explained her reasons for keeping secrets to Han Yunshi. I didn't mean to hide this from you. I was simply afraid you might think I'm some sort of demon or spirit. Han Yunshi understood Luo Wanning's concerns, for she herself had mistaken the woman for a spirit when witnessing food materialize from nowhere. But after hearing the explanation, she realized Luo Wanning was not a demon. She had simply taken on a skilled master. She reassured Luo Wanning, "Ningning, only I know of this. In the future, whenever you need to retrieve something, I will help cover for you." Luo Wanning nodded and secretly exhaled in relief. She had managed to talk her way out of the situation. That evening, with the air turning cool, Luo Wanning said to Han Yunshi, "Mother, please return to the tent to rest first. I'll have Moyu come out to keep watch." Very well. Only the two women knew of what had transpired that night. The day after Han Yunshi discovered Luo Wanning adding provisions to her basket, they finally spotted a small village. Their timing proved fortunate. A villager had just hunted a wild boar weighing nearly 200 jin. The local hunter intended to sell the beast and divide the proceeds. Luo Wanning purchased the entire pig for 10 taels of silver and asked the hunter to help her prepare it. Other villagers expressed interest in buying pork. One approached her after the transaction and asked, "Young miss, could you sell me some? My wife is pregnant, and we'd like to prepare some pork to nourish her." Luo Wanning agreed. When other villagers saw her selling meat, they too purchased some. She kept what she needed for herself and sold the remainder to the villagers. Some villagers hungered for wild boar meat, but lacked the means to purchase it. Since Luo Wanning needed vegetables, she offered the villagers an alternative. "Those who wish to buy pork may exchange it for greens from your homes. 2 caddies of vegetables for 1 caddy of meat. I require 16 caddies in total." The villagers inquired about which vegetables she desired. Upon confirming they had them at home, one replied, "Young miss, I must go to the fields to harvest some. May I set aside a portion of meat for now?" Granted. Since the village folk were neighbors, they could hardly stand idly by while others went without meat. When Luo Wanning mentioned the 8 caddies of pork traded for vegetables, each villager took only 1 caddy, so everyone could partake. Once distributed, Luo Wanning waited for the villagers to bring over their vegetables before handing out the meat. While waiting for the villagers to exchange their vegetables for wild boar meat, Luo Wanning chose not to ask the little fox to determine the distance to town. Instead, she questioned the hunter who had been helping her process the boar. The hunter informed her, "It takes roughly an hour and a half on foot from the village to the town. With your carriage, you should arrive within an hour." They had arrived at the village early enough that Luo Wanning decided to rest in town. Settling in the town would undoubtedly prove more comfortable than remaining in the village. After gathering the information, the villagers brought their harvested vegetables. Once everything was prepared, the group set off for town. Following the successful smelting of gold from the first batch of ore in Hualien County, the second shipment had also arrived at the smelting facility. The initial batch had yielded a considerable amount of gold, and with the second shipment containing more ore, they anticipated an equally substantial return. Yet the outcome proved entirely unexpected. The smelters processed the ore in their furnaces, removing impurities in anticipation of extracting molten gold. However, once the slag was cleared and the liquid solidified, not a trace of gold remained. Not only was there no gold from this batch, but not even iron or copper, something entirely unprecedented. Luo Wanning had also instructed her little fox to handle the iron and copper metals, since it would be utterly absurd if they somehow managed to smelt those as well. Upon discovering this anomaly, the officials in charge of the smelting operations immediately reported the matter to the county magistrate. The magistrate, upon hearing the report, could scarcely believe it. The stones transported were golden in color with hardness matching the previous batches. How could they fail to yield gold? The magistrate personally visited the smelting workshop to investigate, and the situation matched what he had been told. His advisor remarked, "My lord, might it be that only this particular batch fails to produce gold? Perhaps we should wait for the next batch. If it yields the same result, we can report upward and seek guidance on how to proceed. We must follow your counsel." The magistrate decided against reporting the matter immediately, instead issuing an order. "Have the mining district send another shipment of ore. This time I will supervise personally." When the third batch arrived at the workshop, the magistrate oversaw the operation himself to ensure no tampering had occurred. In his presence, the workers dumped the newly delivered ore into the furnace, following the same procedures as before. As the ore melted, a substantial amount of metallic liquid emerged. The veteran workers, noticing how low the melting point was, began to form their own conclusions. The senior craftsman informed the magistrate, "This batch will likely yield no gold, as with the previous ones." Though unfamiliar with smelting processes, the magistrate monitored every step closely, and the outcome confirmed what the artisan had predicted: no gold, nor even silver. Upon returning, the magistrate reported the findings to his superiors. The mining district suspended operations, awaiting further directives. The workers in the mining district received word of a work suspension, feeling rather dejected, mainly because the halt seemed altogether inexplicable. Usually mining operations would only cease in the event of an accident. Curious about the reason behind the shutdown, they specifically sought out the foreman in charge of the mine. They received an official response: "We are unclear of the specific cause as well. We have simply been ordered from above." No one pressed further. The duration of the suspension remained unknown to all. Since mining operations had ceased, the foreman addressed them, saying, "You may return home for now. Once new orders arrive from above, I shall come find you." After the workers departed the mining district, the mine dispatched soldiers to stand guard. Though the second and third batches yielded no gold, one could not guarantee that the remaining or did not contain gold. Luo Wanning had been away from He County for 5 days now, and Shiluju Lu had been open for just as long, yet its popularity remained unchanged. Each day a steady stream of patrons came for morning tea and afternoon refreshments. Judah Lu's customer base had dwindled significantly. Even regulars who used to dine there at midday would pass by without stepping inside. He managed to spot one of his former regular customers and approached to welcome him back, hoping to coax him into the restaurant. But the man declined, telling manager Sue, "I've grown weary of your dishes. I'm looking to change things up for a while. Shilujio Lu serves quite decent food, and there are several dishes I haven't tried yet, so I won't be coming here." Upon hearing these words from a longtime patron manager, Sue's smile froze. Yet the man was a customer, and Sue couldn't let him see anything amiss, so he maintained his composure. After the regular left for Shilujio Lu, Sue wiped the smile from his face, his mood thoroughly soured. The serving boy noticed his manager's distress and dared not even breathe, heavily terrified that a single misstep might cost him his wages. Following Luo Wanning's instructions, Shun Wan Lu posted hiring notices around the area. When an establishment is recruiting, it signals prosperity. Staff at Judah Lu whispered among themselves about the matter. "If things keep going like this, we might close our doors soon. Don't you think we should try our luck at Shilujio Lu?" The speaker was a veteran of Judah Lu, and his words struck a chord with everyone present. "Even if we went over and asked, Shilujio Lu might not take us in." That's true as well. In this business, trust is hard won. Manager Shin of Shilujio Lu would surely suspect we're spies sent to gather information. You make a valid point. The thought of switching restaurants was completely abandoned. Someone with closer ties to manager Su relayed the incident to him afterward, adding, "These people are truly ungrateful. Nothing but ingrates, no matter how you treat them." Manager Su was well aware that business downturns bred exactly these kinds of thoughts, and he felt no anger toward them. However, their words sparked an idea. He decided to send someone to Shilujio Lu to gather intelligence, particularly about their kitchen operations. With this plan forming, he turned to the informer and said, "You've done well. From now on, keep me updated on any moves they make." Consider it done. Delighted by manager Su's praise, he felt a surge of satisfaction. But wrongdoing has a way of being uncovered eventually. Meanwhile, Song Lauda, the head chef, came looking for manager Su on business and overheard their conversation. As the informant exited, Song deliberately concealed himself, waiting until he was gone before approaching the manager. Upon returning, he immediately warned everyone about the secret exchange. "From now on, if you see the waiter Xiao Li, never mention wanting to leave for Shilujio Lu in his presence. Watch out for him stabbing you in the back." Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Li received nothing but cold stares. Even another waiter he normally got along with gave him the silent treatment. Frustrated beyond endurance, he blurted out, "What did I do to offend you all today? Why are you all against me?" His words only stirred deeper outrage. "How could we possibly offend you? We're simply too afraid to stand too close. If we do something to upset you, you'll stab us in the back instead." "Exactly. I thought you were one of us, but you turned out to be a sneaky villain." and so Xiao Li found himself completely isolated by the staff. Manager Su spent the morning in gloom, but by afternoon an elderly couple accompanied by a young man arrived. The Jiang family from Yuhi County. Their grandson's first-month celebration was approaching, and they wanted to host a feast for relatives and friends. Manager Su recognized this as a substantial order for the restaurant. Master Jiang was notoriously frugal, but since this was his first grandchild, he intended to throw a proper celebration. The Jiang clan held considerable standing in Yuhi County, which is why they preferred hosting at a prestigious establishment. Manager Su was confident he could secure this contract. He presented Master Jiang with the banquet menu. Master Jiang examined the dishes and found them satisfactory, yet he voiced his concern to Manager Su. "Your prices are quite steep. If I book 30 tables, could you offer a reduction per table?" Manager Su replied, "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Master Jiang. Our dishes are prepared with the finest ingredients, and the pricing reflects that. All I can offer is complimentary beverages." After conferring with his wife, Master Jiang's son spoke up. "Father, my friend mentioned that Shi Lu Jiu Lu serves excellent food at far more reasonable prices. Why don't we consider them before making a decision?" Manager Su quickly interjected, 5 dishes for only 199 cash. They're clearly cutting corners on ingredients. I'd urge you to think carefully before proceeding. Nothing worse than falling ill from bad food." But Master Jiang's son responded, "My close friend's wedding is in 7 days. He swore that Shi Lu Jiu Lu matches Ju De Lu in quality. He sampled several identical dishes from both establishments and found Shi Lu Jiu Lu's to be superior." Hearing his son's words, Master Jiang decided, "Let us try Shi Lu Jiu Lu ourselves." Manager Su was nearly driven to madness, but restrained himself, politely escorting Master Jiang and his party out of Ju De Lu. Once at Shi Lu Jiu Lu, the Jiang family found the establishment equally impressive. Xin Wanlu understood this was a banquet inquiry and recognized it as their first order since opening, so he provided exceptionally attentive service. After seeing the 199 cash dishes, Master Jiang reasoned that an establishment capable of such meals would certainly excel at hosting his grandson's first-month celebration. Recognizing this was the Jiang family's first banquet at Shi Lu Jiu Lu, Xin Wanlu offered them a favorable rate. Master Jiang signed the contract directly with the restaurant and told Xin Wanlu, "If you impress us with this banquet, I'll send more customers your way." Manager Su learned that Master Jiang had contracted with Shi Lu Jiu Lu. The deal he'd counted on had slipped away, a devastating loss. No, he couldn't simply sit idle and accept defeat. Luo Wanning's party arrived at a nearby town. Though not as well kept as the towns they had passed before, it was still preferable to camping out in the open. Having traveled all day, everyone was utterly exhausted. As soon as they returned to their guest rooms, they seized the opportunity to rest, knowing they would need to set off again the next day. Luo Wanning had made her plan. Upon reaching Jiaolin County, she would personally visit the southern border frontier to investigate the situation. As they drew closer to the southern border, Han Yunshi found herself unable to sleep at night. At midnight, she sought out Luo Wanning, hoping to chat for a while. She told Luo Wanning, "We're getting closer to the southern border by the day. I have a feeling your father and Mo Qing are still alive. They must be waiting for us there." Luo Wanning understood that Han Yunshi's words stemmed from overwhelming longing. She listened patiently, chiming in occasionally. Truthfully, she also wished they were alive, but mainly because she couldn't bear to see Han Yunshi so heartbroken. Han Yunshi chatted with Luo Wanning for an entire shirshin. Noticing her yawning, she decided not to stay and disturb her further. Luo Wanning's group spent the night in town and resumed their journey the next day. They still had 3 days of travel ahead to reach Jiaolin County. Luo Wanning had asked Little Fox to scout the towns near Jiaolin County beforehand. The route they were taking passed relatively few towns, only 6 more before arrival. They traveled as before, seeking lodging in villages when available and camping outdoors otherwise. Today's road was relatively flat, allowing them to cover 10 kilometers more than usual. Fortunately, they encountered a village and would not have to sleep under the stars tonight. Their carriage entered the village, drawing the villagers' curious glances just as before. Luo Wanning recognized this as Li Family Village and discussed lodging with the village chief, who agreed to let them stay. The villagers were remarkably hospitable. Upon learning of guests, they warmly prepared a grand feast in their honor. Han Moyu and the other two men, being straightforward, felt it impolite to decline such generous hospitality. When the villagers toasted them, they accepted every cup. When they hesitated to drink, the villagers insisted, "You are our honored guests. Our village has little to offer, but you must drink the wine we serve. If not, you would be showing us disdain." Thus no one refused any toast. Luo Wanning, who abstained from alcohol entirely, was also offered wine by some villagers. She explained her condition to them. Understanding she could not drink, they did not pressure her. While Luo Wanning and the villagers dined, their luggage had been placed at the village chief's residence. Meanwhile, at the village chief's home, the chief's son Li Qing followed orders to inspect their belongings. Luo Wanning's group carried little luggage, for traveling light was paramount when on the road. The silver was secured on their persons. What Li Qing sought was not silver, but their household registration documents. Luo Wanning had informed the village chief that they were heading south for trade and would certainly carry household registers. That was precisely what Li Qing intended to find. To avoid suspicion, Li Qing memorized the position of every item as he searched. Within moments, he located the fake identity documents. After examining the birth dates and 8 characters of each person on the register, he returned it to its original place and neatly rearranged everything he had moved. Satisfied that no traces were left, he took a jar of wine and headed over. He had previously claimed he needed to retrieve wine, and failing to bring it would have aroused suspicion. The village chief, seeing his son approach, gave him a subtle glance. Li Qing stepped close to the chief and whispered, "Father, I have confirmed it. That young Miss Chen's birth data closely matches our daughter's. This means we can spare her from the river god's sacrifice." Upon hearing this, the village chief cast a glance toward Luo Wanning. Heaven had not closed all paths. Finally, a substitute for his daughter had been found. Han Moyu had been drunk to the point of collapse, unable to swallow another drop. Hu Zhong and Hu Yi fared no better. Though slightly more resilient than Han Moyu, they were equally helpless. After the meal, everyone retired to their respective homes. Luo Wanning's party returned to the village chief's residence and borrowed the kitchen to prepare hangover soup for the 4 intoxicated men. The village chief's family then began executing their plan. After the 4 men drank the hangover soup, they fell into deep slumber. Luo Wanning and the others returned to their room together. In an unfamiliar place, Luo Wanning remained ever vigilant. After midnight, when everyone else had fallen asleep, she continued her watch. After blowing out the candle, she did not sleep. The village chief and Li Qing began their move. Following the chief's instructions, Li Qing lit incense outside their door, a stupefying fragrance. This fragrance was colorless and odorless, capable of inducing unconsciousness without the victim's awareness. When Li Qing approached the room, Luo Wanning detected the anomaly immediately, but kept quiet, wanting to uncover their true intentions. Though outsiders could not detect the scent, Luo Wanning, accustomed to handling medicinal herbs, recognized it at once and held her breath. She then retrieved a heart-clearing pill from her spatial storage to counteract the drug. After the incense had taken effect, the village chief and Li Qing entered the room. Han Yunshi and the others had already been awakened by Luo Wanning and given the antidote. However, Luo Wanning had instructed them to pretend to be unconscious, wanting to discover the reason behind the drugging attempt. The village chief looked at Luo Wanning lying on the ground and said to Li Qing, "Lock her up. As for her companions, deal with them. Otherwise they will only bring trouble." Luo Wanning never expected them to be so ruthless. Li Qing took her away and handed her over to the villagers. "She's in your hands now. I still have other matters to attend to." Continuing to play unconscious, Luo Wanning sensed people pulling at her clothes. Secretly glancing around, she saw it were all women from the village. After her clothes were removed, the village women dressed her in wedding attire. Once her makeup was done, one woman remarked, "This young lady is quite lovely. It's a pity her fate is so cruel." "There's no need for pity," another replied. "If not her life, then our daughters' lives would be taken instead. Could you bear that?" "Of course not." From their conversation, Luo Wanning gathered crucial information. They intended to dress her up as the new bride of the river god. Somehow deceived by a charlatan, the entire village had been manipulated into cooperating. Still in a feigned trance and tightly bound, Luo Wanning was not left there any longer. Han Yunshi and the others were tied up and carried by the villagers up the mountain, where they were to be buried alive. Realizing Li Qing had administered the stupefying incense, Luo Wanning had already made arrangements for what would come after. She trusted Han Yunshi to rescue everyone safely and remained behind waiting calmly for dawn. After the villagers carried Han Yunshi and the others up the mountain, she retrieved the small knife hidden in her sleeve and cut the ropes. Luo Wanning had given her a ball containing a sufficient amount of soporific. Han Yunshi had taken the antidote, so she would be safe. Once she had cut the ropes, Han Yunshi broke open the soporific ball. The narcotic permeated the air, causing anyone who inhaled it to fall unconscious. Without the antidote, they would slumber for over 3 days. Luo Wanning had named this incense 1,000-day incense. Though it would not cause a coma for 1,000 days, its potency far surpassed ordinary soporifics. The villagers, preoccupied with digging graves and burying people, failed to notice any of this. By the time they realized what was happening, the group that had carried them up the mountain had all collapsed into unconsciousness. Fearing that some might not be completely unconscious, Han Yunshi waited a while longer. When she sensed no movement around her, she administered the antidote to Luo Chunshi and the others. Han Moyu and the others were too heavily intoxicated to be roused. Han Yunshi knew they could not linger here, so she said to Luo Chunshi, "Let's work together and move them to a nearby spot." The 3 children also lent a hand, dragging the 4 inebriated individuals away. Having never harbored malicious intentions, Han Yunshi looked at the large pit the villagers had dug and said, "Let's put all these people into the hole they dug themselves." They were in a deep slumber. Han Yunshi and Luo Chunshi simply kicked them into the pit with their feet, finding immense satisfaction in the act. Luo Chunshi even began to shovel dirt onto them, believing that leaving such scoundrels alive would only cause more harm and that burying them alive would be for the best. Han Yunshi stopped her, saying, "If we do this, we will be committing a sin. We should report this to the authorities and let the officials handle it." Luo Wanning was unaware of Han Yunshi's decision. Had she been present, these people would not have had a chance to live. Of course, she would not have dealt with them in front of Han Yunshi. She would have done so discreetly. Those who valued no one else's life but their own, if left alive, would only bring calamity to more people. The village chief, knowing that the burial party would not return quickly, did not send anyone to look for them. The next day before dawn, Luo Wanning pretended to have just regained consciousness. When she saw someone enter, she deliberately acted as if she knew nothing. Struggling against her bonds, she demanded, "What do you intend to do to me?" The women, unperturbed by her resistance, ignored her questions and went about their own tasks. The villagers tied Luo Wanning to a wooden stake, then paraded with lion and dragon dances toward a river not far from their village. An altar had already been set up by the riverbank, suggesting that a ritual was about to be performed. Luo Wanning observed the scene calmly, making no move, but waiting for someone. Having been drunk all night, Han Moyu and the others woke up to find themselves lying in the open, thinking it was a dream. The others were equally bewildered, unaware of what had happened. When Han Yunshi told Han Moyu that they had nearly been buried alive the previous night, he found it hard to believe. "Mother, you're not making this up, are you?" Han Yunshi shot him a glare. "Making it up? If not for your elder sister's quick thinking, we would all have been done for here." Han Moyu looked around, but did not see Luo Wanning. "Mother, where is big sister?" "She's fine." In the past, Han Yunshi would have worried about Luo Wanning's safety, but knowing how capable she was, she felt no concern at all. Han Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. "What should we do next?" "Your elder sister told me last night to wait for her outside the village." Instead of entering the village as before, they waited outside, as Luo Wanning had instructed. The village's river worship ceremony was meant to ensure a bountiful harvest in the coming year. Their belief in the river god stemmed from an incident 5 years ago when the river rose and destroyed all their crops. Before that, a wandering Taoist had told them, "The villagers have lived here for generations without trouble, but now calamity strikes because the river god is angered. If you throw a young woman into the river, every year this crisis will be averted." The villagers were skeptical at first, but after the Taoist spoke, misfortune befell the village. Thus the villagers gradually became superstitious, believing in the river god. In the first year, they sacrificed a lonely orphan girl, and afterward their village enjoyed a great harvest. The first year, they offered a helpless young girl from the village. But with a sacrifice required every year, there were not enough girls to spare. So they turned to outsiders. The village's young men, for the sake of a good harvest, had been luring women from elsewhere over the years. But after 4 women went missing in their village, their reputation soured, and they could no longer trick anyone into coming. Luo Wanning and her group stumbled upon the situation by chance, becoming substitutes for the village chief's daughter as sacrifices to the river god. She saw through the Taoist's tricks at a glance. The villagers, oblivious, thought he possessed great powers and watched intently. As the ceremony neared its end, the Taoist cast a glance at Luo Wanning and performed a charade of divine possession. He approached Luo Wanning, pinched her chin, and narrowed his eyes. "This offering pleases me greatly. Send her down now." Just as the villagers were about to cast Luo Wanning into the river, a group of constables appeared. Panic-stricken, the villagers scattered in all directions. The constables had brought a substantial force, and with their drawn blades the villagers were terrified. Those swords were sharpened. A single blow could mean death. Some villagers tried to flee, but were subdued by the constables. The leading constable ordered the release of Luo Wanning from the wooden frame and said, "Miss, you'll need to come to the town yamen with me for a statement." "No problem." Luo Wanning had initially considered exterminating the entire village, but on second thought she couldn't. A whole village vanishing without a trace would eventually be traced back to them. The previous night, she had gone to the town yamen and sent word to the county magistrate. For him, this was a major opportunity for merit, so he dispatched the constables. The constables needed to control the entire village, so they returned to the village. When Han Yunshi saw Luo Wanning, they appeared together. As the constables surrounded them, Luo Wanning explained, "Officers, these are my family, not criminals." The constables then let them be. Han Maching had been stationed at the southern border city for about a month. His men discovered that the mastermind behind the framing of the Han family was Han Xiao. Han Xiao, an unfavored prince who emerged victorious from the many princes vying for the throne, was certainly cunning. The Han family posed a threat to him, as they were also descendants of the royal bloodline. Han Maching was the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Han family, far surpassing Han Zhao's 5 sons. Han Xiao feared that one day Han Maching might harbor ambitions of seizing power, so he chose to frame Han Zhao and his son. The evidence he obtained was forged by Premier Mu. One can always find a pretext for punishment. Everyone understood Han Zhao's true intentions. Han Maching had originally planned to stay in the Li Kingdom for about a month, but since he had confirmed that his family had all perished, there was no reason to remain. Before leaving the Li Kingdom, he instructed his men, no matter what, find them. Even if only their bodies remain, not one shall be missing. After making these arrangements, he led his people back to the Mo Kingdom to prepare for his return to the Li Kingdom to receive the peace-offering princess. He did not inform Han Zhao of his family's fate, fearing it would affect their plans. He intended to tell Han Zhao afterward and share his thoughts. The yamen runners entered the village. Seeing their village head detained, the villagers lost their backbone and dared not resist. They obeyed the yamen runners' orders and left the village with them. The group of people who buried Han Yunshi and the others last night were also found by the yamen runners and taken away. In this way, the entire village was emptied as everyone was taken away. Han Moyu and the others also took their luggage and horse-drawn carriage, left at the village head's house, and accompanied the yamen runners to the county magistrate's office in town to give statements. This village was relatively remote, about 10 li away from the next village. Villages closer by had heard about their practice of worshipping the river god, and some had wanted to come and watch. However, during their river god sacrifice ceremony, outsiders were strictly forbidden from observing, as it was believed to offend the deity. Therefore, no one knew that they were sacrificing young women. Villagers from other villages saw the people of Li village being taken away by the yamen runners. With the autumn harvest completed and nothing else to do, they came over to watch. They merely watched, curious about what was happening, but dared not ask the yamen runners. Only after they had walked far away did the villagers learn what had occurred in Li village. Some people from Yi family village worked at the county yamen. A villager said, "Uncle Yi, isn't your son How working at the county yamen? When he returns from his leave, ask him about it." The middle-aged man, puffing on his clay pipe, replied, "My son How never tells me anything about yamen affairs. He says it cannot be disclosed. If discovered, he would not only lose his position, but also face bamboo cane punishment. If you want to know what happened, just wait for the official announcement." The villagers heard his words and felt somewhat disappointed. They had hoped that since his son worked at the yamen he might know something, but he knew nothing at all. By evening, Luo Wanning and the others had followed the yamen runners to the town's yamen. The runners confined all the villagers of Li village in the county jail. The villagers kept crying out their innocence. But the yamen runners had witnessed their attempt to sacrifice Luo Wanning to the river god. Previously, several young women in town had gone missing and their families had filed reports, but their bodies were never found. These matters were likely connected to the people of Li village as well. Hearing the villagers' cries of innocence, the runners barked, "Shut up, or face the whip." The villagers, fearful of the whip, dared not cry out anymore. Luo Wanning and the others were taken in for questioning. They recounted everything that had happened the previous night. The runner asked Han Yunshi's wife, "They used a drugging incense, so how did you not faint?" "I regret not explaining clearly earlier. My daughter discovered they were using the incense, and she practices medicine. She carries some herbal ointment that clears the mind and eyes. We applied her ointment, which is why we did not lose consciousness." Luo Chunshir testified, "That is true. I still have the medicine in my possession. If you do not believe us, light the incense, and you will see whether we are telling the truth." The runner had someone verify this and continued questioning. After questioning concluded, the runner told them this matter involves loss of life. "We must take these suspects to the county seat. You will also need to accompany us to help identify them. They would need to assist in the investigation and would likely have to stay in Jialing County for some time." For this reason, Luo Wanning asked the runner, "Officer, how long will this case take to conclude? We are in a hurry to travel south." The runner replied, "This matter involves human lives. According to regulations, there will be a result within 7 days. They would also need 7 days to obtain the travel documents in Jialing County, which was acceptable." "Very well, we will cooperate fully." Since it was so late, Luo Wanning and the others had nowhere to stay. The runner arranged lodging for them, and they would depart for Jialing County seat the next day. At the first watch of the next morning, Luo Wanning's family again followed the yamen runners toward Jialing County. The people of Li village had been dressed in prisoner garments. Their village head had been interrogated overnight. At first, the village head remained stubborn and refused to admit to their crimes. But under the physical pressure and coercive tactics of the yamen runners, he could no longer withstand it and confessed everything the village had done over the past 5 years. The other villagers also admitted that they had indeed brought young women from nearby villages. All of this was orchestrated by a wandering Taoist priest. For the following 5 years each year, they followed the wandering Taoist's instructions and sacrificed one young woman to the river god to ensure peace and safety. The villagers knew that harming others was wrong, but for the sake of their crops they took the risk. Everything had proceeded smoothly for these years, but this time something had gone wrong. So on the way to Jialing County seat, the people of Li village glared at Luo Wanning's family with intense hatred. If not for them, none of this would have happened to them. What should have been a 2-day journey stretched to 3 days because of the prisoners. Today was the 10-day market in the county seat. Soldiers guarded the city gates, carefully checking everyone who passed through. In truth, they were not searching belongings, only checking identification documents. Those without proper identification could not enter the city. People coming to the county for the market always carried their identification tags for easy passage. Luo Wanning and the others entered the city with the yamen runners. With the runners present, the soldiers did not check their identities and let them pass directly. While convenient, they preferred not to remain entangled with the authorities. Luo Wanning went to the county yamen to exchange her documents, then told the runner, "Our family will stay at the largest inn in the county seat for the time being. If our testimony is needed, please send someone to find us there." The runner said, "We will assign someone to protect you." Luo Wanning understood the runner's intention. They feared that not all members of Li village had been apprehended and might retaliate against her family. She did not refuse. She was not afraid of retaliation from the people of Li village. For the next 2 days, her family stayed at the inn, though many yamen runners were posted around their lodging. The innkeeper saw that so many runners stationed outside severely affected his business. Ordinary people do not oppose the government. The innkeeper explained to every guest who came that there were no dangerous people at his inn, but it still affected the occupancy rate, leaving him deeply troubled. He could only muster the courage to report the matter to the runners. The runner told the innkeeper, "No worries. We will only be here for a few more days. Once the case is concluded, we will withdraw." What else could the innkeeper say? He could only endure it. On the fourth day after Luo Wanning's arrival in Jialing County, the Li village case finally went to trial. 2 days before the trial, the government had posted notices about the case. There were still many people in the county who loved to gather and watch spectacles. They enjoyed watching trials, so they came early in the morning to secure a place and wait for the proceedings to begin. Parents whose daughters had gone missing also came hoping to see whether their daughters were dead. The government compound's great doors stood open. The yamen runners stood in neat formation on both sides, calling out the traditional salutatory cry in accordance with procedure. After the county magistrate of Jialing County took his seat at the bench, he struck the gavel and announced, "We now begin the trial of the Li village case involving the sacrifice of young women to the river god." Li Yi, the village head of Li village, was brought forward and made to kneel before the magistrate. Luo Wanning, as the victim, recounted the entire incident, saying nothing different from what she had stated earlier in town. The onlookers outside gasped in shock. "I never imagined their village could do such a thing. Is another family's daughter not alive too? Why did they not consider sacrificing their own daughters to the river god? Why must they take another family's daughter's life?" Some said Luo Wanning was destined to survive. Despite the grave danger, she had come out unharmed. Surely their ancestors were protecting her family. The county magistrate ordered the crowd outside to be quiet. He asked, "What are the names of the girls your village offered as sacrifices?" "It has been too long," he replied calmly. "I cannot remember these girls' names anymore." The magistrate looked at him and said, "Even if you do not speak, I already know who those you harmed were." Then he announced the names of the girls harmed in Lijia village. No sooner had he announced them than a woman from the crowd burst out in agitation, "My lord, you must give justice to my daughter. Sentence them to death so that my daughter's soul may find peace in heaven." The magistrate ordered her to be brought forward and asked, "Who is your daughter?" "My daughter Zhu Xiaocui went out 3 years ago and has had no news since. She was beside herself with grief. Those who knew her had whispered behind her back, saying she must have eloped with someone since she had not appeared for so many years. But my daughter was obedient since childhood, and she already had a betrothal with Qin Xiaocai from the same village. She would never do such a thing. I never thought that when news of her finally came, it would be news of her death. Woo! My poor daughter, you died such a cruel death." The woman broke down in tears, weeping uncontrollably. Her eldest son stood beside her, but could not stop her sobs. "My lord, you must sentence them to beheading." After learning the situation, the magistrate turned to the Taoist priest who had conducted the ritual. The priest confessed, and Li Yi now had leverage over him. The 2 girls before had both been deceived by him. The magistrate turned to the village head. "Li Yi, your village is suspected of abducting other people's daughters and taking their lives. With witness testimony and evidence conclusive, do you plead guilty?" Upon hearing the magistrate's question, Li Yi smiled. "I do not see anything wrong with what we did. We only sought to appease the river god and protect our villagers' harvest." Hearing Li Yi's answer, the crowd outside erupted in fury. "You took the lives of those young girls and still claim innocence. Such people must die, or more will suffer. Absolutely sentence them to death." "Death!" The common folk outside cried out for the death penalty. The Taoist priest, terrified of dying, immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. "My lord, spare my life. I was forced into this. He discovered my secret and used it to threaten me, so I had no choice." Hearing his plea for mercy only made the crowd shout even louder. "That is no excuse for your crimes, my lord. You cannot let such people go free. My lord, do not sentence them lightly. They must pay the price for their deeds. Yes, they have despised the law and committed such heinous crimes. They must not go unpunished." The magistrate slammed the gavel. "Silence in my court." Though they no longer shouted as before, the looks they cast upon Li Yi and the Taoist priest were full of murderous intent, as though they wished to tear them apart limb from limb. The magistrate cleared his throat. "The matter is now clear. I sentence Li Yi and the Taoist priest Jiang Yizhou to death by beheading in autumn. The villagers of Lijia village who aided in covering up the crime are accomplices. They are to be exiled 2,000 li to the mining areas of the northern frontier to perform hard labor for life, never to leave." This was the same place Han Shao had previously sentenced the Han family members to. The Taoist priest, knowing he would be executed, slumped weakly to the ground, his eyes hollow and empty. Li Yi too feared death, but the sentence had been passed, and there was nothing he could do. He turned toward Luo Wanning and screamed madly, "You wicked woman! Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. I will haunt you for all eternity and never give you peace." With the verdict delivered, the magistrate declared the trial concluded. The magistrate knew that Luo Wanning and the others were leaving Jialing County, so he had prepared the travel documents in advance. His mood was quite pleasant, having resolved such a major case. Once this case was reported, he would receive a promotion, so he treated this as a special exception for them. Unfortunately, he did not know they were members of the Han family, otherwise he surely would have requested a transfer to the capital. After receiving the documents, they did not linger and immediately packed their belongings and departed. Han Maching returned to the Mo Kingdom. Han Zhao saw him come back, but did not see the figures of Han Yunshi and the others. "Maching, where are your mother and the rest?" Han Maching looked at his father, whose face was filled with the hope of reuniting with family. His heart was a turmoil of emotions, and he hesitated to speak. But his father would inevitably learn the truth one day. Seeing Han Maching delay his answer, Han Zhao asked, "Are they too severely injured to see me now?" Han Maching shook his head. "No." Han Zhao took a step back. "No. Impossible." Seeing the expression on his father's face, Han Maching knew he had already guessed the truth. He pressed his lips together. "This is not the place to discuss this. Let us go inside and talk." The father and son entered the study, and Han Maching bowed his head. With heavy heart he said, "Father, I was too late." On the way to the northern frontier, they encountered a mountain flood and had to change their route, planning to go via Qinzhou County toward Jiangzhou County. But along the way they encountered bandits. "I cannot believe they perished so easily, so I sent someone to investigate." None of the guards tasked with escorting them to the northern frontier survived, and all the prisoners were killed. Han Zhao had experienced countless wars, but this blow was devastating. Were their bodies found? Han Maching shook his head. "Their bodies have already been disposed of." Han Zhao's hand clenched into a fist. Han Maching understood his feelings. When he first learned of this, he had felt exactly the same. It took him several days to recover. The mountain flood was an accident, but the bandit attack, I do not believe, was. A force of 300 soldiers had previously been dispatched to suppress bandits, and my people have been unable to trace that troop contingent. After hearing this, Han Zhao looked up at Han Maching. "Do you mean their deaths are connected to Han Xiao?" "Exactly. Because I discovered that our family was framed for collusion with the enemy and treason. In reality, Han Xiao and Prime Minister Mu fabricated the evidence using the capture of 2 Limu Kingdom cities by our Mo Kingdom as an excuse. Their true intention was simply to wipe our Han family out completely. Although Moyu's ability is inferior to mine, as long as he lives, Han Xiao will never rest easy." Han Zhao was overcome with grief. "We share royal blood. Back then your grandfather had no desire for the throne and devoted himself entirely to building the Limu Kingdom, earning the title of King of Jinbei. Your father and you both served the Limu Kingdom, yet in the end you suffered this fate. Such people are not worth our loyalty." Han Maching continued, following his father's words. "Father, they have driven us to this point. Perhaps we should rebel." These were his most sincere feelings. Since Han Xiao came to power, he had deliberately and overtly marginalized the Han family and attempted to reclaim the Han family's military authority. If not for the late emperor's edict, Han Xiao would have succeeded. Both Han Zhao and Han Maching were fully aware of this. Han Zhao did not wish to rebel out of respect for his late father's legacy. He believed that if he endured, everything would eventually pass. In fact, the more he yielded, the more the other side pressed their advantage. Han Zhao's gaze became resolute as he said to Han Maching, "I will capture Han Xiao alive and make him taste a life worse than death." Han Maching knew that his father had finally come to terms with the truth. Han Maching knew his father was heartbroken after receiving the terrible news, so he did not linger, but allowed him time alone. Once he had processed his grief, he would naturally find his way forward. After his son left, Han Zhao held the token of love that Han Yunshi had given him, his eyes slightly red. "Meow meow, wait for me to take my revenge, and then I will join you." "Wait for me." If Han Yunshi were here and heard Han Zhao speaking thus, she would certainly strike his chest with fierce indignation and declare, "If you dare hang yourself to follow me, I will not forgive you even as a ghost." Han Zhao remained alone throughout the night. and by morning he had regained his composure. He knew this was not the time for sorrow. Once he captured Han Xiao alive, he would make him kneel before his wife's grave and repent. Early the next morning, he sought out Han Moching to discuss their plans ahead. Han Moching had already formed his own strategy and shared his thoughts with Han Xiao. The first step we must take is to seize control of the Mo kingdom. This is what I promised Nangong Mo I would do. Nangong Mo had devised a thorough plan before his death. Once the moment arrives, we will surely bring the entire Mo kingdom under our control. After hearing this, Han Xiao patted Han Moching on the shoulder and said, "We shall proceed exactly according to your plan. I will give you my full support." He knew his son would soon travel to the capital to bring the princess over for a political marriage. Moching Han Xiao only knows that our Han family commands the military authority of the kingdom, but there is one thing he does not know. Han Moching furrowed his brows and listened as Han Xiao continued. The Han family possesses another army that answers only to us. This force was originally assembled by your grandfather under the orders of the late emperor. The late emperor had his own reasons for ordering your grandfather to create this army. Should Li Kingdom ever face the crisis of annihilation, or should a tyrannical ruler ascend the throne, this force can be mobilized. Your grandfather told me that your royal uncle feared the empire his generation had painstakingly built would be destroyed by unworthy descendants. Han Xiao sighed deeply. I thought we would never need this army in our lifetimes, yet in the end we have had to use it. This army consisted of sworn death warriors trained by the Han family, each under dedicated command. To mobilize them required a special token. Han Xiao did not carry the token on his person, nor had he left it at the Han residence. Even if their home were raided, Han Xiao would never find it. Han Xiao informed Han Moching of the token's hiding place. After you arrive in the capital, visit Farming Temple. I have hidden the token beneath a pine tree on the back hill. Han Xiao then went on to instruct Han Moching on numerous other matters which only bolstered the young man's confidence. The Mo kingdom, though appearing formidable on the surface, was in fact hollow within, riddled with internal strife. Though the fifth prince was unpopular, he was the most ambitious among them. At the age of 7, Nangong Mo had personally witnessed his father's murder. The emperor of Mo had spared his life merely to preserve his own reputation, allowing him to grow to adulthood. After narrowly escaping that assassination attempt, Nangong Mo had begun laying his plans. 7 years had passed. Regrettably, he would never live to see the day his plan succeeded. Luo Wanning and her party continued their journey toward the southern border city. Deep autumn had set in, but fortunately they had packed ample clothing and would not suffer from the cold. Many claimed the northern territories were the coldest, but the southern reaches grew equally biting once frost descended. In those days the global warming crisis had not yet emerged, and the 4 seasons remained perfectly balanced. When their time came, the cold would arrive without fail. Han Yunshi and the others had spent their entire lives in the capital, where spring-like warmth persisted year-round. Though the seasons changed, the climate remained stable and never grew particularly cold. The sudden shift in weather had tested them all during this period, yet their constitutions still varied greatly. Han Yunshi, whose health was already frail, caught a chill shortly after the temperature dropped. Fortunately, Luo Wanning possessed medical knowledge and could prescribe the proper remedies. Yet Han Yunshi suffered terribly. Her head throbbed, and her nose remained completely congested. To ease her discomfort, Luo Wanning prepared a bath with Huoxiang Zhengqi water, which provided some relief from her symptoms. Before Han Yunshi had recovered, all 3 children began showing similar symptoms. Clearly unable to adapt to the changing climate, they all fell ill. With winter drawing near, many claimed the southern regions were mild, but this was far from the truth. The cold remained severe. The difference between the southern and northern winters lay in their nature. One brought damp chill, the other dry cold. The south received heavier rainfall, with long summers and winters divided into mild and harsh periods. A mild winter meant the cold would not last long. Yet approximately once every 3 years an exceptionally harsh winter would strike, prolonged and exceedingly difficult to endure. The little fox could predict the weather. "Master, we shall encounter a harsh winter this year. If we continue onward, the cold will intensify." After reaching a small town, Luo Wanning gathered everyone together. Whenever she assembled them, it always signaled something important. No one spoke. They simply listened to Luo Wanning. Luo Wanning addressed the group. We still have 5 days of travel before reaching Lingzhou County. The weather is growing colder and winter approaches rapidly. If we press southward now, the journey will be exceedingly arduous. I have gathered you to share my thoughts. Upon arriving at Lingzhou County, I wish to remain here for several months until spring arrives, and then we can continue south. What do you think? Upon hearing Luo Wanning's words, everyone expressed their opinions. Han Moyu was the first to speak, agreeing with her. None of them wished to endure camping outdoors in the dead of winter. It could be fatal. Not only did he feel this way out, everyone shared the same sentiment. Han Yunshe yearned to reach the southern border city as soon as possible to gather news about the Han father and son, but she also had to consider the greater picture. She spoke last, saying, "You are the head of our family. Whatever decision you make, I will support you entirely." Thus they reached an agreement. Upon arriving at Lingzhou County, they would rent a place to stay and wait until the following spring before continuing their journey to the southern border city. Previously, Luo Wanning had intended to visit the southern border city directly, but the incident at Li Family Village had delayed them. After settling in Lingzhou County, she planned to make another trip south to assess which industries could be developed there, aiming to diversify their business ventures. They traveled for 5 days without encountering any incidents like the one at Li Family Village. However, after that ordeal, whenever they rested in a village, everyone remained alert. If not for Luo Wanning last time, the outcome would have been far worse. Seeing their heightened vigilance, Luo Wanning was quite satisfied. Their lesson had not been wasted. Upon entering Lingzhou County, the soldiers conducted their usual inspections, found nothing unusual, and allowed them to pass through. As before, Luo Wanning went to the county magistrate's office to submit their travel documents indicating they would be staying in Lingzhou County for some time. Luo Wanning asked the official handling the documents, "Sir, I would like to inquire. If we wish to stay here for half a year, what procedures must we complete? What do you intend to do while residing in Lingzhou County?" "I find Lingzhou County to be a place of talented people and favorable conditions. Our family is in commerce, and we wish to establish a business here." Half a year was a perfectly reasonable duration for conducting business. Many outsiders from other regions came to Lingzhou County to trade. Once their shop was opened and a manager hired to oversee operations, they could inspect the business periodically without needing to remain on site. Upon hearing that Luo Wanning intended to conduct business in Lingzhou County, the official said to her, "All you need is to obtain a temporary residence permit. How long will it take to receive the permit?" He gave a sly grin and made a subtle gesture with his hand. Luo Wanning understood immediately. She slipped 10 taels of silver into his palm and said, "Thank you for your assistance, sir. This is for your hospitality." The other party, seeing that Luo Wanning was a sensible person, took the silver and worked with exceptional efficiency, quickly preparing the temporary residence permits for all 14 of them. After receiving the temporary residence permits, Luo Wanning reunited with everyone. It was already quite late, so they found an inn. They planned to stay in Lingzhou County for a while, paying by the day until they found a house to move into. The next morning in Lingzhou County, Luo Wanning and Lady Han set out together. Following Luo Wanning's advice, Lady Han no longer sold embroidery pieces since money was no longer a concern. Instead, she devoted her time to stitching a large piece, planning to sell it when funds ran low again. The purpose of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's outing was to view houses. Luo Wanning had investigated the night before where in Lingzhou County one could find assistance in locating a home similar to a modern real estate agency. As soon as they arrived at the shop, they were warmly received. Upon hearing that Luo Wanning wanted to rent a large courtyard with a yard, it was considered a significant transaction. "We have several large houses here left behind by wealthy locals who moved away. They asked us to help rent them out. I'll take you to see them. If you like any courtyard, we can rent it for you." His speech was laced with a local accent, but it was still understandable. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were taken to the first courtyard. From the outside, this courtyard seemed decent. They went inside to inspect the specifics, finding a total of 5 rooms. For their needs, this was a small courtyard. 14 people couldn't fit comfortably. Luo Wanning wasn't impressed. Recognizing they needed a larger property, they were shown the biggest one available. This place had more rooms, a sizable courtyard, and several neighboring courtyards nearby. It met all of Luo Wanning's requirements. She asked about the price, how much per month. 15 taels of silver in total. This was far cheaper than staying at an inn. However, Luo Wanning still had Little Fox check the information about this courtyard. After Little Fox reported back that everything was fine, she said, "I'll rent this house." Hearing she wanted to rent the courtyard, a look of delight appeared on their face. "Young miss, let's go back and sign the contract. However, we have a rule here, a 1-month deposit plus 1 month's rent up front. When you move out, we'll inspect the house and refund any remaining amount if there are no issues." "No problem." They returned to sign the contract. Since Luo Wanning could read, she carefully reviewed the terms and pointed out any unreasonable clauses. After reaching an agreement, they signed the contract. The house was secured. It had been an efficiently productive day, as Luo Wanning had found locating a suitable place quite challenging. Finding a perfect house so quickly was remarkable. They returned to the inn. The innkeeper greeted them, saying, "Your room payment is due. Will you continue staying?" Luo Wanning managed the finances, and Han Moyu, who remained at the inn, asked the innkeeper to wait for their return before deciding. Seeing they didn't appear short of money, the innkeeper agreed. Since the rented house hadn't been cleaned for quite some time, Luo Wanning renewed their room fees. During their meal together, Luo Wanning informed them, "I found a place to live. Tomorrow we'll go clean it and repair what needs fixing, then move in." Everyone responded very well. Early the next morning, they set out together for the rented courtyard. The innkeeper assumed they were going to explore Lingzhou County. He enthusiastically recommended several interesting spots. Luo Wanning smiled at his suggestions. "All right, we'll visit them." They arrived at the courtyard. Having been vacant for quite some time, dust covered everything. The children were nearly 6 years old now. While Luo Wanning wouldn't burden them with everything, she still wanted to give them some practice. She told them, "You're still young, but help me wipe away the dust later." The children responded in unison, "Yes, mother." Seeing Luo Wanning assign tasks to the children, Luo Chen's wife remarked, "They're too young for such work. Better to let them play nearby instead." Lady Han replied, "I think Sheila is doing quite well." Luo Chen's wife held her tongue. Given that Sheila was Lady Han's grandson, and she had already spoken, pressing further would be inappropriate. She refrained from asking her granddaughter to participate. Once tasks were divided, everyone got to work tidying the house. The children diligently cleaned, attending to any spots that hadn't been wiped properly. Luo Exile, Luo Chen's granddaughter, noticed Han Shiyi and his siblings occupied with cleaning and excluded from play, so she joined in wiping things down. Seeing this, Luo Chen's wife stopped objecting. The children cheered as they helped the adults clean, and with so many hands, the once filthy courtyard was transformed into a spotless space. By noon, the work was done. After settling into their assigned rooms and having lunch nearby, they returned to the inn to fetch their belongings. The innkeeper asked as they carried their things out, "You just returned from sightseeing. Leaving so soon?" "Yes." Luo Wanning saw no need to explain their movements to a stranger. After moving everything into the courtyard, everyone retreated to their rooms to settle in. Lady Han's quarters adjoined Luo Wanning's, with the children's rooms nearby. Though still young, the children understood gender distinctions. Luo Wanning put the two boys in one room together, while Han Qiling, being too small to sleep alone, without fear ended up sharing Luo Wanning's room. Menglan found this puzzling. "Miss Third Young Master is a boy. Why doesn't he stay with the other two young masters?" Hearing Menglan's question, Han Qiling quickly clung to Luo Wanning. "Mother, I don't want to sleep with my brothers. I want to sleep with you." Watching her daughter cling to her, Luo Wanning explained wearily to Menglan, "She's been dependent since childhood. If I'm not around, she'll surely cry. She's still young now, but I'll have her sleep alone in time." Menglan understood. Everyone else knew Han Qiling was a girl who could stay with her mother a while longer, but they kept this from her since she wasn't trustworthy with such knowledge. Once back in the room with Luo Wanning, Han Qiling asked brightly, "Mother, how did I do just now?" Luo Wanning pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks and replied, "You're such a clever little one. Excellent performance." Then she began organizing their belongings. After tidying up, she gathered certain items. Lady Han noticed and asked, "What are you preparing these for?" "We just moved in, so I want to greet the neighbors nearby." "You always think of such things. I'll go with you." "Very well." Once ready, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stepped out together. It was dusk, and the neighbors were returning from work. They took the initiative to greet them. "Hello, we just moved in today. We'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of us. We don't have much to offer, but here are some candies and pastries my daughter bought. Please try them." With that, she handed over the candies and pastries that Luo Wanning had bought at noon. The neighbors' reactions varied. Some were warm-hearted, taking the gift from Han Yunshi and saying, "Sister-in-law, feel free to come over for a chat whenever you're free." "Sure, I'll definitely come when I have time." Of course, there were also those who looked down on them. Her child wanted to accept the gift from Luo Wanning. The child's mother slapped his hand and said, "Don't accept gifts from just anyone. Be careful. They might have ill intentions and poison the pastries to kill you." Han Yunshi and Luo Wanning exchanged a knowing glance. This neighbor lived in the house to the right of the one Luo Wanning had rented. Luo Wanning was about to retort when the warm-hearted neighbor Yunshi stepped in. "He sure, what nonsense are you talking? We're neighbors now. Saying things like that is going too far." The other woman was unimpressed. "I'm disciplining my child not to eat strangers' food. If you accept it, that's your business. Don't blame me if you get poisoned." Luo Wanning opened the oil paper bag she had prepared for Heesher's family, which contained pastries from the most famous pastry shop in the county. She took a bite of the pastry in front of both families and said to Heesher, "If you don't appreciate my gift, that's fine, but you can't slander me like this." Both Heesher and Heesher recognized it as from Sue's pastry shop. They hadn't expected the new neighbor to be so generous, giving such an expensive welcome gift. The area they now lived in was considered one of the better parts of Lingzhou County. Their families also ran small businesses, but the candies and pastries from this shop were prohibitively expensive. They only bought some to treat themselves during the new year. Normally, they would never purchase such items. Heesher's son Shin Junin had tasted them before and wanted more. He clamored, "Mom, I want to eat Su Ji's pastries." Having just refused Luo Wanning's gift, she naturally wouldn't take it back now. Seeing her son's relentless fussing, she said irritably, "If you want to eat, I'll buy you some tomorrow." Shin Junin saw his mother's expression and dared not make a scene anymore. Heesher, noticing her son had calmed down, pulled him into their courtyard and slammed the door shut. The loud noise seemed to vent her displeasure. Heesher looked at Luo Wanning and her mother-in-law and said, "She's just like that. Hard to get along with anyone." The yard you're staying in now was previously rented to another family. But because Heesher was so unreasonable, they couldn't stand it and moved away. "Don't let it bother you, just pretend she doesn't exist." They nodded. Dinner time was approaching, so Heesher didn't linger. Luo Wanning and her mother-in-law returned to their rented courtyard to prepare the evening meal. Previously, Luo Wanning had prepared dinner herself, but now with Menglan around, she saved a lot of trouble. Menglan was 13 years old, but she was very quick and efficient. While Luo Wanning cooked, Menglan would learn by her side. Seeing her so earnest, Luo Wanning sometimes let her take charge of certain dishes. On this first day of moving in, Luo Wanning had prepared an abundant meal. The neighbors on both sides could smell the aroma of meat from their house. Shin Junin caught the scent of meat. "Mom, I want to eat meat too." Heesher's forehead veins bulged. "Are you asking for a beating?" Shin Junin's face was full of grievance. "I haven't had meat for almost a month. Can't you buy some?" Heesher looked at her son. She wanted to as well, but her husband only gave her 1 tael of silver per month. Everything in the county cost money, and she also wanted to save some as her own private savings, so she wouldn't have to ask her husband for money whenever she wanted to buy something. Because whenever she asked for money, her husband would scold her, "Didn't you have a dowry when you married me? Why don't you use your dowry to support the family instead of always asking me for money?" Every time she heard her husband say that, it hurt her deeply. At first she would cry and say, "When you started your business, you said you needed silver, and I gave you all my dowry as capital. You even said that once you earned money, you would pay me back. Now you haven't returned a single coin, and you scold me." Sob. Her husband, annoyed by her crying, would beat her. That one time was enough to terrify her, so apart from the grocery money he gave, she never asked him for another cent. Heesher's husband Shindalan came home and heard his son complaining about not having eaten meat for a month and demanding some. He felt sorry for his son and scolded, "Heesher, I've only been away for a month, and you treat Junin like this. What if he starves and loses weight?" Shin Junin saw his father return and knew his protector had arrived. He trotted over happily. "Dad, Junin missed you so much." Shindalan looked at his son's chubby little face. "Don't worry, with Dad home you can eat meat every day. Dad is the best. Children are sharper than anyone, they can tell who treats them well." Heesher, with Shindalan present, couldn't do anything to her son, but she shot Shin Junin a warning glare. If he dared to tattle to his father again, she would spank him black and blue. Shen Junin understood well, and afterward, he became much more obedient. Luo Wanning finished preparing the evening meal, and also carried a bowl of meat to the neighbor Yusher's house. Yusher felt a bit embarrassed to accept the bowl of meat. She had just given them pastries, and she didn't like to receive favors without merit. Luo Wanning read her thoughts. Sister-in-law, just take it. We cooked a lot, and it would go to waste if not eaten. Yusher had no choice but to accept, planning to reciprocate someday when she had something nice. They had finally found a place to stay, and tonight they were happy and relaxed, drinking freely. The four men drank wine while Luo Wanning and the others had the children bathe, as they would need to study for a while later. They would be staying here for about half a year, and it wouldn't be good for the children to stay home all the time. Luo Wanning said to Han Yunshi, "Let's send them all to the academy. We can teach them, but a teacher is better at it." Han Yunshi thought Luo Wanning was right. Since there was nothing else to do, they would take them to the county academy tomorrow to have a look. Han Xiling was currently disguised as a boy. She was clever and definitely capable of hiding her identity, so they would send her to the academy as well. Little did Luo Wanning know at that time, because she had been disguised as a boy since childhood, she would grow up liking to dress as a man, completely lacking in ladylike demeanor. He sure next door overheard that Luo Wanning's children were studying, so she hurriedly urged her own son, "You go and study too, for your mother's sake." Shen Junin, upon hearing about studying, scrunched up his little face and yelled, "I don't want to study." Shen Junin had completely forgotten that his father was returning today. The words were overheard by Shen Dalan, who immediately seized his ear and barked, "Shen Junin, get down on your knees before me." Seeing his father's anger, Shen Junin obediently knelt on the ground. Shen Dalan turned to Heesher and said, "Go fetch the whip. I'll make this wretched boy understand the consequences of refusing to study." Upon hearing this, Heesher worried that her husband would strike too harshly and couldn't bear to see their son suffer. But recalling how the brat had defied her all day, she decided it was better to let his father give him a proper beating. The courtyards were close enough that the sounds of the Shun family disciplining their child drifted over to Luo Wanning's side. When the children heard Shen Junin crying out in pain from across the way, a chill ran down their spines. Han Qifeng asked Luo Wanning, "Mother, if I don't want to study, would you hit me the same way as them?" Luo Wanning shook her head. "I wouldn't strike you. Whether or not you choose to study is your own matter. As long as when you grow up no one can call you an illiterate fool who can't read a single word." "What is an illiterate fool?" Han Qifeng asked, puzzled. "The way you're behaving right now makes you look exactly like someone who understands nothing. I won't force you to do things you dislike, but you must take responsibility for the choices you make. All I can tell you is that studying only brings benefits, never harm." The words Luo Wanning spoke were the same ones her grandfather had once said to her. She had indeed gone through a period of careless studying, and even after hearing her grandfather's words, she remained unmotivated. It wasn't until she encountered someone more capable than herself that Luo Wanning's competitive spirit was truly ignited. Only then did she begin to take her studies seriously. Naturally bright, she quickly surpassed her rival once she applied herself. As she grew older and encountered more opponents, she came to realize there were many who surpassed her and that she needed to strive even harder. Han Xie, who had read more extensively, understood the meaning behind Luo Wanning's words. "Little Feng, if you don't want to become illiterate, start studying right away." "I understand." Across the way, after beating his son thoroughly, Shen Dalan issued a stern warning. "You little rascal, if you don't study properly from now on, don't even think about eating meat again." Shen Junin didn't dare speak another word. Seeing her son beaten to such a state, he sure was heartbroken and rushed over to check on him, reproaching Shen Dalan. "You should have stopped after one strike. How could you beat him like this?" When he sure tried to touch him, Shen Junin pushed her hand away. Despite his young age, he was deeply hurt. They only focused on forcing him to study without ever asking whether he actually wanted to. Hearing Heesher's accusations, Shen Dalan grew angry as well. "You foolish woman, his refusal to study is certainly because you've spoiled him rotten. He was so bright as a child. Look at him now. It's all because you indulged him." The moment peace returned, the couple began arguing again. Luo Wanning could finally understand why the previous family had chosen to move away. Fortunately, someone stepped in to intervene. It was their neighbor. "You two fight every single day. If you aren't tired of it, I'm exhausted just listening to it. If you can't live together, why not divorce?" Hearing these words, Shun Dalan shot back defiantly, "What business is it of yours whether we argue or get a divorce? You're disturbing my daughter's sleep, so it absolutely concerns me. No wonder your wife has only borne 5 daughters. There's surely something lacking in your virtue, which is why your family has no male heir." Their quarrel drew in the entire neighborhood. Luo Wanning, who disliked such commotion, stayed put rather than go watch. Still, their argument subsided after only a short while. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Wanning instructed the children to return and rest. As for relocating, Luo Wanning decided to observe the situation for now. If this continued daily, she would genuinely consider moving. She certainly didn't want to hear her neighbors fighting every day. It was deeply distressing. Luo Wanning decided to enroll the children in an academy and asked Yushur, sister-in-law, which academy in Lingzhou County is the best. Lingzhou County has only one academy, but we've still produced quite a few top scholars from here. There's a first-rank official named Yu Mao in the capital. He hails from our area, and he donates funds to the academy each year. He's a grateful man. Luo Wanning had never heard of Yu Mao, but after hearing Yushur speak so highly of him, she resolved to take the children there to see for herself. Upon hearing they would attend the academy, each child wore a different expression. Han Xie wore a blank expression, appearing like a miniature adult. Han Qifeng favored archery and horsemanship, but had no taste for scholarly pursuits. These two brothers were remarkably different. One scholarly, the other martial, one restless, the other composed. Yet Luo Wanning hoped they would both excel in literature and martial arts. Han Qiling's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she too could now attend school alongside her brothers. Han Mayu accompanied them as well. He had wished to apply for a teaching position, but Luo Wanning advised him, "We're only staying here temporarily. By the time we reach the southern frontier city, it won't be too late for you to become a teacher." He had no choice but to accept her counsel. Luo Wanning inquired with the academy's director. Upon learning she only wished to enroll her 3 children for half a year, he declined without hesitation. Luo Wanning told the director, "If you allow my 3 children to study at your academy, I will donate 10,000 volumes of books." The director was a book lover, and upon hearing Luo Wanning's offer, he admitted to himself that his heart quickened with desire. After weighing the offer, he asked, "What kind of books do you wish to donate?" "Books you haven't seen before." For Luo Wanning this presented no difficulty. She could simply exchange for whatever was needed. After much deliberation, the director cleared his throat. I find your children quite promising. I agree to admit them." His implication was clear. "I'm not accepting them simply for the sake of these books." Luo Wanning had seen through his intentions long ago. "Thank you, director. I'll need a few days to prepare the books. Once everything is ready, I'll send someone to deliver them." To ensure the children could enroll, Luo Wanning signed a contract with the director. Within 3 days, if she failed to deliver the books, they would not be admitted. Luo Wanning signed the contract readily, and the 3 children were informed they could begin classes at the academy in 3 days, a prospect that filled them with excitement just thinking about it. Over the next 3 days, Luo Wanning had Little Fox select the 10,000 volumes for her. These were texts unknown to modern readers, so she relied entirely on Little Fox to prepare them. Once everything was ready, Little Fox spoke up. "Master, the books are prepared. Can't you give me some kind of reward? You want gold coins? I don't have any." Little Fox protested. "Master, you still have so many gold coins. Just bestow a few upon me." Were it not for the fact that it was merely a system, Luo Wanning might have thought it possessed human desires. Luo Wanning firmly declined. "This is what you're meant to do. How can you demand gold coins from me?" Little Fox was left completely speechless. Luo Wanning donated the books to the academy as promised, and the director verified that he had scarcely read most of them. "How did you gather such a vast collection in so short a time?" "That's none of your concern." Gazing at the mountain of books, the director summoned one of the academy's instructors and handed over Luo Wanning's 3 young charges. Though unfamiliar with this particular instructor, Luo Wanning resolved to entrust her children to his care. As children grow, parents must eventually let go. They cannot be shielded forever with excessive caution. All 3 children had never formally attended the academy in the capital, and today was their first day of classes. Luo Wanning still harbored some worries about them. As they were leaving the academy, she took the 3 children aside for a word. She told them, "If anyone bullies you, you must tell me immediately, and I will see justice is done for you. Han Qifeng asked Luo Wanning, "Mother, what should we do if we are not at fault, yet still get beaten up by the other party?" Luo Wanning replied to her son, "If the other side provokes the conflict, inform the teacher right away and let him handle it. But it depends on the situation. If after the teacher reprimands them, they still continue, you may fight back. After you defend yourself, remember to tell me, and I will handle it, understood?" Han Qifeng nodded and said, "Is this what they call courtesy before force?" "Exactly. Otherwise they'll think you're weak and take advantage of you. Remember this, all three of you. Do not bring shame to our family, understood?" The three children nodded in unison. "We understand." Having given her instructions, Luo Wanning did not stay at the academy any longer. After making arrangements, Luo Wanning used the dimensional gate to travel to the southern border city. She bypassed the city gates, materializing directly inside, then cast an invisibility spell and found a secluded spot to dispel it. When two nations wage war, it is always the common people who suffer most. They were still in an era of cold weapons where the devastation fell far short of what cannon shells could inflict. The enemy forces had not yet reached this location. In the days prior, fear had gripped the population. Those who could flee did so, while those trapped could only wait for death in the city with no mind for trade or commerce. With the truce between the two nations now in effect for some time, the city had gradually returned to its former prosperity. Merchants had begun to return and resume their trade, though commercial ties with the Mo Kingdom had yet to be formally established. Such matters concerned bilateral trade and could not be opened casually. They required approval from the higher authorities. Without such approval, there would be no commerce between the two nations. The climate here ran somewhat colder than in Lingzhou County. Luo Wanning's purpose in coming was to survey the local business opportunities and identify which industries might offer promising development. After wandering through the market for a while, she found that jade and agate remained the most popular goods. Once she inquired about the prices, a profitable venture came to mind, one that promised far greater returns than running a restaurant. She still needed to draft a detailed business plan before moving forward. After further exploration, Luo Wanning passed a tea house and decided to go in for a cup of tea and a brief rest. While sipping her tea, she overheard patrons discussing the marriage alliance between the Li Kingdom and the Mo Kingdom. The news had spread throughout the Li Kingdom well in advance, and this border city had been among the first to learn of it due to its proximity to Mo territory. What Luo Wanning heard most often from these literati was their criticism of the Li Kingdom's perceived weakness. When the late emperor ascended the throne, he had declared that the marriage alliance was merely a compromise born of necessity, and he refused to let his daughter become a casualty of political convenience. Throughout his reign, the three neighboring kingdoms dared not threaten the Li Kingdom. This was due to Han Yi, the commander defending the borders. He was Han Maching's grandfather and the first divine general of the Li Kingdom. I can't help but feel the Marquis of Jinbei's family was falsely accused. Perhaps the current emperor saw their merits as a threat to his authority, which led to their downfall. Luo Wanning admired the courage of the speaker. His friend cautioned him, "It's best that only I know of this. If others were to learn, watch your words carefully, lest trouble follow." Understanding his friend's concern, the man knew better than to continue and shifted the conversation to another topic. Luo Wanning noticed the hour was growing late and decided against lingering in the southern border city any longer. On her way back, she found the children being dismissed from school. These students were too young to board at the academy. Each day when classes ended, the gates were crowded with waiting parents. They had all come to collect their children. After waiting for some time, Luo Wanning finally picked up the three children. Upon seeing them, she asked, "How did your classes go at the academy today?" Han Qifeng was the first to respond. "I find the teacher quite intimidating. His stern demeanor frightens me. I think grandmother taught us better, at least she would never strike us with a wooden ruler." "Did you get hit with the ruler?" "I was perfectly behaved. I didn't receive any punishment." Han Xie said, "Mother, those who were struck were students who hadn't been paying attention during class. When the teacher questioned them, and they couldn't answer, they received punishment on their palms. I also find the teacher somewhat strict, but he teaches well. When I have questions I don't understand, he explains them patiently." Han Qifeng simply replied with two words, "Not bad." Having considered the children's perspectives on their instructor, Luo Wanning gained a preliminary understanding of the teacher. When they returned home, it should have been Luo Wanning who prepared the meal. Menglan had accompanied them, and her duties included caring for Han Yunshi and assisting with cooking by tending the fire. Since Luo Wanning was absent today, Menglan had prepared the meal. She also cooked the evening meal. Though the presentation lacked Luo Wanning's refinement, the aroma was inviting, showing clear dedication in her preparation. Going forward, Luo Wanning would frequently need to travel, so Menglan would handle the cooking whenever she was absent. Her time at home would be considerably reduced. She told Menglan, "After dinner I have something to discuss with you." Hearing this, Menglan grew anxious, uncertain about what her mistress intended to assign. Once dinner concluded, Luo Wanning directed the children to review their studies. She spoke with Menglan privately. Menglan stood before her mistress with her head bowed low. Luo Wanning observed this posture and sensed Menglan felt as though she had erred and awaited punishment. "Menglan, why do you keep your head down?" "I won't eat you," Luo Wanning said. Hearing this, Menglan dared to raise her eyes. "Mistress, what do you wish to instruct me to do?" "In the future, I will be quite occupied. You have watched me cook many dishes before, and the simpler meals pose no difficulty for you. Henceforth, I will leave the cooking in your hands. I will have Lao Si procure the ingredients each day. Your responsibility is simply to prepare the food." Upon hearing this, Menglan breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared her cooking was inadequate and that her mistress might sell her to someone else. Her spirits lifted, and she replied with visible delight, "Yes, mistress." Luo Wanning observed the open expression on Menglan's face. Such an innocent young girl, her thoughts laid bare for all to read. After finishing her instructions to Menglan, she spoke with Han Moyu about procurement matters and gave him a month's worth of expenses. With these matters settled, Luo Wanning had nothing else to arrange and returned to her room to draft the business plan. Tomorrow she would visit the border city again to inspect the raw stone market. She intended to enter the raw stone processing trade, carving the stones into the jewelry she desired, then selling these finished pieces in larger cities where the profit margins remained substantial. She spent the entire evening drafting the outline, though many specifics remained unrefined, details that would require first-hand market investigation to address properly. She planned to visit the capital to examine the jewelry market and explore several nearby large cities. Since they were still within the Li Kingdom, trading in other nations required shipping goods through the border city, otherwise the cargo would be classified as smuggled contraband. Ancient laws regarding contraband were severe. Conviction meant confiscation of property and execution. Yet many still risked it, reasoning that as long as they avoided detection, no harm would come to them. Luo Wanning was just beginning and had no intention of pursuing foreign markets at this stage. She wanted to establish her enterprise legitimately, which meant paying taxes was unavoidable. To her, the tax burden made little difference. Whether paid or not, the silver would ultimately end up in her possession anyway, for all state treasury wealth would eventually fall into her hands. In the following days, Luo Wanning visited the capital and some surrounding cities for a survey. After analyzing, she concluded that the capital offered greater opportunities. The market was vast, but so was the competition. To understand the local market, Luo Wanning inspected some jewelry shops and familiarized herself with the current trends and consumer demographics. The largest consumer group consisted of women from official families and wealthy households. There were also men who purchased jewelry to please their beloved. During her market research, she discovered another business opportunity. The rouge in ancient times often contained excessive lead powder, so the rouge she would sell was naturally different from theirs. She could combine jewelry and rouge sales. Luo Wanning did not consider partnering with others and planned to open her own shop. Her business plan was also taking shape. The next step was to find a suitable shop. Finding a shop had to be done gradually. After securing a shop, she would also need to find someone to help manage it. However, opening a shop required a supply source. Luo Wanning also needed to establish a workshop from which the goods would come. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conjure up merchandise out of thin air. She was fortunate and found a workshop for sale in the capital. The seller's workshop happened to be a jade processing facility, which perfectly matched her needs, so she negotiated the purchase with the person in charge. Uncle Zhang, the seller, had a son who found the processing business too tiring and refused to take over. Since his son had ventured into other businesses, they had to sell the workshop. Others had wanted to buy his workshop, but their offers were unsatisfactory, so he hadn't sold it. When Uncle Jiang heard that Luo wanted to buy his workshop, he said, "Young master, many people have wished to buy my workshop, but I haven't sold it to them. If you want to buy my workshop, you must agree to one condition. As long as you can accept that the workshop is yours. Please tell me." Uncle Jiang stated his request to Luo Wanning. "The workers in the workshop have been with me for many years. I hope you won't leave them without a job." In ancient times it was different. When someone bought a place, they rarely retained the previous staff. After taking over, they would hire new people, meaning the existing workers would lose their livelihood. Luo Wanning had thought his condition would be much more difficult to fulfill. After hearing it, she said to Uncle Jiang, "What I intend to produce are gold, silver, and jade ornaments. These workers have been with you for so long. They are experienced master craftsmen. I won't replace them. However, if they overstep, I will not show leniency. Whether they can stay depends on themselves." She was not a philanthropist as she could keep them, but without rules nothing can be accomplished. She had her own principles and standards. Uncle Jiang heard Luo Wanning's words and said, "That's only natural." Afterward they discussed, and finally Luo Wanning purchased the workshop for 4,360 taels of silver, including the jade and machinery. Uncle Jiang went with Luo Wanning to the capital's government office to transfer the title deeds. He settled the workers' wages and handed over the rest to Luo Wanning. Perhaps luck was unstoppable when it came. She encountered a rouge shop called Homely Rouge. The shop was nearly empty, with only a young woman and a man minding it. The rouge shop opposite was crowded with customers, just like the situation with the restaurant she had encountered in Qinghai County. Luo Wanning would not rashly approach and ask if the shop was for sale. Doing so would likely make her seem insane. She needed to learn about the shop's situation. A man came to buy rouge and entered Homely Rouge. However, a passerby saw him enter and kindly warned, "Young master, this rouge shop had some trouble recently. The young ladies who used their rouge all developed rashes on their faces. Don't buy from them or you'll spend a lot to treat the rashes." The man asked the young woman at Homely Rouge, "Is that true?" The woman, hearing his question, was speechless. Because what the passerby said was true. A batch of goods had indeed gone wrong some time ago, but the shop had stopped selling that specific rouge. Having finally a customer enter, she wanted to keep him. That batch had issues, but the quality of our other rouge is excellent. However, the customer only knew about the incident and was uneasy about the shop's other products. The customer did not stay and turned to go to the opposite shop. Shopkeeper Chin from the opposite shop saw the customer coming his way again. He went over and said to the owner of Homely Rouge, "Shopkeeper Lu, sorry for taking your customer again." Lu Silly looked at him with no goodwill, but rather hostility. She ignored him. Shopkeeper Chin persisted, "Shopkeeper Lu, your business is in such a state. Why not sell your rouge shop and workshop to me? Then you and your mother will have an easier time." Lu Silly gritted her teeth and glared at Shopkeeper Chin. "Dream on. Even if I sell to someone else, I won't sell to you." The man beside her urged, "Sister Lear, I think Shopkeeper Chin is right. Let's just sell the shop to him. Then you won't have to work so hard to keep it." Lu Silly heard her sworn brother say such words and trembled with anger. "Brother, how can you say that? I just think it's a good proposal. All this time you've been struggling to keep the shop going, but not only has there been no improvement, you've been losing money. Look at the clothes you're wearing now. When your father was alive, he would buy you new ones every time a new design came out. Now that he's gone, the clothes you, your mother, and Siki are wearing are all old ones with no new replacements, and the food is getting worse. Can you bear to let them suffer?" What he said was all true. This was the legacy her father left for the three of them, but she was powerless to keep it. Shopkeeper Chin saw her silent and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, I run the largest rouge shop in the capital. You can only sell to me. I won't treat you unfairly. I'll offer 3,000 taels for this shop and workshop. This price is out of consideration for our years as competitors, given your shop's reputation is so poor." Lu Silly didn't respond and returned to her own shop. Luo Wanning witnessed this entire scene. It reminded her of when she bought the restaurant from Shan Wanlo, except the goods were different. Luo Wanning walked into Homely Rouge. Lu Silly saw it was Luo Wanning and in a bad mood said, "Young master, if you want to buy rouge, you'd better go to the shop opposite." Luo Wanning cut straight to the point. "I'm not here to buy rouge, ooh, I want to buy your shop. I heard your conversation with the owner opposite. I'm willing to offer you more money to purchase your shop." Lu Silly looked at Luo Wanning. "How much can you offer, young master?" Because of what her sworn brother had just said, she did not want her mother and younger brother to suffer alongside her, so she decided to sell the shop. With the money from selling the shop, they could live a stable life without having to struggle on alongside her. It was truly too exhausting. She did not want to sell to Boss Chin, but he had a point. No one else in the capital could afford her family's shop and workshop besides him. Luo Wanning's offer to purchase felt like a lifeline she had been desperate to grasp. For your cosmetic shop, I can offer 2,500 taels and 3,000 taels for the workshop, 5,500 in total. The workers in your workshop can stay on, though I cannot guarantee they won't be replaced. If you find this price acceptable, we can finalize the contract tomorrow. Luo Wanning paid readily enough, for wealth was no concern of hers. After acquiring the gold mine and upgrading her space, she still had ample gold coins remaining, more than sufficient. Lu Silly had also worried about how to settle those workers if she sold the shop and workshop. Hearing Luo Wanning's assurance that she would retain them, Lu Silly replied, "I agree to sell to you." They exchanged introductions, discussed the terms, and drew up a contract. Luo Wanning paid the deposit, then told Lu Silly, "It's getting late. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to the government office to transfer the property deeds and land title, and then we can inspect the workshop." That evening after dinner with her family, Lu Silly announced the sale of the shop and workshop. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao asked in surprise, "You sold it to Boss Chin?" Before Luo Wanning entered the cosmetic shop, Lu Silly had asked him to deliver that month's wages to the workers. He hadn't been at the shop, so he was unaware of the matter. If she sold to Boss Chin, he would receive 30% of the shop's future profits. This was precisely why he had urged Lu Silly when Boss Chin arrived that day. Lu Silly was unaware of the arrangement between Lu Hao and Boss Chin. "I sold to Master Chun." To Lu Hao, Luo Wanning was undoubtedly an unexpected rival who had suddenly appeared on the scene. "How much did you sell it for?" Lu Silly didn't conceal the price from him. Upon learning the amount, Lu Hao didn't stay for dinner, but rushed out immediately. Lu Silly told her mother, "Mother, it's my fault for being inadequate. I couldn't keep the shop father left behind." Madame Lu had no objection to her daughter selling the shop and workshop. "If you can't maintain it, don't force yourself. Selling is quite fine." Seeing her mother didn't blame her, Lu Silly's tears continued to fall uncontrollably. Lu Siki watched his sister cry in silence, secretly resolving to ensure a better life for his mother and sister. When Boss Chin learned that Lu Silly had sold the cosmetics building and workshop to someone else, he showed no concern. He told Lu Hao, "If they continue the cosmetics business, I have ways to drive them out of operation. The cosmetics building will eventually be mine." Lu Hao saw his confident demeanor and felt less anxious. After Han Moching returned to the Mo Kingdom and prepared the wedding gifts, he was ordered to travel to the Li Kingdom capital. Fully aware the journey wouldn't be smooth, he didn't depart with the wedding party. Instead, he sent a substitute in his place and returned to the Li Kingdom beforehand. Luo Wanning's early departures and late returns had become routine for them. Her cousin Luo Chini remained equally occupied. Throughout the exile and southern journey, Luo Wanning had managed their daily sustenance and living arrangements. Since they would be staying temporarily in Lingzhou County for half a year, Luo Chini consulted with his family and found work as an accountant, planning to save enough money before considering other options. Madame Luo Chun and Madame Luo Wen, mother and daughter-in-law alike, both supported his decision. Luo Wanning didn't mind supporting their family for life. They had treated the original owner as their own daughter, so she would see to their old age. Her cousin wasn't bad either. At least he wouldn't give up just because she covered everything. Knowing that Han Yunshi was skilled in embroidery, Madame Luo Wen humbly sought her guidance. Han Yunshi taught earnestly when she saw Madame Wen's eagerness to learn. Occasionally, Madame Yu would visit to chat with them. Gradually, Madame Yu grew familiar with the group. Wherever women gather, gossip flows endlessly. The He couple next door had argued throughout the night when they first moved in, but had since settled down. Had they not planned to head south, Han Yunshi would have considered settling in Lingzhou County quite pleasant. Luo Wanning and Lu Silly had agreed to meet at the government office the next day to transfer the property deeds. She rose early, washed, and headed out. Han Yunshi noticed she was dressed in men's clothing and assumed she was out on business. She never interfered with what trade Luo Wanning pursued, trusting her niece would never break the law. Lu Silly hadn't slept all night. She retrieved all the property deeds and land certificates from home, kneeling before her father's memorial tablet for the entire night, blaming herself for failing to protect what he had left behind. At dawn, Luo Wanning arrived promptly at the Red Beauty Cosmetics shop. When Lu Hao saw her outside the building, he mistakenly assumed she was one of Lu Silly's suitors. Lu Silly was quite handsome, and Lu Hao had feelings for her. He had once wanted to marry her, but her father had forbidden their relationship. He suspected her father was simply guarding against him. If not, why prevent him from marrying Lu Silly and passing the Red Beauty Cosmetics shop to him? Lu Hao was about to approach Luo Wanning when Lu Silly emerged from the shop and approached Luo Wanning. Master Chen, I overslept and kept you waiting. Luo Wanning observed her condition. It didn't resemble someone who had simply slept in, but she chose not to mention it. I've only just arrived as well, Luo Wanning replied. You're exactly on time. Lu Silly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hao, standing nearby, asked, Sister Lear, who is this gentleman? Master Chen is the buyer I mentioned. I'll go with him first to transfer the property deeds. Brother Ahao, please pack our belongings ahead of time. Once I've shown Master Chen the workshop, we'll move out. With those words, Lu Silly accompanied Luo Wanning to the government office to handle the deed transfers. Luo Wanning's payment ensured swift processing, and by midday both the property and land deeds had been officially transferred. Luo Wanning planned to visit the workshop in the afternoon, so Lu Silly returned to the Red Beauty Cosmetics shop first. When Lu Hao saw her come back, he asked, Did you really sell it? She nodded and presented all the silver notes from the sale. Lu Silly settled her outstanding debts, and after deductions, roughly 3,000 taels remained. If she managed it wisely, she could secure a comfortable livelihood going forward. Her younger brother was still young, so, as the head of the household, she held on to the funds for now. Once he came of age, she would pass them to him. Lu Silly gave Lu Hao 500 taels, telling him, Brother Ahao, thank you for your help over these past 2 years. Here, use this to start a small business of your own. Lu Hao stared at the silver note before him. Sister Lear, are you trying to separate from me? Lu Silly nodded. Brother Ahao, you were taken in by our parents, and I have always treated you as my own elder brother. But just as a great tree sends forth its branches, we shall one day have to separate our households. I wanted to give you your share of the family silver while we still have it. Sister Lear, I do not wish to separate the household. Yet Lu Silly remained resolute, and with no other recourse, Lu Hao ultimately agreed. She had warned that should he refuse the separation, she would not hand over a single copper penny. In the end, at 500 taels of silver, Lu Hao relented. As he stepped out of the Homely Rouge shop, he turned to Lu Silly. Even if we separate the household, we remain family. Should you ever face hardship in the days ahead, you may always come to me. Lu Silly fell silent. In the afternoon, she escorted Luo Wanning to the workshop of the Lu family's Rouge shop. Since the shop had fallen on troubled times with no orders coming in, the workers there had little to occupy them. Ever since the old master passed away, this workshop has grown increasingly desolate. Tell me, why does the young mistress insist on propping up this Rouge shop? It would be far better to sell it to Boss Chin. I suppose it's not so bad that she doesn't sell. After all, there's little to do here, and we still receive our wages each month. What a comfortable arrangement this is. Ha ha ha, that's true indeed. I only hope she can keep it going. If she sells off the workshop, we'd lose that income altogether. Lu Silly rarely visited this place as she had to keep watch at the shop, it had always been Lu Hao who managed the workshop. The moment she entered, those words reached her ears. Their remarks carried a certain sharpness, as though they saw her as nothing more than a fool, still funding them despite having no business of her own. Lu Silly's expression darkened, though her face remained impassive, giving nothing away. Yet her heart was heavy. Quickly she steadied herself and walked forward. The workshop supervisor, upon seeing Lu Silly approach, paused in surprise. Proprietress, what brings you here today? The moment the others caught wind of her arrival, silence fell over the room. They must have overheard everything just said. Lu Silly spoke without expression. Manager Li, send word for every worker in the workshop to assemble. I have an important announcement to make. Manager Li hurriedly summoned the workshop staff. Of the 27 souls who worked here, only 7 stood before her at that moment. She asked Manager Li, where have the others gone? Manager Li replied, they have all taken leave for various reasons. Lu Silly pieced together the situation with what she had overheard. Previously, when she visited, not a single worker was missing, yet now so many were gone. She understood why at once. She had once wished to keep these people, but their hearts were already elsewhere. Lu Silly said, "What I am about to announce today is of great importance. Have them all come." Manager Lee noticed the anger flashing across Lu Silly's face. "I will fetch them at once." He had the remaining 6 workers help gather the others at the workshop. As the workers departed, the workshop fell quiet, leaving only Lu Silly and Luo Wanting. She looked at Luo Wanting. "Young Master Chen, forgive the spectacle. I had intended to ask you to keep them all, but seeing how they behaved, I take back that request. If you do not wish to retain them, I will say nothing." Luo Wanting understood her meaning well. Naturally, he had no intention of keeping these people. The troubles with the Rouge at Honglei shop indicated that among these workers was someone secretly working for Boss Qin, undermining operations. "I am aware." Luo Wanting waited in the workshop for roughly 2 hours. All the workers were eventually gathered. Several carried the sour stench of liquor. They had clearly drunk too much. Knowing Lu Silly needed them for something urgent, they sobered up quickly as they ran over. Seeing her grave expression, they understood serious matters lay ahead. Manager Lee reported, "Proprietress, everyone has assembled. What is it you wish to tell us?" Lu Silly looked across the 27 workers and said, "As of today, the Honglei Rouge shop is changing hands, and this workshop has been sold." The moment they heard this, their faces shifted. The news came too suddenly. They had received no prior warning that the Honglei Rouge shop would be sold. "Proprietress, if you sell the shop, what are we to do?" "Yes, proprietress, you cannot simply abandon us like this." Every question they raised concerned their own futures. Lu Silly hushed them and continued, "I called you here intending to tell you that even after I am no longer your proprietress, I would ensure you kept your positions. But your conduct today has disappointed me greatly. When there is no work, you take to absenteeism. My records show full attendance, yet you were clever enough to feign compliance while practicing deceit. I fought for your chance to stay, and you value it so little. Now that a new owner has come, I doubt he will retain you either." At first, hearing Lu Silly say she would protect their positions, they had been quite pleased. But with her following words, they knew those jobs were lost. They needed this work. So all eyes turned to Luo Wanting, and they pleaded, "New proprietor, we only absented ourselves because there was nothing to do. If you keep us, we swear we will never repeat this. New proprietor, we are all veterans. You will be selling Rouge in the future. Please keep us on." Luo Wanting remained unmoved by their pleas and said coldly, "You were capable of such behavior toward your previous proprietress. Who is to say you would not treat me the same way?" They understood the meaning behind Luo Wanting's words and ceased their begging. As the workers left the workshop, one spat on the ground. "Where they will not have me, I shall find another place. I do not care to remain here." In truth, none of them knew where else they could go once they left. After all the workers departed, Lu Silly's eyes grew slightly red, but in front of others, she held back her tears. This time, Luo Wanting did not ask Lu Silly to stay and help manage the Rouge shop, but instead intended to find another candidate. She was different from Shen Wanlu. The fact that Shen Wanlu had sustained his restaurant for so many years demonstrated his genuine ability. She was in no hurry about finding someone. The renovation of the shop and the remodeling of the workshop would still take several months, giving her time to gradually find a suitable candidate. Lu Silly handed the keys to the shop and workshop over to Luo Wanting. "Young Master Chen, it is rather late today. Our family will move out tomorrow. Have you found a place to live?" Lu Silly shook her head. "Not yet, but the shop has already been sold to you. Our family cannot continue to stay here. We should vacate as soon as possible. I will not be renovating the shop so soon. You may move whenever you have found a residence." Lu Silly considered that staying at an inn was not cheap and did not refuse Luo Wanting's offer. "Thank you, young master." Luo Wanting did not linger with Lu Silly and departed the workshop hurriedly. She needed to return quickly lest her mother-in-law worry about her safety. Luo Wanting had purchased the shops and workshops she desired in the capital, and now the focus shifted to preparing for the grand opening. Her efforts bore fruit. Over the course of 5 days, she had completed her refined business plan and design blueprints. Meanwhile, the children had begun attending the academy and were gradually adjusting to their new routine. The academy operated on a 6-day schedule with 1 day of rest. Luo Wanting had originally hoped to visit the capital once her plans and designs were finalized. However, in recent days, she had been consumed by her own affairs, leaving her with hardly any time to spend with her children. Thus, she adjusted her plans. With the children's day off approaching, she decided to spend the day with them. Upon hearing that their mother would take them out, the children were overjoyed. After breakfast, as they were preparing to step outside, the sound of Madame He's weeping drifted over from next door. Her cries were so loud that the neighbors were immediately roused. Each time she cried out, the neighbors would come out to investigate. Before long, quite a crowd had gathered outside their courtyard. Luo Wanning asked the children to wait at home, and she joined Han Yunshi and the others as they stepped out into the yard. Seeing Madame Yu also present, Han Yunshi asked, "What has happened?" Madame Yu shared what she knew with Han Yunshi. Shindalan has been unfaithful behind his wife's back. The other woman is now pregnant and has come to their door with a swollen belly. Shindalan demanded to take a concubine, but he sure refused, and so she burst into tears. Madame He noticed that most of the neighbors had gathered, and choking back sobs, she addressed the crowd. "Neighbors, I have been married to Shindalan for 8 years. When we wed, he was a penniless poor boy. It was my dowry that helped him build his small business. When he borrowed my dowry, he promised me that I would be his only wife, and that he would never take another woman into this home. I never expected him to make such fine promises, and then secretly keep another woman on the side. Today he told me he intends to take her as a concubine. If I refuse, he threatens to cast me out. Tell me, neighbors, could his behavior be any more outrageous?" The neighbors fell into heated discussion upon hearing her words. The women immediately sided with Madame He. Shindalan's actions are completely unjustified. He promised he would never take a concubine, yet he has gone back on his word. This is beyond intolerable. A man who cannot keep his promises deserves to be struck down by heaven's lightning. Madame He saw that most people stood on her side. She cast a glance at the woman standing behind Shindalan. As long as that woman remained, she would never accept a concubine status. Yet some men spoke up in Shindalan's defense. Since ancient times, it has been customary for men to take multiple wives and concubines. Now that Shindalan has accumulated wealth, I see nothing wrong with him taking a concubine. That's exactly what I think. If I were as wealthy as Shindalan, I'd want to take a concubine too. Hardly had the man finished speaking when his own wife seized his ear, shouting in pain. His wife, furious, reprimanded him. "Have you lost your mind? Don't you dare dream of taking a concubine. Forget not that you became our family's matrilocal son-in-law." "Ow! Wife, please be gentle. I was only joking, don't take it seriously." His wife gave a cold snort and dragged him away, refusing to linger any longer to witness Shindalan and Heeshure's drama. Shindalan watched Heeshure causing such a commotion, his face flushing red with anger. "Heeshure, when exactly did I promise you that I would never take a concubine?" Seeing Shindalan refuse to acknowledge his earlier words, Heeshure turned to her son. "Junin, go to my room and fetch the jewelry box." Although young Shinjun understood something of what was happening, he followed his mother's instructions with the jewelry box. Once the box was brought out, Madame He withdrew a piece of paper from within and announced to the crowd, "This is the guarantee he wrote when he borrowed my dowry. Let me read it to you all." Upon seeing that Madame He still possessed the guarantee, Shindalan's face darkened with shock. "But didn't you burn this very document in front of me?" "I had intended to burn it, but my mother told me that a man's promises are worthless and advised me to keep it." Luo Wanning thought Madame He was far from foolish. She knew the value of preserving evidence. After such a public spectacle, even if the couple managed to remain together, their relationship would never be the same. Ignoring Shindalan, Madame He proceeded to read the contents of the guarantee aloud. "I, Shindalan, hereby borrow 1,000 taels of dowry from He Yuding to conduct business. Once the enterprise flourishes, I shall repay her double. I further pledge that should I rise to prosperity, I will devote myself entirely to her and never under any circumstance take another wife or concubine. Should I betray this vow, I shall forfeit every penny and hand over all family property to her." With words written in black and white, Shindalan had no grounds to deny it. The onlooking neighbors began to lambaste him without restraint. Shindalan's gaze grew razor-sharp as he stared at Madame He as if silently threatening her. After years of living together, Madame He knew that look. It was the look of a man preparing to strike. Though she feared his violence, she had already resolved that today would mark the end of their marriage. Yet before the divorce, she intended to secure everything that rightfully belonged to her and her son. She would not let those scoundrels gain an advantage. The woman standing behind Shandalin heard Madam. He read the guarantee aloud. Realizing that if she continued clinging to Shandalin, she would end up with nothing, she began to weep bitterly. "My lord Shan," she sobbed, looking at him through tear-filled eyes. "When we first grew close, you told me you were not married. Now that I carry your child, you say you are already wed and can only give me the status of a concubine. For the sake of my unborn child, I agreed to your terms. But you have delayed granting me any formal recognition, so I came to your door to demand an explanation. Since my so-called sister-in-law refuses to let me enter this house, I suppose I should have the child aborted and never trouble your family again." Hearing that she intended to abort the child, Shandalin hastily spoke. "The child carries my bloodline and must be born. I am the head of this household. If she refuses to accept her, I shall simply cast her out." Madam He's heart turned to cold ash. A bitter smile crossed her lips. "Shandalin, the one at fault is you. Today I give you two choices. If you choose her, then our marriage is over between us. If you choose me, I can pretend this never happened, and we shall continue our life together as before." Despite all that had transpired, Madam, he still harbored a sliver of hope to salvage their years of companionship. Shandalin glanced between the woman beside him and Madam He. He hesitated. Seeing his indecision, Madam, he declared, "Shandalin, let us divorce. As for the division of property, it shall follow the terms of your own guarantee. All the wealth you have accumulated belongs to me." Hearing this, Shandalin panicked. "These possessions are the product of my hard labor. Why should they all go to you? You have no choice. The guarantee is in my possession, and if you refuse to honor it, I will take my case to the magistrates." Shandalin suddenly lunged forward, attempting to snatch the guarantee from her hands. If he could destroy the guarantee, everything in the household would remain his. Luo Wanting detested Madam He, but she despised men like Shandalin, those who played both sides, even more. As no one was watching, she picked up a small stone and hurled it at Shandalin's knee, sending him tumbling to the ground in an undignified heap. Realizing he intended to seize the guarantee from her, Madam, he swiftly placed it inside the jewelry box and, pulling her son along, retreated hurriedly into their courtyard. After entering the courtyard, he spoke to Shandalin standing outside the gate, saying, "Tomorrow I will submit the guarantee letter to the authorities and petition for a divorce. If anything happens to me, you will be considered a murderer." Shandalin clutched his bruised knee, fully aware that he sure meant business this time. Seeing her retreat into her home, the onlookers lost interest and dispersed. His mistress helped him to his feet. Recalling that he sure would file for divorce at the Yamen the following day, he knew he had to remove some of the shop's assets, or he would be left with nothing. With that in mind, he decided against continuing the confrontation with Hishur. With the drama behind them, Luo Wanting set out with the children to visit the bookstore. They arrived at the bookstore somewhat late. The shop was already bustling with customers eager to purchase books. Han Xieyer informed the shopkeeper of the titles their tutor had assigned them to buy. An order of 9 books was a considerable transaction for the shopkeeper. However, 3 of the requested titles were among the day's hottest sellers, required by every student at the academy. This shipment contained only 600 copies, and all 3 of those popular titles had just 1 remaining each. The shopkeeper said with an apologetic expression, "These books are currently out of stock. I have already arranged for students at the academy to hand copy them. A new batch will arrive in 3 days, but the quantity will be limited." Hearing that the books were all hand-copied, Luo Wanting realized that movable type printing had not yet been invented in this era. Upon hearing there was insufficient stock, Han Xie said, "It doesn't matter. Even 1 copy will do. We will take it home and copy the rest ourselves." The shopkeeper wrapped the books carefully, and they also purchased brushes, ink, rice paper, and inkstones. The total came to 35 taels of silver, which explained why in ancient times education remained a luxury not all could afford. Fortunately, Luo Wanting possessed the means to support her children's education without hardship. Her visit to the bookstore confirmed that business opportunities were everywhere. However, she had no intention of introducing movable type printing, as doing so would cut off the livelihood of those who depended on hand-copying books. Having purchased what they needed, they left the bookstore around noon. Their rented courtyard was quite a distance away, so they decided to eat lunch out rather than return home. The children accustomed to homemade meals were thrilled at the prospect of dining out. They dashed along the way to the restaurant Luo Wanning had mentioned. Watching the children, she could not help but agree that home-cooked food simply could not compete with the appeal of eating out. Han Maching and his trusted attendant had arrived in Lingzhou County that day. Based on their pace, they would reach the capital in approximately 20 days. He planned to finish lunch rest briefly and then continue their journey. Han Qiling ran too quickly and accidentally bumped into Han Maching's arms. Han Maching had altered his appearance, and so had the three siblings. Knowing that bumping into someone was improper, Han Qiling looked at Han Maching and hurriedly apologized. "Uncle, I am sorry. I was not watching where I was going and bumped into you." Han Maching looked at Han Qiling and paused. The child appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, and his heart softened. If his own 3 children were still alive, they would be roughly the same age as the child in front of him. At this moment, he had no idea that the one who had bumped into him was actually his own offspring. Han Maching squatted down and asked gently, "It is all right. Were you hurt when you bumped into me?" Han Qiling found this uncle remarkably warm and kind. She shook her head and said no. Luo Wanning stepped forward and apologized to Han Maching. "I am sorry. I failed to keep a firm hold on the child." Then she turned to Han Qiling and asked, "Did you apologize to the uncle?" "I did. The uncle is not angry." Han Maching then noticed the 2 other children beside Luo Wanning. They appeared to be the same age and were clearly triplets, while his own 3 children had not been so fortunate. His attendants observed Han Maching gazing at the 3 children and understood what was on his mind. With his 3 young masters gone, seeing other people's children must have reminded him of his own. Han Maching took a deep breath and entered the restaurant with his trusted attendant for lunch. Luo Wanning and the children followed them inside. They took seats near Han Maching's table. The 3 children ate quietly. Among them, Han Xie bore the strongest resemblance to Han Maching. Even his mannerisms while eating were strikingly similar. Han Maching's attendant noticed this during the meal. If he had not known that his 3 young masters had passed away, he would have sworn the child across from them was one of them. Both tables finished their meals around the same time. Since Han Maching still needed to continue his journey, he settled the bill first. Perhaps because Luo Wanning was traveling alone with 3 children, he paid for all 4 of them before hastily departing with his attendant. When Luo Wanning went to pay, the waiter informed her, "Madam, the guests at the adjacent table have already settled your bill." Not wanting to owe anyone, she quickly led her 3 children outside to catch up with them. As Han Maching and his party were mounting their horses, they heard Luo Wanning's voice calling out, "Gentlemen, please wait." Unsure what she wanted, Han Maching found himself stopping without conscious thought. "Is there something you need, madam?" Luo Wanning returned the money Han Maching had just paid for their meal. "Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but we cannot accept such generosity without having earned it." Han Maching frowned as Luo Wanning insisted on returning the silver. Regardless of whether he accepted it, she pressed the money into his hand and led her 3 children back home. Han Maching watched the mother and her 3 children disappear into the distance, then glanced down at the silver in his palm. This woman was quite remarkable. Turning to his attendant beside him, he said, "Yellen, let us depart." Upon returning home, the children began copying the books. Their tutor had warned that failing to bring the text the next day would result in punishment. However, the material was overwhelming, and after copying halfway through, Han Qiling refused to continue. Setting her brush aside, she turned to Luo Wanning and asked, "Mother, may I skip the academy tomorrow?" Luo Wanning smiled gently. "Why is that?" "If we do not bring the books to the academy tomorrow, we will surely be made to stand as punishment." Only then did Luo Wanning understand why the children had started copying immediately upon returning home. She said, "Go back to bed. Leave the matter of the books to me." Whatever she promised her children, she always delivered on. After the children had gone to sleep, Luo Wanning retrieved identical books directly from her spatial dimension. Early the next morning, as the children headed to the academy, she handed them the books. The 3 children examined the books. Han Xie asked, "Mother, did you copy all of these books last night?" "No. I hired someone to copy them yesterday afternoon at a considerable cost. They delivered the completed books while you were still asleep." Upon hearing this, Han Qiling exclaimed, "Mother, why did you not tell us sooner? We spent the entire afternoon copying." Luo Wanning gently pinched her daughter's cheek. "I thought it would be beneficial for you to copy the books. It helps practice your calligraphy and memorize the content. Han Shilling thought to herself, too bad I was so focused on copying that I barely remembered anything. He sure had quarreled with her husband in front of the neighbors yesterday, and early the next morning a group of people arrived at her home. These were her natal family members. After she left with her son following Shun Dalin's departure with that woman, she had returned to her parents' home. They had come to assist He Sure. Luo Wanning and the children witnessed this as they were leaving. They were heading to the county office to handle the divorce proceedings between He Sure and her husband. He Sure's elder brother said to her, "Second sister with us brothers here, we won't let Shindalin take advantage of you." With her brother's reassurance, He Sure felt emboldened. This is what the elders always said: a woman with brothers at home will not be bullied by her husband's family after marriage, because they serve as her support, and when trouble arises they will truly stand up for her. However, not all siblings are like that. Luo Wanning was indifferent to their affairs. The situation had already escalated to such a point yesterday that the outcome was sealed. If they failed to obtain a divorce, it would only mean they wished to torment each other. Luo Wanning escorted the children to the academy and then headed to the capital. When she left the capital last time, she had posted a recruitment notice at the Honly Rouge shop. Today she needed to go there to see if there were any suitable candidates. The Honly Rouge shop had been sold, and Lu Silly had also removed the shop sign. She had found a courtyard and moved her family out of there. Lu Silly knew about the recruitment for the Rouge shop, but she felt that if she had the ability, Master Chun would have already asked her to stay. However, he did not, so she knew she had no chance and did not plan to apply. Today the Honly Rouge shop opened. Those who saw the sign outside came to apply for the positions. Luo Wanning set up a table and let them come in for interviews. She had written that the positions were open to both men and women, so the applicants included both genders. Before the interviews began, Luo Wanning said to the applicants, "Today, I will recruit 50 people. Some will work in the workshop making rouge, and others will be responsible for managing the shop. As long as you meet my requirements, you can stay. In addition to 5 taels of silver per month, there will be a bonus of 2 taels for the outstanding employee of the month. At the end of the year, there will be additional benefits." She had already written these details on the sign, but she still went over them with the applicants. 5 taels of silver was considered a high salary in the capital. The average monthly wage was 2 to 3 taels. The cost of living in the capital was much higher than elsewhere, so expenses were also substantial. Luo Wanning had the applicants record their names on a list. Since it was impossible to interview everyone in one day, she said to the applicants, "I have prepared a form over there. Please fill it out according to the instructions." As soon as she finished, someone asked, "What if we are illiterate?" Luo Wanning improvised, "Is there anyone here who can write? Please help me record the information, and I will pay you 300 won per day." A thin man in a gray patched garment spoke up, "I can write." Luo Wanning glanced at him and asked, "What is your name?" The man bowed and replied, "In reply to the young master, my name is Jiang Jinzhou, courtesy name Mingqing. I am a native of the capital." From his manner of speech, Luo Wanning knew he was a scholar. However, his attire was rather shabby. "The recording task is yours. After you finish, you may also come for an interview." "Very well." Jiang Jinzhou sat down and helped the applicants fill in their names. After each one was completed, Luo Wanning called the person aside for an interview. The first applicant was a 30-year-old man. Luo Wanning's first question was, "Are you familiar with jade?" The man shook his head. "I'm just a rough fellow, I know nothing about it." Luo Wanning then asked a few more questions, but he was completely clueless. Luo Wanning said directly, "I'm sorry you did not pass." After that, she interviewed several more people asking similar questions. To avoid wasting everyone's time while they were queuing to fill out the form, she announced, "I forgot to mention earlier that I am looking for people who understand jade and rouge. If any of you are knowledgeable about either of these, you may continue to register. If you know nothing about either, I suggest you do not register, as it will only delay your search for other opportunities." As soon as she said this, a third of the queue dispersed, leaving 2/3 still waiting. Jiang Jinzhou also meticulously recorded all of Luo Wanning's requirements. Before his family fell into decline, Jiang Jinzhou's household had been in the jade business, and his sister was also knowledgeable about rouge. While helping to fill out the forms, he began to formulate his own ideas. After Luo Wanning specified the type of candidates she wanted, the interviewees all had some knowledge of jade and rouge. She screened a portion of them looking for someone who understood both, who would then be responsible for managing the shop and the workshop. So far she had not found a suitable candidate for that position, but she had selected a few who were knowledgeable about rouge and would be assigned to the workshop to make rouge. She did not announce the results immediately. After the interviews, she told the applicants, "I will publish the results in 3 days. You can check the notice posted outside to see if you have been selected." Not receiving a definite answer made some of them anxious, but this was the procedure, so they could only wait for the results. When there is work to do, time seems to fly. At noon, Luo Wanning paused the interviews and told them to come back in the afternoon. After registering, they all left. When Jiang Jinzhou handed over the forms, he said, "Master Chen, I understand Jade, and I am very eager to work for you." Hearing that Jiang Jinzhou knew Jade, Luo Wanning said, "Since you were helping me record the registrations today, I will conduct your interview now." Jiang Jinzhou nodded. Luo Wanning asked him to identify different types of jade. She placed the jade pieces on the table and said, "Please estimate the value of these jade pieces roughly." Jiang Jinzhou carefully examined the jade on the table. After a moment, he gave Luo Wanning his estimates. The first piece is imperial green jade, but it has a crack. Without the crack, it would fetch a high price. He estimated the value of all 6 jade pieces before him. Luo Wanning was not particularly knowledgeable about jade, but she had her space system and Little Fox could tell her the exact prices. Jiang Jinzhou's estimates were close to what Little Fox had told her. Only someone extremely familiar with jade could make such accurate judgments. He was a person with profound knowledge of jade. Among the candidates Luo Wanning had interviewed today, he was the most comprehensive in his understanding. She felt somewhat reassured. If no one more capable than him appeared within 3 days, she would hire him as the manager of the new shop. Luo Wanning said to Jiang Jinzhou, "You are hired. After I finish interviewing the others and announce the list, we will sign a contract." Her words gave him a sense of certainty. Thinking of his sister, Jiang Jinzhou said, "Master Chen, my sister is interested in rouge. I will have her come for an interview as well." Luo Wanning did not refuse. Very well. In the afternoon, Jiang Jinzhou brought his younger sister, Jiang Jinlan, over. Luo Wanning conducted the interviews according to the order on the list. During the afternoon session, she identified several promising candidates and noted down their names. Jiang Jinlan was scheduled later in the interview order. He worried that his sister might be nervous, so he let her take a moment to compose herself before entering the interview. When it was Jiang Jinlan's turn, she was well prepared. Luo Wanning thought that since Jiang Jinzhou was so knowledgeable about jade, his sister probably had a good understanding of rouge as well. During Jiang Jinlan's interview, Luo Wanning raised the difficulty level. If she answered correctly, Luo Wanning would hire her as well. Jiang Jinlan remained composed and responded calmly to Luo Wanning's questions. She analyzed the rouge samples Luo Wanning had presented, pointing out both their strengths and weaknesses. Luo Wanning was quite satisfied with Jiang Jinlan's performance. She stood up and said to Jiang Jinlan, "You have passed my assessment. Come with your brother to sign the contract when the time comes." Hearing the result, Jiang Jinlan let out a long sigh of relief. During the assessment, Jiang Jinlan had been sweating nervously. Fortunately, she succeeded. Over the following 2 days, Luo Wanning continued interviewing candidates. After 3 days of selection, she finally chose 30 people. Among them, Jiang Jinzhou and his sister were the most outstanding. Luo Wanning planned to entrust the management of the shop to the siblings. One would be in charge of jade, the other of rouge. Since the shop would later open branches, Luo Wanning brought them in. When the Jiang siblings heard that Luo Wanning wanted to see them separately, their hearts raced with anxiety, wondering what she had to say. Seeing their nervous demeanor, Luo Wanning smiled. She was straightforward and disliked beating around the bush. She came straight to the point. "You two are among the most outstanding candidates I've selected. I called you here because I have something important to discuss. This is a new shop, and aside from this one, I have other businesses to manage. You both have excellent abilities, and I would like you to help me run this new establishment. Employment is a two-way choice. You may accept or decline." Their family, the Jiangs, had fallen on hard times, and this was a golden opportunity for them. Jiang Jinzhou had once considered pursuing scholarly honors, but he had failed the spring examinations twice. With so many talented individuals, both attempts ended in disappointment. He had already given up on the imperial examination path, otherwise he wouldn't have come here to apply. The siblings immediately gave Luo Wanning their reply. We are willing. Seeing their agreement, Luo Wanning informed them of the compensation. Their salary was slightly lower than Shun Wanlu's mainly because they were young and lacked experience. However, their pay was not low compared to the standards in Jingdu. Luo Wanning signed them to a lifelong contract akin to an iron rice bowl. As a businesswoman, she would never make a loss. All the terms were clearly written in the contract. After reading through the contract, Luo Wanning provided the siblings sign their names without hesitation. After they signed, Luo Wanning said to them, "One of you excels at Rouge, the other at Jade. I hope you can help each other master the other skill. Once the business thrives, I will open new shops, and by then you will be able to stand on your own." The siblings nodded. "Rest assured, boss, we will study hard." Afterward, Luo Wanning handed them the business plan she had written. "Follow the plan I've laid out. The source of raw jade for the workshop has been arranged. 3 months from now, a shipment of rough stones will arrive in the capital. You two will be responsible for receiving them. For the Rouge shop, I have my own formulas. Just follow the recipes I provide. But when the products are finished, you must personally inspect them. I don't want any quality issues with these Rouge products." Luo Wanning explained all the points that needed attention. After giving instructions, she provided them with a startup fund. The jade business required more capital than a restaurant, so Luo Wanning gave them 30,000 taels of silver. Jiang Jinzhou accepted the banknotes. "Rest assured, boss, we will proceed according to your plan." Having finished her instructions, Luo Wanning, as before, planned to check on the progress when the shop was about to open. After this busy period, a month had passed since the opening of Shilla Restaurant. Apart from appearing on the opening day, Luo Wanning hadn't visited to check on the situation. Although she had said she would visit the restaurant once every 3 months, it had only been a month since the opening, and as the owner, she still needed to show concern for the business's operations. In the afternoon, Luo Wanning went to Yuha County. Shen Wanlu was surprised to see her. Luo Wanning explained, "I've been negotiating business in Hualien County recently, and since it's nearby, I came to check on things. Please tell me the recent business performance." Shen Wanlu reported the recent operations. In the month since Shilla Restaurant opened, thanks to affordable dishes and signature items, the customers from Jude Lu were quickly snatched away. Manager Su also tried to win back customers, launching a 199 breakfast set similar to Shilla Restaurants. When it was first introduced, it attracted quite a few people, and business gradually picked up. Luo Wanning had anticipated such a situation when writing the business plan. Shilla Restaurant kept introducing new menu items and even offered free fruit. Manager Su copied them, even significantly lowering the prices of their previous dishes. Shen Wanlu knew that Manager Su wanted to start a price war. Shilla Restaurant maintained its original prices. Manager Su thought that lowering prices would attract more customers. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Once the prices dropped, customers actually stopped dining at Jude Lu. This left Manager Su deeply frustrated. He secretly sent someone to ask customers why they weren't coming despite the price reduction. The customers replied, "Jude Lu's dishes have always been expensive. Now that the prices have dropped, we're afraid to eat there." After all, from the beginning, Jude Lu claimed that their ingredients were costly, which justified the high prices. A sudden price cut raises doubts about whether the quality of the dishes has been compromised. "We're afraid they might cut corners, so we'd rather eat at Shilla Restaurant." Jude Lu suffered continuous losses for a month, and Manager Su was extremely worried. When the owner comes down for an inspection in 2 months and sees what he has done to Jude Lu, his job would surely be in jeopardy. This made him irritable and short-tempered. The staff at the restaurant dared not provoke him, fearing they would be fined. After learning about the situation at Shilla Restaurant, Luo Wanning found it slightly better than she had expected. She had previously given Shen Wanlu some recipes, but without new dishes, customers would eventually grow tired. On her way back, she provided Shen Wanlu with 30 recipes for home-style dishes, instructing, "Introduce a new dish every 3 months." Noticing the weather turning cold, Luo Wanning thought of hot pot. She planned to prepare it for everyone when she returned. After all, the season pairs perfectly with hot pot, leaving one warm and cozy after eating. Luo Wanning returned to her residence, and the children had also come back from the academy. She noticed several scratches on Han Qiling's face. "Who made those marks on your face?" "Today, during calligraphy practice, my classmate Song Changzhou accidentally splattered ink on my finished copybook, forcing me to rewrite it all. I asked him to apologize, but he refused. Furious, I splattered ink on his copybook as well. He demanded an apology, but I refused too, and we ended up fighting. He scratched my face, but I didn't lose out. I bit him. Luo Wanning listened, and then asked, how was this matter handled? The teacher made us apologize to each other and punished us by standing for a whole class period. Han Xiling, recalling the punishment, grew particularly resentful towards Song Qingzhou. This was merely a minor scuffle among children, so Luo Wanning let it go. She had initially planned to make hot pot, but Menglan had already prepared dinner, so she had to postpone the hot pot to the next day. During the evening meal, Luo Wensher looked at the dishes Menglan had prepared and began to feel nauseous. Luo Qinsher, seeing her like this, couldn't help but worry. Thinking of Luo Wanning's medical skills, she said, "She'll later take a look at Linner." After dinner, Luo Wanning sent the children to bathe and went to her cousin-in-law's room to examine her. Luo Zhini was worried about his wife's condition, so he waited nearby while Luo Wanning examined her. Luo Wanning had some private questions to ask her cousin-in-law alone, so she said to Luo Zhini, "Cousin, I prefer not to have anyone nearby during an examination. It affects my judgment." Hearing this, Luo Zhini left the room. Luo Wanning asked, "Sister-in-law, when was your last menstruation?" Wensher blushed upon hearing the question. If Luo Zhini had been present, she would have found it hard to tell Luo Wanning. "It came on the 12th of last month, and I'm due again in 5 days." She answered Luo Wanning's question honestly, but she had been feeling drowsy lately, unable to sleep enough no matter how much she rested. Luo Wensher also reported this to Luo Wanning. After asking a few more questions, Luo Wanning knew that under normal circumstances pregnancy could be confirmed if menstruation was delayed by more than 7 days. With her period still 5 days away, Luo Wanning couldn't determine whether she was pregnant or simply suffering from gastrointestinal discomfort. To confirm pregnancy, a blood test or test strip could be used. However, in early pregnancy, a test strip might not detect it. Confirmation required a blood test. Luo Wanning shared her guess with Wensher, "Sister-in-law, I believe you might be pregnant." Wensher responded, "That can't be. When I was pregnant with my daughter, my period stopped for over 10 days before I realized it. Now my period hasn't even stopped yet. It's probably just an upset stomach." That's not necessarily true. Some women are more sensitive and react early. If you want to know for sure, I have a method. Saying this, she took a test strip from her pouch and said to Luo Wensher, "Sister-in-law, this paper is coated with a special medicine. Follow my instructions." She explained how to use the test strip and then left the room. When Luo Zhini saw her come out, he asked anxiously, "Ningning, how is Linner?" "She's fine, just needs to rest." Luo Zhini sighed in relief. The next morning, Luo Wensher followed Luo Wanning's instructions and tested her urine with the test strip. Luo Wanning also got up. Luo Wensher looked at the test strip result. At first glance, there was only one line, so she thought it was just an upset stomach. She looked again and noticed a faint second line, thinking she might have misread it. She checked once more and confirmed that there were indeed 2 lines. Luo Wensher found Luo Wanning in the courtyard and showed her the strip. "Ningning, look. Are there 2 lines?" Luo Wanning examined it carefully. "Congratulations, you're pregnant." Upon hearing that she was pregnant, Luo Wensher wanted to tell Luo Zhini immediately, but the pregnancy wasn't yet stable. She said to Luo Wanning, "Let's not tell them for now. Wait until the baby is more settled." Luo Wanning understood her concerns. The elders had a saying, it's best not to announce a pregnancy widely before 3 months. This was because the pregnancy was still unstable and there was a risk of miscarriage. Luo Wanning agreed to keep it secret for the time being. But after learning she was pregnant, Luo Wensher's morning sickness worsened. Initially just mild nausea, she soon began vomiting everything she ate, even bile. Seeing her like this, Luo Zhini asked Luo Wanning, "Didn't you say she was fine? Why is she vomiting so badly?" Luo Wanning knew she couldn't hide it any longer. "She's pregnant." Luo Zhini was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy spread across his face. Soon everyone knew about Luo Wensher's pregnancy. Luo Qinsher, seeing her daughter-in-law vomiting, so severely worried about the baby and prepared chicken soup for her. The vomiting was so intense that Luo Wanning feared electrolyte imbalance and performed a checkup. Fortunately, her condition wasn't severe enough to require 4 fluids. Generally, morning sickness subsides after the 3rd month. Luo Wensher's pregnancy also meant their plans had to change. Luo Wanning found an excuse to send Menglan away and gathered everyone to discuss the journey south. As fugitives, they couldn't split up. Knowing her pregnancy would delay the trip, Luo Wunsher said, "This child came at the wrong time. Perhaps I should not keep it." Luo Chunsher objected immediately. Luo Wanning never considered letting Luo Wunsher give up the child. She said to everyone, "I've calculated. Including the time to wait for documents and travel, it will take about 2.5 months. Sister-in-law's baby will be stable after 3 months, and then she can travel with us. It won't delay us much. Originally, we planned to depart around April, but we can move it up to March. That way she'll be due around the time we reach the border city." Everyone agreed that Luo Wanning's plan was reasonable and consented to departing a month earlier. With that settled, they dropped the topic. Luo Wunsher rested to nourish the pregnancy. But perhaps fate had other plans. The very next day after they agreed to depart in March for the southern border, disaster struck. Luo Wunsher had merely carried a bucket of water when she felt a dull pain in her abdomen. Initially thinking nothing of it, she went back to her room to sleep. But by afternoon she noticed blood staining the bedsheet. Panicking, she immediately sought Luo Wanning to examine her. After hearing her story, Luo Wanning shook her head. "Sister-in-law, you had just conceived. You shouldn't have lifted anything heavy. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." When Luo Wunsher realized she was losing the baby, she was devastated. Knowing the baby was lost, Luo Zhini held her and comforted her. "Don't dwell on it. Take care of your health, and we'll have another child." Luo Chunsher learned of the miscarriage and did not blame Luo Wunsher. Instead, she urged her to rest properly through the mini-confinement period. Luo Wanning thought her aunt was being overly cautious. There was no need for a full confinement. It was merely nature's way of eliminating the unfit. She could conceive again next month. But she didn't say this to Luo Wunsher, as the original plan to travel to the southern border city could now proceed as scheduled. Luo Wanning was a person who could not stay idle. After staying at home for a few days, she felt uncomfortable all over. Indeed, one cannot be idle. Once idle, it's easy to develop problems. The business at Shilla Restaurant was managed by Shen Wanlo, so she shifted her focus to the capital. Although she had signed the Zhang siblings, there were still many matters that required her personal attention. Negotiating with raw material suppliers was something she needed to handle personally. However, the rouge in this era mostly used natural pigments. But the absence of cochineal as a raw material presented another lucrative opportunity for Luo Wanning. She planned to go into the business of cochineal rouge. Before doing so, she needed to first establish her business in the capital, then spread the news about using cochineal to make rouge, which would allow her to earn a substantial amount of money. Luo Wanning spent 5 days finalizing the raw material matters with the suppliers, then asked Jiang Jinzhou to find people to renovate the workshop. Once the workshop was ready, production of rouge would begin. The rouge she made was naturally different from those sold outside, and it came with a variety of makeup tools. Before the workshop opened, she summoned all the people she had recruited. Since the workshop and store were not yet ready, Luo Wanning still had to pay them wages, so she naturally wouldn't let them idle. Before serving customers, Luo Wanning would personally train them. Regardless of gender, everyone needed to be familiar with the store's products. Otherwise, if they couldn't answer any questions during sales, it would greatly affect sales. When Luo Wanning signed the siblings, she had told them to become familiar with both products. When Jiang Jinzhou explained, Jade Jiang Jinlan would sit in and learn. The rouge part was supposed to be taught by Jiang Jinlan. Luo Wanning also needed to teach them makeup. What kind of makeup to pair with which hairstyles and clothing. Before the lecture, she told them in advance, "Everything I teach you may use for yourselves, but you must not let outsiders know." Everyone understood the meaning behind her words. Every trade has its rules. Once they entered this line of work, they had to obey the boss. If they violated the rules, they would have to pay a significant amount of compensation. They would not do anything that would ruin their own future. Luo Wanning began teaching from the most basic aspects. She also brought out some samples which were product prototypes she intended to make and were not available elsewhere. She patiently explained these products to them and asked them to take notes, as there would be an assessment later. Many people found the material too difficult to understand and wanted to give up. But considering the payment Luo Wanning offered, they chose to persevere. Jiang Jinlan thought she knew a lot about rouge and makeup, but after listening to Luo Wanning's explanation, she felt her understanding of rouge was only superficial. After Luo Wanning finished her lecture, Jiang Jinlan's eyes showed admiration. This was a sign of affirmation and praise for Luo Wanning. Master Qin, you are so amazing. You've explained so many things today that I didn't know. How can you as a man know so much? Jiang Jinlan voiced the doubt in her heart. Luo Wanning realized she had gained a little fangirl, and a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. When I was young, I often saw my mother using rouge, and out of curiosity, I learned a bit about it. It was also because I had my own unique formula that I dared to open the shop. Jiang Jinlan admired Luo Wanning even more. On the way back, she told her brother about this. When Jiang Jinzhou saw the look in his sister's eyes as she mentioned Luo Wanning, he asked, "Little sister, have you taken a fancy to Master Chun?" Jiang Jinlan replied, "I just think Master Chun is a good person, and I'm well aware of my own status. I can't presume to be his match." Jiang Jinzhou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his sister's words. "It's good that you realized that. I was mainly afraid you would be foolish and fall for the boss. Someone of his status must already have a wife." If their conversation were known to Luo Wanning, she would definitely think Jiang Jinlan was quite sensible. In the following period, Luo Wanning came every day to teach. Busy time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The workshop here in the capital would be completed in another half month, and the store had also begun renovations. Luo Wanning also consulted someone to choose an auspicious date and set the grand opening for the second day of the second month. They still had 3 months to prepare. Luo Wanning left early and returned late every day, and the neighbors didn't know what she was busy with. Some people had inquired about the Chun family's situation and knew that the 3 children were fatherless. Some whispered about this matter behind their backs. "I think Chin's eldest daughter goes out every day and comes back very late, and she has a strong smell of rouge on her. Do you think she's secretly up to some shady business?" "I think so too. People with a heavy smell of powder are usually engaged in improper activities. As long as someone pays, they might be like those women in brothels lying down for others to sleep with. Who would have thought at such a young age she's actually that kind of person behind the scenes?" Madam Yu liked to gossip and heard them slandering Luo Wanning like this. She said, "What nonsense are you talking? Does having the smell of rouge necessarily mean she's engaging in shady activities?" She thought the Chun girl was quite nice and didn't seem like the type to do such things. The other neighbors heard Madam Yu say this. "Madam Yu, I see you often go to their house. Do you know what business Chin's eldest daughter is in?" This stumped Madam Yu. She only knew that Han Yinshi made money by baking and selling embroidery, but what Luo Wanning did she didn't know. She wasn't a relative of theirs, so there was no need to ask so clearly. The other person saw that Madam Yu couldn't give a definite answer either. Madam Yu insisted on her own opinion. "Although I don't know what business Chin's eldest daughter is, and I do know that it's definitely not what you're saying." But the others simply wouldn't listen to Madam Yu, which made her even curious about what business Luo Wanning was actually in. The children had a day off, so Luo Wanning stayed home to accompany them. Madam Yu came over and saw Luo Wanning at home. She chatted with Luo Wanning for a while. When the time seemed right, she asked Luo Wanning, "Miss Chen, I've noticed you've been leaving early and returning late lately. May I ask what business you are in?" Madam Yu, afraid that Luo Wanning might overthink, said, "When you're not at home, the neighbors talk behind your back, and some have said rather unpleasant things. I heard them saying that about you and felt indignant on your behalf, but I don't know what business you're in either. They think your work is somewhat shady, so I came to ask you so that I can shut them up." Luo Wanning listened and said, "Annie, what kind of stories have they been making up about me?" She didn't care what outsiders said, she was just curious. Madam Yu had to tell her what they had been saying behind her back. Luo Wanning was no stranger to being slandered. She didn't expect these people to be so meddlesome. Madam Yu saw that Luo Wanning showed little reaction and wondered if she was angry. If it were her being spoken of like that, she would surely confront them to clear her name. Luo Wanning knew that if she didn't explain, things would only get more muddled. Seeing Yushi's curiosity, she told her, "I'm selling rouge." Yushi asked, "Are you selling it yourself at a stall or to a rouge shop?" Luo Wanning frowned slightly. Yushi realized she had asked too much, but it was too late to take back the words. Luo Wanning still answered, "For now, I've only found a workshop to make the rouge. I haven't started selling yet. Maybe I'll open my own shop or sell the rouge to a rouge shop." Her answer was ambiguous. Hearing this, Yushi understood why she had a scent of powder and rouge on her. "Miss Chun, if you open a rouge shop, be sure to let me know. I'll bring some good sisters to patronize your business. All right. Knowing the business Luo Wanning was in, Yushur explained to the neighbors who gossiped about her. You've all misunderstood Miss Chun. The scent of rouge on her is because she bought a workshop to make rouge. But some things only get worse when explained, and few believed her. Han Yunshur rarely went out, and she learned about the neighbors' gossip about her daughter-in-law from Yushur. These people wouldn't speak ill of Luo Wanning to her face, only behind her back. When Han Yunshur and Luo Chunshur heard it, they both retorted. Despite Han Yunshur's gentle appearance, her retorts were sharp and clean. She silenced them so effectively that they had no comeback. Indeed, they had no proof of the sordid deeds they accused Luo Wanning of. After scolding them, Han Yunshur said angrily, "From now on, if anyone spreads rumors about my daughter, I'll have no end with them." Luo Wanning felt warmth in her heart knowing Han Yunshur had defended her. After Han Yunshur confronted those who spoke ill of Luo Wanning, the rumors about her subsided somewhat. Luo Wanning paid them no mind and focused on her career. Being gossiped about wouldn't cost her a pound of flesh, so her plans to make money couldn't be delayed. During this time, the betrothal procession from the Mo Kingdom had also entered the borders of the Li Kingdom. They brought betrothal gifts, which was also a gesture of respect to the Li Kingdom. Worried that someone might covet these gifts, the Li Kingdom dispatched an army to escort them, as the gifts were extremely valuable. If they were lost, the Li Kingdom would lose face greatly. So Han Shao took it very seriously. However, he was still worried as the palace had suffered successive thefts that vanished without a trace. Han Shao feared they might strike again, but he was overthinking. Luo Wanning had been busy with her new shop and training staff, not paying attention to the betrothal gifts. As long as the items were delivered to the palace, they would eventually fall into Luo Wanning's hands. Han Moching traveled for some time and arrived at the capital ahead of schedule. Upon arriving in the capital, the first thing he did was retrieve the token his father had mentioned. Only Han Zhao and he knew about this matter. He went to Faming Temple, stayed overnight, and took the token. After retrieving it, he proceeded to the largest brothel in the capital. The brothel's manager, Cui Nyang, was the contact person. When she saw the token in Han Moching's hand, she treated him with utmost courtesy and took him to meet the brothel's secret owner. The secret owner was a man about Han Zhao's age, also the leader of this force. Xiao Linhan saw the token in Han Moching's hand and bowed to him. Subordinate greets the young master. Han Moching knew this man's identity. He was his grandfather's adopted son, and by seniority, he should call him uncle. He grew up with Han Zhao, and though not blood brothers, they were closer than brothers. Han Moching was not familiar with him, nor did he have deep knowledge of this faction. Trusting face, but not the heart, he didn't know how loyal these people were to the Han family. But he believed in using people without suspicion and suspecting without using. To change the dynasty, he couldn't rely solely on his own strength. As long as their goals aligned with his, even enemies could become allies in battle. He firmly believed that in the face of interests there were no eternal enemies. He would never fully trust anyone around him, for he had been hurt before and nearly lost his life. Han Moching came with the token, and Xiao Linhan asked him, "Young master, with the token issued, we will fully assist you." Han Moching nodded and told Xiao Linhan, "I want to cleanse the court." Xiao Linhan understood the reason for Han Moching's plan. The Han family, loyal and martyred, chose to cleanse the court only because they were pushed to the brink by Han Xiao. After the workshop's renovation was completed, Luo Wanning personally inspected it. To produce better rouge, she also replaced the equipment. All these devices were custom-made by Luo Wanning, the only set in the entire capital. This era didn't know how to use electricity, so the originally automated equipment had to be operated manually. Jiang Jinlan had seen tools for making rouge, but the set Luo Wanning prepared was something she had never seen before. Before the workshop started, Luo Wanning would teach them how to use these tools, which were not too difficult to operate. During this time, she had settled on a name for the new shop. She also asked Han Yunshur for advice. The name was decided Qingning Pavilion. It took one character from Han Moching's name and one from Luo Wanning's. The rouge she made here also bore the name Qingning. To differentiate from other rouge shops, Luo Wanning turned lip balm into lipstick, making it easy to carry. She also prepared foundation, facial cleanser, and other products, plus a lotion that prevented makeup from smudging. There were many more products which Luo Wanning planned to release gradually to maintain a sense of novelty. The The Spring Festival in the Li Kingdom was also on the first day of the first month each year. The children were overjoyed knowing it was approaching as the festival brought lively celebrations in every household. Han Yinshur thoughtfully prepared bright red new clothes for the children, symbolizing a prosperous new year. At the end of the year, the restaurant was extremely busy. But Luo Wanning wouldn't let her employees work overtime during the new year. Before New Year's Eve, she discussed with Shen Wanlu about the annual leave. Shen Wanlu was shocked to hear Luo Wanning wanted to give a 7-day holiday. Boss, the Spring Festival is the best time to make money. How can we take 7 days off? Luo Wanning understood his point, but she felt that since they had been busy all year, she hoped they could rest a few days and have New Year's Eve dinner with their families. Money can be earned again, but time passes quickly. I hope everyone can have a good reunion with their families during this important festival. Shen Wanlu didn't argue further. He informed the staff at Sheila Restaurant about the annual leave. They were all stunned when they heard the news. Because this was their busiest time every year, they thought they had misheard. Manager Shen, why is the boss wasting such a good opportunity to make money? Yeah, that's giving Jude Tower a chance to surpass us. We won't take the leave. We can't let Jude Tower overtake us. Manager, please talk to the boss. Even if we don't get paid for these 7 days, we won't take the leave. It was clear they were all genuinely concerned about the future of Sheila Restaurant. Shen Wanlu said, I've already tried to persuade her, but the boss has her own ideas. I couldn't sway her. Let's follow the boss's plan. After New Year's Eve, go home and join your families the next day. They said no more, though they still felt it was a wasted opportunity. As the Spring Festival approached, it was customary for the wealthy in the county to reserve banquet tables at the restaurants. The Sheila Restaurant had become extremely popular in Yuha County during this period, attracting many reservations. Even before the Spring Festival arrived, many people came to order the New Year's Eve dinner. Shen Wanlu accepted orders for New Year's Eve, but declined any orders for the following 7 days. Manager Su of the Jude Restaurant, upon hearing that the Sheila Restaurant would be closed for 7 consecutive days, reacted just as Shen Wanlu had, believing that Luo Wanning had no understanding of how to run a business. For the Jude Restaurant, this seemed like a good thing. However, he was mistaken. The number of orders for their restaurant was pitifully low. Those who wanted to reserve tables at the Sheila Restaurant were primarily drawn by their roast goose. They planned to have the roast goose for their New Year's Eve dinner. Luo Wanning had anticipated this as well, instructing the kitchen staff to prepare ingredients and sell cooked dishes such as roast goose, roast duck, and char siu on New Year's Eve. She promoted this event a few days before the sale began. On New Year's Eve, before the Sheila Restaurant even opened for business, the line was already packed with people. They came so early to queue for fear that if they arrived late, they would not be able to buy the roast goose. Meanwhile, the Jude Restaurant was desolate, with no one even asking about it. Manager Su, watching the line that nearly reached their restaurant, was deeply frustrated. He had no idea what kind of magic potion the Sheila Restaurant had fed their customers, as even the regulars who used to dine at his establishment had been lured away. The Jude Restaurant had been open for 2 years in Yuha County, and after finally driving Shen Wanlu's restaurant out of business, they now faced a new rival. In just 3 months, they had suffered severe losses. Manager Su had tried various tactics, but none had any effect. The losses continued unabated. The owner visited once and considered replacing him, but in light of his past performance, gave him 3 months to turn things around. If there was no improvement, the restaurant would be closed. The closure of the restaurant would affect Manager Su's future career, so he had to find another way out during this period. The only idea he could come up with was to create a signature dish. He had tried many dishes, but was not satisfied with any of them. On New Year's Eve, the neighbors hung festive red lanterns and pasted couplets, symbolizing bidding farewell to the old and ushering in the new. Every year at this time, Han Yinshur would go to the family ancestral hall to pay respects to the ancestors. This year, however, was different because the Han family had been raided and could no longer do so as before. As they were renting the courtyard, they did not hang lanterns or couplets, but they had prepared all the other necessities for the new year. The New Year's Eve dinner was prepared by Luo Wanning and Minglan. Luo Wanning specially made the signature dishes of the Sheila Restaurant and also prepared fruit wine and juice. This was their first new year away from home. In the Li Kingdom, there was a tradition of staying up late until the Cho hour. The Z hour marked the transition, and once it passed, a new day began. After they finished the New Year's Eve dinner, there were still 3 hours until the next day. They could not just sit there waiting for the Cho hour to arrive. Luo Wanning prepared some small games to pass the time. On New Year's Eve they spent time with family and did not visit others. Luo Wanning had prepared fireworks which were forbidden in her previous life due to concerns about air pollution. Without fireworks, the festive atmosphere was halved. Now that she could set off fireworks, she had specially exchanged for a batch, and when the time came she set them off with the children. Han Moyu wanted to play the flying flower game with them. Hu Zhong said, "I'm just a rough man who I can't play those refined scholarly games." Luo Wanning taught them to play the guessing game of 1520. She often played this game with friends, but now that she couldn't drink alcohol, she let the men play among themselves. After they familiarized themselves with the rules, they started guessing. This was supposed to be a joyful day, but Han Yunshi was worried about Han Zhao and his son. On a day of reunion, their family could not be together, which was somewhat heartbreaking. She did not voice her feelings, not wanting to dampen everyone's spirits. Han Moching was in the capital. The business at the brothel was not quiet on New Year's Eve. On the contrary, it was bustling with activity. Xiao Linhan, seeing that Han Moching was alone, specially called in the courtesans and said to them, "Tonight, if you make this gentleman happy, you will be richly rewarded." With the owner's order, the courtesans crowded around Han Moching, hoping to please the honored guest. Han Moching looked at these gaudily dressed women with disinterest, even finding their heavy perfume unpleasant, and told them to keep their distance. Seeing Han Moching's reaction, Xiao Linhan had no choice but to send the courtesans out. Han Moching made an excuse and left the brothel with his trusted followers. After returning to his residence, Han Moching locked himself in his room. Yi Lin, who had been with him for 10 years, had a certain understanding of his master. The master was missing the old lady and the others. No one had anticipated that such a calamity would befall them. Luo Wanning played games with the children for an hour. Just playing games would lead to fatigue once the novelty wore off. With 2 hours left until the Cho hour, Luo Wanning began telling them stories. She narrated with great expression, and the children listened with rapt attention. They eagerly asked, "Mother, after Neza pulled out the Dragon King's third son Sinu's, how did the Dragon King seek revenge?" Luo Wanning cleared her throat. The Dragon King was furious and demanded that Li Jing hand over Neza, or else he would flood Chintang Pass. Li Jing, afraid that Neza would cause more trouble, decided to kill him himself. To avoid harming the city's people, Neza made a decision to cut off his flesh and return it to his mother, and to strip his bones and return them to his father. Luo Wanning paused here. Han Shilling wanted to know what happened next. "Mother, did the Dragon King eventually flood Chintang Pass? And what happened to Neza?" Luo Wanning, seeing her daughter's eager expression, continued, "Later, Neza was saved by his master Tai Junren, who gave him a new body made of lotus root and lotus leaves. After that, he joined the campaign against King Zhou of Shang and became a fierce general." After hearing this, Han Shilling said, "At least Neza survived in the end. But I don't understand. Neza pulled out the Dragon King's third son's sinews to punish evil. Why didn't his father protect him?" Han Xie said, "Mother just said that Li Jing feared Neza would continue to cause trouble when he grew up, so he wanted to kill him." They discussed for a while, and then fireworks appeared in the sky, signaling that the next day had arrived. Luo Wanning brought out the fireworks she had prepared and set them off with the children. The fireworks outside were not as beautiful as hers. When Luo Wanning's fireworks exploded in the sky, they were colorful and formed patterns, attracting the attention of the neighbors. The fireworks were fleeting like shooting stars. After the fireworks ended, Luo Wanning gave the children lucky money and sent them to rest. They had stayed up late, so they woke up very late the next day. On the first day of the new year, Lingzhou County was very lively. Luo Wanning felt bored staying at home, so she took the children out to play and pass the time. The street teemed with bustle. Most people had brought their children to the county town to join the merriment. Snacks lined every corner of the stalls, eager to make a few extra coins during these festival days. Han Shilling adored sugar figurines and used the New Year money Luo Wanning had given her to buy one. Han Shifeng also picked up a spinning top. Han Xie showed no interest in such things. He intended to keep his New Year money saved for when it was truly needed. At the sight of the acrobats, the children halted their steps and watched the performance with rapt attention. When the show concluded, the appreciative crowd would toss a few copper coins their way. After watching the acrobats, the family continued their strolls. Han Shilling noticed a crowd gathered not far away and, curious about what was happening, ran over to investigate. Luo Wanting led her two younger children along with her. They saw someone attempting a ring toss game. Various items were arranged on the ground, and a sign beside them read 5 cash coins for 1 ring. Whoever successfully surrounded an item could take it home provided they landed 3 consecutive hits. This sort of scheme was nothing new in ancient times. The goods displayed on the ground looked rather fine. The most expensive item was the golden hairpin placed at the farthest end. Luo Wanting had a little fox test it and confirmed it was genuine gold. The vendor dared to display real gold only because he assumed no one could possibly succeed in hitting 3 consecutive throws to claim the golden hairpin. Luo Wanting grew quite fond of that golden hairpin, thinking it would make a lovely gift for Han Yanshi. By now others were still attempting the game, so Luo Wanting held back from buying any rings. That ring toss player threw 3 times. He missed the first 2 attempts, but succeeded on the third, nailing the golden hairpin. Upon seeing the man hit the golden hairpin, the vendor kept a straight face and merely smiled, saying, "What a skilled young master. You've hit once. You still have 7 rings remaining. I hope you can bring the golden hairpin home." Watching his previous 2 throws miss, achieving 3 consecutive hits seemed as difficult as reaching the heavens. Earlier, another person had managed 2 successful throws before missing the third, forcing him to start anew. No one had yet claimed the golden hairpin. As he prepared another throw, the surrounding crowd fell silent, watching intently. After scoring his first hit, perhaps finding his rhythm, he succeeded a second time. Upon this success, the stall owner's expression could no longer remain composed. If he landed this one, the golden hairpin would be his to take. The vendor glanced toward the onlookers outside the crowd. He had arranged people among them. Just as the opponent was about to throw the ring, someone deliberately bumped into him. The force of that throw was noticeably greater than before, perfectly missing the opportunity. Seeing this, the vendor deliberately wore an expression of regret. What a pity, just barely short. The ring toss player felt equally frustrated, blaming the one who had bumped into him. Had it not happened, he would not have flung the ring so wildly. He cast a glance at the man who had collided with him. The other man wore an innocent expression. "I didn't mean to. Someone pushed me just now, and I accidentally bumped into you." Seeing the crowd gathered around the ring toss player did not question his excuse. Luo Wanting, however, saw the whole trick clearly. After the man's first failure, he continued attempting the golden hairpin. But he could no longer control the force, missing each time, though not consecutively. Once his rings ran out, he bought 10 more. The result was the same. A woman beside him pulled at his sleeve. "Husband, please stop wasting money." Hearing his wife's voice, he finally came to his senses and sighed, "Such a shame, so close." With that, the couple departed without lingering. Other onlookers stepped forward to try their luck, but instead of aiming at the golden hairpin, they targeted the closer, easier prizes. The goods were inexpensive, and the vendor felt little pain over their loss. As long as they could replenish what was taken and keep the game going, he was fine. The golden hairpin remained untouched in its place. Han Shilling remembered how accurate Luo Wanting was at throwing things. She tugged at Luo Wanting's clothing and said, "Mother, why don't you try?" "Very well." Luo Wanting exchanged rings with the vendor, purchasing 50 in one go. The vendor's smile widened immeasurably at her bulk purchase. He assumed she was merely a woman incapable of winning many items, so he would profit handsomely. Luo Wanting saw through his little scheme and allowed a faint smile to curl her lips. She distributed the rings to the children. Then she asked them, "What would you like? Mother will get it for you." Her voice was soft, yet carried clearly to all around. Her confident bearing drew the curiosity of the onlookers. Han Shilling said, "Mother, I want that porcelain doll." "Mother, I want that clay ocarina." Han Shifeng also told Luo Wanting what he desired. Han Xie spotted a Lu Ban lock, unlike the ones he usually played with. Eager to try solving it, he chose that one. "I will get them for you." The crowd continued watching. Certain Luo Wanting would likely miss every throw. Luo Wanting began by aiming at the porcelain doll her daughter wanted. Her first ring landed perfectly. The onlookers assumed it was mere chance. Yet the next 2 throws were equally successful. With the porcelain doll secured, Han Shilling, she moved on to the clay ocarina. As before, she succeeded within 3 throws. After her second consecutive hit, the crowd began cheering. "Young lady, you are quite skilled. Why don't you try the golden hairpin over there?" "Yes, give it a shot." Luo Wanting did not let the crowd's suggestions sway her. She proceeded item by item in order. Soon nearly half the stall's goods had been claimed. The vendor's expression darkened now. At this rate, he would suffer heavy losses. Yet in front of so many people he dared not say anything. He could only exchange glances with his accomplices. Whatever tricks they employed, Luo Wanting remained unfazed and steady. Seeing the time was right, Luo Wanting turned her attention to the golden hairpin. Previously she had hit every single target. But when throwing at the hairpin, she deliberately let her ring veer off course. The onlookers witnessed this. Perhaps the hairpin is too far away to achieve such precision. But she is still remarkably skilled. She won everything she aimed at just now. The vendor saw Luo Wanting's throw go astray and secretly exhaled in relief. She was merely playing. If she could hit targets and pitchpot, this short distance would be child's play for her. Han Qiling felt a touch of disappointment seeing Luo Wanting miss. Han Chia, however, understood instantly Mother was doing this on purpose. Luo Wanting deliberately missed twice, and on the third attempt she struck true. The moment she hit it, the crowd began speculating once more. She missed earlier, probably to test the distance. I bet she'll nail the hairpin next. I doubt it. That earlier success was likely just luck. Luo Wanting continued her throws and hit again on the second attempt. On the third throw, the vendor had his man attempt to disrupt Luo Wanting. To his astonishment, not only did the sabotage fail, but the collision actually sent the ring sailing steadily toward the hairpin and landed it perfectly hollow around it. Han Qiling jumped up in delight. Wow, Mother is amazing. You won the golden hairpin. The crowd rushed to urge the vendor. Hurry up and hand the golden hairpin to that young lady. The vendor knew full well that he had suffered a monumental loss that day.